You just don't want to take responsibility for me. My child. My child will never have a father. Chen Xia, you ungrateful bastard. As her words fell, Lu Jiajia raised her hand and swung it toward Chen Xia. Chen Xia's eyes turned cold and he instinctively sidestepped, easily dodging the vicious slap. With her force missing, Lu Jiajia stumbled and nearly fell. Lu Jiajia, are you crazy? You've been with over 100 guys, who knows which one's kid this is? From start to finish we've at most held hands once. Are you kidding me? Lu Jiajia angrily pulled out her phone to take a photo. Anyway, I was with you for 3 days. And did I force you to do anything else? If you want to, I'm always open. If you don't take responsibility, you'll flush the baby down the drain. Chen Xia was speechless and suddenly his vision went black. Had he been so angered by this woman that had simply died? But after just a single second of darkness, a harsh blazing sunlight pierced his eyes. Instead, there was a barren, empty wilderness overgrown with weeds, bare earth exposed all around, and above was a scorching sun, cloudless sky, sweltering heat. And beneath him lay a crude, worn-out single wooden bed. Just then. Congratulations all eligible adults worldwide for successfully joining the global survival game. Real-time game rules announcement 1. All selected participants are adults with independent survival capabilities. All latent diseases and chronic conditions carried by players have been automatically cured, restoring their bodies to a healthy state. 2. Personal game panels are fully unlocked. You can check your status, supplies, and shelter information at any time. 3. Initial uniform supplies for all players, only one basic single bed. The bed can be upgraded by consuming supplies, gradually transforming into a safe shelter. 4. Game difficulty increases dynamically. The longer you survive environmental crises, beast attacks, resource shortages, and other dangers will multiply. Do not slack off or lie flat. Those who passively waste time cannot even survive the first day's test. 5. In the fast-paced survival era, basic rules have been announced. More hidden gameplay and special mechanics require players to explore on their own. Game content will be updated irregularly in real time. The cold prompt sound faded, echoing in every player's mind. Wilderness survival, a global game. And Chen Xia, still in shock from the transmigration, heard the next exclusive prompt sound alone in his mind. Detecting player Chen Xia, talent awakening. Awakening successful. Exclusive talent, endless vitality. Talent effect 1, passive permanent. Each breath taken in the shelter randomly grants 1 unit of supplies. Drop range is linked to shelter level. Rare supply drop probability decreases with tier. Talent effect 2 unlocks a special binding mechanism. Can bind multiple special talented beauties with comprehensive scores above 95. After the other party voluntarily chooses to follow and attach, a two-way portal can be opened. Upon successful binding, the player gains a one-time sum of the other's base attributes plus their own base attributes' initial attributes. Talent effect 3, for each bound exclusive goddess, the player's rare supply drop probability is permanently increased. Meanwhile, the other's independent breathing can produce an additional 1 unit of random supplies for the player. Two-way benefits, position unrestricted. Talent effect for the binding mechanism can only be activated by the talent owner. After binding with a special talent, the player can perfectly replicate the other's exclusive talent, with the replicated talent effect amplified to 150, far surpassing the original. After reading through the series of talent introductions, Chen Xia's pupils contracted, his heart pounded wildly, and his face was full of disbelief. Breathing drops supplies. Binding high-scoring talents not only nets you their talent for free but also stacks rare drop rates. Even others' breathing gives you supplies. This was no ordinary survival talent, it was an utterly heaven-defying god-level talent. He suppressed his ecstasy and immediately thought to open his personal inventory interface. The next second, the inventory items appeared clearly before his eyes. Inventory supplies: Iron Axe 1, Iced Cola 10, 5L bottled water 1, Wheat Bread 10, Basic Wood 17, Soft Wool 3, KFC Family Bucket 1. Chen Xia gasped, his eyes filled with ecstasy. In just a few dozen seconds, by constantly breathing, he had gotten such a pile of supplies for free. Weapons, main food, drinking water, and even a high-calorie fried chicken family bucket supplies were maxed out, a perfect start. Then he opened the shelter panel. Shelter level 0, simple open-air bed, existing facilities, old single bed, materials needed for upgrade to level 1, shelter, basic wood 40, soft wool 5, special binding function available, binding slots 0. Note: the binding mechanism can only be unlocked after upgrading to a shelter with cover. No one would be willing to attach to a single bed in an empty wilderness. Chen Xia read it and instantly understood. No wonder the talent's binding function couldn't be used immediately, there was a prerequisite. Thinking carefully, it made sense. In a desolate wilderness with just a broken bed exposed to wind and sun and wild beasts roaming, who would be willing to suffer with someone else? Take it slow. He casually took out the 5-liter bottle of water from his backpack. Looking at the huge capacity, he decisively gave up. It was too heavy and tasted bland. In comparison, iced cola was clearly more enjoyable. He twisted open a bottle of cola, took a big gulp, the icy sweet fizzy bubbles instantly washed away the heat. Then he took out the aromatic KFC Family Bucket, tore open the packaging, grabbed a crispy golden fried chicken leg and bit into it. Under the scorching sun in the wilderness drinking happy water, it was incomparably pleasant. While eating, Chen Xia opened his personal basic panel. Player Chen Xia, age 19, strength 10, physique 10, spirit 10, note average adult male, base stats are 9 across the board. The player's overall physical abilities are slightly above normal. Shelter level 0, all 3 basic attributes exceeded average people, giving a slight advantage in starting fitness. Paired with the heaven-defying talent, the survival run was in the bag. Chen Xia looked at the materials needed for shelter upgrade. Currently having 17 would only 23 short. With his breathing drop rate, gathering enough wood wouldn't take long. The only shortcoming was that the current level 0 shelter was far too crude. A barren wilderness with just a single bed, the scorching sun overhead, not a bit of shade, hot and exposed, truly unbearable. Collecting his thoughts, Chen Xia casually opened the world public chat channel. Current online players in A1 area, 1 million people. AI Kuan, what the hell? Global survival. This sun is too harsh, I'm about to peel. Starting with just a broken bed, not even a drop of water, such a scam. But I got lucky just now, caught a wild chicken with my bare hands. Slaughtered it, tonight's barbecue is sorted. Did I force you to watch? Chickens are so cute, why eat chickens? Just because you're called AI Kuan? Too cruel. 36-year-old pianist, is there any kind big shot around? Begging for trade. I was forcibly teleported here without any food or water, I'm about to starve. Whoever gives me a bite'll come tune their piano for free in real life, repay for a lifetime. The text in the world public chat channel scrolled frantically, lines of information refreshing so fast it was dizzying. Chen Xia leaned against the wooden bed holding the remaining half piece of fried chicken, watching the screen with interest. Originally he thought these people forcibly dragged into the survival game would be wailing in misery discussing the philosophy of existence, but the scene had completely deviated from normal track. Look at the graduation photo. Who has water? I'll trade my wife. Black silk, long legs, just half a bottle of mineral water, priority to those unopened with packaging. Can't go a day without dough. Upstairs, is your wife ripe? Don't be a man with a dick. Cookie sister seeking a sugar daddy. Little mom sweetly filled, is there any kind soul who can lend me a pair of underwear? I was in the shower when teleported, now embarrassed in the wilderness with the wind blowing very cold down there. Chen Xia, brothers, release your martial souls. Chen Xia decisively closed the chat panel. These people probably haven't truly realized the cruelty of the survival game. When night falls, the temperature plummets and there might be wild beasts lurking. They wouldn't even know how they died. Putting away the panel, Chen Xia turned over his palm, groping on the rough wooden bed, touching a hard piece of paper. He picked it up and saw a yellowed note paper. Game rules supplementary explanation 1. Supply crates will randomly spawn in the wilderness. Quality grades: wooden, iron, bronze, silver, gold, etc. Crates contain survival necessities, blueprints, special items, etc. Note: probabilities not yet announced. Don't curse if you get garbage. 2. Supply crates usually spawn within 1 kilometer of the player's shelter. Please explore on your own. 3. People may or may not be around you. The surrounding environment will refresh over time and each refresh may bring other players. Supply crates. Chen Xia sat up from the bed and looked into the distance. A few withered yellow weeds curled in the hot wind. The view was flat and empty, not even a decent-sized stone could be seen, let alone a supply crate. He wasn't anxious. While others had to brave the scorching sun to gamble in the wilderness, he didn't need to. Breathe. Inhale, exhale. Only the sound of wind in his ears, yet the system prompt in his mind jumped methodically. Obtained basic wood 1, obtained ham sausage 1, obtained basic wood 1. A few minutes flew by. Chen Xia reopened his personal backpack. The basic wood count had jumped to 45 units and soft wool had 8 units. Upgrade conditions met. Upgrade shelter. Chen Xia gave the command. A flash of white light. The worn-out single bed vanished into thin air. The dirt around him churned. Several rough wooden planks rose from the ground, interlocking and joining together with a thin wooden roof covering from above. Shelter upgrade successful. Current level 1 rough wooden shack. Chen Xia stood still and stretched his arms. His fingertips directly touched the wooden walls on both sides. The space was extremely cramped, less than 2 meters long and wide, with no windows, only a thin wooden door. It was less like a wooden house and more like a single-person portable toilet standing in the wilderness. Although cramped, it at least blocked the scorching overhead sun. The indoor temperature was a few degrees lower outside, better than nothing. Chen Xia pushed open the wooden door to let the air circulate and casually opened the chat channel again. The friend request icon in the top right corner was blinking wildly. He clicked it open. It was a girl with a pure avatar, twin ponytails, wearing a white dress. The ID was Sumu Xue. Sumu Xue. Chen Xia's gaze lingered on the friend request's note. The name was familiar, the campus belle from the same university. She usually wore a white dress surrounded by a group of attentive boys, always the center of attention. He casually accepted. The other party replied extremely fast without even a second's pause. Chen Xia. Is it really you? Great, I thought I wouldn't see any acquaintances in this damn place. The text was followed by a cute crying cat emoji. Chen Xia leaned against the wooden wall, not replying in a hurry. You. How is your shelter already level 1? The second message came right after with barely concealed curiosity. Isn't everyone level 0? I haven't even had a sip of water. Did you find a supply crate? Or do you have some special survival skills? Wilderness scorching sun like fire. Sumushua sat on the bare wooden bed, her white dress covered in dust, her exposed skin red and peeling from the sun. She stared intently at Chen Xia's avatar on the chat panel and the glaring shelter level 1 text. Her throat was parched. She wasn't stupid. How long had the game been running? Everyone in the chat channel was wailing, not even a spot of shade, so how could Chen Xia have upgraded? Either he got incredibly lucky and found a high-level crate, or he awakened some outrageous cheat. Either way, this was a thigh she had to cling to tightly. Lucky picked up some wood. Chen Xia typed a few words, no extra nonsense. Dragging it out. No need. This woman's thoughts were written all over her face. Sumushua bit her lower lip at the cold reply. Normally at school, which boy would dare brush her off like this? But force was stronger than people now. She was figuring out how to keep cozying up when Chen Xia suddenly went quiet on his end. Because Chen Xia's attention was caught by something outside the door. He pushed open the thin wooden door, a wave of heat hit his face. Right there on the cracked yellow earth, less than half a meter from the wooden house, a square wooden crate had appeared out of nowhere. The crate's surface was covered in rough grain, its edges stuck in the dirt. A supply crate. Something mentioned in the game rules just spawned right in front of his face. Obtained hard stone foundation 20, obtained daily sanitary napkins full pack 1, obtained Japanese style plaid skirt JK uniform set 1. Chen Xia stared at the 3 items on the ground, silent for 2 seconds. The stone foundation was good stuff, a necessary material for upgrading the shelter further. As for the other 2. In this wilderness survival where you can't even get a sip of water, opening sanitary napkins and a JK uniform. The game system's bad taste was too much. Who would have the leisure to change into a JK uniform and stroll through the wilderness when they're about to die of thirst? Besides, he was a man, okay? Chen Xia bent down and picked up the pack of sanitary napkins, casually opening the regional trading channel. The channel was chaotic, most people were offering various bizarre items in exchange for water and food. He typed stone foundation for a targeted search. The screen flashed, jumping to a trade listing. Seller Hisishu selling hard stone foundation 30, demand 500 milliliters drinking water or female special physiological supplies. Remark help. Whoever has that thing, you'll trade all materials. Also buying wood at premium price. Chen Xia raised an eyebrow. Hisishu. That name was even more familiar. She was his younger brother's primary school homeroom teacher. Always wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses, usually a stern and aloof demeanor. Every time he went to parent-teacher conferences, Chen Xia was scolded by her, all because his brother's grades were poor. Looking at this remark, this strict teacher, he had been lucky to get stone foundations but extremely unlucky to be on her period. Wilderness, blazing sun, high temperature, plus the torment of menstruation without sanitary supplies, it was a hell start. Chen Xia opened a private chat and directly initiated a trade request. 1 pack of daily sanitary napkins plus 15 basic wood in exchange for your 30 stone foundation. The other side accepted almost instantly. Chen Xia. You are Chen Dong's older brother. Hisishu obviously recognized the name, but at this moment she had no time for small talk, her tone urgent. You have sanitary napkins. Hurry. Trade now. A flash of white light, items swapped. Chen Xia now had 30 heavy stone foundations in his hand. He re-inventoried his current assets. Backpack supplies, basic wood 555, hard stone foundation 50, iron axe 1, iced cola 47, 5L large bottle mineral water 1, wheat satiety bread 31, soft wool 8, KFC Family Bucket half remaining, big banana fruit 5, ham sausage 13, instant noodles 7. All of this was accumulated by Chen Xia through his endless cycle talent, breath by breath. It wasn't easy. Wood had completely overflowed and stone foundations were sufficient. Time to say goodbye to this single-person public toilet. Upgrade the shelter. The earth churned outward as 50 solid stone foundations arranged and aligned themselves, automatically plunging deep into the ground to form a level and sturdy base. Then 180 units of basic timber transformed into streams of light, intertwining and stacking. The once cramped and narrow space was rapidly stretched and expanded. The flimsy wooden planks were replaced by thick logs, the gap sealed with an unknown adhesive, and the roof rose into a pitched structure that effectively drained rainwater. Seconds later, the commotion subsided. A sturdy log cabin covering about 10 square meters stood firmly on the wilderness. Current level 2 sturdy log cabin. Existing facilities: wooden single bed, crude wooden table, ventilated wooden window. Special binding function unlocked, current bindable capacity 1. Remark a shelter that shields from wind and rain, though humble it is enough to bring peace to a wanderer. Chen Xia pushed the door and entered. The space was much more spacious. His footsteps echoed dully on the solid wooden floor. A small window had been opened in the wall, ensuring air circulation while cleverly blocking direct sunlight. The temperature inside was at least 5 or 6 degrees lower than outside. Most importantly, the sense of imminent danger from beasts that might knock down the shelter had vanished. He sat down at the newly crafted wooden table, twisted open a bottle of cola, took a sip and casually opened the World Channel to observe the situation. The channel's tone had shifted. The initial jokes and crude remarks had diminished significantly. As time passed, the scorching sun rapidly drained everyone's stamina. Water. Someone give me water. I'm starving, my stomach's cramping. There's nothing but grass around and food is too hard to get. Wood isn't easy either. My hands are raw from chopping trees barehanded and I only got 2 pieces of timber. How long will it take to save enough to upgrade the house? Don't you have an axe? Hell no, if I did would I be using my hands? Chen Xia watched the scrolling messages and felt reassured. At this stage, drinkable water and food were the absolute hard currency, sitting at the top of the pyramid. Basic building materials came second. And he simply by breathing could produce these things endlessly. He closed the public channel and pulled up the system's friend list. The list currently had only 2 names, Su Muxue and He Xixue. With the shelter upgraded to level 2, the talent's special binding function had been unlocked. Chen Xia's gaze fell on the 2 names and the system immediately provided detailed scanning feedback. Target Su Muxue. Overall rating 96 meets binding standard. Talent A grade. Fortune's favor significantly increases the chance of obtaining high-quality items when opening supply crates, has a small probability of avoiding fatal dangers in daily actions. Target He Xixue. Overall rating 97 meets binding standard. Talent A grade. Benevolent Hands medical specialization doubles the effectiveness of any medical supplies, can treat most external injuries and minor internal injuries by consuming mental energy. Chen Xia tapped his fingers rhythmically on the wooden tabletop, producing a steady tapping sound. 2A grade talents, 2 top-tier ratings above 95. Su Muxue's fortune was an extremely rare probability-based talent that could greatly compensate for bad luck. He Xixue's medical ability was a divine skill in survival games. In later stages, fighting beasts and exploring ruins would make injuries commonplace. Having a portable healer would dramatically increase survival rates. By binding them, he could not only perfectly replicate these 2 talents but also gain a 150 effect amplification. Moreover, every breath they took would yield additional resources for him. This was a deal with no downside. But the talent rules were clear: the other party must voluntarily choose to follow and attach. Coercion was not allowed. He needed to make them willingly submit. How could he make 2 proud women voluntarily attach themselves? In a civilized society it might require money, power, or emotional value, but in the wilderness it only needed one thing. Chen Xia opened the private chat windows for both, copied, pasted, and sent the same sentence: hungry. Thirsty. The bait had been cast, now it was time to see how the fish would bite. Within 3 seconds of sending the message, Su Muxue's reply popped up. You have food. Brother Chen Xia, you're amazing. In this environment you still managed to get food. A barrage of messages flooded in. Actually, I haven't had a single sip of water since I was teleported. My stomach's been growling with hunger. But brother, are you sure you have enough for yourself? You must prioritize your own strength since you're a guy and burn more energy. As long as you can eat your fill, I don't mind going hungry. I can hold on. If you have any leftovers you can't finish, I can help you eat them. A resilient yet pitiful crying emoji followed. Chen Xia looked at the screen and smirked. This level of manipulation would indeed bewitch inexperienced young men on a college campus. Not a single sentence directly asked, yet every sentence was a demand. First she elevated him, then played the role of the understanding and aggrieved one. Any ordinary man would have eagerly offered up his supplies. Unfortunately, she misjudged the environment and the person. Chen Xia ignored her and switched the chat window to He Xixue. Her reply was slower, clearly weighing her words. Chen Xia, do you have extra food? The current situation is dire. Food is a non-renewable resource. Since you've obtained some, you should plan carefully. Don't give it away impulsively out of momentary softness or because of a few sweet words from others. Of course, if your reserves are truly abundant, as Chen Dong's homeroom teacher, I am also your elder. You can hand over the surplus to me and he'll keep and allocate it for you. That would be more prudent. Chen Xia finished reading and almost laughed out loud. This teacher, he sure knew how to maintain her airs. Clearly starving herself, yet she still put on a senior's posture, using the high-sounding excuse of keeping and allocating to beg for food. Hints. Direct demands. Fine, since you both want to act ill, play along. Chen Xia extracted an ordinary ham sausage from his backpack. He peeled off the red plastic wrapper, measured it against the chopping board with the iron axe, and brought the blade down, cutting off a piece no bigger than a thumbnail. Then he opened Xia's trading window, placed the tiny piece of ham sausage into it and clicked confirm to send. With a note, teacher, your advice is sound. Food is indeed scarce. This is a little I've scraped together by saving. Please use it to tide you over. Meanwhile, out in the wilderness, Xia was curled up under her bed, too hot to bear. Though she had changed sanitary products and solved the major problem, the heat and hunger were maddeningly consuming her rationality. She hadn't eaten all day and had inexplicably been teleported into this game. Her neat professional suit was soaked through with sweat, clinging tightly to her body and outlining her voluptuous curves. She pushed up her sliding black-framed glasses and, seeing the prompt on the trading panel, felt a flicker of smug delight. This kid, he still knows to respect his teacher. A few casual warnings and he obediently hands over the food. Chen Dong's older brother, she remembered he was 3 or 4 years younger than her. She eagerly clicked to receive. A flash of white light. Xia reached out with both hands. Empty. She froze, looked down for a long time and finally pinched up a tiny reddish piece of meat no bigger than a fingernail from the crack in the bed. What was this? A crumb of ham sausage. Xia's eyes instantly widened, her chest heaving violently. She couldn't believe her eyes and brought the tiny morsel up to examine it 3 times carefully. Chen Xia. That's way too small. It's pitifully small. Who can eat something this tiny? Xia trembled with rage, her face pale from dehydration now flushed crimson. If I don't ask, you really don't give. Oof. Who would even want this little bit of food? But her stomach let out a thunderous protest of betrayal. Growl and intense hunger burned like stomach acid. She had forgotten that she hadn't eaten all day. Gritting her teeth, Xia stared fixedly at the pathetic little ham sausage cube in her hand. In the end, she surrendered. Carefully placing the tiny piece of meat into her mouth, she didn't even dare to chew, she simply melted it with her tongue. The long-missed salty and savory flavor spread across her palate, only to ignite an even more ravenous appetite. You little bastard. Xia leaned against the wooden plank, feeling the sun outside that seemed to roast everything, a mix of anger and grievance. Chen Xia's calm face surfaced in her mind and she couldn't help but curse inwardly, stingy. Petty. Cutting it so short, men are just that short. Oof. Back in his cabin, Chen Xia, seeing the received notification from Xia, leaned back in his chair with satisfaction. 1 down. Though it was merely the first step on a psychological level, the effect was remarkable. He could almost picture Xia's expression, shifting from shock to rage, then to humiliation, ultimately forcing herself to swallow her pride and comply. This feeling was far more satisfying than handing her a crate of supplies outright. To deal with someone so arrogant who always sought to manipulate others, one had to use such methods, grinding away her haughtiness and dignity bit by bit, forcing her to confront reality. This was a survival game now, not a civilized society. A teacher's status meant nothing here. Just then another message from Su Muxue popped up, relentless as a buzzing mosquito. Brother Chen Xia, why won't you talk to me? Are you in some kind of trouble? I saw on the World Channel that some bad women use their bodies to trick people out of supplies. You mustn't fall for it. Those women are filthy. You're such a kind person, brother, I'm so worried you'll be deceived. Her proficiency in playing the innocent was as consistent as ever after all these years. First she played the victim, and when he ignored her she began insinuating that every other woman was wicked, leaving only her as the purest and most concerned for him. Was she trying to mold herself into a harmless little white rabbit to stir a man's protective instincts? After a moment's thought he began to reply. Oh thanks. Having sent that, he minimized the chat window with Su Muxue and refused to look at it again. Leaving her on read was the best course of action. Elsewhere, out on the barren wilderness, Su Muxue sat on the scorching wooden plank bed, staring at Chen Xia's frigid reply. Oh thanks. Oh thanks. I, the school beauty, lowered myself to say all that, showing concern and giving warnings, and you reply with just 3 words. Su Muxue's face paled with fury. Back at school, which boy hadn't treated her like a goddess? Even if she read a message and didn't reply, those simpering admirers would agonize for ages, wondering if they'd said something wrong. But now this Chen Xia, someone utterly unremarkable at school, even a bit of a loner, dared to brush her off so dismissively. It's just luck that he upgraded his shelter. What's so impressive about that, she thought bitterly, but quickly forced herself to calm down. No, she couldn't afford to get angry. In this godforsaken place, whoever had supplies called the shots. Chen Xia's rapid upgrade meant he must have plenty of good stuff. She had nothing now, not even a sip of water, her skin stinging from the blazing sun. If this continued, forget about keeping her looks. Surviving the day was questionable. A heated confrontation was out of the question. Chen Xia clearly wasn't the type to show mercy. She needed a different approach. Su Muxue bit her lip, a glint of cunning flashing in her pretty eyes. She reopened Chen Xia's profile, and when she saw the glaring shelter level 2 label, her pupils contracted sharply. Level 2 already? How long had it been? From level 1 to level 2. She knew what the chat channels looked like. Damn it, how are we supposed to play this game? My hands are about to fall off and I've only got 5 pieces of wood, still miles away from upgrading. Anyone got water? I'll trade you my girlfriend's stockings. The original ones. Anyone want to team up? I'm scared all alone. I think I hear wolves howling. No one else had even reached level 1, let alone level 2. This Chen Xia definitely had something going on. He must have cheats. Realizing this, Su Muxue wasn't frightened, she grew even more excited. Cheats were great. That meant he had far more resources than she'd imagined. She had to latch onto this golden thigh no matter what. She took a deep breath, composed herself, and sent Chen Xia another message, her tone even more fragile and pitiful than before. Brother Chen Xia, I think I have heat stroke. My head is spinning and everything's going dark. I'm not asking for anything, I'm scared and want someone to talk to. You're the only person I know here. If you're busy, don't bother replying. Please don't let me hold you up. She refused to believe that any normal man could remain unmoved after she'd gone this far. Yet, Chen Xia's chat window remained deathly silent, not even a punctuation mark in reply. Bastard. She finally cursed under her breath, unable to fathom where she'd gone wrong. Had her charm faded? Or was Chen Xia simply made of stone? Back in the wooden cabin, Chen Xia hadn't even glanced at Su Muxue's subsequent messages. He was cheerfully plotting his next move. Upgrading the shelter to level 2 had unlocked the binding function, good news. But upgrading to level 3 required far more complex materials. Materials needed for level 3 shelter basic wood: 400 solid stone foundation, 40 cement, 40 iron ingot, 40. Wood was plentiful, he could get it just by breathing. But cement and iron ingots, he hadn't seen a single piece of either. Relying on random drops from breathing would take forever. It seemed he'd have to obtain them from others. He opened the trading channel and searched for cement and iron ingot. Unsurprisingly, across the entire A1 region, millions of players, no one had listed either material. This meant these items were rare at this stage. Either no one had found them yet, or those who had recognized their value and were hoarding them, waiting for the price to rise. Troublesome, Chen Xia muttered, stroking his chin. Without a higher level shelter, he couldn't unlock more binding slots. Without binding more people, his power growth and resource acquisition efficiency would stagnate. It was a vicious cycle. He had to find a way to get cement and iron ingots. Just as he was pondering, Xixu's avatar flickered in his friend list. Chen Xia raised an eyebrow and opened the chat. Chen Xia, what do you mean by this? Chen Xia smirked. Teacher, you can't say that. You know the situation better than I do. I don't need to tell you how precious food and water are. Setting aside a bit from my own rations for you is already out of consideration for you being my little brother's homeroom teacher. You can't expect me to give away my survival supplies for free, can you? What would I eat and drink? We're all adults, we have to take responsibility for our own survival, don't you agree? His words were logical and grounded, balancing favor with reality, effectively cutting off Xixu's accusations. On the other end, Xixu read his reply, her chest tight with rage. She knew he was telling the truth. But knowing that didn't make it any easier to swallow. Yet she couldn't argue. Because right now she was desperately hungry and thirsty. Under the scorching sun, she hid beneath the bed, barely able to move. Her lips were cracked and her stomach burned like a furnace. Fine, Chen Xia, I won't beat around the bush. Name your price. What will it take for you to sell me food and water? Seeing the message Xixu had sent, Chen Xia knew the timing was just right. Teacher, you've misunderstood. My supplies are not for sale. On the other end, Xixu was stunned by this reply. Not for sale. What did that mean? What do you mean? You don't want to sell. Aren't you short on materials? I have some wood here, not much, but I can give it all to you. I'll trade all my supplies for one bottle of water and a loaf of bread. Is that acceptable? To survive, she could no longer afford to care about anything else. All she wanted now was to get food and drink to escape this torment worse than death. Chen Xia looked at her message and replied unhurriedly, Teacher, you still don't get it, do you? Wood. I can have as much as I want. It's valuable when I need it, but worthless when I don't. Food and water are the eternal hard currency, especially in the early game. Their value can't be measured by your little pile of wood. Chen Xia's words were like a bucket of cold water, drenching Xixu from head to toe. A deep sense of powerlessness welled up within her. Was she really going to starve and die of thirst here? Xixu refused to accept it. She was a teacher respected with a decent job in life. Her life had just begun. How could she die so senselessly in this godforsaken place? Then, what do you really want? Xixu typed the words with a trembling hand. She knew that by asking this she had surrendered all control to him. From now on she was like fish on a chopping block at his mercy. Chen Xia had been waiting for this. Instead of stating his goal directly, he took a different approach. Teacher, what do you think matters most in this game? Xixu paused, then instinctively replied, food and water. No, Chen Xia refuted. Food and water are just the basics. What truly matters is attaching yourself to a strong player, finding a patron who can ensure your survival. If you're alone, even if you're lucky enough not to starve today, what about tomorrow? The day after? What if wild beasts come out at night? What if the weather suddenly turns cold? What if you fall sick? You're a woman with limited stamina and energy. Can you handle all this? Xia had no retort. Because everything Chen Xia said was the truth. Without food, water, or a safe shelter, she might not even make it through the night. So teacher, think it over. After all this build-up, Chen Xia was finally ready to close the deal. He believed Xia was smart enough to understand his intentions. Sure enough, after a full minute of silence, Xia's message came through again. You mean? You want me? Chen Xia's parent, I'm your younger brother's homeroom teacher. I never thought you'd be this kind of person. Her tone was filled with uncertainty and a hint of wariness. Head teacher, you catch on quick, Chen Xia replied. He then pulled up the special binding contract from his system panel and sent a screenshot of the detailed terms to Xia. Special talent binding contract, Party A Chen Xia. Party B to be determined. Contract terms 1. Party B voluntarily chooses to attach to Party A, becoming Party A's exclusive little pet. 2. Upon activation, Party B shall receive Party A's protection and basic survival supplies. 3. Party B must be absolutely loyal to Party A with no acts or thoughts of betrayal or harm under penalty of system punishment. 4. Party A has absolute authority over Party B, and Party B must unconditionally obey any of Party A's instructions. Note, this is a one-way compulsory contract. Once signed, it is valid for life unless terminated by Party A. Please choose carefully. On the other end, Xia stared at the screen, dumbfounded by the tyrannical terms that were essentially an indenture contract. She widened her eyes and read it several times before confirming she hadn't misread. After all that talk, wasn't it just one thing? He wanted to F her. And this? This wasn't finding a patron, it was finding a master, selling herself as a slave without dignity. Chen Xia. Dream on. What do you take me for? You want me to be your beast of burden? I tell you, Xia would rather starve or die of thirst out in the wilderness than ever sign something like this. She was trembling with rage. She admitted Chen Xia was strong and had plenty of resources. But she had her dignity. She was a teacher, not a commodity to be traded. Signing such a contract to become his pet? Impossible. What if Chen Xia was a pervert? That would be worse than death. Watching Xia's fierce reaction, Chen Xia wasn't surprised at all. If she'd agreed immediately, he'd have suspected something was wrong with the contract. Teacher, you don't want to starve, do you? I'm just offering you a choice. Whether to sign or not is up to you. Take your time. I'm in no hurry. With that, Chen Xia stopped paying her any attention. He knew more words were useless now. Besides, he could only bind one person for now. If Xia didn't work out, there were others. It wasn't like she was irreplaceable. Giving her a few ham crumbs was already generous. He closed the chat window and took out a pack of instant noodles from his backpack, beef flavor obtained during his last breathing session. He tore open the package, put the noodle block and seasoning into a bowl, poured some water from a 5L bottle, boiled it, and added 2 sausages. Soon a rich aroma filled the wooden cabin. Chen Xia picked up a fork, twirled a strand of chewy noodles, slurped them down, and took a sip of the hot broth. Satisfying. While eating, he opened the World Chat channel. The channel was still filled with desperate cries. Chrysanthemum, easy, I can't take it anymore, I'm dying of thirst. Can anyone give me water? Why is water so hard to get? Can supply boxes really yield it? Let me help, low chance buddy. Your name and mine almost sound like a couple. Xiao Shui is wet, this sun is unbearable. How can I play with just a bed? Lucky I barely had enough wood to upgrade my shelter. I bet I'm the first to upgrade, right? Something sprays non-stop, help, there's a monster. The last message's ID instantly turned gray. Dead. The survival game had only just begun. Death would become the norm. He finished the noodles, drank the soup to the last drop, and let out a satisfied burp. The blazing sun still hung high in the sky, waves of heat rolling across the land. Chen Xia leaned back in his chair, idle and bored, and opened the chat channel once again. Messages in the channel were scrolling slower than before, probably because many people were too exhausted by the scorching heat to type, but their resentment had multiplied tenfold. Gowani people are going to die. What kind of crappy game is this? I've been searching under this blazing sun forever, finally found 3 supply crates, opened them, and all I got was wood and stone. Not a single drop of water. Shilinian brother upstairs, you're not alone. My lips are cracked from thirst. If I don't get water soon, I'm done for here. Zhejiang, anyone willing to spare a sip of water? I'll trade 10 pieces of wood. Please. Amidst the chorus of wails, a single message caught Chen Xia's attention and instantly set the entire chat channel ablaze. Don't get your hopes up, everyone. My awakened talent is data insight. I can see through certain hidden probabilities. I just used it on an unopened supply crate. Guess what? The probability of finding food and drinking water in this game's supply crates is a measly 10%. And that's for the lowest grade wooden crates. I haven't encountered higher level ones yet. Who knows if the odds are even worse. Wang Shigo 10%. Are you kidding me? I'd have to open 10 crates just to get one with food. Li Si, it's over. Completely over. This isn't a survival game, it's a disguised massacre. Where are we supposed to find that many crates to open? Zhao Huaizhen, I quit. Let me go back. I want to go home. Chen Xia watched the barrage of messages. A 10% chance was indeed absurdly low. No wonder everyone was howling with hunger. Searching for supply crates under 40 degrees Celsius heat consumed immense physical strength and water. If you couldn't find supplies, you were just hastening your own death. He glanced down at his system inventory. Dozens of bottles of iced cola, dozens of hearty wheat bread loaves, plus fried chicken, sausages, instant noodles, and fruit. All of it was obtained by just sitting here getting it for free by breathing. So tiring. Chen Xia closed the world channel, his gaze falling on the avatar of Su Muxue in his friends list. That woman had sent a bunch of pretentious messages earlier. Seeing he hadn't replied, she eventually went quiet. Since he had already cast the bait for He Sixue, he couldn't neglect Su Muxue. Chen Xia simply copied the same special talent binding contract he had sent to He Sixue and forwarded it to Su Muxue, adding a note: if you want food and water, sign this. Within 10 seconds of sending the message, Su Muxue's reply came through, her words dripping with indignation. Chen Xia. Have you lost your mind? You want me to sign something like this? Absolute obedience. No personal freedom. What do you take me for? Your slave. Do you think you're adopting a pet? So many guys pursued me in school, rich second-generation kids driving luxury cars and giving me gifts, and I never even gave them a second glance. Now you think a little bit of food and drink is enough to make me sell myself to you? Dream on. Su Muxue would rather starve to death, die of thirst, than ever sign this degrading shitty contract. Get lost. I'm collecting amount. This woman was still judging her current situation by the standards of the real world. Rich kids. Luxury cars. They couldn't even buy her a single plank of wood here. She had no idea that now, besides her pretty face, she had nothing at all. Fine. Have it your way. Chen Xia directly closed the chat window with Su Muxue and set her to do not disturb. He wasn't worried in the slightest. Time was on his side. With every passing second, hunger and thirst would wear them down a little more. For now he only needed to do one thing. And that was to keep breathing. Breathing was a skill in itself. The air inside the wooden hut was somewhat stuffy. Though the walls shielded him from the scorching sun, it still felt a bit dry. Chen Xia sat on the wooden bed taking deep, heavy breaths. The system notification chimes in his mind were like the most beautiful music in the world, ringing out every few seconds. Obtained basic wood X1. Obtained iced cola X1. Obtained solid stone foundation X1. Chen Xia watched the numbers in his inventory climb steadily, a feeling of pure contentment washing over him. Obtained wall-mounted solar air conditioner X1. An air conditioner. He quickly opened his inventory to check, and there it was, a brand new white wall-mounted air conditioner lying in a slot. The item description was crystal clear solar-powered air conditioner with built-in energy storage panel. No external power source or outdoor unit required. Hang it on the wall and it's ready to use with both cooling and heating functions. Chen Xia couldn't help but curse in awe. This talent was absolutely insane. It could even produce modern appliances like this. Without a second thought, he extracted the air conditioner from his inventory. A flash of white light and the air conditioner materialized in his hands, its weight considerable. He walked to the wall of the wooden hut, found a suitable height, and hung the unit directly on it. The back of the air conditioner came with a powerful adhesive device. The moment it touched the wooden planks, it was firmly locked in place. Chen Xia pressed the power button on the unit's panel. Beep! A crisp startup sound rang out. Immediately after, the air vent slowly opened and a powerful blast of cool air blew out. Chen Xia stood right in front of the vent, closed his eyes, and savored the refreshing chill against his face. The oppressive heat in the room was instantly dispelled by more than half. While others were digging holes or hiding under beds just to escape the sun, barely clinging to life, he was already enjoying air conditioning in the wilderness. This treatment was like heaven and earth apart. He walked back to the wooden table, sat down, twisted open a bottle of cola, took a big gulp, and resumed his grand task of breathing. With the air conditioner backing him up, he no longer found the situation unbearable. In fact, he even started to think this survival game was pretty interesting. Obtained basic wood X1. Obtained Durex Ultra Thin Condom 1 box. What the hell? He stared wide-eyed at the new little box that had appeared in his inventory. The familiar English letters on the packaging were glaringly conspicuous. What was the point of dropping this? Well, it might be useful later, but for now it was only good for blowing up like a balloon. Before he could even come to his senses, the notification sounded again. Obtained ultra-thin black stockings X1. Obtained forced disrobing card X1. Chen Xia was completely speechless. He extracted all these items and tossed them onto the wooden table. A box of condoms, an unopened pair of black stockings, and a card emitting a faint glow. This game system's drop pool was definitely bugged. Instead of dropping proper survival supplies, it only dropped this kind of random junk. He picked up the card and took a look. Forced disrobing card special item. Upon use, forcibly removes all clothing and armor from a designated target within a 10-meter radius. The target cannot dodge or resist. Single-use consumable. Chen Xia read the description on the card, the corner of his mouth twitching. This item, calling it useless wasn't quite right. In certain specific situations it could be a god-tier skill. But calling it useful, what was he supposed to do with it at this stage? Use it to skin a beast when he encountered one. He shook his head, swept all these bizarre items into a corner of his inventory and out of sight, out of mind. His primary goal now was to gather the materials to upgrade to a level 3 shelter. He had plenty of wood and stone foundations. What he was short on were cement and iron ingots. These two items were high-grade basic materials with a significantly lower drop rate than wood. Chen Xia took a deep breath, adjusted his mindset, and continued to focus on breathing. Time slipped by minute by minute. The sun gradually dipped westward, its once blinding rays softening into a warm orange glow, while the temperature over the desolate wilderness plummeted with alarming speed. Chen Xia had spent the entire afternoon inside the wooden cabin. He switched off the air conditioner's cooling mode, leaving the room at a perfectly comfortable temperature. Throughout those hours his breathing never ceased. As time wore on, he finally obtained what he had been waiting for. Acquired cement X1. Acquired iron ingot X1. Advanced materials had finally begun to drop. Though the frequency was excruciatingly low, perhaps one drop after hundreds of breaths, as long as they kept coming it was only a matter of time before he gathered enough. Chen Xia opened his inventory to take stock. He now had 16 units of cement and 10 iron ingots. Upgrading to a level 3 shelter required 40 units of cement and 40 iron ingots, still a considerable distance away. There was no way he could gather enough tonight. Still, he remained unflustered. He was well aware of the sturdiness of a level 2 shelter. As long as he didn't encounter any colossal beasts with devastating destructive power, ordinary wild animals stood no chance against this wooden cabin. The sky had turned completely dark. The wind over the wilderness grew fierce, howling across the barren ground with a mournful wail. The temperature dropped to just over 10 degrees Celsius, a stark contrast to the scorching 40-degree heat of the day. Chen Xia rose to his feet, walked over to the small wooden window and peered through the gaps. Outside it was pitch black, no moon, no stars. Darkness so thick you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Suddenly a spine-chilling sound shattered the silence of the night. Oh, it was a shrill wolf howl originating not far from the cabin. The sound was crystal clear. Chen Xia's eyes sharpened. He remained silent, standing motionless by the window, observing. Soon a dozen meters in front of the cabin several points of eerie green light flickered to life, the eyes of wild beasts. By the faint ambient glow Chen Xia could vaguely make out 3 massive wolves. Their fur was matted and their frames gaunt, clearly starved and on the prowl for prey. The pack slowly approached the wooden cabin. They circled the cabin, pressing their noses against the rough log walls, sniffing incessantly. The largest among them, the alpha, tentatively raised a forepaw and scraped vigorously at the wooden planks. Screech, sharp claws left white scratches on the wood, but they couldn't penetrate the thick log structure. The alpha seemed reluctant to give up. It moved to the foundation and tried to dig with its claws. But it encountered solid stone. Its claws scraped against the rock, producing an unpleasant grinding sound, yielding nothing. This level 2 shelter was like an impregnable iron fortress, shielding Chen Xia securely within. The wolves circled the cabin for over 10 minutes, realizing they could neither bite through nor break it, and finally abandoned the effort. The alpha lifted its head, let out another long howl, and led the other 2 wolves back into the dark wilderness, vanishing in search of easier prey. Chen Xia watched the direction in which the wolves had disappeared, then retreated to the center of the cabin. He felt the true malice of this game. The extreme heat of the day was merely the first filter. The freezing night and wild beasts were the real death warrants. Without a sturdy shelter, encountering a wolf pack on this desolate night would mean certain death. Chen Xia sat back down on the wooden bed and opened the chat channel. He wanted to see just how brutal tonight would be. The chat channel was in complete chaos, messages scrolling so fast they were impossible to read. Unlike the daytime complaints about water scarcity, the channel was now filled with desperate pleas for help and agonized screams. Help! There are wolves outside. Wolves are scratching at my door. I've got them too. I barely managed to trade all my supplies for wood this afternoon and upgrade it to a level 1 shelter. I thought the wooden planks would keep the beasts out, but one claw swipe from a wolf tore right through. Everyone, don't make a sound. Don't light a fire. Beasts are sensitive to light and noise. Too late. My door's been smashed in. After that message the player's avatar instantly turned gray, completely silent. The game rules had stated clearly the difficulty would increase dynamically and continuously. On the very first night they had sent out wolf packs, pack-hunting beasts. A level 1 shelter, that so-called flimsy wooden shack, was nothing more than a few thin planks cobbled together like a single-person outhouse. It might offer some shade from the sun, but to fend off starving wolves, that was unrealistic. Not every player would be attacked by a wolf pack, it was a probabilistic event. But with a base of 1 million players there were bound to be unlucky ones targeted. And those who hadn't even upgraded to a level 1 shelter forced to sleep on open-air wooden beds faced a grim fate tonight. He closed the chat channel, switched the air conditioner to heating mode and set the temperature to 25 degrees Celsius. The room quickly warmed up. He pulled a soft wool pad from his inventory, spread it beneath him and lay down comfortably, ready to sleep. The screams and howls outside served as his lullaby. Meanwhile, on a desolate stretch of wilderness an unknowable distance from Chen Xia was enduring the darkest, most desperate moment of her life. That afternoon she had been lucky enough to find a wooden supply crate nearby yielding timber. Combined with what she had traded with others, she had barely scraped together enough materials to upgrade to a level 1 shelter. When the crude wooden shack was erected she breathed a sigh of relief, believing she had survived the first day. But she was wrong. After nightfall the temperature plummeted. The professional attire she wore, soaked through with sweat, now clung to her skin like icy armor, sending shivers through her entire body. Worse still, she had been targeted by a lone wolf. It wasn't large, but it was exceptionally ferocious. It seemed to know there was prey inside the wooden shack and kept prowling outside. Half an hour ago the wolf began attacking the shack. It rammed its head against the walls and clawed at the wood. The planks of a level 1 shelter were far too thin. Under the wolf's assault the wood groaned under the strain, with cracks appearing in several places. Xia dared not stay inside, terrified that the moment the door was smashed open she would have nowhere to hide. Summoning all her strength she squeezed through a gap between the planks and climbed onto the flat roof of the shack. Now she was curled up in a corner of the roof, her arms wrapped tightly around her knees. The pounding from below continued. Bang! Bang! Each impact sent her heart racing violently. She felt the flimsy structure could collapse at any moment. She had not eaten a single morsel of food or drunk a drop of water for an entire day. The exhaustion from physical exertion coupled with overwhelming terror caused her vision to blur and her mind to grow sluggish. Bang! The wolf below slammed into the door once more. This time a sharp cracking sound echoed as a wooden plank was forcefully knocked off halfway. Xia let out a terrified scream, clamping her hands tightly over her mouth as tears gushed out like a breached dam. She had never imagined she would end up in such a predicament, like a lamb awaiting slaughter, cowering on a crumbling rooftop waiting for death. Chen Xia's face suddenly flashed through her mind, along with the special talent binding contract he had sent her that afternoon. No, it was called a pet contract to be precise. That afternoon she had felt the contract was an insult to her dignity, reducing her to a slave. She would rather die than sign it. But now, only by surviving could she have the right to speak of dignity. If she died she would merely become a rotting carcass devoured by beasts. Crack! Another piece of the wooden door below broke off. Half of the wolf's head had already squeezed into the house, letting out an excited growl. At this moment Xishu's psychological defenses completely crumbled. With trembling hands she fumbled to open the game panel and clicked on Chen Xia's chat window. Her fingers were so stiff that they barely obeyed her. She typed several typos before finally managing to send a message. Chen Xia. Chen Xia, are you there? Please save me. There are wolves outside, the house is collapsing and I don't want to die. I'll sign the contract. I'll agree to anything. I'm willing to be your little pet. I'll do whatever you say as long as you give me a bite to eat and a sip of water to keep me alive. Master. Please save me. Master, send the contract over quickly. Master, I am your. Time stretched into an unbearable eternity at this moment. Every second felt like an agony of torture. Below, the wolf had already squeezed most of its body into the house and was trying to leap up to reach the prey on the roof. Inside the wooden cabin, Chen Xia was not actually asleep. He had been lying on the bed with his eyes closed, resting, when a sudden system notification chimed in his mind, alerting him to a message from a specially followed contact. He opened it and saw a flood of desperate pleas from Xishu. He teacher he, oh teacher he. How could she utter such words? Reading the screen full of abject pleas, especially the last line mentioning a certain term, a cold smirk curled at the corner of Chen Xia's mouth. Indeed, when faced with life and death, nothing was too sacred to be relinquished. That afternoon the aloof teacher he, full of grand principles, was now willing to say such things just to survive. Without any hesitation Chen Xia sent the binding contract again. On the other side Xishu, still on the rooftop, did not even bother to read any of the contract terms. She directly selected Agree to Sign at the bottom. The moment she confirmed, a rapid series of system chimes rang in Chen Xia's mind. Ding! Detected target. He Xia has voluntarily signed the special talent binding contract. Contract activated. Binding successful. Congratulations player Chen Xia on successfully binding your first exclusive member. Current binding slots 11. Talent effect triggered. You have perfectly replicated the target's exclusive talent A-grade benevolent heart and skillful hands. Replicated talent effect amplified to 150%. Talent effect triggered. Target He Xixu's autonomous breathing will generate random supplies for you. Revenue collection has commenced. Detected that the bound member is in an extremely dangerous state. Do you wish to open a two-way teleportation gate to transport the member to your sanctuary? Listening to this cascade of notifications, Chen Xia sat up straight in bed. Success. Not only had he acquired an A-grade medical talent for free, but he also had someone generating resources just by breathing. This was a massive win. As for the teleportation gate, of course he would open it. He couldn't let his newly acquired pet be devoured by wolves on the very first night. Open the teleportation gate, Chen Xia murmured in his mind. The moment the words left his lips, a dazzling blue light suddenly erupted in the center of the small wooden cabin. The light spun rapidly and coalesced, forming an oval-shaped portal about 2 meters high and 1 meter wide within seconds. Inside the gate, light and shadow swirled, obscuring the view beyond, yet it emanated a mysterious spatial fluctuation. Chen Xia stepped down from the bed, walked over to the portal, and waited with keen interest. Meanwhile, on his Xixia's side, at the critical moment when the wild wolf below finally leaped onto the wooden bed and was about to pounce on the roof, a blue light gate materialized out of thin air on the rooftop before her. He Xixia had no idea what it was, but she knew it was something Chen Xia had conjured. She scrambled frantically, mustering the last ounce of strength in her body, and plunged headfirst into the blue light gate. The very next second after, her figure completely vanished into the portal. Boom! The Tier 1 wooden house completely collapsed. The wolf pounced on empty air, crashing into a pile of broken planks, and let out an enraged howl. Chen Xia stood before the teleportation gate with his arms crossed. Suddenly the light within the portal flickered violently and a dark figure tumbled out from within. Thud! The figure crashed heavily onto the hard wooden floor, letting out a muffled groan. After completing its task, the teleportation gate rapidly shrank and vanished into specks of blue light. Chen Xia looked down at the woman sprawled on the floor. He Xixia. Her current state was utterly wretched. Her once neatly tailored business suit was now covered in dust and mud, clinging to her body in wrinkled folds. The collar of her white blouse was torn open in a large gash, revealing patches of fair skin beneath. The worst part was her legs. The black stockings that had once encased her long, slender legs were now riddled with countless tears from her desperate escape and climbing, exposing large areas of pale skin. Her hair was disheveled and scattered, and her signature black-rimmed glasses were askew, their lenses smudged with dirt. She lay on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. The warm air of the cabin, set at 25 degrees, blew over her, giving her the illusion of returning from hell to the mortal world. She lifted her head with difficulty and through the blurred lenses saw Chen Xia standing before her. He looked down at her from on high, his gaze icy and indifferent. Chen Xia. Oh my, isn't this teacher he? How did you end up in such a state? If you had done this earlier, would you have had to suffer? Hearing these words, He Xixu's face flushed crimson. I'm sorry. She lowered her head, her voice barely a whisper. I was wrong. I was too arrogant. Please give me some water to drink. I'm truly at my limit. She had given up, struggling, completely bowing her once proud head. Seeing her in this humble state, the resentment in Chen Xia's heart finally dissipated completely. Still, since she was now one of his own, there was no need to make things difficult for her. To deal with a woman of such self-righteous pride, one had to utterly crush her self-esteem and make her face reality so she would obediently comply in the future. With a flicker of intention, Chen Xia summoned his personal interface. Player Chen Xia, age 19, strength 27, physique 27, spirit 27. Note: the base attributes of an ordinary adult male are 9 points. The player's overall physical fitness is slightly above average. Shelter level 2. All 3 basic attributes had been enhanced. It seemed He Xixu's attributes were only 7, which made sense since she was a woman. Chen Xia clenched his fist, feeling the explosive power within his body. He even had the illusion that he could kill an old sow with a single punch. This was the power of talent. And all of this came from binding just one person. If he bound more people in the future, his strength would continue to skyrocket at this terrifying pace. Alright, stop lying there. Get up. Chen Xia's voice was calm. He Xixia tried several times but couldn't stand. She hadn't eaten or drunk anything all day, and after the extreme fright she was completely drained of strength. I can't get up. Chen Xia looked at her pitiful state, her pale thighs pressed together, hands clutching her lower abdomen, and decided not to make things harder for her. He took out a lot of food from his backpack and gave it to He Xixia. Eat something to fill your stomach first. At the sight of food and water, Xia's eyes lit up instantly, a gleam that only appeared in someone who hadn't eaten for days. Forgetting all dignity and image, she crawled over on all fours, grabbed a loaf of bread, tore open the wrapper and stuffed it into her mouth. She ate too hastily, the dry bread choking her until her eyes rolled back as if she might pass out. Xia grabbed the water and gulped it down noisily. With the moisture, she devoured several large pieces of bread in just a few minutes. After eating her fill, some rationality returned to Xia. "Teacher He, how do you feel? The food here is decent, isn't it?" Chen Xia pulled over a wooden stool and sat down, watching her leisurely. At the address Teacher Xia's body stiffened noticeably. She recalled the parent-teacher meetings at school. Chen Xia's younger brother Chen Dong had poor grades and was a troublemaker, a major problem in the class. At every meeting she would summon Chen Xia to the office, her face stern, and scold him in the harshest tone, saying he failed in his duty as an older brother and that their family's upbringing was flawed. Back then she was lofty and held the power of words. Chen Xia was just a parent who bowed his head and silently endured her lectures. But now the tables had completely turned. "You. Don't call me that anymore." Xia lowered her head, her voice barely a whisper. "Oh. Then what should I call you?" Chen Xia asked deliberately. "I remember at those parent-teacher meetings you were pretty imposing, weren't you? You always tore me to shreds." Chen Xia's words pierced Xia's heart like needles. Her face flushed red and pale, consumed by shame. Yes, what right did she have to scold him so self-righteously back then? Just because she was a teacher. Now thinking back, she seemed ridiculous and pathetic. I'm sorry." Xia bit her lip, knowing nothing else to say but an apology. "I was wrong before, too arrogant. I apologize." "No need for apologies." Chen Xia waved his hand. "Since you've signed the contract, you're mine now. I can let bygones be bygones. But the address needs to change." Xia's heart tightened. She knew the real topic had arrived. She braced for the worst, her mind already wandering to what Chen Xia might do to her. Toy with her. Humiliate her. Something worse. She dared not think, but she knew she had no room to resist. "Then. What should I call you?" she asked, her voice trembling. Chen Xia leaned forward, slightly staring into her eyes, and said word by word, "Call me Master." Master. This title signified complete submission and possession, and Xia hesitated at first. "What? Unwilling." Chen Xia's voice turned cold. Master." Her voice was small, laced with tears, but she said it. "Louder. Haven't you eaten?" Xia closed her eyes, abandoning all resistance, and shouted in a tone of utter resignation. "Master." That's a good girl." Chen Xia nodded in satisfaction, stood up and walked over to her. Xia trembled in fear, instinctively closing her eyes and curling up, bracing for the impending storm. She had accepted her fate. As long as she survived even being treated as a plaything, she would endure. From now on she would be nothing but a dog. But the anticipated violation never came. Chen Xia merely reached out and helped her up. "You're filthy and stinking. Go clean yourself up. There's water over there. Use it sparingly." He pointed to a large bucket in the corner filled with mineral water that Chen Xia had acquired with great effort. Xia was stunned. "What are you waiting for? Expecting me to wash you?" Chen Xia shot her a glance. "No, I'll go right away." Snapping back to reality, Xia looked at Chen Xia's back and felt a surge of complex emotions, gratitude, relief, and a faint, inexplicable sense of loss. She walked to the corner and stared at the large bucket of water almost as tall as her calf, once again astonished. In this godforsaken place where everyone was dying of thirst for a single sip, he had a whole bucket of water. She looked around the room, sturdy wooden walls, a smooth floor, a table, a bed, and even a white device on the wall blowing warm air. What was that? An air conditioner. Good heavens. Xia's worldview was shattered. She had thought Chen Xia was just lucky with a bit more supplies than others. But now this was far more than a bit, it was like a mobile supermarket. She suddenly realized how ridiculous her earlier stubbornness and arrogance had been. Signing that contract wasn't an insult, it was the best decision she had ever made. Following a master like this, she wouldn't just survive, she might live even more comfortably than in the real world. How sweet it was. She unscrewed the bucket lid, cupped some water, and simply wiped her face and hands. The cool water on her skin invigorated her. After cleaning up, she approached Chen Xia. "Chen Xia, what should I do next? Address me properly." "Master." "What to do?" "Sleep. Sleep. Sleep." Xia was dumbfounded. "At this most vigorous age you sleep. What else?" "It's the middle of the night. What do you want to do?" Chen Xia said impatiently. "The bed is mine." With that he turned over, facing away from her, ignoring her. Chen Xia wasn't that eager on the first day. Too much had happened. This morning he was on Blue Star and now he was here. He Xia stood there looking at Chen Xia's broad back and then at the cold hard wooden floor, momentarily at a loss. But she quickly adjusted her mindset and moved to a spot beside some wool, settling down for a warm and cozy sleep. She just hoped she wouldn't be ambushed in the night. That night Chen Xia slept deeply. Though the soundproofing of the level 2 wooden cabin was mediocre, it sufficed to block out most of the external noise. Occasionally a few mournful screams drifted into the room, with the wind only making him sleep even more soundly. This feeling, it was quite pleasant. The next morning Chen Xia was awakened by the system notification. Ding! A new day has begun. The game difficulty has been dynamically increased. Notice today the wilderness temperature will exceed 45 degrees Celsius. All players are advised to take precautions against heatstroke and avoid prolonged outdoor activities. Notice new species of beasts have spawned in the wilderness. The danger level has increased. Please explore with caution. Chen Xia opened his eyes, stretched, and felt completely at ease. He glanced at Xia, who was curled up in a corner sleeping soundly. This woman had probably been terrified yesterday. Her sleeping posture resembled a shrimp, with her arms tightly hugging her knees, exuding an air of insecurity. Ignoring her, he directly opened his backpack. After a night of respiration, the supplies in his backpack had yielded another bountiful harvest. The total had increased by nearly 10,000 units. However, most of it was wood and food, along with some miscellaneous oddities. But the 4 basic materials needed to upgrade to a level 3 shelter were all collected with a surplus. Wood required 400 stone, foundation required 40, cement required 40, iron ingot required 40. Perfect. Upgrade shelter. Rumble! The tremendous noise instantly jolted Xia from her sleep. She snapped her eyes open, thinking it was an earthquake, but as she stood up she was frozen in place by the sight before her. The entire wooden cabin was shaking violently as sturdy stone foundations emerged from the ground, reinforcing and widening the original base by a full fold. Countless pieces of wood, cement, and iron ingots transformed into streams of light, dancing and intertwining in the air. The roof lifted upward and the space instantly became open and bright. The entire process lasted less than half a minute. When the dust settled, the original 10 square meter wooden shack had transformed into a sturdy stony and wood fortress covering over 30 square meters, complete with a separate bedroom and living room. Shelter upgrade successful. Current level 3 sturdy stony and wood fortress. Existing facilities: soft double bed, exquisite wooden table and chairs, anti-theft, ironwood windows, simple fireplace. Special binding function unlocked. Current binding capacity 1 note. Further upgrades will unlock more binding slots. New shelter effect: impregnable. All allied units within the shelter gain a 10-point increase in strength attribute. Note this is now a true home capable of withstanding most external dangers. Chen Xia quickly opened his attribute panel to check. His strength attribute had been forcibly boosted by another 10 points. It was now 37 points. Though it only took effect within the shelter, it was still acceptable. Chen Xia walked to the wall and, facing the structure built of stone and wood, tentatively threw a punch. Bang! A dull thud. On the hard wall he had actually managed to punch a shallow fist mark. Even Chen Xia was startled, in the past his hand would have been bleeding heavily. "Whoa, is it that powerful?" came Xia's voice from beside him. Chen Xia turned to see her staring at the imprint with a terrified expression. She too was shocked by this force. "What's wrong?" Chen Xia withdrew his fist and asked calmly. "Nothing." Xia quickly lowered her head. "Chen Xia, you're just too amazing." This man could not only conjure supplies out of thin air but also punch fist marks into a stone wall. Was he even human? Following such an existence, what more could she ask for? "Address me by my title when working." "Oh, okay, master." Chen Xia ignored her flattery, immersed in the joy of his surging power. He walked over to the newly appeared double bed and plopped down. So soft. This bed was 100 times more comfortable than the old plank bed, covered with a thick woolen mattress that would probably swallow you up when you lay down. Just then Xia was looking puzzled. "You feel it too?" Chen Xia asked. "Yes, I feel like my strength has increased quite a bit. This is the special effect of the level 3 shelter. Anyone inside will have their strength increased," Chen Xia explained simply. After hearing this, stars seemed to twinkle in Xia's eyes. "It could be like this. Just by staying here you could become stronger." Chen Xia got off the bed, walked to the window and pushed open the newly installed ironwood window. The window was reinforced with sturdy iron bars, allowing ventilation while preventing anything outside from getting in. Outside the sun was already high, its scorching rays baking the earth until the air itself seemed to warp from the heat. He casually opened the world chat channel. The wails in the channel were even more intense than yesterday. "Frustrated Emperor, damn it. This damn weather. 45 degrees. Is it trying to roast us alive? Why can't Pound be called Jean who has water? I'm about to dehydrate. I'll trade a bottle of water for this iron axe I just looted, okay? Covered boohoo, my friend was eaten by wolves last night, his ID turned gray. I'm so scared. Will I be next? Li Feifei, I just saw a new kind of monster near my shelter. It looks like a scorpion but is half a person tall and its tail stinger is made of metal. It's terrifying. As the game difficulty increased, more and more people would die. This was survival of the fittest, natural selection. He closed the chat channel, took 2 KFC breakfast sets from his backpack, tossed one to Xia and kept the other for himself. Eat up. Then get to work. Xia took the warm burger and soy milk and her eyes reddened again. Thank you, master. You're so kind. She whispered, then began to eat in small delicate bites, a far cry from the starving wretch she had been yesterday. Chen Xia wolfed down his own breakfast in a few bites, then said to Xia, starting today your task is to explore the area within 1 kilometer of the shelter. Explore. Xia was taken aback. Yes, Chen Xia nodded. Supply crates will randomly respawn around the shelter. Go out, find them, open them and bring the contents back. But it's dangerous out there, Xia said, a bit frightened. The chat channel said new monsters have appeared. What's there to be afraid of? Chen Xia glanced at her. Run if you encounter danger. Just wander around near the shelter, don't go too far. It'll give you a weapon. Ordinary beasts won't stand a chance against you. With it, he took a brand new iron axe from his backpack and handed it to Xia. This axe was one of the first items he had respired and had never been used. Xia took the heavy iron axe, holding it in her hand, and felt a little more at ease. Remember, only move within 1 kilometer. Don't go far. If you see a monster, run. Report any findings to me immediately, Chen Xia instructed. Master, can I skip it? It's really too hot. Master, please. Master, how about I give you a kiss? A pampered woman leads the best life. Xia launched a triple volley of coquettish pleas as she had come to realize that Chen Xia was actually quite handsome. Chen Xia told her to just take a stroll outside every day, then come back, mainly to check for respawn supply crates. If there were none, she could return. Yes, master. Xia nodded. Go on, take a look around. If there's nothing, come back. Chen Xia waved his hand. Xia gripped the iron axe, took a deep breath and pushed open the shelter door. A wave of scorching air hit her instantly, making her feel as if she had stepped into a giant oven. She looked back at the cool, safe stony and wood fortress behind her, then at Chen Xia standing in the doorway. Clenching her teeth, she stepped into the wilderness. After Xia left, Chen Xia did not remain idle. He first cleared away the construction debris left from the shelter's upgrade, then began planning the 30+ square meters of space. A small area partitioned on the left served as the bedroom, furnished with a soft double bed. On the right was the living room, complete with a table and chairs and a newly appeared fireplace. Although the weather was scorching hot and the fireplace was temporarily useless, it would be a lifesaver come winter. Chen Xia was extremely satisfied with the layout of this level 3 shelter. He sat on a chair in the living room, slowly sipping cola while continuing his breathing endeavor. Obtained basic wood X1. Obtained soft wool X1. Obtained fresh apple X1. With the addition of 1 bound exclusive member, he clearly felt that the acquisition of materials had accelerated significantly. Previously, notifications popped up every 3 or 4 seconds, but now it was almost every 2 seconds. Ding. Your exclusive member Xixia's breathing has brought you iron X1. Ding. Your exclusive member Xixia's breathing has brought you 500 milliliters mineral water X1. Double the joy, so simple and unadorned. Chen Xia reclined in his chair, feeling like a landlord who did nothing all day but wait to collect rent. Time passed by little by little. About 30 minutes later, the shelter's door was pushed open. Xia walked in from outside, drenched in sweat. Master. Look what I found. Xia returned in a state of extreme excitement. She didn't even bother to close the door before rushing to Chen Xia, holding a gleaming silver chest in her hands. A silver treasure chest. Chen Xia was also somewhat surprised. The quality of supply chests ranged from wood, iron, bronze, silver to gold. He had opened a wooden one before. This was their first time seeing a silver quality chest. Hurry up and open it. Chen Xia urged. Yes. Xia placed the silver chest on the ground and took a deep breath. A soft white light emanated from within the chest. Obtained antibiotics 1 box X1. Obtained wall-mounted solar shower heater X1. The antibiotics were life-saving medicine in this world. Without hospitals, an infection or inflammation could be fatal. However, both Xia and he possessed medical talents, so its use was somewhat limited. The final item caused both Chen Xia and Xia to freeze in astonishment. A shower heater. Solar-powered. Chen Xia pulled out the object, which looked like a large exhaust fan. Item: wall-mounted solar shower heater effect. Comes with a built-in solar storage panel capable of absorbing surrounding water molecules, making it your best companion for a comfortable bath in the apocalypse. Chen Xia looked at the item description, then at Xia, who stood beside him in a daze, and suddenly laughed. Looks like we can take a bath today. Hearing the word bath, Xixia's face flushed crimson instantly. She had only wiped herself down last night, a proper bath had not happened. But a bath. She stole a glance at Chen Xia, then looked back at the shower heater, her heartbeat beginning to race uncontrollably. Countless chaotic images flashed through her mind, her cheeks burning as if on fire. Was it going to happen? Was it coming so soon? She wasn't mentally prepared yet. What are you thinking about? Chen Xia, seeing her distracted look, knew this woman was letting her imagination run wild again. What are you standing there for? Take this thing and mount it in the corner, then go take a bath. Ah. Oh. Yes, master. Soon she finished installing the shower heater. The moment the warm water cascaded down from above, she nearly moaned in comfort. The fatigue, grime and grievances accumulated over the past 2 days seemed to wash away with the flow. She meticulously cleaned her body, leaving no spot untouched. After finishing her bath, she realized an awkward problem. She had no change of clothes. The professional suit she was wearing was already dirty and tattered, unwearable. Master. She could only call out softly from the shower area, her face red. What is it now? I don't have clothes to change into. Chen Xia then remembered that he hadn't prepared any clothes for her. He opened his backpack and rummaged through it. There were quite a few clothes inside, but most of them were strange items. After searching for a while, he finally found something relatively normal. It was a loose white shirt, the top from a set of men's pajamas he had breathed into existence earlier. He tossed the shirt over to her. Just make do with this for now. Shui took the shirt and held it up against herself. The shirt was far too large for her. When worn, the hem almost reached her upper thighs, easily serving as a makeshift dress. Blushing, she put on the shirt and stepped out of the shower area. The oversized white shirt hung loosely on her frame, its collar gaping slightly, revealing her delicate collarbone and a small patch of fair skin. Her 2 long straight legs were bare, peeking out from beneath the shirt's hem. Her wet hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and she had removed her black-rimmed glasses, revealing a clean and pretty face. It had to be said, Sixu's foundation was truly excellent. At school she always appeared stern and rigid, wrapping herself tightly in black-rimmed glasses and professional suits. Now washed clean of makeup and dressed in this casual home attire, she exuded a mature intellectual charm. Chen Xia was also taken aback for a moment as he looked at Shui before him. This woman, all cleaned up, was quite pleasing to the eye. A comprehensive score of 97 was clearly not given for nothing. Shui felt a little embarrassed under his gaze, instinctively tugging at the hem of her shirt, lowering her head, not daring to meet his eyes. Chen Xia decided to deal with her later. He needed to see how the other person was doing. In the list, Su Muxu's avatar was shining alone. This woman hadn't sent a message since he had rebuked her yesterday. Chen Xia was curious about her current situation. With a thought, he used the system's authority to check Su Muxu's current status. Target: Su Muxue, comprehensive score 96, talent A rank, fortunes favor, current status healthy. Checking her avatar, she also had a level 1 shelter and was in good health. Chen Xia was somewhat surprised. It seemed her A-rank luck talent was indeed something. Probably she had gotten lucky opening chests and obtained a pile of wood. However, that was all it was. Luck couldn't last forever. He hoped she could survive until he unlocked his second binding slot. He already had Shui, an A-rank medical talent, which was extremely practical. As for Su Muxu's luck talent, although he was still tempted, it was no longer an absolute necessity. He just hoped she could live until he unlocked the second binding slot. Chen Xia opened the world chat channel to check the current situation. He was surprised to find that Su Muxue was quite active in the channel. Ikuan, is there any big shot who can carry me? I'm starving to death. Will pay any price. Su Muxue replied to Ikuan, don't be discouraged, little bro. Hang in there, maybe the next supply chest will have food. Keep it up. Oh, by the way, if you have supplies, give them to me and it'll help you plan. Li Dachong, damn, this game is too hard. I don't even have an axe yet. My hands are all bloody from punching trees. He closed the chat channel. His shelter was already level 3, the next step was to push for level 4. He opened the upgrade panel to check the requirements for level 4. Materials required to upgrade to level 4: shelter basic wood x 500, solid stone foundation x 100, iron ingot x 100, steel ingot x 100, any monster core x 20, special building, wind turbine or solar generator, choose one. Seeing this long list of materials, Chen Xia couldn't help but gasp. The requirements were too high. Wood and stone foundation were manageable, he already had a decent stock and could slowly accumulate more through breathing. The 100 iron ingots weren't a problem either, just a matter of time. The most troublesome were the last 3 items. Refined steel ingot, he had never even heard of it. Monster cores, as the name implied, had to be dropped by killing monsters, and he needed 20 of them. And the final special building, the generator, this item could probably only be obtained through high-level blueprints or treasure chests of gold quality or above. Chen Xia opened the trading channel and searched for these items. The result was as he had expected. The entire trading channel yielded not a single trace. It seemed that upgrading to a level 4 shelter wouldn't work by just staying cooped up and working alone. He had to take the initiative and go out to acquire these rare resources. Since there was nothing in the trading channel, he had no choice but to try his luck in the chat channel. After a moment of thought, Chen Xia edited a message and sent it in the world chat channel. Chen Xia offering a high price for refined steel ingots, monster cores and generator blueprints. Interested parties please private message me. Willing to trade with any supplies such as food, drinking water, weapons, tools and more. The moment his message was sent, the world channel, which had been filled with wails and lamentations, fell silent for 2 seconds. Then it erupted into complete chaos. Holy crap! Am I seeing this right? Chen Xia. How is your avatar showing level 3? I'm only level 0. A big shot has appeared. A real one. High price acquisition. Big shot, do you still need anything? How about me? I can do anything. What the hell is a refined steel ingot? Never even heard of it. Monster core. I want to fight monsters, but I can't even beat a chicken. Big shot is awesome. We're still worried about a sip of water and you're already buying advanced materials. While most people had barely managed to upgrade to a level 1 wooden plank house thinking they could scrape by, he was already living in a level 3 stony and wood fortress. Chen Xia watched the scrolling comments and the friend request icon in the upper right corner began flashing at a terrifying speed. In just a few dozen seconds it had already exceeded 99. He clicked it open and saw a variety of application messages. User 7392 big shot. Please take me in. I can do anything, cook, do laundry and even warm your bed. Level a few small god Xia. Do you want a wife? My wife is right next to me. If you fancy her, I'll send her over right away. Elementary school is quite big, mister. Chen Xia, hello. If you need a servant, please consider me. Although I'm not strong in combat, I can play the zither to amuse you. Chen Xia was dazzled by the sight and decisively turned off the friend request notifications. The moment he showed himself, these people swarmed around him like flies drawn to a scent. However, this also illustrated from another angle just how lethally attractive the resources he currently held were to the ordinary players struggling on the edge of life and death. He ignored these messy friend requests and continued to watch the commotion in the world channel. Although most people were amazed and begging to be taken care of, some raised doubts. Wang Shigo, seriously, don't you guys find it strange? The game only started on the second day. How could he have upgraded to a level 3 shelter? This is definitely cheating. User 8848, I agree. Upgrading to a level 3 shelter requires so many materials, cement, iron ingots. We've never even seen these things. Where did he get them from? He must be using a game bug. It might already be frozen. Won't the officials do something? This kind of person seriously affects the game balance. I suggest we all report him together. Although he had posted the purchase message in the world channel, he hadn't really held out much hope. After all, those advanced materials were certainly as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns at this stage. Even if someone had obtained them, they would most likely treasure them as precious items and wouldn't easily put them up for trade. Just then Su Mushue sent him a message. Chen Xia, are you there? Chen Xia raised an eyebrow. What did this woman want? A few seconds later, Su Mushu's second message arrived. I saw you were looking to buy a generator blueprint in the world channel. I happen to have one. The message was followed by a shy emoji. Chen Xia's interest was piqued upon seeing this message. So she really did have it. This woman's luck talent was truly living up to its reputation. A generator blueprint, an item of extreme rarity, had actually been unboxed by her. Which blueprint? Chen Xia replied with just 3 words. It's the manufacturing blueprint for a solar generator, big brother. Su Mushue replied instantly. I got lucky today and opened a treasure chest and this came out. Hee hee, aren't I lucky? Chen Xia couldn't be bothered with her nonsense and asked directly, what's your price? Oh, talking about money hurts our relationship. Su Mushue began her act. We are schoolmates after all. How could I possibly take your money? However, you know, in this environment everyone is struggling to survive. Although I have a level 1 shelter, I still often go hungry. I'm scared every night and can't sleep well. It's really hard for a girl like me. Unlike you, who is so powerful, you surely don't lack food and drink, right? Chen Xia watched her string of preludes and cut her off directly. Just say it, how much do you want? Seeing him being so direct, Su Mushue stopped pretending. Since you're being so straightforward, I won't hold back. I can give you the blueprint, but I have a small request too. I want 500 buckets of instant noodles and 500 bottles of mineral water. I know you definitely have them. This little bit shouldn't be a problem for you, right? Seeing the price she named, Chen Xia was both amused and exasperated. 500 buckets of instant noodles. 500 bottles of water. This woman was really asking for the moon. Did she think he was running a supermarket? Although these things were indeed nothing to him and he could spawn them just by breathing, the question was why should he give them to her? It was just a blueprint. Did she really think it was a family heirloom? Are you dreaming of eating farts? Chen Xia replied without any courtesy. Su Muxue fell silent on the other end. She clearly hadn't expected Chen Xia to reply so crudely and with such a lack of consideration. After a long while her message came again, her tone filled with grievance. Chen Xia, how can you say that to me? I'm a girl, I mustered up the courage to trade with you. Instead of comforting me, you scold me. I have a reason for naming this price. This blueprint is so rare it will definitely appreciate in value in the future. Besides, I might get even better things later. Establishing a good cooperative relationship is beneficial for you too. At most 5 buckets of instant noodles and 5 bottles of water. Chen Xia interrupted her again. Take it or leave it. If not, get lost. Don't waste my time with useless talk. He was already tired of haggling with this woman. He wanted to make her understand who was begging whom now. The initiative was always in his hands. 5 buckets of instant noodles. 5 bottles of water. Was he mocking a beggar? Su Muxue was so furious at Chen Xia's reply that she nearly snapped the wooden stick in her hand. She had thought that holding the generator blueprint Chen Xia desperately needed, she could manipulate him and extort a hefty price. 500 buckets of instant noodles and 500 bottles of water, though steep, was certainly within Chen Xia's means. If the deal went through, she would instantly transform from an ordinary player struggling to survive into a wealthy woman with abundant supplies. With those resources, she could even accelerate her own development. But she never expected Chen Xia to be so unconventional. 5 buckets of instant noodles. Oh dear brother, can't you offer a bit more? No one else has this, and though I'd love to give it to you, this is really valuable. If you don't want it, I'll sell it to someone else. Is that so? Go ahead. Good luck. After sending the, Chen Xia closed the chat window and ignored her. He knew well that the generator blueprint was indeed precious, but the problem was at this stage who else could afford to use it? Even if Su Muxue sold the blueprint to someone else, they could only stare at it helplessly, unable to build it. A blueprint that couldn't be turned into a tangible item was just worthless paper. Why would anyone pay a fortune for a useless sheet? Su Muxue understood this logic too, but she refused to accept it. He was impervious to both soft and hard tactics. She refused to believe no one else would recognize its value. Gritting her teeth, she opened the world chat channel and, mimicking Chen Xia, posted a trade message. Su Muxue selling rare solar generator blueprint. The only one in the entire server. Highest bidder wins. DM if interested. As soon as her message appeared, the world channel erupted with chatter. Goddess, protect me. I'd be your loyal servant. How much for the blueprint? I have 30 pieces of wood, is that enough? Get lost. 30 pieces of wood for a rare blueprint. I'll offer 35. 35. Isn't that too much? Su Muxue read these private messages and nearly choked with rage. Wood. She needed food. Water. After waiting for a while, a seemingly serious buyer finally contacted her. It was a player named Lone Wolf whose shelter was level 2. Lone Wolf, I'm interested in the blueprint. Name your price. Seeing his message, a glimmer of hope kindled in Su Muxue's heart. Su Muxue, hello, you should know the value of this blueprint. I would ask for much, just 100 portions of food and 100 portions of water. She had voluntarily reduced the price 5-fold, believing it was more than fair. However, his reply drenched her like a bucket of ice water. Lone Wolf, 100. Are you insane? A blueprint that's useless right now, and you want 100 supplies. I'll offer at most 5 loaves of bread. Take it or leave it. 5 loaves of bread. Su Muxue was utterly despondent. Damn you, Chen Xia. She had tried to manipulate him only to be completely outmaneuvered. What should she do now? Keep holding onto the blueprint, waiting for it to appreciate. But could she afford to wait? Though she had upgraded to a level 1 shelter today, her food and water were nearly depleted. She couldn't guarantee she'd be as lucky tomorrow finding more food. Once supplies ran out, she'd be like those in the world channel begging for a single breadcrumb. At that point, maintaining her goddess image would be the least of her worries. Survival itself would be in question. Yet selling it to Chen Xia for such a pittance was infuriating. 5 buckets of instant noodles. This was a sheer humiliation. Su Muxue sat on the cold wooden planks, caught in a fierce internal conflict. In the stony and wood fortress, Chen Xia paid no attention to Su Muxue's predicament. He was in no hurry. He glanced at his Xue beside him. The woman in her white blouse swayed her long legs, stirring a heat within him. Especially when she bent over, the wide collar revealed a tempting glimpse. Chen Xia felt his inner fire kindling. Food had been eaten, a bath taken, it was time for more serious matters. Teacher Chen Xia called out, his voice slightly hoarse. Xia stiffened at the address and slowly turned around. She saw the look in his eyes, a predatory aggressive gaze like a hunter eyeing its prey. Her heart skipped a beat knowing that what was inevitable had finally arrived. What, she asked, her voice trembling. Come here. Chen Xia crooked his finger at her. Xia's heart missed a beat. She stood rooted to the spot, her legs heavy as lead, unable to move. Reason told her to obey, to follow any command of her master. But her instinct resisted, fearful. She was a teacher, a traditional conservative woman. Though she had accepted her role as a pet, when it came to the final step of sacrifice, she couldn't face it with equanimity. Her mind was in turmoil. Go. Or not. She saw Chen Xia's brow furrow, slightly impatience flickering in his eyes. Teacher, you wouldn't want to be eaten by wolves, would you? Xia's heart plummeted. Step by step. He reached out and gently touched her cheek. Her skin was smooth and burning hot. Why are you trembling? Chen Xia's fingers traced from her cheek down to her neck, pausing at her delicate collarbone. I am cold, Xia offered a feeble excuse. Cold. Chen Xia chuckled. The fireplace is blazing, it's over 20 degrees in here, and you say you're cold. His fingers traced lazy circles on her collarbone, sending waves of numbing tingles through her. Xia felt her body go weak, barely able to stand. Master. She wanted to speak, but her mind was blank, words failing her. Teacher, weren't you quite eloquent back at school? Chen Xia's voice whispered in her ear like a demon's murmur. Every parent-teacher meeting, when you scolded me, you were so articulate. Chen Xia, as the older brother, you must set an example. Chen Dong's poor grades are half your fault. Your family's parenting is seriously problematic. Chen Xia mimicked her tone, repeating her words one by one. I'm a good person. Back then you made me unhappy, now I'll make you happy. Teacher, class is in session. He lowered his head, granting her no chance to speak. Silence settled in the room, gradually, after an indeterminate span of time. Xia curled beneath the covers, her body utterly spent, as if every bone had dissolved. Not even a finger could stir. Her gaze drifted blankly toward the ceiling, her mind a chaotic whirlwind. It was over. Her 23 years of chastity, gone in an instant. Surrendered to the elder brother of her own student, 4 years her junior. Yet strangely, when the storm subsided, her heart bore not the crushing despair she had imagined, only profound exhaustion and a faint burning shame, and nothing more. Even had she sensed something else. The thought startled her so deeply it jolted her inwardly. Xia. Have you lost your mind? Stealthily she turned her head and glanced at Chen Xia lying beside her. He lay supine, eyes closed, breathing deep and steady, as if already asleep. The firelight from the hearth traced the sharp, elegant contours of his profile. She could not deny it, this man was undeniably handsome. And moments ago he had radiated raw, untamed power, dominant, irresistible. That overwhelming authority had terrified her, yet also evoked an unexpected sense of safety, the safety of absolute surrender. The absurdity of that notion made Xia shiver violently. Something was terribly wrong with her. Just as her thoughts spiraled, Chen Xia suddenly shifted position and opened his eyes. Their gazes locked. She flinched, snapping her eyes shut, feigning sleep. Chen Xia watched her long lashes tremble uncontrollably, and a faint knowing smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. This woman was intriguing. Moments earlier she'd fought with desperate, unyielding fury, yet later she'd yielded with startling intensity. Now, having finished, she buried her head like an ostrich. Truly a creature of contradictions. Still, one thing was undeniable, teacher, his figure was exceptional. Concealed daily beneath stiff formal attire, its allure had remained hidden until now. Especially those long sculpted legs, nothing short of extraordinary. Chen Xia felt every trace of fatigue vanish. His body hummed with boundless vitality. As he gazed upon the woman beside him, still pretending to sleep, a new thought stirred in his mind. There was something unexpectedly endearing about her, this duality. Outwardly a stern, upright educator, inwardly, perhaps far less conventional. Training her would prove delightfully entertaining. Enough pretense, he murmured, reaching out to gently pinch her cheek. Your lashes are trembling like sieves. Her body froze, she knew the ruse was over. Slowly she opened her eyes. Her cheeks burned crimson, her gaze darted away, refusing to meet his. Master, you're wicked. Elsewhere on the desolate wasteland, Xia sat inside her drafty wooden shack, trembling with fury. She had spent hours negotiating with prospective buyers, none credible. The highest offer came from a level 2 shelter player named Lone Wolf. 5 loaves of bread. 5 loaves for her rare blueprint. A fantasy. When had Xia ever endured such indignity? At school, wealthy heirs vied for her attention, gifting handbags worth tens of thousands, reserving tables at the city's most exclusive fine dining establishments. Moreover, her own family stood among the affluent middle class, her parents' savings exceeding 10 million yuan. Now reduced to pleading for 5 packets of instant noodles before someone who once wouldn't even glance her way. The more she dwelled on it, the angrier and more wounded she grew. She possessed an A-rank awakened talent. She was meant to be the game's celestial prodigy, the undisputed protagonist. So why had she fallen so low? All because of Chen Xia. Just as resentment boiled within her, a message notification flashed across her screen. Her pulse quickened, she tapped it open instantly. Had Chen Xia reconsidered? Was he prepared to raise his bid? A fragile spark of hope flickered in her chest. But the moment she read his message, that spark ignited into blazing incandescent rage. Chen Xia, is the blueprint still available? 3 packets of instant noodles, deal. 3 packets. Her blood pressure surged violently. She couldn't believe her eyes. That wretch. Not only did he refuse to increase his offer, he slashed it further. From 5 packets plus 5 bottles of water, he now demanded only 3 packets, without a single drop of water. This wasn't negotiation, it was humiliation. Chen Xia. You've gone too far. Her fingers shook with rage. What do you take me for? A beggar. 3 packets. Why don't you just rob a bank? Oh big brother, this blueprint exists nowhere else in the entire server. Its true value is beyond your comprehension. If you truly wanted, name a serious price. Yet Chen Xia's reply remained effortlessly calm, deceptively light, lethally precise. Chen Xia, oh. Then keep it. Ahawk. Unable to contain herself, Sumu Shui snatched a wooden plank and hurled it against the wall, venting her fury. You monster. Despicable scoundrel. Chen Xia, you're no human being. Tears streamed down her face. She couldn't fathom where things had gone awry. Why did her feigned charm and shrewdness crumble to dust before this man? How could he remain so utterly unmoved, so impervious to persuasion? Did he have no idea how vital this blueprint was? It was an engine, the very heart of mechanical advancement. After hours of weeping, Sumu Shui slowly regained her composure. Rage solved nothing. She assessed the situation with cold clarity. Chen Xia refused to buy, others lacked either the means or the will to pay a premium. The blueprint, if left unsold, would become worthless scrap. She possessed neither the materials nor the skill to craft it herself. Meanwhile, her supplies were dwindling dangerously. Today's stroke of luck opening a chest would not repeat itself daily. If tomorrow yielded no food, starvation would follow. Then even 3 packets of noodles might demand begging from others. No. She would never sink so low. Wiping her tears, Sumu Shui's eyes hardened with resolve. She would not yield, not yet. She would hold out. She would wait him out. She refused to believe Chen Xia could resist this blueprint forever. One more day of patience, and control would swing back to her. Yes. That was the plan. She drew a slow, steadying breath, recentering herself. She resolved until Chen Xia contacted her first, she would utter not a single word. Let him understand, Sumu Shui was not so easily manipulated. Though determined, she checked his chat window every few minutes. Why hasn't he replied yet? What is Chen Xia doing right now? Should I initiate contact? Inside Stonewood Fortress. Chen Xia hadn't spared Sumu Shui a second's thought. Leaning against the soft headboard, he indulged in his favorite daily ritual, breathing. Gained purple mood 1. Gained banana 1. Gained cucumber 1. Ding. Your exclusive member HeC Shui has granted you basic timber 1. What on earth were these? Yet since his bond with HeC Shui had deepened meaningfully, he sensed his innate ability had grown subtly stronger. Gained black fishnet stockings 1. Gained white over-the-knee stockings 1. Gained beige full-body stockings 1. Chen Xia stared at the sudden influx of stockings in his inventory, his eye twitched. What was this drop rate? His gaze flickered to HeC Shui's bare shapely legs beside him, and a bold, vivid hypothesis took root. He retrieved all the stockings and placed them neatly atop the bedside table. Tomorrow morning she would try them on. He inhaled deeply, forcing calm, then resumed his breathing. Serious matters came first. Materials for upgrading his shelter to level 4 remained desperately scarce. Gained solid stone foundation 1. Gained iron ingot 1. Gained universal beast trap blueprint 1. Blueprint. Chen Xia perked up instantly, opening his inventory. Item: universal beast trap blueprint. Type: tool blueprint. Effect upon learning grants mastery of the universal beast trap construction method. Materials required: basic timber 1000. Description: a miraculous trap requiring no bait. Once deployed in the wild, it autonomously attracts and captures medium to small-sized animals within its radius, indestructible, durable, and endlessly reusable. Note: even in the absence of wildlife it may still yield results. Chen Xia's eyes lit up instantly. An exceptional find. With this, a steady supply of fresh meat became assured. Though he currently lacked hunger, he had long craved savory unprocessed fare, his palate starved for variety. A taste of wild game would be pure euphoria. Moreover, the required materials were astonishingly simple. 1,000 units of timber. To him that posed no challenge whatsoever. Trivial, less than a ripple in a pond. Without hesitation he selected Learn Blueprint. A flash of white light surged through his consciousness, imprinting every detail of the trap's design and assembly into his mind. He summoned the crafting interface and selected Universal Beast Trap. Craft 10 at once, he commanded silently. 10,000 units of timber vanished from his inventory. Instantly 10 massive rugged cages materialized, crafted from thick seasoned logs and braided resilient vines, each radiating formidable sturdiness. The moment the final cage appeared, a resonant system-wide announcement echoed across every player's mind in Region A1. World announcement: congratulations to player Chen Xia for unlocking the hidden achievement, Novice Beast Tamer. As the first player to master hunting mechanics, you are awarded Whole Roasted Lamb Complete. May all players strive onward, explore boldly, achieve greatness. Grandmaster, holy shit. Holy shit. Did I hear that right? It's Big Shot Chen Xia again. Park Guochang Jr. Beast Catcher. What kind of achievement is that? How was it achieved? Big Beta, the point is the reward. A whole roasted lamb. An entire one. Damn, I'm drooling. Russian Nana, I'm practically drooling dry here, and the Big Shot's already eating roasted lamb. The gap between people is bigger than the gap between humans and dogs. Island's mom, whoa, I don't want to work hard anymore. Big Shot Chen Xia, are you missing a leg ornament? The kind that can act cute and warm your bed. The entire world channel, after a brief moment of shock, descended into utter chaos. Emotions of envy, jealousy, admiration, and confusion intertwined. The name Chen Xia on the second day since the server launch once again crushed everyone's understanding with an unmatched dominance. If yesterday his upgrade to a level 3 shelter only made everyone think he was formidable and unattainable Big Shot, then today this roasted lamb reward completely shattered the psychological defenses of all ordinary players. In a world where everyone was struggling to survive for a sip of water or a piece of dry bread, someone was already enjoying a fragrant roasted lamb. The impact of this contrast was devastating. Everyone shut up. Who knows what that universal animal trap is? It's mentioned in the achievement description. Right. It must be related to this thing. Who knows how to get it? Soon some busybodies opened the game's crafting list trying to find clues. Then they saw the despair-inducing crafting materials. I found it. In the tool crafting list, it's the last one. It requires a blueprint to unlock. Blueprint. How do you get a blueprint? No idea, probably from opening chests. But even with the blueprint, it's useless. Look at the crafting materials. Crafting materials basic wood x 1000. Oh. 1000 pieces of wood. When this number was announced, the world channel fell into an eerie silence. 1000 pieces of wood. For players who hadn't even upgraded their shelter to level 1, it was an astronomical figure. 1000 pieces. That would take forever to gather. Are they insane? Is this game even playable? 1,000 pieces of wood just for a cage. Now I finally understand why only Big Shot Chen Xia could do it. Who else could spare 1,000 pieces of wood to build a cage? Don't even mention 1,000, I can't even spare 100 right now. All my wood went into upgrading the shelter. Wuchuan Tianjia. Despair spread among all players like a plague. They finally realized that the gap between themselves and Chen Xia could no longer be bridged by mere effort. It was an insurmountable chasm. Inside the Stonewood Fortress, a massive whole roasted lamb, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, sizzling with oil, appeared on the wooden table in the living room. The rich aroma of meat mingled with the fragrance of spices instantly filled the entire room. What's that smell? So good. Hisishua was irresistibly drawn by the overbearing fragrance. Then she saw the roasted lamb on the table, larger than her upper body. This is. She was utterly dumbfounded, thinking she was dreaming. Just the reward I got, Chen Xia said, glancing back at her. Reward. Hisishua's reaction was a bit slow, but she quickly understood it was an achievement reward. ITLL, stay fresh in the game inventory. Well, have it as a late night snack. Okay. Hisishua nodded eagerly. This man was truly mysterious. It seemed there was nothing he couldn't accomplish. Upgrading the shelter, conjuring food and water out of thin air, and now even obtaining a whole roasted lamb. Following him, she felt she no longer had to worry about survival. In fact, she might even live a more luxurious life than in the real world. She suddenly felt that signing that contract wasn't such a bad thing after all. Could it be that Chen Xia's talent was related to the contract? However, she didn't dare to ask, but she guessed that Chen Xia's talent was indeed the contract. She glanced at the 10 animal traps in the corner. Can those traps really catch animals? Probably. Even if we don't catch anything, setting them up is no loss. It's just for fun. If we do catch something, even better. We can have fresh meat every day. Come on, let's get to work. Let's set all these up. Okay. Xia nodded. Chen Xia stuffed all 10 traps into his backpack, then pushed open the shelter door. Boom. A terrifying wave of heat instantly rushed toward them. The air outside felt like it was on fire, and breathing in brought a burning pain. The ground was cracked from the heat, and distant objects were distorted and blurred by the high temperatures. As soon as she stepped out, Xia felt like she was suffocating, her skin stinging. She instinctively wanted to retreat back inside. But Chen Xia, as if unaffected, strode into the hellish wilderness. His current physique was as high as 37 points. This level of heat only felt a bit warm to him, causing no real harm. What are you standing there for? Keep up, Chen Xia urged, looking back. Oh. Xia gritted her teeth and ran out after him. But after all, she was just a woman, and such a scorching sun was truly unbearable. After just a few steps, she felt dizzy, sweat pouring down like a waterfall. Seeing her on the verge of heatstroke, Chen Xia frowned. He thought for a moment, then took a parasol out of his backpack. This umbrella was something he had crafted earlier but never used. Its canopy was huge enough to shade 3 or 4 people. He handed the umbrella to Xia. Hold this. Don't let the sun solo kill you. Xia took the umbrella and quickly opened it. A large shadow enveloped her, blocking the harsh sunlight, and she immediately felt much better. Good grief, getting solo killed by the sun. But it wasn't impossible. She looked at Chen Xia walking ahead. His tall silhouette seemed so reliable under the blazing sun. A thought suddenly popped into her mind. She quickened her pace to catch up with Chen Xia, then raised the parasol above his head, shielding him from the sun. Chen Xia paused, stopped walking, and looked back at her. What are you doing? The sun is too strong outside, Xia said, looking up at him with a flattering smile on her face. I'll hold the umbrella for you so you don't get sunburned. Her eyes sparkled with sincerity. Chen Xia looked at her and his heart softened. Teacher, she sure knows how to play the game. He didn't refuse, nor did he say anything, as he wasn't good with sweet words. He just gave a faint and continued walking. Seeing that he didn't object, Xia felt a surge of joy. She quickly followed closely behind him, holding the umbrella high to ensure his entire body was in the shade. The two of them walked one after the other across the wilderness, forming a peculiar sight. Chen Xia was in charge of finding suitable spots, while Xia, like a devoted little maid, never left his side, holding the umbrella for him. How about we rest under that tree over there? After walking about 100 meters, Xia pointed to a lone withered tree not far away. I can handle this little task by myself. She was worried about Chen Xia getting tired or sunburned. Chen Xia looked at her, then at the leafless dead tree. The work wasn't that troublesome. All right. He didn't stand on ceremony. He walked directly into the shade of the tree and sat down on a relatively clean stone. Seeing him sit down, Xia breathed a sigh of relief. She left the parasol with Chen Xia, then braving the scorching sun herself, she labored to set up the animal traps. As a woman, Xia struggled to move them. She took the traps out of Chen Xia's backpack, put them into her own, found some spots, and set them down. Soon the setup was complete. All done. Should we go home or look for supplies? The sun's too strong outside. Let's go back. Chen Xia took the parasol from Xia and held it over both of them. Xia was stunned for a moment, looking up at him. What are you looking at? Let's go. Chen Xia took her hand and led her toward the shelter. Held by him, feeling the warmth of his hand, Xia's heart was as sweet as honey. Back at the shelter, Chen Xia immediately turned on the air conditioner, dispelling the stuffy heat inside. Xia let out a long, comfortable sigh, feeling alive again. Go take a shower and change clothes, Chen Xia said, pointing toward the bathroom. Xia obediently agreed, then suddenly thought of something, a mischievous smile spreading across her face. She ran up to Chen Xia, stood on her tiptoes, and quickly planted a kiss on his cheek. Thank you, master. With that, before Chen Xia could react, she blushed and ran into the bathroom. Chen Xia touched the spot where she had kissed him. This woman. She was getting bolder and bolder, taking the initiative now. Wasn't it just yesterday that she swore she'd rather starve and die of thirst than submit? But still, this feeling wasn't bad at all. A little adjustment to their relationship was nice. After all, they were going to live together from now on, weren't they? As long as she didn't cause trouble or make a scene, she could do whatever she wanted. He shook his head, a smile he hadn't even noticed spreading across his face. It seemed he was getting the hang of things more and more. After Xia finished washing, she changed into a set of white silk. Her style had completely transformed, turning her into a maiden type. Chen Xia spoke up. Next, we need to prepare for upgrading to a level 4 shelter. Upon hearing upgrade the shelter, Xia immediately became serious. Upgrading again. This was too exaggerated. Chen Xia opened the upgrade panel and shared the list of materials required for upgrading to a level 4 shelter with Xia. Xia stared at the long densely packed list of materials, her small mouth slightly agape, unable to close for a long time. This is way too much. Wood and stone foundation were manageable with Chen Xia's ability, gathering them was only a matter of time. Iron ingots needed 100 pieces, which weren't lacking either. Now even breathing could produce iron ingots. But the last 3 items were problematic, though likely manageable by tomorrow. Refined steel ingots. What is that? Xia had never heard of it. It should be an upgraded version of iron ingots, probably requiring something like a furnace to smelt, Chen Xia speculated. And monster cores. We need 20. Do we have to kill 20 monsters? Xia's face paled slightly. And this generator. She pointed at the last item. Can we really get something like that? Seeing her worried expression, Chen Xia smiled. Don't panic, there are always more solutions than problems. He paused, then continued, we're not short on wood, stone foundation, or iron ingots. Su Muxue has the blueprint for a solar generator. I'll make her hand it over eventually. Right now the biggest headaches are the refined steel ingots and monster cores. These 2 items are hard to get on our own in a short time, so we need a different approach. A different approach? Yes. Chen Xia's gaze sharpened. If we don't have them, others might. As long as we offer enough leverage, we can make them willingly hand over the goods. But wouldn't that require a massive amount of resources? It's for upgrading to a level 4 shelter and everyone else is only at level 1. Chen Xia gave a mysterious smile, then showed Xia his system backpack. Xia was utterly stunned. Her eyes widened, her mouth hung open, and she couldn't speak for a long time. She knew Chen Xia had plenty of supplies, but she never imagined it was to such an extent. This wasn't just a lot of supplies, it was a mobile supermarket. No, even more exaggerated than a supermarket. Which supermarket could have such an absurd inventory? These. Her voice trembled. This is just a small part. Xia felt her worldview was overturned once again. About me running a supermarket in the apocalypse. She finally managed to ask such a silly question after holding it in. A supermarket owner. Chen Xia was amused by her. No, I'm not a supermarket owner. Teacher, he remember from today on, we are not supermarket owners. We are the filthy rich. Yes, the filthy rich. In a world where everyone was starving, they were the true masters of life and death, the real filthy rich. I understand, master. Xia nodded heavily, her eyes shining with light. Good. Chen Xia handed her the cola in his hand. Now I have a task for you. Please command, master. From now on you will be the one to post purchase announcements on the World Channel. Say we are buying refined steel ingots, monster cores, and various rare blueprints at high prices. The trade goods will be these. Chen Xia traded thousands of units of food and mineral water along with 2000 units of wood to Xia. By me. Xia was taken aback. I'm too high profile. Chen Xia shook his head. Every time I show up, people swarm me like mad dogs. Too much clutter, it affects efficiency. Besides, I don't want others to know that these supplies are coming from me. You're different. You're just an ordinary level 1 shelter player. Trading through you won't cause a big stir, and it helps us stay behind the scenes. Xia instantly understood Chen Xia's intention. But how should I trade with them? How many supplies do I need to offer to get those items? I don't know the prices. You set the prices. Chen Xia gave her great autonomy. Remember one principle, we're not short on money. If the goods are good, you can offer high prices. Our goal is to collect all upgrade materials in the shortest time possible. But at the same time, we can't let ourselves be ripped off. Blacklist anyone who's too greedy. If it feels right to you, then it's fine. Okay, got it. Want another kiss? Xia said coyly. Enough, cut the formalities. Chen Xia waved his hand. Get to work. Remember, our goal is to gather all materials by today. Yes. Mission guaranteed. Xia nodded firmly, then immediately opened the World Chat channel and began composing the purchase announcement. Just then in Chen Xia's friend list, Su Muxue's avatar began to flash inopportunely once again. Su Muxue ultimately couldn't hold out any longer. The main reason was that she kept checking Chen Xia's chat window every few minutes, and she couldn't even wait until tonight. Why won't he reply to her? The shelter was as stifling as a steamer, she felt all her strength drained away, and even moving a finger seemed exhausting. She had come to a decision. 3 packs of instant noodles were acceptable, but she still wanted to negotiate. 5 packs of noodles and 5 bottles of water would be ideal. So she set aside her ridiculous pride and took the initiative to message Chen Xia. Su Muxue, brother Chen Xia, are you still there? Su Muxue, I've thought it through. I'll sell you the blueprint at your price, 5 packs of noodles and 5 bottles of water, okay? Let's be good friends from now on. Sumu Xue, can you be my male bestie? Sumu Xue, are you free to trade now? Inside the Stonewood Fortress. Chen Xia looked at Su Muchu's messages, a playful smile curling on his lips. Finally caved. He thought she might have more backbone, but it's too late now. He was no longer in a hurry for that blueprint. Because just now while breathing he had spawned something good. Item wind turbine finished effect. When placed outdoors it can continuously generate electricity using wind energy, providing stable power for the shelter. It is a crucial item for upgrading to a level 4 shelter. A finished generator. That meant the blueprint in Su Muchu's hands was no longer a necessity for him. With this thought, Chen Xia's mood brightened considerably. He didn't reply to Su Muxue immediately but leisurely opened his backpack and activated a special feature in the chat system, item display. This feature allowed him to show items from his backpack to the other party as images. He casually captured a small portion of his backpack inventory. The image displayed a mountain of various delicacies. Golden crispy fried chicken legs, steaming braised beef noodles, beautifully packaged chocolates, colorful fruit candies, and even several plates of sliced watermelon and cantaloupe exuding a fresh fragrance. Especially those fruits. In this godforsaken place where even water was scarce, fresh fruits were more precious than gold. Chen Xia sent this image brimming with sin and temptation directly to Su Muxue. Then he added a line. Chen Xia wants some. On the other side. Su Muxue was anxiously waiting for Chen Xia's reply. Suddenly the screen flickered and an image popped up. When she saw the contents of the image she was utterly stunned. She wished she could dive and snatch everything and stuff it all into her mouth. Chen Xia wants some. Su Muxue, yes. I want them. Su Muxue felt that Chen Xia might be weakening. He. She even started selecting supplies from the image. Chen Xia, you want them. Chen Xia, I won't give them to you even if you want them. Frustrating, isn't it? Chen Xia, I don't need your generator anymore. I gave you a chance before. You shouldn't be too greedy. Frustrating. And he didn't need it. Su Muxue stared at those words, feeling her mind go blank with a buzz. She couldn't believe how cruel a person could be. He had so much food, enough to last a lifetime. With just a flick of his finger he could save her life. But he refused. He used those things to torment her bit by bit, crush her will and relish her pathetic begging state. A surge of immense humiliation and rage instantly overwhelmed her reason. Yet following that a more complex emotion welled up in her heart. It was helplessness and a hint of a morbid excitement she was unwilling to admit. She suddenly realized that this man, though thoroughly wicked, possessed a kind of dominance, a capriciousness and a control over everything that was damnably attractive. He was like a lofty emperor and she was but an insignificant ant beneath his feet. She began to understand why some girls at school liked those seemingly bad boys. Because the feeling of being conquered and controlled was truly thrilling. What exactly do you want? Su Muxue took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, and typed out this line. She knew that Chen Xia was toying with her for a reason. He definitely wasn't just trying to enjoy her misery. Someone like him wouldn't do that. Sure enough, Chen Xia replied quickly. This time instead of text he directly sent a file. Su Muxue opened it and her pupils contracted sharply. Special talent binding contract, this thing again. Absolute loyalty, absolute dominance, unconditional obedience. This was clearly an indenture. Su Muchu's face turned deathly pale. He wanted her. No, to put it bluntly, he just wanted to sleep with her. And without any dignity. No. Impossible. Su Muxue replied without a second thought. I'm telling you, Chen Xia, I'd rather starve or die of thirst than sign something like this. She could grovel for food, but she couldn't abandon her dignity and freedom just to survive. This was her final bottom line. Chen Xia, fine then, bye. That's it. No persuasion. Su Muxue was curious about his decisiveness. Once it didn't work, he walked away without investing anything. Not even as an investment to pursue her. At this point Su Muxue began to waver. On the other side, Xixiu's trading debut had officially begun. She took a deep breath and posted her carefully crafted purchase announcement on the World Chat channel. Xixiu long-term purchase various rare materials and blueprints, focusing on refined steel ingots and monster cores, buying as many as available. Exchangeable for large amounts of food, drinking water and tools. Fair prices, honest trading. Interested parties please private message. And Xixiu's private chat channel, like Chen Xia's yesterday, was instantly flooded with countless messages. She opened it and saw that most were just curious onlookers or people trying to trade a few pieces of wood and stone for food. Following Chen Xia's instructions, she ignored these junk messages and began filtering for sellers who seemed more sincere. Soon an ID caught her attention. Lone Wolf, I have 10 refined steel ingots and 2 monster cores. How do you want to trade? Xia's eyes lit up when she saw this message. Here we go. The first big client. It seemed this person had some real strength to acquire such high-level materials. Xia didn't dare to be careless and replied immediately. Xia, hello, glad to trade with you. For 10 refined steel ingots and 2 monster cores I can offer 5 bottles of water and 5 loaves of bread. Does that work? On the other side. In a dim room, a burly man with a stubbly face stared at Xia's offer, completely stunned. 5 bottles of water. 5 loaves of bread. For 10 ingots and 2 cores the unit price seemed acceptable. Since food was a hard currency, he needed more to trade for wood and stone to upgrade his shelter. However, he had risked his life hunting 2 mutated scorpions to get those cores. The 10 ingots were found after digging all afternoon with his awakened grade talent mineral affinity. He still needed to haggle a bit. Eventually they settled on 6 bottles of water and 6 loaves of bread. Pleasure doing business. After the trade, Xia sent another message. If you have more of these materials in the future, feel free to contact us. We buy long-term at favorable prices. Definitely. Definitely. Rest assured, any good finds I get will go to you first. Lone Wolf's attitude toward Xia had shifted to utter respect and fawning. This was a money god. Completing the first trade, Xia felt relieved. She glanced at the extra 10 ingots and 2 cores in her backpack, filled with a sense of achievement. So being a rich tycoon felt this good. She immediately reported the successful trade to Chen Xia. Chen Xia, baby, I did it. Got 10 ingots and 2 cores. Well done. Chen Xia's reply was flat. Keep going. Our goal is 100 ingots and 20 cores. Yes. With Chen Xia's praise, Xia's motivation soared. At that moment, a player with the ID Calendar Immortal sent a message. Calendar Immortal, hello, are you buying refined steel ingots? I just happen to have 2. Xia's spirits lifted and she immediately replied yes. How do we trade? What do you want? Calendar Immortal, I don't need much. It's too hot outside and my shelter is dilapidated. I urgently need wood to reinforce it. If you give me 200 units of wood, these 10 steel ingots will be yours. 200 units of wood. Xia calculated in her heart. This price doesn't sound outrageous. Refined steel ingots are crucial materials for upgrading to a level 4 shelter, and their rarity is certainly high. Exchanging some basic materials for this is definitely worth it. Sure. Xia agreed immediately. Let's trade now. Okay, I'll send you a trade request. Soon a trade window popped up. On the left was the other party's item list, where 2 shining steel ingots lay quietly. On the right was her item list, and she carefully placed 200 units of wood. She double-checked the trade content, refined steel ingots, no mistake. She clicked the confirm trade button. The system prompted trade confirmed, waiting for the other party to confirm. Countdown 5, 4, 3. However, just as the countdown was about to end, the other party suddenly cancelled the trade. Xia was taken aback and quickly sent a message. What happened? Why did you cancel the trade? Calendar Immortal, I'm so sorry. I accidentally clicked the wrong button. I'll send it again and I'll throw in some other materials for you. Saying this, the other party sent a trade request again. She didn't think much of it, assuming it was truly a mistake. She quickly placed her materials and clicked confirm again. Trade confirmed, waiting for the other party to confirm. Countdown 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Trade successful. Seeing the trade success prompt, Xia let out a long sigh of relief. However, when she looked at the items in her backpack, her smile instantly froze. The backpack had some junk added and there was only 1 steel ingot, but her wood was genuinely reduced by that much. She had been scammed. You? Xia trembled with anger and she immediately opened the chat window for Calendar Immortal to confront him. However, the system prompted, the other party has blocked you, unable to send messages. Bastard. Xia's eyes turned red with anger. She messed up. The first time helping the master with a task, she got scammed. A whole 200 units of wood. While that might not be much for Chen Xia, it was still resources. It was her own transaction that went wrong. Carrying immense guilt and self-blame, she approached Chen Xia, lowering her head like a child who had done something wrong. Master. I'm sorry. What happened? Chen Xia put down the water he was holding, looking at her on the verge of tears. Xia recounted the entire experience of being scammed, her voice filled with regret. I was too careless. I didn't check carefully. I lost your wood. She had already prepared herself to be scolded by Chen Xia. However, after hearing her, Chen Xia showed no change in expression, merely responding with a faint "oh." This kind of scamming method is easy to fall for when attention is diverted. He had also been scammed in online games before. Even if it wasn't a scam, he didn't believe anyone had played games without being cheated. 200 units of wood. Is that all? Xia Hisiju was confused by his reaction. I thought it was a big deal. Chen Xia waved his hand dismissively. It's just 200 wood. Consider it paying for a lesson. Just be more careful next time. Hurry up, we need to upgrade the shelter quickly. Hisiju stood there in a daze watching Chen Xia's calm demeanor, her heart churning. At the same time a warm current surged from her heart. He didn't scold her, not even a harsh word, but instead comforted her. This was simply a rare good man. Clearly she was the one who made the mistake. Yes, master. I understand. Hisiju nodded vigorously, wiping away her tears. She returned to her position and completely blocked the ID calendar immortal. Scammer, just wait. Once I'm strong enough in the future, I'll be the first to settle accounts with you. She tidied her mood and plunged back into the procurement business. This time her gaze became incredibly serious and focused, ensuring to double-check every trade. A setback is a lesson learned. While processing the trade information, she secretly glanced at Chen Xia not far away. He was leaning comfortably in a chair, eyes closed, seemingly resting. The sunlight streamed through the window, casting a peaceful and powerful silhouette on his profile. Master. Hisiju silently recited this title in her heart, her cheeks slightly flushed. This title represented absolute obedience and possession, evoking both shame and an inexplicable sense of security. However, it always felt a bit odd. Too stiff, too cold, like an ancient slave addressing their master. Between them, they clearly had a closer relationship already. A bold idea slowly sprouted in her heart. After processing the last transaction on her hands, she took a deep breath, stood up and mustered the courage to walk in front of Chen Xia. Master. She whispered. Chen Xia slowly opened his eyes and looked at her. How's the material collection going? I've already gotten 8 monster cores and some other materials. It should be ready before nightfall. Hisiju reported. No rush. Chen Xia nodded, somewhat satisfied with the progress. Hisiju bit her lip, hesitated for a long time, then finally voiced her thoughts. Master. Her voice was as soft as a whisper. Can I call you something else? Chen Xia raised an eyebrow. What do you want to call me? The title of master feels a bit strange. Hisiju lowered her head, not daring to meet his gaze. It's like I'm your slave. Hearing this, Chen Xia's lips curled into a playful smile. Aren't you? It should say that in the contract. A single sentence made Hisiju's face turn bright red. Indeed, she had signed a contract making her his pet, his slave. I am. She softly admitted, then mustered her courage to look up. But we are more than just that, aren't we? I want to call you something different, just when it's just the two of us. Chen Xia showed interest. Oh. Tell me, what do you want to call me? Hisiju's face turned even redder as she leaned close to Chen Xia's ear and whispered 2 words that only they could hear. Baby. After hearing this, Chen Xia surprisingly felt a bit of enjoyment. It was true, the title of master felt a bit too rigid. As long as Hisiju didn't do anything outrageous, she could call in whatever she wanted. Suit yourself. Does that mean you agree? Hisiju was so happy she almost jumped up. Thank you, baby. Chen Xia baby loves you. Hisiju directly gave Chen Xia a big kiss on the cheek. Listening to this title, Chen Xia felt no aversion and even felt a bit sweet. It felt somewhat like a couple. Alright then, let her be. It's just a title. As long as she can obediently listen and work for him, it doesn't matter what she calls him. At that moment his friend list suddenly flashed. It was Su Muxiue. Chen Xia clicked to see, and it was the same old lines. Su Muxiue, brother Chen Xia, how about this 2 buckets of instant noodles and 2 bottles of mineral water for the blueprint? Wood is fine too. You really don't want it? Su Muxiue, brother Chen Xia, is it okay? Su Muxiue, brother, you're ignoring me. Chen Xia chose to ignore her without signing a contract. She was just a stranger. After sending, he directly closed the chat window. Meanwhile in the shelter, Hisiju was immersed in the joy of changing titles, walking up behind Chen Xia, extending her hands to gently massage his shoulders. Baby, are you tired? Let me give you a rub. Her voice was so gentle it could almost drip water. Chen Xia closed his eyes, feeling the soft touch and just right pressure on his shoulders, comfortably responding with a sound. This woman was becoming increasingly perceptive. At the same time, Hisiju was handling trade information while massaging. Thanks to Hisiju's relentless efforts and Chen Xia's massive material support, the resources needed to upgrade the shelter to level 4 were gathered before nightfall. During this process, Hisiju also took advantage of her position to secure a few small perks for herself. She traded a few loaves of bread with a female player for a set of unopened cosmetics and some beautiful clothes. When she showed these items to Chen Xia, she felt a bit anxious, fearing he might accuse her of neglecting her duties and wasting supplies. Unexpectedly, Chen Xia merely glanced at them and said indifferently, if you like them, trade for them. It's just a few loaves of bread, no big deal. Granted permission, Hisiju was overjoyed. A woman adorns herself for the one she loves. Appearing in her most beautiful form before the man she adored was an irresistible desire for any woman. All upgrade materials gathered. Upgrade to level 4 shelter modern 2-story villa. Upgrade. Chen Xia confirmed without hesitation. With a rumbling roar, a tremor more violent than any previous upgrade shook the ground. Xia tightly grasped Chen Xia's arm, her beautiful eyes filled with awe as she watched the spectacle unfold before her. The foundation of the entire stony and wood fortress expanded outward several times over. Countless stone, steel ingots and timber transformed into streams of light, weaving and reassembling at incredible speed in the air. Walls were demolished and rebuilt even faster, morphing into smooth white surfaces. The roof lifted upward and an entirely new second story materialized from thin air. The entire process was like a divine miracle. When all was settled, the sturdy 30 square meter fortress had vanished completely. In its place stood a luxurious villa covering nearly 100 square meters, 2 stories high, with a strikingly modern exterior design. Shelter upgrade successful. Current level 4 modern 2-story villa, area 180 square meters, 2 floors, existing facilities, luxury double bed, genuine leather sofa, LCD TV, fully automatic kitchen, separate wet and dry bathroom, central air conditioning. New shelter module, basic radar can detect all life forms within 100 meters of the shelter. Note: congratulations, you now have a true home. Chen Xia and Xia stood still, gazing at the villa before them, a residence rivaling the luxury mansions of the real world, and for a moment they were both lost in a daze. Baby. Are we really going to live here? Xia's voice trembled with emotion, she could hardly believe her eyes. In the living room, soft genuine leather sofas, a massive LCD TV, a sparkling crystal chandelier. In the open-plan kitchen, an induction cooker, refrigerator and oven were all fully equipped. Was this still survival in the apocalypse? This was clearly the extravagant life of a top-tier tycoon. What else? Chen Xia was the first to snap out of it. He walked over to the leather sofa and plopped down onto it. The soft texture enveloped him and he narrowed his eyes in comfort. This is unbelievable. Xia wandered around the villa as if in a dream, touching this and that, her face brimming with excitement and wonder. She ran to the second floor and found a massive master bedroom complete with a luxury double bed large enough for 4 or 5 people, a separate walk-in closet and a bathroom. In the bathroom there was even a huge round bathtub. Oh my god. We can take baths here from now on. Xia exclaimed excitedly. Chen Xia opened the shelter's attribute panel, his eyes fixed on the newly appeared basic radar module. Basic radar LV1 upgradable. Materials required for upgrade to LV2 basic wood X1000. Upgrade effect detection range increased to 120 meters. Chen Xia's eyes flickered as he looked at the upgrade option. This radar seemed like it could be upgraded indefinitely. Baby, come quick. Xia's excited voice called from downstairs. Chen Xia went down and saw her holding a remote control, pressing buttons randomly at the huge LCD TV on the wall, her face full of curiosity. The TV screen was playing some unknown nature documentary with astonishing clarity. This villa. It even has electricity. Xia turned back to Chen Xia, her face full of disbelief. Generator, remember. Chen Xia pointed toward the villa's roof. The generator had automatically installed itself on the roof the moment the villa was built, supplying power to the entire house. This is like a dream. Xia sighed. She collapsed onto the soft leather sofa, feeling the cool breeze from the air conditioner, watching the program on TV and completely relaxing. Not long ago she had been struggling for a sip of water or a piece of bread, hiding on a rickety wooden roof waiting to be devoured by wolves. Now she was living in a luxury villa comparable to a 5-star hotel, enjoying all the conveniences of modern civilization. All this change was because of the man before her. She looked at Chen Xia, her eyes filled with adoration and worship. But Chen Xia paid no attention to her infatuation, all his focus was on the radar module. Xia, how much wood do we have left? Chen Xia suddenly asked. Xia was startled and quickly opened her inventory to check. Since becoming Chen Xia's dedicated procurement officer, most of the movable supplies were with her. We still have over 13,000 units, she reported, an astonishing number. Over 13,000. Chen Xia stroked his chin, his eyes growing fervent. The radar was a strategic artifact. Being able to foresee danger and detect enemies in advance, its importance was self-evident. The current basic radar could only scan 100 meters, a range too small to be of much use. But if he could raise its level, expanding the detection range to several hundred meters, even 1,000 meters, then the entire area around the shelter would be under his surveillance. Any slightest disturbance would not escape his eyes. One upgrade costs 1,000 wood. That's too expensive. Xia looked at the upgrade panel a bit pained. In her view, although they had plenty of wood, it shouldn't be wasted like this. Expensive. Chen Xia laughed. In my book, any problem that can be solved with resources is not a problem. Basic resources like wood were as common as cabbages to him, he could have as much as he wanted. Using some cabbages to gain a powerful strategic advantage was a deal that paid off handsomely. Transfer all the wood to me, Chen Xia commanded. Ha! All of it. Xia Xue hesitated. Execute the order. Chen Xia's tone brooked no argument. Yes. Xia Xue dared not ask further and immediately traded all the over 13,000 units of wood in her inventory to Chen Xia. Chen Xia looked at the wood stockpile in his own inventory now replenished and without hesitation opened the radar upgrade panel. Upgrade. Consumed basic wood X1000. Radar upgraded to LV2. Detection range increased to 120 meters. Keep upgrading. Consumed basic wood X1000. Radar upgraded to LV3. Detection range increased to 140 meters. Chen Xia clicked the upgrade button frantically like a gambler with red-rimmed eyes. System prompts echoed continuously in the villa, each one signaling the loss of 1,000 units of wood. Watching from the side, Xia's heart raced, feeling as if her own blood were being drained. That was 1,000 units of wood. Enough for an ordinary player to upgrade their shelter from level 0 to level 2. But to Chen Xia it was just a matter of pressing a button. Too extravagant. Too wasteful. She wanted to dissuade him, but seeing his focused and almost manic profile, the words died in her throat. She knew she had no right to question any of his decisions. All she could do was trust him unconditionally and obey. Consumed basic wood X1000. Radar upgraded to LV10. Detection range increased to 500 meters. By the time Chen Xia had upgraded the radar to level 10, he had consumed a full 9,000 units of wood. The detection range had soared from the initial 100 meters to 500 meters. A circular area with a radius of 500 meters centered on the shelter was now under his control. The moment the radar upgrade was complete, a loud system announcement echoed across the entire game world. World announcement: congratulations to player Chen Xia for achieving the hidden achievement Radar Maniac. As the first player to upgrade a shelter module to level 10, you are awarded by Suishan Mineral Water X10. All players were stunned. Nai by de Shuezi Radar Maniac. What the hell? What's a radar? 30-year mortgage bearer shelter module. What's that? I don't have one. Don't eat cilantro, the important thing is the reward. 10 barrels of Bisuishan. Barreled water. I haven't even seen bottled water. Don't play basketball. What new trick has Big Shot Chen Xia come up with? How does he do it? We're still living in wooden shacks and he's already tinkering with modules. Schweb, I report. I demand an official investigation. This is definitely cheating. There's no way to level up this fast. Doubts, exclamations and curses rose and fell in the world channel. The name Chen Xia had become an insurmountable mountain in the hearts of all players, crushing them with its weight. Meanwhile, back in the villa, Xia Xue was completely numb. She looked at Chen Xia and murmured, "Baby. Are we really here to survive? I feel like I'm playing a simulation management game." Chen Xia didn't answer her. He opened the shelter's upgrade panel to check the conditions for upgrading to level 5. Materials required to upgrade to level 5: shelter basic wood X2000, solid stone foundation X200, refined steel ingot X200, glass X50, universal temperature control external unit X1, fire monster core X20. Looking at this list of materials, even more outrageous than the level 4 shelter's requirements, he set himself a goal. Get all this done by tomorrow. Just then he seemed to breathe in something incredible. Instinctively he opened his backpack. When he saw the 2 new items inside, his pupils contracted sharply. Obtained Desert Eagle handgun X1, obtained 50 AE Magnum bullets X7. A gun. It was actually a gun. Chen Xia's heart began to pound uncontrollably. He immediately retrieved the silver pistol brimming with metallic texture and violent aesthetics from his backpack. This was a Desert Eagle. This was the ultimate truth. Wow, baby, besides the pistol you came with, you managed to get another one. Xia, standing nearby, also saw what Chen Xia was holding and couldn't help exclaiming in surprise. This was a true firearm. Chen Xia unloaded the magazine, revealing 7 gleaming thumb-sized bullets resting quietly inside. 50 AE Magnum rounds. Only 7 rounds. Chen Xia frowned slightly. The bullets were still too few, each one had to be used at the critical moment. He reloaded the magazine, pulled the slide, and the crisp metallic click echoed pleasantly through the quiet villa. An unprecedented surge of power welled up within him. Baby, you know how to use a gun? Xia asked curiously, watching his practiced grip. I've seen some videos online. Chen Xia made up an excuse on the spot. Xia nodded, vaguely, admiration for him deepening in her eyes. Just as Chen Xia was familiarizing himself with the new weapon, an abrupt system announcement echoed throughout the entire A1 zone. World announcement: attention all players. Tonight at midnight the first server-wide random event will be triggered. Random events are divided into 4 tiers: red, yellow, blue and green. There is a low probability of triggering one each day. Green event: safe. You will survive the night unscathed. Blue event: minor trouble. You may encounter some trivial issues. Yellow event dangerous. You will face a severe challenge with a certain risk of death. Red event certain death. You will encounter insurmountable despair, please write your last words in advance. The event tier will be randomly drawn by the system with each tier having a 25 probability. Good luck players. The announcement instantly set the world channel ablaze. Random event. What the hell? And it's tiered. A 25% chance of certain death. Is this something a sane person would design? The game company must be desperate for money. It's over, my luck is always terrible. I'll definitely draw red. I don't want to die. Ha, I've got the winning touch. I won 50 million in my past life. Come on, let me draw a green one. To the guy above, hey, race a red for you. It seemed that to survive one needed not just strength but also luck. Baby. Will we draw a red event? He see you asked uncertainly. What's there to fear? His voice was calm but carried a reassuring power. Even if it's a red event or even if the sky falls, I'll shoot it back with one bullet. With me here you won't die. Wow, impressive. Baby's gun is really something. Watching Chen Xia's confident demeanor, he Yu's fear truly began to dissipate. Yes, what was she afraid of? This man had even gotten his hands on a gun, what couldn't he do? You're being a bit cheeky. Whether my gun is tough you'll find out tonight. He suddenly felt a tightness somewhere, she hoped Chen Xia was talking about monsters. Meanwhile in the wooden cabin Su Mushue was nibbling on bread, the most delicious meal she'd ever had. When she saw the world announcement she was startled too. A random event. A chance of certain death. She instinctively clenched her fists and began to pray. She was a favored child with an rank luck talent, luck had always been her greatest asset. She was sure to draw a green event. As for Chen Xia, Su Much's lips curled into a cold smirk. Let him be smug. Let him be arrogant. Hopefully he'd draw red event and get killed by a monster. Then who in this world could compete with her? She cursed maliciously while waiting for midnight to arrive. Time ticked by. When the clock's hand struck midnight, all players' system panels flashed with light simultaneously. Su Mushue eagerly opened her panel. When she saw the blue icon displayed, she let out a long sigh of relief. Your drawn random event is blue. Perfect. Just a minor trouble. She relaxed and couldn't help gloating, wondering what Chen Xia had drawn. Meanwhile in the luxurious villa, Chen Xia and He Yue also looked at the system panel. He Yue volunteered to draw for them. Chen Xia agreed. Your drawn random event is red. 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 Damn, what awful luck I have. Her voice was filled with helplessness. It's a certain death event. A red event. How interesting. His tone held not fear but a hint of excitement. Baby sigh, my luck really isn't good. It doesn't matter, your hands aren't for drawing prizes, they're for playing with the joystick. And besides, just because the system says certain death does it have to be? Chen Xia sneered, weighing the desert eagle in his hand. Rules are meant to be broken. He led He Yue to the master bedroom on the second floor. Stay here and turn off all the lights. Chen Xia pointed to the radar display in the corner. You'll be my eyes. Watch the radar and tell me which direction it comes from and how fast it's moving. He Yue nodded and Chen Xia went to the second floor balcony to wait quietly. Time passed. The villa was eerily silent, broken only by their tense heartbeats. The radar screen remained calm with no red dots appearing. Not here yet. He Yu's voice came. Don't rush. Be patient. Chen Xia's voice was steady. He knew that the stronger the hunter, the more patient it was. A few more minutes passed. Suddenly, at the very edge of the radar screen, a glaring red dot appeared without warning. It's here. He Yu's startled cry rang out. To the south. 500 meters away. Chen Xia's eyes sharpened instantly. How fast is it moving? Very fast. Extremely fast. He Yu's voice was filled with terror. It's charging straight at us. 450 meters. 400 meters. Oh my god, it's too fast. Chen Xia's heart sank slightly. Covering 100 meters in just a few seconds, this speed far exceeded any known terrestrial creature on Earth. 300 meters. He Yu's voice turned shrill. It's jumping. It jumps 50 or 60 meters in one go. Like a cannonball. Jumping forward. A terrifying image instantly formed in Chen Xia's mind. He held his breath, crouched lower and stared intently at the pitch-black wilderness outside the window. 150 meters. 100 meters. It's at the building. He Yu's voice was now tinged with tears. Chen Xia could even hear a whooshing sound outside, the noise of something moving at high-speed friction against the air. Suddenly. Boom. A deafening crash came from the villa's roof, shaking the entire building violently as if it had been hit by a speeding truck. It's attacking the roof. He screamed. Chen Xia's heart was in his throat. Though the level 4 shelter was sturdy, he wasn't sure if it could withstand the monster's assault. Bang. 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 More intense impacts followed on the roof. Just then a shadow like a specter flashed past the window before Chen Xia. Then came the shattering crash of glass. Crash. The reinforced glass window on the other side of the living room, made of special materials, was smashed into a massive hole. A pitch-black monster with disproportionately long thin limbs and hooked barbs at the joints tumbled in through the broken window. It landed with a bone-grinding screech and slowly lifted its head. Its face was indescribable, no features, only a constantly opening and closing maw filled with razor-sharp teeth. A pair of crimson eyes gleamed with bloodlust in the darkness. A zombie. Though different from movie depictions, it was definitely a zombie. And a speed-specialized mutant zombie. After adjusting to the indoor environment, its crimson gaze locked onto Chen Xia. Roar. An inhuman howl erupted from its maw. The next second its figure vanished from where it stood. Too fast. The figure of that speed-type zombie turned into a black lightning bolt in Chen Xia's pupils. The instant it launched its attack, every hair on Chen Xia's body stood on end, a deadly sense of crisis enveloping his heart. For any ordinary person facing such unimaginable speed, they would likely be torn to shreds without even a moment to react. But Chen Xia was no ordinary man. After being strengthened, his strength, physique and neural reaction speed had all far surpassed those of a normal human. In the nick of time, as the zombie lunged, Chen Xia's body, relying almost purely on combat instinct, rolled violently to the side. With a tearing sound, the genuine leather sofa was slashed open by the zombie's blade-like claws, leaving 5 gashes deep enough to see the bone stuffing bursting out. That was close. Chen Xia broke out in a cold sweat. If he had been even 0.1 second slower, it would have been him lying there disemboweled. With a furious roar, the zombie, enraged by its missed strike, locked its bloodshot eyes on Chen Xia and lunged again, turning into a blur. Chen Xia dared not confront it head-on, relying solely on his superhuman reflexes to dodge clumsily. With a loud crash, the furniture behind him was sent flying as he barely evaded. This monster was also terrifyingly strong. As he dodged, Chen Xia's mind raced. No. He couldn't stay on the defensive like this. This thing was too fast. In such a cramped space, his aim wasn't good enough. Once it got close, even his enhanced physique couldn't withstand those sharp claws. He had to find a way to create distance, or create an opening to make it pause. He Xue. Make some noise. Lure it away. He Xue was watching through the radar screen, 2 dots, 1 red 1 green, representing Chen Xia, in a frantic chase and dodge, her heart pounding. Hearing Chen Xia's shout, she didn't hesitate for a second. Though terrified, she knew this was the one thing she could do for him now. She looked around and spotted a newly spawned hefty crystal lamp on the bedside table in the bedroom. Grabbing it, she hurled it with all her strength toward the center of the living room downstairs. The clatter echoed piercingly through the silent villa. Sure enough, the zombie chasing Chen Xia abruptly halted, its faceless head turning mechanically toward the source of the sound. For a mindless monster driven solely by instinct, loud noises and moving objects were far more enticing than a stationary target. It froze for a moment as if searching for He Xue. Now. Chen Xia had been waiting for this chance. The moment its hideous back was fully exposed to him, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Without a second thought, he rolled out from behind the sofa, steadied himself and raised the Desert Eagle. Aim. Breathe. Pull the trigger. A deafening gunshot erupted, thundering through the entire villa. A bullet thicker than a thumb. 50 magnum round, spinning and howling, carved a deadly trajectory and struck the zombie's hindbrain with precision as it climbed upward. With a sickening splat like a ripe watermelon smashed by a hammer, the zombie's head exploded in an instant. Red, white, black. Indescribable fluids and tissue splattered in all directions, coating the walls and ceiling in a grotesque bloody scene. The headless corpse twitched twice against the wall, then slumped backward, landing with a heavy thud on the living room floor. For a moment the world fell silent. The roar of the gunshot still echoed in Chen Xia's ears. Was it dead? He didn't dare let his guard down, keeping his gun trained on the corpse. He Xue then rushed out, axe in hand, and began hacking wildly at the zombie. Still pretending to be dead. Just then the headless body on the ground began to dissolve visibly into wisps of black smoke, vanishing into the air. In the end, only a fist-sized stone remained. Killed Swift Ripper speed-type zombie obtained Monster Core X1 victory. They had survived what seemed like a certain death event. Just as he bent down to pick up the Monster Core. World announcement: congratulations to player Chen Xia for being the first in this region to successfully kill a zombie-type creature. Achieved the unique hidden achievement Zombie Slayer. Achievement reward: high strength steel spike wall 10 meters x1. The echo of the gunshot still reverberated through the villa. Xia stared at the headless corpse on the floor, its body already dissolving into black smoke, then turned to Chen Xia, tall, poised and still holding the firearm, her mind utterly stunned. Was it truly over? The system's announcement had labeled this a certain death event, yet it seemed utterly powerless. "Baby, you scared me half to death," she exclaimed, then added with unrestrained admiration, "but your aim was incredible, so precise, so flawless." Chen Xia holstered his Desert Eagle, mildly surprised that even hitting a stationary target had earned such effusive praise, yet he accepted the emotional validation without hesitation. "Ha ha. I've trained extensively. Wherever I aim, I strike. Point and shoot. Oh. Wherever you aim, you strike exactly there. How intense is that?" Xia asked, astonished, and unconsciously straightened her posture, lifting her chest slightly. "How about here?" Meanwhile, the global chat channel erupted in shock. Chen Xia had resolved the Crimson Tier event astonishingly fast. This was by far the most difficult event currently active. "I'm playing cucumbers in my bedroom, no way, I'm not hallucinating, am I? It's Chen Xia again, solved the Crimson event. Just now green, blue and yellow events were all resolved, but he took on the Crimson one. A 19-year-old girl offered seats on the bus. Isn't the Crimson event guaranteed to kill you? Whoa, this guy's legit. He's racked up more achievements than anyone else these past few days. Debata zombies. There are zombies in this game. Damn it, I thought extreme heat and wild beasts were the biggest threats. Can't go a day without directing, the key is the kill." The expert didn't just survive, he turned the tables on the monster within a certain death event. Is that even plausible? It defies reason. Quanyamoga Master, you're awe-inspiring. Truly magnificent. Does the master need a devoted admirer who chants 666 on command? I love my cousin. All I want to know is what exactly is this high-strength steel-spiked wall? Sounds incredibly impressive. Possibly already chilled. Master, could you deploy the wall for us, just once, to let us behold it? Please, let us witness this divine artifact. Across the entire world, channel collective dread toward the Crimson event dissolved instantly, replaced by stunned reverence for Chen Xia. Inside the villa, Chen Xia scrolled through the cascading messages, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. Then he opened his inventory and examined the newly acquired item, the high-strength steel-spiked wall. Item: high-strength steel-spiked wall, 10 meters. Type: special structure. Effect: 10 meters tall, half a meter thick, circular in form. Upon activation, it manifests automatically around the shelter as its center. Effectively withstands assaults from most hostile entities. Description: security, this simple. An excellent acquisition. Chen Xia's eyes gleamed with delight. He'd been fretting over his sprawling villa, a conspicuous target inviting danger. Though his level 4 shelter was inherently robust, the intruder had vaulted directly inside, an outcome no one could have foreseen. With this wall, everything changed. 10 meters high, half a meter thick, studded with lethal steel spikes, it was nothing short of a miniature fortress wall. Henceforth, even the fiercest monsters would be left glaring helplessly from beyond its perimeter, unable to so much as graze the villa's outer walls. Deploy. Chen Xia activated it without hesitation. A deep thunderous rumble, more resonant than the shelter's prior upgrade, shook the grounds outside. Startled, Xia rushed to the window and peered out. Before her eyes, a colossal ring-shaped shadow surged upward from the earth, centered precisely on the villa. It was a towering wall forged from dense cold metal, shimmering with an ominous glacial luster. Its surface bristled with razor-sharp steel spines, each catching the moonlight with a chilling predatory gleam, encircling the entire villa in an impenetrable sovereign embrace. My heavens! Xia stood agape, utterly spellbound by the spectacle. With this safeguard, she felt she could sleep bareskinned in the villa, utterly unafraid. Chen Xia nodded in quiet satisfaction. The sense of security was indeed absolute. At that very moment, he sensed something subtly new in his own breath. Instinctively, he opened his inventory and froze upon seeing the unfamiliar item now nestled within. Item: Goddess's Wardrobe. Type: special shelter module. Effect: can be installed onto any shelter wall, generating an independent dressing chamber. Description: every woman dreams of possessing her own private wardrobe, doesn't she? Goddess's Wardrobe. Chen Xia studied the description, his expression turning wry. Judging by previous items granted via breath-based mechanics, this module was surely no ordinary accessory. Was the system growing increasingly perceptive? Glancing at Xia beside him, a cascade of thoughts stirred. Come, I'll show you something extraordinary. Taking her hand, Chen Xia led Xia to an empty wall in the living room and retrieved the Goddess's Wardrobe module. It appeared deceptively ordinary, a wooden door adorned with ornate carvings. As Chen Xia pressed it against the wall, the impossible unfolded. The door melted seamlessly into the surface, as though it had always belonged there. What is this? Xia asked, curiosity alight in her eyes. Push it open yourself and see. Chen Xia smiled faintly. Hesitantly, she reached out and gently swung the door inward. Beyond lay no cold solid wall, but a softly illuminated dreamlike chamber, petite yet radiant with enchantment. Though compact, its 3 walls were lined with a dazzling array of women's apparel. From whimsical Lolita dresses to sultry lace nightgowns, from sharp professional office wear to vibrant Japanese schoolgirl uniforms, from sheer stockings and delicate lingerie to elegant high heels, every garment imaginable, surpassing even the most exclusive boutiques in the real world.
Wow! Hisishue gasped, instantly captivated, not as a survivor but as a woman entranced.
She clapped a hand over her mouth, stars dancing in her eyes, and stepped inside.
It's absolutely stunning.
She lifted a blush pink princess gown, holding it against herself, her face glowing with pure unadulterated joy.
Leaning against the doorframe, Chen Xia mused that Hisishue suited professional attire best, yet ultimately she could wear whatever she pleased. Beauty rendered every ensemble radiant. He could even curate her wardrobe daily, tailoring each outfit to his own taste.
At that thought his spirits lifted further. Just then Hisishue seemed to discover something. She darted out, cheeks flushed, clutching a garment tightly.
Baby, look at this.
In her hands lay a scandalously minimal black cat maidservant outfit, complete with a fluffy swaying tail.
Ahem. Chen Xia cleared his throat. Something wrong. Don't like it. No, it's not that. Would you like me to try it on?
Just for fun, she murmured, flustered. Chen Xia gazed at her bashful expression, his pulse quickening, when suddenly his friend list flickered to life. A name nearly forgotten: Lu Jia, his ex-girlfriend with whom he'd shared only 3 brief days, never even holding hands properly. Why was she contacting him now? In stark contrast to the leisurely and carefree atmosphere surrounding Chen Xia, on another side in a corner of the wilderness, Su Mushue was curled up inside her tiny dilapidated level 1 wooden shelter, trembling all over. She wasn't cold, she was starving. A searing burning cramp tore through her stomach, making her feel as if her very organs were being digested. Just moments ago she had traded all her food with a player who seemed honest, hoping to exchange it for materials to upgrade to a level 2 shelter. He had even promised her that he needed a lot of food and could obtain plenty of materials, vowing to return some to Su Mushue later.
Su Mushue thought it would be fine.
But in the end she was cheated. In the last second of the trade the opponent repeatedly cancelled added items and then threw in a pile of junk. Before she could react her supplies were gone. She only received 20 units of wood and half a loaf of bread. When she realized she had been deceived she felt like she was going mad. She pounded the walls, desperately crying out and cursing the swindler.
The food was gone. Now she truly had nothing left. Hunger and despair, like 2 venomous serpents, frantically gnawed at her sanity. She even entertained a terrifying thought: should she just walk out of the shelter and let the monsters outside devour her, ending it all? But she refused to accept it. Su Mushue had been a proud daughter of heaven since childhood, a goddess in everyone's eyes. Having awakened in a great talent, how could she die so miserably in a dilapidated wooden shack? Just as she was caught in a fierce internal struggle, the world announcement that resounded through the skies pulled her back from the brink of collapse. World announcement: congratulations to player Chen Xia for being the first in this region to successfully slay a zombie-type creature. Chen Xia. Chen Xia again.
Su Mushue stared at this familiar yet glaring name, stunned for a moment before an indescribably complex surge of emotions welled up within her.
A certain death event. How could he have survived?
Not only that, but he had also killed that monster called a zombie and earned a unique achievement.
How is this possible? Su Muchu's first reaction was disbelief. She thought the system must have made an error.
But then the overwhelming discussions and exclamations flooding the World Channel forced her to accept this harsh reality. She opened the World Channel, reading the praise and adoration directed at Chen Xia, her emotions a tangled mess. It was an insurmountable chasm, a heavenly moat that made even looking up feel exhausting.
Why? Why is this happening?
As Su Mushue pondered, a shocking thought suddenly emerged from the depths of her heart.
This man. Though domineering, though heartless, though evil to the core.
But truly he was so captivating. That kind of strength and confidence which looked down on everyone and disregarded all rules was something she had never seen in those wealthy heirs who only fussed over her and obeyed her every whim. It was a wild, primal masculine urge to conquer and control.
What would it feel like to be conquered by such a man? As soon as this thought emerged, Su Mushue startled herself.
Blushing, she shook her head, frantically trying to banish this absurd idea from her mind.
Su Mushue. Are you insane? How can you have such thoughts about him?
But the more she suppressed it, the clearer the thought became. Involuntarily Chen Xia's cold, stern face and the image he had sent of a table piled high with delicacies surfaced in her mind.
Want it? Even if you want it, I won't give it to you. Annoying, isn't it?
This bastard. Jerk. Su Mushue cursed him fiercely in her heart, but her bogus reactions betrayed her. She felt her heartbeat quicken, her cheeks burn uneven. A morbid excitement stirred deep within her, something she was ashamed to admit. She was done for.
It seemed.
She was truly a bit unhinged. The thirst returned, dragging her back to the brutal reality. On the other side, Chen Xia frowned as he looked at the name Lu Jia on his friends list.
He didn't have a strong impression of this woman, but it was certainly not a good one.
Back near the university town he had been introduced to her by a friend.
She was decent looking and knew how to dress up, but there was a somewhat worldly air about her. Chen Xia hadn't thought much of it and decided to give it a try since it was a friend's introduction. 3 days. Just 3 damn days. This woman told him she was pregnant, that the child was his and that he had to take responsibility. Chen Xia was dumbfounded. He swore that his most intimate contact with her was holding hands they hadn't even kissed. The child was his. Wasn't that bullshit? Later, upon inquiring, he found out that Lu Jiajia's reputation was already ruined. She was a notorious public bus, having been with who knows how many men. Pregnant and unable to find the real father, she wanted to pin it on him, a seemingly naive student. The next second he had transmigrated into this game. It could be said that his friend probably wasn't a good person either. Lu Jiajia, Chen Xia. Is it really you? I saw the world announcement. You're doing so well now. Lu Jiajia, boo-hoo, you have no idea how miserable I am. I haven't eaten in 2 days, my shelter is falling apart and am terrified every night. Lu Jiajia, Chen Xia, we were in love once, couldn't you? Help me out. Chen Xia laughed in anger. In love once. What a joke. He couldn't be bothered to waste words on this woman. Chen Xia, get lost now, you bitch. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds, as if she hadn't expected such a direct and disrespectful reply. After a while her message came again, her tone changed, no longer the pitiful act from before. Lu Jiajia, Chen Xia, don't think that just because you're powerful now you can deny everything. I'm telling you, this matter about my child isn't over. Chen Xia, your child. Don't you know in your heart which black guy's kid it is? Why come to me? Chen Xia shot back without mercy. Lu Jiajia, you're talking nonsense. The child is yours. I don't care now that you have power, you have to take responsibility for me and the child. Lu Jiajia, I'm not asking for much. Give me 1,000 units of wood, 100 loaves of bread and a few hundred bottles of water, and we'll call it even. Otherwise I'll broadcast our story on the World Channel and let everyone know that you, Chen Xia, are a heartless scumbag who abandons his wife and child. Seeing the conditions she laid out, Chen Xia was almost amused by the woman's shamelessness. 1,000 wood. 100 loaves of bread. A few hundred bottles of water. She really had some nerve. This woman was truly out of her mind. Just as Chen Xia was about to type a reply cursing her ancestors for generations, a soft little hand pressed down on his. It was he, Si Shui. She had been standing nearby, having read their entire chat history. Now her pretty face was etched with fury. Baby, don't get angry over someone like this, it's not worth it, he, Si Shui, said softly, though a glint of coldness flashed in her eyes. As she spoke, she naturally took the virtual panel from Chen Xia's hands. Leave this little matter to me. Don't dirty your hands. Chen Xia raised an eyebrow, watching her with the air of a legitimate wife about to tear apart a mistress. Finding it amusing, he leaned back on the sofa, arms crossed, ready to watch the show. Si Shui took a deep breath, then her fingers flew across the virtual keyboard, clattering rapidly. Her typing speed was astonishing, a clear sign of her agitation. Si Shui, hello madam, I am Chen Xia's. She paused, opting for a more formal address. Si Shui, have some self-awareness. Don't be so ungrateful. And is your child a bottomless pit? Just feed it some cucumbers and flush it down the toilet. Si Shui, oh, and by the way, forget about getting a single cent of child support from us. Go find your black buddies. After sending that, Si Shui directly clicked on the other's avatar, selected delete friend, and then added her to the blacklist, a smooth and fluid series of actions. Done. She clapped her hands, returned the virtual panel to Chen Xia, and flashed a smile that seemed to seek approval. Baby, how did I handle that? Not bad. Chen Xia smiled and patted her head. You've got my style from back in the day. Of course, who do you think I am? Si Shui raised her chin proudly, then nestled affectionately against him. From now on, if any more annoying flies like that come buzzing around, leave them to me. I'll chase them all away for you. Chen Xia watched her possessive little act, feeling a warmth in his heart. Having a woman by his side did make a difference. At least he didn't have to personally deal with these idiots anymore. He was about to say something to reward his capable wife when suddenly his friends list flashed again, inopportune as ever. Chen Xia opened it. It was Su Mushui. Had she come around? Just in time, he had unlocked a slot. Watching Su Much's blinking avatar, Chen Xia's expression turned somewhat amused. This woman, she couldn't hold back any longer. Si Shui, standing beside him, also saw the avatar. She recognized it. It belonged to the campus belle who had previously tried to blackmail Chen Xia with blueprints. Her lips pouted slightly, a flicker of displeasure stirring within her. What was this? Just as one was driven away, another appeared. Her man's romantic luck was just too abundant. Yet she said nothing, merely leaning quietly against Chen Xia. Moreover, she had already made up her mind. If Chen Xia truly wished to take concubines or the like, as long as he was happy letting a normal woman join them as a sister, didn't seem so bad. In ancient times, 3 heroes fought against Lu Bu. Still, caution was necessary. After all, it's the ox that tires from plowing, never the field that wears out. When there's only one ox in several fields, wouldn't that be disastrous? Chen Xia let Su Muxue wait for a few minutes before leisurely opening the chat window. A flurry of messages instantly popped up. Su Muxue, brother Chen Xia, are you still there? Pay me some attention. Su Muxue, I'm so hungry. I feel like I'm starving to death. Boo-hoo. Attached to the message was a crying emoji looking utterly pitiful. Su Muxue, brother, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I shouldn't have made so many demands. Please give me a little food, a little water, okay? Just one bread roll, that's all. Her tone was utterly humble, her pride completely eroded. Chen Xia, speak like a human. He replied with just 3 words, simple, direct, devoid of any emotion. On the other end, Su Muxue, who had been despairing while awaiting judgment, saw that Chen Xia had finally responded and nearly leaped up from the ground in excitement. A reply meant there was hope. Yet seeing those cold, indifferent words, her heart sank once more. This man was still as aloof and unfeeling as ever. She dared not play any more tricks and quickly typed a response. Su Muxue, I want to survive. If you give me food and drink, you'll do anything. Chen Xia, anything. Su Muxue, yes. Anything. I want. Su Muxue gritted her teeth and typed out those words. She knew what this meant. It meant she would completely abandon her dignity and freedom. But she had no other choice. Chen Xia, good, you said it. After sending this, Chen Xia wasted no more words and directly sent over the special talent binding contract once again. Su Muxue stared at the familiar contract on the screen, which resembled an indenture, and her heart clenched violently. What was coming had finally arrived. He still wanted to make her his sexual slave, his pet. Her finger hovered over the agree button, hesitating to press it. Her mind was a chaotic mess. Reason told her she couldn't sign. Once signed, there was no turning back. But deep within, the craving for food and a morbid curiosity and anticipation towards that man drove her madly forward. Su Muxue, after signing. Will I suffer terribly? She wanted to know what fate awaited her. Would she be treated like a plaything, cruelly humiliated, living a life worse than a dog's? Chen Xia saw her question and laughed. Chen Xia, no. Chen Xia, on the contrary, as long as you don't cause trouble and obey, you'll live well. Food will be plentiful, safety assured, and you might even live better than in the real world. Chen Xia, of course, that's on the condition that you satisfy me. Seeing Chen Xia's reply, Su Muxue was stunned. Not suffer terribly. Food plentiful. Life better than in the real world. This was completely different from what she had imagined. She had thought Chen Xia would threaten her with vicious words, terrify her into signing the contract out of fear. It seemed not bad after all. However, a sudden inexplicable sense of loss washed over Su Muxue's heart. Why? Was it no? She even felt that if Chen Xia had said he would do something to her, her feelings might have been a bit easier to bear. Oh no, it had to be that way. Otherwise, she felt a bit displeased. At least it would prove that he had desire and thoughts for her. But now his indifferent attitude made her feel like a dispensable cheap commodity that had offered itself up. What should I do? Su Muxue asked. Chen Xia, sign it and then walk through that door. Su Muxue took a deep breath, hesitated no more, and extended a trembling finger to press agree at the end of the contract. Ding. Player Su Muxue has agreed to sign a special talent binding contract with you. Contract activated. Absolute loyalty, absolute dominance, unconditional obedience. The moment the contract took effect, a strange, indescribable connection was established between her and Chen Xia. Then a door materialized out of thin air in her dilapidated wooden room. From the other side of the door came faint light and voices. She stood up, brushed the dust from her clothes, and tidied her disheveled hair. She pushed the door open and walked in. The moment Su Muxue crossed the threshold, a warm breeze carrying a faint, pleasant fragrance washed over her. The sight before her left her frozen in place, thinking she had stepped into some illusion. A bright crystal chandelier, plush genuine leather sofas, a massive LCD TV, floors polished like mirrors. This was nowhere near an apocalypse. Beneath her feet was no longer rough cold wood but marble flooring covered with a soft carpet. The air was fresh with a hint of coolness. Su Muxue breathed in greedily, feeling every pore in her body relax. So this was Chen Xia's sanctuary. A level 4 shelter could be this luxurious. This completely exceeded her comprehension. Just as she was overwhelmed by the scene, a man's voice pulled her back to reality. Welcome. Su Muxue looked up abruptly and saw Chen Xia. It was him. Chen Xia. Unlike the ordinary unremarkable student in her memory, the Chen Xia before her possessed a strange aura. It was the absolute confidence and composure of a superior. She instinctively lowered her head, not daring to meet his gaze. Come here. Chen Xia's voice was soft but carried an undeniable command. Su Muxue walked over bewildered and was surprised to hear his voice had a husky resonant quality. However, just then the corner of her eye caught sight of another woman sitting beside Chen Xia. That woman was dressed too provocatively. Cat ears a tail. My god, she might as well not wear anything at all. Moreover, her beauty rivaled Su Muxue's own, and the mature intellectual aura added an extra layer of charm. At that moment the woman was intimately leaning against Chen Xia's shoulder, her beautiful eyes curiously appraising Su Muxue. Su Muxue's heart sank heavily. So, he already had another woman by his side. She wasn't the first. Holy cow! An indescribable wave of bitterness and loss surged within her. She had thought that even after signing the contract her beauty and a great talent would make her unique, occupying a special place in his heart. But now she realized she had been overthinking. Baby, is she Su Muxue? She's really beautiful. He Xue spoke, her voice gentle tinged with a smile. Baby. Su Muxue's pupils contracted at the address. They were in that kind of relationship. He Xue seemed to read her shock, smiled warmly and extended her hand. Hello, He Xue. From now on we'll be sisters. Sisters. Su Muxue stared at He Xue's sincere smile, momentarily unable to process. What was happening? Shouldn't she be hostile, seeing her as a vixen stealing her man? Why was she so friendly? Then Chen Xia, not wanting to bother much with Su Muxue, told her to eat and drink as she pleased, then take a bath. Su Muxue quickly finished a large table of food, eating until her belly was round and she couldn't take another bite before reluctantly stopping. This was the most filling and luxurious meal she had had since arriving in this world. Satisfied and full, her physical fatigue and mental tension greatly eased, she finally had the leisure to truly take in her surroundings. When it was time to bathe, she learned there was even a goddess wardrobe with clothes for her. Su Muxue skeptically pushed open the door. As a woman, her resistance to beautiful clothes was virtually zero. Eventually, following He Xue's suggestion, she chose a black and white maid outfit with lace trimmings. Isn't this a bit? Su Muxue held the outfit, her face flushing. The design was too embarrassing, wasn't it? I think it looks great, He Xue said earnestly. Baby will definitely love it. Baby. That address again. Su Muxue glanced at the man watching TV in the living room, gritted her teeth and accepted the clothes. After all, she was now his pet, what she wore was up to him anyway. Chen Xia glanced at Su Muxue, pink twin-tails high beauty, even more radiant after her bath. Especially those snow white. Su Muxue took the clothes and nervously pushed open the bathroom door. When she saw the huge circular bathtub inside, she nearly fainted from happiness. She eagerly filled it with hot water and immersed herself completely. The warm water enveloped her body, washing away all fatigue and grimed the comfort, making her hum with delight. She felt as if she had come back to life. Soaking in the tub, her mind began to calm. She started pondering a very serious question. After the bath, what next? According to typical novel plots, as the new pet, she would surely have to serve tonight, right? Would she have to serve that man alongside the woman named He Xue? The thought made her face burn intensely and her heart began to race uncontrollably. She had never experienced such a thing. She had always treasured her first time, wanting to save it for her true future husband. But now, Su Muxue touched her smooth skin, her mind a blank. She wondered if this meant she was about to grow up. Chen Xia's cold yet captivating face once again surfaced in her mind. For some reason, at the thought of being possessed by such a man, besides fear and shame, there was a hidden trace of anticipation. It's over, Su Muxue, you're truly beyond saving. She covered her face and let out a silent wail in the water. Alas, from now on she was destined to be nothing but a joystick player. At that moment Chen Xia was examining his panel. Binding successful. Congratulations, you have successfully bound your second exclusive goddess. Talent effect 2 triggered. You gain the target's base attribute strength 6, physique 6, spirit 6 plus your own base attribute strength 10, physique 10, spirit 10 once. Your strength 16, physique 16, spirit 16. Talent effect 3 triggered. The number of exclusive goddesses you have bound has reached 2, increasing the drop rate of rare resources. The autonomous breathing of the bound crew member Su Muxue will grant you an additional 1 unit of random resources. Talent effect 4 triggered, perfectly replicating the target's exclusive talent. Replication successful. You have obtained a grade talent Fortune's Favor Enhanced. A grade talent Fortune's Favor Enhanced passive effect. When performing any behavior with random outcomes such as opening chests, drawing lots, battle drops, etc., the probability of obtaining positive results is permanently increased by 7. 5. This effect can stack with your own luck. A cascade of notification sounds send waves of pleasure through Chen Xia. Another massive boost to his attributes. He opened his attribute panel to take a look. Player Chen Xia strength 43 physique 43 spirit 43 note excludes bonuses within the shelter. With these attributes Chen Xia felt he could rival Tyson. More importantly a 7.5 boost to positive outcomes. And Su Muchu's very breath would now provide him with resources. Double the joy. Chen Xia's heart swelled with delight and his thoughts of Su Muxue softened considerably. She was a goose that laid golden eggs, no a mascot that brought fortune. Just then Su Muxue finished her bath, changed into that embarrassingly revealing black and white maid outfit and walked out of the bathroom with a shy hesitant gait. Fresh from her bath her skin was fair with a rosy flush still damp with moisture. Her pink hair clung wetly to her shoulders. Paired with the figure-hugging maid dress and her long straight legs sheathed in black stockings she looked like a perfect maid straight out of a two-dimensional world. Chen Xia couldn't help but take a second look at her appearance. Truly top-notch. You tell me you don't want to sweep her off her feet. Chen Xia, you're staring at me weirdly. Su Muxue felt extremely uncomfortable under his gaze. She nervously clutched the apron of her maid outfit, lowered her head and spoke in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. But her inner thoughts were completely different. Hey, what are you waiting for? Just get on with it. The sooner we start the sooner it's over. Ideally he would just princess carry her and then. Poof. I'm done washing. Chen Xia suddenly reached out and pulled her into his arms. Ah. Su Muxue let out a startled cry, collapsing entirely into his embrace. She could clearly smell his pleasant masculine scent and feel his strong powerful heartbeat. Her face flushed crimson instantly. Oh no, why so direct? Shouldn't there be some teasing first? That's not how it goes on TV. Oof, what a bad man. Shaking like a leaf. Chen Xia's voice sounded in her ear, laced with amusement. Didn't you say you'd do anything? Su Muxue's mind went completely blank, utterly unable to respond. But her mind was screaming wildly. What's all the hesitation for? Chen Xia's hands began to wander. Tonight let me see just how deep your resolve goes. It's deep enough. With it he gave Su Muxue no more time to think, directly pressing her down onto the soft large bed. Meanwhile he Xia sat alone on the sofa staring at the documentary playing on the television but unable to absorb a single word. Her ears were constantly attuned to the sounds from upstairs. Although the villa's soundproofing was excellent she could still faintly hear some sounds that disturbed her peace of mind. She sighed, curling herself up on the sofa. Sigh. 3 sighs in one breath. She felt like a powerless wife right now. Her heart felt sour and bitter, but then she reconsidered and thought it was nothing. In this apocalyptic world how could a man as powerful as Chen Xia possibly have only one woman? Being his first woman was already fortunate enough. Besides that Su Muxue was so beautiful and possessed in a great talent. Having another sister meant having another person to consult with in the future. Didn't the emperors of ancient times have harems of 3,000 beauties? Her darling was so formidable, even more so than an emperor, so having a few more women was normal. As long as there was still a place for her in his heart. Thinking this he Xia felt a little better. She even began to plan what delicious food she should make for her darling tomorrow morning to reward him for his hard work through the night. And as for that Su Muxue, since she was new, some rules needed to be established. Who was the elder sister and who was the younger sister in this household needed to be made clear. He Xia pondered silently, and before she knew it she had fallen asleep. The next morning when the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window into the villa, Chen Xia woke up. He glanced beside him. Su Muxue was curled up in the crook of his arm like a docile kitten, sleeping soundly. Her face still bore a hint of satisfied blush, and a few crystal-clear teardrops even clung to her long eyelashes, making her look pitifully endearing. Chen Xia reached out and gently pinched her delicate tender cheek. The texture was truly pleasant. As if sensing Chen Xia's movement, Su Muxue's eyelids fluttered and she slowly opened her eyes. When she saw Chen Xia so close she was momentarily stunned. Then the wild scenes from the previous night flooded back into her mind like a tidal wave. Her face turned bright red in an instant. Good morning. Humph, no mercy for the fair maiden. Her voice carried a sleepy rasp and languor, sounding incredibly alluring. In the morning. Chen Xia responded, then sat up preparing to get out of bed. Seeing this, Su Muxue quickly struggled to sit up, kneeling on the bed, and reached for the clothes on the nearby rack. This movement made the already scantily clad maid outfit she wore even more suggestive. Couldn't resist. Muxue, I'm sorry. He Xia rubbed her forehead. Why another round so early in the morning? When the two had freshened up and came down from the second floor, he Xia had already prepared a bountiful breakfast. Millet porridge, fried eggs, milk. The rich aroma filled the entire living room. Today he Xia wore an ice blue silk camisole nightgown, its hem reaching only to her upper thighs, perfectly accentuating her curvaceous figure. When she saw Chen Xia coming downstairs, a gentle smile immediately appeared on her face. Darling, you're awake. Come and have breakfast. But tonight it's someone else's turn.
Her tone was as natural as a wife waiting for her husband to come home. When she saw Su Muxiue following behind Chen Xia, her smile faltered slightly but quickly returned to normal.
Little sister is awake too. Come sit down and try your sister's cooking.
She took the initiative to greet Su Muxiue.
Thank you. Sister he. Su Muxiue walked with a limp.
No need to be polite, we're all family now.
He Xixue smiled, pulled out the chair next to Chen Xia and gestured for Su Muxiue to sit.
Then she naturally sat down on Chen Xia's other side. A silent war without gunpowder quietly began at the breakfast table.
Darling, open wide.
He Xixue picked up a piece of bread, blew on it and then brought it to Chen Xia's mouth.
Chen Xia opened his mouth and took a bite. Delicious. If it's good, have some more.
He Xixia's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled and she ladled him another bowl of porridge. Drink it slowly, don't burn yourself.
Su Muxiue took a deep breath imitating He Xixue.
She peeled a hard-boiled egg, carefully cut it in half with a spoon and offered the half with more yolk to Chen Xia.
Try this.
Her voice was soft and sweet, carrying a perfectly timed tremor that could melt one's bones. Chen Xia glanced at her, then at the half egg in her hand. Then he opened his mouth. Seeing this, Su Muxiue's heart leaped with joy and she quickly fed him the egg.
Is it good? She asked, her eyes full of anticipation. Not bad, Chen Xia nodded.
After the meal, Chen Xia leaned back on the sofa, enjoying the rare moment of leisure after eating. Su Muxiue and He Xixue, like two little maidservants, one massaged his legs while the other kneaded his shoulders.
By the way,
Su Muxiue asked while massaging his legs, feigning casualness, what are we
going to do today? Before Chen Xia could speak, He Xixue jumped in. Darling still has important business today, probably to collect that cage, right?
Just then some strange messages appeared in the chat channel.
Cookie sister, holy shit. Look outside, what is that thing?
A strange light spot just appeared next to my shelter.
Nina senpai, it's here too. To the east. A blue one. Taro Yuan, everyone shut up. Anyone brave enough to go in and check it out? Fortune favors the bold brothers. I went in.
Help!
There are monsters in here. They're grabbing my clothes. I'm a girl. Damn it, my pure white snow is ruined. Sigma male, even if you were born today you'd still die. Monsters love human girls, don't they? Where's your boyfriend? He.
The world chat channel was instantly flooded with cries for help and exclamations of shock. Those players who had just been ecstatic about discovering a new continent were now plunged into immense panic. Chen Xia frowned as he watched the scrolling messages.
Ruins.
He murmured to himself. It sounded like a small instance dungeon that randomly spawned near shelters. There were monsters and dangers inside, but also potentially opportunities.
Baby, look at this. He Xixue pulled up her virtual panel and pointed at a message.
It was a message from a player with the ID "I just want to survive," detailing what he saw and experienced after entering that glowing door.
First of all, it's not the gates of hell.
Based on the game prompt, it'll call it ruins.
The ruins are an independent space different from the outside world, kind of like a dungeon in a game.
The ruins I entered had monsters, really ugly ones, and they were very aggressive.
But here's the key point. Killing these monsters should drop good stuff, right?
Also, I feel if you clear out all the monsters in a ruin, say complete it, there will definitely be even richer rewards.
Summary: ruins, high risk, high reward.
Brothers with strength can give it a try, those without don't go seeking death.
That's all I have to say. Good luck to you all. For a moment the entire world channel was swept up in a craze for ruins exploration.
He Xixue finished reading and said, but one hasn't spawned near our shelter either.
It seems to be a matter of probability, right? Su Muxiue was somewhat resistant but didn't say anything.
It went without saying that such ruins were extremely dangerous. She could only follow Chen Xia's lead. Chen Xia stroked his chin deep in thought.
Ruins were indeed a good place. Although his current stats were high, his actual combat experience was almost zero.
That speed-type zombie last night, if not for the terrain advantage of his shelter and He Xixue's cooperation, he might not have been able to deal with it so easily. But whether he could encounter a ruin was still uncertain. According to the chat channel, these ruins only appeared around a few players' shelters.
Come on. Let's go. Let's check on the animal traps we set yesterday. Chen Xia waved his hand and pushed open the door.
The three of them stepped into the wilderness, a land of crisis and opportunity under the scorching sun. Leaving the shelter's perimeter, the outside world was still a scorched earth. However, thanks to the parasols Chen Xia had given them and their improved physiques, He Xixue and Su Muxiue didn't feel too much discomfort. They followed behind Chen Xia, curiously observing this unfamiliar world. Baby, the traps we set yesterday are around here? He Xixue asked.
I remember, it should be behind that small hill over there. Chen Xia pointed at a barren dirt slope not far away. The three quickened their pace and headed towards the hill. Before they even got close, a thick smell of blood wafted over on the wind.
What's that smell? So gamey.
Sumu Xue covered her nose and frowned. Chen Xia's gaze, however, instantly turned sharp.
Something's up.
Everyone be careful. He took out his desert eagle, held it firmly, then slowed his pace, cautiously approaching the source of the bloody scent. Xue and Sumu Xue also tensed up, staying close behind Chen Xia, gripping their watermelon knives tighter. When they crested the small hill and saw the scene before them, they couldn't help but freeze. There in the clearing at the foot of the hill, the 10 universal animal traps they had set yesterday were scattered haphazardly. Several of the traps were severely deformed, as if torn apart by some immense force. Around the damaged traps lay the corpses of several animals. There were wild boars, goats, and a few unnamed creatures that looked like wolves. Their deaths were extremely gruesome. Some were disemboweled, others had their necks twisted. Blood flowed everywhere, staining the ground a dark crimson. In the midst of these corpses, one trap was still shaking violently. It seemed to contain a living creature.
What happened?
Xue was stunned by the slaughterhouse-like scene. It looks like these animals fought among themselves for the bait in the traps.
Chen Xia analyzed.
His universal traps came with their own bait, which was fatally attractive to all animals. With so many different species attracted, a bloody fight over food was only natural.
Then, there's still one trapped in the cage.
Sumu Xue pointed at the still shaking trap and said softly.
Chen Xia walked over, cautiously approaching it. When he saw what was inside, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It was a robust adult bull, its horns thick and long, gleaming with a metallic luster.
It was trapped in the cage, constantly ramming its horns against the bars, producing dull thuds.
System prompt: animal trap successfully captured. Mutant Mad Bull X1. Mutant Mad Bull, a bull mutated by environmental influences. Temperamental, immense strength, delicious meat rich in energy. Automatically converted into beef X30 portions. The next second the bull vanished, turning into portions of beef that entered Chen Xia's backpack. Wow, it's a mutant bull.
He then began to tally the harvest. After collecting all 10 traps. System prompt: you have obtained fresh pork X60. System prompt: you have obtained fresh mutton X20. System prompt: you have obtained fresh beef X30. System prompt: you have obtained fresh chicken X30. Apart from the live mutant bull, the other animal carcasses, upon being collected into the backpack, automatically decomposed into basic meat units.
Pork, mutton, beef. Each unit was about 5 kilograms.
Fresh meat should taste much better than those zombie chickens used for fried chicken, right?
Xue was thrilled by the extra meat in their backpack, and Sumu Xue was equally excited. Chen Xia smiled. He wasn't too concerned about this harvest. Food was no longer something he lacked.
But this fresh food was a welcome bonus.
Alright, let's check the next spot.
If there are no treasure chests, well, head back and laze around.
Baby, look over there.
Just then Xue suddenly pointed at a small grove of trees not far away and exclaimed in surprise.
Ruins.
The three of them cried out in unison.
And by the looks of it, it had just spawned. Come on, let's check it out. Chen Xia took a deep breath, tightened his grip on the desert eagle, and was the first to walk towards that glowing door.
The closer they got to the glowing door, the more the trio could sense a peculiar energy fluctuation.
Is this the entrance to the ruins? Standing before the door, Sumu Xue felt the surge of energy and asked nervously. It should be. Chen Xia nodded, his expression turning solemn. Darling, do we really have to go in?
Xixu's heart pounded with doubt. Though she craved adventure, facing reality made her instinctively afraid.
What's there to fear?
Chen Xia glanced at her with a smile.
With me here, nothing will happen.
He then pulled 2 level 2 bulletproof vests and 2 cleavers from his backpack.
Put these on and hold the knives tight.
If I can't clear this stage at this point, then no other player stands a chance, right? Indeed, Chen Xia had a gun stats that were absolutely monstrous among players and 2 healing talents along with 2 luck talents backing him up.
That does make sense. Xixu and Sumu Xue quickly nodded, donned the vests, and gripped the cleavers tightly.
The cold handles gave them a sliver of security.
I'll go ahead to scout and see what's there.
Detected this player's shelter. Level 2 high forced entry into ruins initiated.
Suddenly a dizzying sensation swept over them.
When Chen Xia opened his eyes again, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar place.
Damn it, I was just scouting and it dragged me in by force.
This is too sly, such a nasty mechanism exists.
Xixu and Sumu Xue both showed looks of disdain.
They were in a dim stone-built corridor, its walls covered in moss with a damp musty odor hanging in the air. On both sides of the passage, every few meters, torches burning with green flames flickered, casting an eerie shifting light that filled the space with a sinister atmosphere.
In this dark, damp little hole there must be monsters, right? What little hole? It's clearly a big one. But it's definitely dangerous inside.
The 2 women cautiously surveyed their surroundings. Chen Xia glanced back at them, signaling they needn't worry. Stay close to me and watch your step. The corridor stretched endlessly, vanishing into the distance. They moved in a single file, Chen Xia leading with Xie and Su Muxue following closely behind, advancing with care. The silence was terrifying, broken only by the sound of their own footsteps and heartbeats. Such an unknown environment easily bred fear. Tap tap tap. Just then a strange noise came from ahead in the passage. It sounded like something scratching at the walls with its nails. The trio's hearts leaped into their throats. Chen Xia immediately halted and made a shush gesture, then pressed himself against the wall, peeking stealthily toward the source of the sound. Not far ahead around a corner, two green-skinned pointy-eared short monsters were hunched over their backs to them, doing something unknown. In their hands they held a crude dagger seemingly carved from bone and were incessantly cutting into an animal carcass on the ground. Goblins. Chen Xia recognized the creatures at a glance. He signaled to Xie and Su Muxue behind him with a two gesture, then pointed at his own cleaver and made a throat-slitting motion. The meaning was clear: two enemies ahead, prepare for battle. Xie and Su Muxue nodded nervously, took a deep breath, held the cleavers before their chests and readied themselves. Seeing they were prepared, Chen Xia hesitated no longer. He gave them a look and then charged out from the corner with a burst of speed. The two goblins, engrossed in their meal, clearly hadn't expected a sudden human intrusion. By the time they heard the noise and turned around, Chen Xia was already upon them. Die! Chen Xia roared, swinging the cleaver with brutal force at one goblin's neck. The goblin barely managed a terrified shriek before its head flew into the air. Green blood gushed from its severed neck like a fountain, splattering across the wall. System notification: killed Goblin X1, gained basic wood X10. The other goblin, witnessing its companion's gruesome death, let out a frightful howl, dropped the half-eaten meat and turned to flee. But it was too late. Where do you think you're going? Xie shouted, mimicking Chen Xia as she lunged forward, slashing wildly at the goblin's back with the cleaver. Thud. 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 Though her strength was limited and her technique clumsy, her relentless strikes made up for it. The goblin howled in pain as several deep bone-exposing wounds appeared on its back. Seeing this, Su Muxue gathered her courage, rushed in from the other side and slashed at the goblin's leg. Ah! The goblin screamed, a large gash opening in its thigh, causing it to stumble and fall. Well done! Chen Xia shot an approving glance at the two women. You bet. You'll have to work hard tonight, darling. Xie chuckled. Ah, you're making demands now. Chen Xia said, then gave the goblin no further chance. He stepped forward and ended its life with a single blow. System notification: killed Goblin X1, gained basic wood X10. The battle concluded within a mere dozen seconds. Xie and Su Muxue stood panting, staring at the two goblin corpses on the ground, their faces a mix of excitement and lingering fear. We killed two monsters. Don't celebrate too early, this is just an appetizer. Chen Xia's voice pulled them back from their exhilaration. This ruin is probably far larger than we imagine. Xie and Su Muxue dared not slack off. They quickly approached and began searching the goblin corpses. Soon they found a few coin-like items and a blunted bone dagger on the goblins. Item: goblin copper coin. Description: a currency circulated among goblin tribes, might be exchanged for useful things with certain special merchants. Item: worn bone dagger. Description: a crudely made dagger, now useless. Darling, look what we found. Xie handed the copper coins to Chen Xia. He took them, glanced at them and stowed them in his backpack. Though he didn't know their use yet, since they were system-recognized items, they might come in handy later. Alright, let's move on. Chen Xia kicked the goblin corpses into a corner and led the two deeper into the passage. Along the way they encountered several more lone goblins. With the first experience behind them, Xie and Su Muxue's coordination grew increasingly seamless. Typically, Chen Xia would launch a frontal assault to disrupt the enemy while they flanked from the sides, finishing off with their cleavers. Their combat was swift and decisive. Darling, look, aren't we impressive now? She raised her cleaver, showing it off to Chen Xia. Not bad, worthy of praise. The moment the words left his mouth, whoosh. Whoosh. Two sharp sounds of something cutting through the air came from the darkness ahead. Chen Xia's pupils contracted sharply and he instinctively shouted, watch out. Get down. He shoved Xie and Su Muxue to the ground. The next second, two black arrows flew past, grazing their scalps and thudded into the wall behind them with a dull sound. The arrow struck with such force that their entire shafts buried into the stone, leaving only a few fletchings trembling slightly. That was close. Cold sweat drenched the trio. If they had reacted even a fraction of a second later, their heads would now be pinned to the wall. Archers. Behind that hidden door ahead. Chen Xia's gaze turned icy. He hadn't expected to encounter ranged attackers so soon. My arm. Just then Su Muxue let out a pained moan. Chen Xia looked down and his expression shifted. An arrow had somehow struck Su Muxue's left arm. The arrow had pierced through a gap in her bulletproof vest, going clean through her upper arm. Blood streamed down the shaft, quickly staining her sleeve crimson.
Damn it! Chen Xia cursed under his breath.
It was his fault, he had been too careless, too caught up in talking, letting his guard down and giving the enemy an opening.
Si Shui. Quickly!
Heal her!
Chen Xia shouted to He Si Shui. Okay. He Si Shui, shaken by the sudden turn of events, quickly recovered.
She knelt beside Su Muxue, placing her hand over the wound.
A great talent, benevolent hands activate.
A soft white light emanated from He Si Xue's palm, enveloping Su Muxue's entire arm.
Su Muxue's brow furrowed deeper.
Under the glow she could distinctly feel a searing pain at the wound, as if countless ants were gnawing at her flesh. Yet at the same time she sensed a warm energy mending her damaged tissues, stemming the relentless flow of blood.
Hold on. Don't move.
Beads of sweat formed on He Si Xue's forehead and her face grew pale. Clearly healing such a penetrating wound was draining her mental energy significantly.
While He Si Shui attended to Su Muxue,
the sound of a bowstring being drawn came from the darkness ahead once more.
Creak. Creak.
The noise in the silent corridor was eerily grating, like death's own herald.
Again.
A ruthless glint flashed in Chen Xia's eyes. He couldn't allow the attack to interrupt He Si Xue's healing. He pulled Su Muxue and He Si Shui behind him, using his own body as a human shield. Then from his backpack he retrieved
a frying pan. Bang. Bang. 2 more arrows came whistling in.
Chen Xia's gaze sharpened and he swung the frying pan instantly.
Clang. Clang.
2 crisp metallic clashes rang out. The powerful arrows were actually deflected by the frying pan.
Holy shit. Chen Xia couldn't help but curse.
Not for any other reason but because his wrist felt numb from the impact. The archer's strength was immense.
No, I can't just stay on the defensive. Chen Xia's mind raced.
He was currently at a corner with the enemy in the dark and him in the light, a highly disadvantageous position. He had to find a way to charge forward and take out the 2 archers. But if he charged, He Si Shui and Su Muxue behind him would be fully exposed to enemy fire. What should he do? Just as Chen Xia was caught in a dilemma, darling.
Done.
He Si Xue's weak voice came from behind. Chen Xia turned to see that the arrow in Su Muxue's arm had been removed, the bleeding had stopped and a scab was forming. Though her face was still pale, she seemed out of danger.
Well done.
Chen Xia felt a surge of relief. He helped Su Muxue to the wall and let her sit against it.
Rest here, the monsters in this area are cleared. Leave the rest to me, or you can leave the ruins first.
With that he turned to face the darkness ahead, his eyes filled with icy killing intent.
Si Shui, follow behind me and stay safe.
He Si Shui nodded firmly. Before the sound faded, Chen Xia's body surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. Whoosh! 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 In the darkness several arrows shot out again, blocking all his routes of advance. However, Chen Xia seemed to have eyes on the back of his head, always able to make the most precise evasions at the critical moment. Those lethal arrows all grazed past his body, not even touching the corners of his clothes. In the face of absolute speed and reflexes, the attacks of these goblin archers appeared clumsy and powerless. In just a few dozen meters, Chen Xia reached the 2 archers behind the dark door in less than 3 seconds. Only then did he clearly see the appearance of these ambushers. They were similar to ordinary goblins, just a bit taller and sturdier, holding longbows made from unknown beast bones. When they saw Chen Xia suddenly appear before them, expressions of terror flashed across their faces. They dropped their longbows and drew daggers from their waists, preparing for a last stand.
Die! Chen Xia uttered a cold word. The watermelon knife in his hand transformed into 2 glints of cold light, swiftly slicing through their necks. 2 decapitated heads soared into the air. System notification: killed Goblin Archer X2, received basic wood X20 iron ingot X5.
It was not until this moment that He Si Shui, who had been following behind, rushed over, panting heavily. She only saw Chen Xia's silhouette flash by and then the battle was over.
Baby. Are you okay? Amazing, so amazing. Instant kill. Alas, it seems like we too were the ones holding back.
She looked at Chen Xia, then at the 2 headless corpses on the ground, praising him. It's nothing holding back isn't quite right, it's just that these goblins were weak, they died with a single strike. Chen Xia put away his watermelon knife and shook off the green blood on it.
What about you? After that big expenditure, how are you feeling now? Fine, I can probably use my talent one more time.
He Si Shui shook her head.
Just then the ruins began to shake. Rumbling. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? He Si Shui exclaimed, quickly steadying herself against the wall.
No, it's not an earthquake.
Chen Xia stood up, looking towards the end of the passage, his expression becoming unusually serious. It's the last line of defense of this ruin which we have triggered. The final challenge is coming.
As his words fell, the stone wall at the end of the passage began to slowly part, revealing a massive opening large enough for a truck to pass through. A gust of wind filled with a violent and bloody aura rushed out from the opening. Immediately after, three figures taller and more imposing than any goblin before stepped forward from the darkness. Their height exceeded 2 meters with muscles bulging like granite. They wore grotesque metal masks on their faces and dragged a massive spiked club. The spiked club scraped along the rough ground, producing a series of grating sounds. Wolf-Tooth Goblin, Elite Strength 20, Constitution 10. Upon seeing the attributes of these three brutes, Chen Xia felt at ease. With such stats, they weren't even half his height. However, he couldn't be careless, he still had to be cautious. The three wolf-tooth goblins, seeing the small human Chen Xia daring to challenge them, let out furious roars. They raised their spiked clubs and strode heavily towards Chen Xia. Come on! Facing the whistling spiked club, he did not choose to take it heeding, but instead crouched down, sliding past the club at an extremely tricky angle. Then the watermelon knife in his hand drew an eerie arc from below, striking fiercely at the lower region of that wolf-tooth goblin. PFFF. A sound like leather being torn echoed. The metal mask on the wolf-tooth goblin's face twisted instantly. It let out a shrill inhuman scream, dropped its spiked club, covered its vital areas with both hands, and collapsed to the ground convulsing. System notification: critical hit to vital area, dealt critical damage. With a successful strike, Chen Xia did not linger. He pushed off the wall with his toes, using the momentum to flip backward, creating distance from the other two charging wolf-tooth goblins. Roar! The other two wolf-tooth goblins, seeing their companion's tragic state, not only felt no fear but instead became even more frenzied. Their crimson eyes locked onto Chen Xia as they wielded their spiked clubs, swirling them with ferocity, closing in on him from left and right. He sharply veered to the right, narrowly dodging the horizontal sweep of the left spiked club. The club barely grazed his nose, crashing heavily against the wall behind him. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted. The hard stone wall was smashed, creating a massive dent with debris flying everywhere. Chen Xia could even feel the powerful shockwave raising the hairs on his back. And just as he evaded the left attack, the right spiked club was already coming down. He leaped up from the ground, and the watermelon knife in his hand had somehow transformed into a silver desert eagle. Bang! The gunshot exploded in the narrow passage. A bullet precisely drilled into the eye socket of a fong-tooth goblin. The grin on that fong-tooth goblin's face instantly froze. Its head exploded like a detonated bomb, with a loud bang bursting into a cloud of blood mist. Red and white splattered everywhere. Another fong-tooth goblin, startled by the sudden turn of events, stood frozen in place. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. The second fong-tooth goblin's head burst open in response. Two massive headless corpses crashed to the ground. System notification: killed fong-tooth goblin Elite X2, obtained monster core X2 iron ingot X10. Chen Xia didn't bother looking at the two corpses. Instead, he turned and aimed the dark muzzle of his gun at the last goblin, the one he had incapacitated from the very beginning. That goblin, having witnessed its two companions instantly slain, was already scared out of its wits. Scared now? Chen Xia sneered. Too late. Bang! The third gunshot claimed the last goblin's life. System notification: killed fong-tooth goblin Elite X1, obtained monster core X1 iron ingot X5. With the death of the last elite monster, the entire passage fell silent once more. Only Chen Xia's heavy breathing remained. He holstered the Desert Eagle, feeling it had been somewhat risky. If he hadn't used the gun, dealing with them would have been quite troublesome. This battle was the most perilous he had experienced since arriving in this world. Congratulations! You have successfully cleared the Goblin Lair normal difficulty ruins. Conducting settlement. Settlement complete. Clearance rating S. Rewards obtained: mutated banana X1 gun repair kit X1. As the system chime sounded the scene before, Chen Xia's eyes shifted. When he came to his senses again, he found himself back beside the shelter. He Shui and Su Mu stood beside him, equally bewildered. The glowing entrance to the ruins had vanished. Baby! Are you okay? You're hurt. He Shui was the first to react, rushing to Chen Xia's side. Though she saw no injury, she immediately activated benevolent hands to heal him. A wave of warm energy coursed through Chen Xia's body. Though there was nothing wrong, being healed by her talent was still quite pleasant. I'm fine. Chen Xia reassured her. He glanced at his talent, the one copied from Yi Shui, and used it to restore Su Mu once more. Su Mu was filled with self-reproach at that moment. She felt she had been practically useless this time. Could she only be useful in bed? No, absolutely not. She had to grow stronger to be able to help Chen Xia in the future. Alright, don't overthink it. Chen Xia waved his hand. We cleared it this time, and you both contributed. Chen Xia comforted the two women. He had no intention of blaming them. After all, their mere breathing generated resources for him, which was already a huge help. He couldn't ask for more, could he? He opened his inventory and examined the rewards from the clearance. Item: mutated banana effect, permanently increases all attributes by 1 after consumption. Description: a banana from another world. The taste might be a bit strange. All attributes 1. A great item. Chen Xia didn't hesitate. He took out the banana, which looked a bit misshapen, and devoured it in a few bites. The taste was indeed peculiar, somewhere between durian and stinky tofu. System notification: your strength 1, constitution 1, spirit 1. Another wave of warmth spread through his body. Chen Xia felt his power increase once more. He looked at the other reward. Item: gun repair kit. Effect: can repair any damaged firearm once. Description: a man's best friend. Can fix any gun, restoring its prowess for a perfect headshot. This one's not bad either. But what kind of gun did this refer to? He had used 3 bullets from the Desert Eagle, and while the gun itself wasn't damaged, keeping this kit around would be useful in case of emergencies. Just as Chen Xia was tallying his loot, a world announcement that echoed across the skies thrust him into the spotlight once again. World announcement: congratulations to player Chen Xia for being the first in this region to successfully clear a Ruins dungeon. Unlocked the exclusive hidden achievement Ruins Guardian. Achievement reward: special fully automated sanitation robot made X1. As soon as this announcement was made, the world channel erupted. Spring breeze in my intent. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. Brother Chen Xia cleared the ruins. No way. Girls' farts smell nice upstairs. Who the hell are you trying to screw? Love Skinchin, how long has it been? He already cleared it. I ran as soon as I saw a monster. I can't even kill one. I want to eat Xiao Shue's rank. How did he do it? Does he have an AK-47? Stomachache, report him. He's definitely cheating. Can this game even be played? Helping niece with homework. Stop being salty, guy upstairs. If you're so good, go clear one yourself. He's got good talent and you're still complaining. Ha, can't there be one freak in a million? Failing exams goddess, the key is the reward. A fully automated sanitation robot made. What is that? Sounds so high-tech. Milk Dragon, a robot. Made. Can it do naughty things? Sleeping upstairs, your thoughts are dangerous. But I want to know too. Chen Xia couldn't be bothered with the chaos in the world channel. His attention was entirely captured by the so-called robot maid. As his words fell, a strange sound suddenly rang out before them. Guguagaga. Then a waist-high object that resembled a penguin mixed with a robotic vacuum cleaner materialized out of thin air in front of them. It shook its head and spoke in an adorable voice. Guguagaga made robot reporting for duty. From today onward, I will handle all your household chores and daily needs. Pleased to meet you, master. Chen Xia stared at the round penguin-like robot in front of him, momentarily taken aback. What on earth is this? It looks nothing like the words made. The penguin robot wobbled its short mechanical arms, its blue electronic eyes blinking, and repeated itself. Made robot reporting for duty. From today onwards, I will take care of all your household chores and daily needs. Please take care of me, master. If the master doesn't understand, Gugugaga also knows a bit about martial arts. 666. Can this Gugugaga actually fight? Sumu Shui was somewhat surprised. However, the voice was quite adorable. Wow. Look how cute it is. Hisi Shui was the first to approach, curiously reaching out to poke Gugugaga's round belly. It's actually furry. What is its name? Hisi Shui looked up and asked Chen Xia. Chen Xia shrugged. It introduced itself as Gugugaga. Gugugaga, the robot, seemed to understand Hisi Shui's words, its electronic eyes blinking in response. You can name me mistress. Then. Can I call you Gugugaga? Hisi Shui found its name amusing and blurted it out. Name confirmed, Gugugaga. I am happy to serve you. Gugugaga shook its head, seemingly expressing joy. Sumu Shui cautiously approached as well, her eyes filled with curiosity at seeing such an intelligent robot for the first time. Can it really do everything? Household chores and cooking. Scanning kitchen environment. Gugugaga's electronic eyes emitted 2 blue beams and scanned around the kitchen. Kitchen facilities are complete. Ingredient reserves are sufficient. Can prepare 99 of known Earth cuisines. Would you like to dine now? Chen Xia glanced at the sky outside, recalling the fierce battle in the ruins earlier. He was indeed a bit hungry now. Alright, just make something simple. Chen Xia waved his hand. Understood, Gugugaga, at your service. With that, Gugugaga ran into the villa with Chen Xia and the others following. Soon a clattering sound of ding ding dang dang came from the kitchen. Hisi Shui and Sumu Shui were left dumbfounded. This is too impressive, right? Hisi Shui couldn't help but exclaim. Yes, it feels more professional than the nanny we used to hire. Sumu Shui agreed. Chen Xia felt quite satisfied. Although this robot looked different from the imagined maid, its practicality was undeniably strong. With it around, he wouldn't have to cook or clean anymore, saving him a lot of time. He leaned back on the sofa with Hisi Shui and Sumu Shui leaning on either side, chattering excitedly about this new family member. After a while a rich aroma of food wafted from the kitchen. Lunch is ready, please move to the dining room, master and mistress. The three arrived at the dining room to find the table already set with 4 dishes and a soup. Braised pork, cola, chicken wings, mapo tofu, stir-fried vegetables and a steaming pot of tomato egg drop soup. It all looked delicious and enticing. Goo goo gaga, did you make all these? Si Shui couldn't believe her eyes. How long has it been? Just a few minutes. Yes, mistress. Based on the scanned ingredients, I made the optimal pairing. I hope you like it. Goo goo gaga shook its head. The three sat down, picked up their chopsticks and took a bite. Goo goo gaga wants to eat. Goo goo gaga also sat up looking ready to eat. Wait, you can eat too. Of course Goo goo gaga eats what Goo goo gaga makes. No problem. Delicious. So good. Si Shui and Sumu Shui's eyes lit up. The taste was even better than that made by chefs at 5-star hotels. Chen Xia nodded as well. This skill was indeed remarkable. In the course of the meal the plates were nearly cleared. Si Shui and Sumu Shui were completely enchanted by this versatile robot behaving like children who had discovered a new toy surrounding Goo goo gaga and asking questions. Goo goo gaga, can you sing? Goo goo gaga, yes. What song would you like to hear? Can you dance? Goo goo gaga, yes. What dance would you like to see? Then. Can you tell jokes? Goo goo gaga, yes. Once upon a time there was a person. Chen Xia watched the three of them having a great time and chuckled, shaking his head. He leaned back on the sofa, opened the world chat channel, wanting to see what was happening outside. The appearance of the ruins had made the entire world channel lively. Most people were discussing how to clear the ruins or forming teams to recruit others. Many had also forcefully entered the ruins due to insufficient strength, only to die inside, becoming talk of the town for other players. Chen Xia scrolled through these messages feeling as if he were watching a large-scale reality show. Just then an inconspicuous message caught his attention. Yan Yong selling exclusive intelligence on a major world event 3 days from now. Absolutely authentic, guaranteed. Price 1,000 units of wood, 20 portions of food. Serious inquiries only. This message was swiftly buried among thousands of others. But Chen Xia keenly caught it. 3 days from now. A major world event. His brow furrowed slightly. In this game anything bearing the word world was no trivial matter. Take the earlier random events which had sent countless players to their doom. And this Yang Yong dared to publicly hawk such intelligence. Chen Xia's first instinct was that it was a scam. He opened the world channel and scrolled up, indeed finding many mocking and cursing this Yang Yong. Wanting to eat the goddess, 1,000 wood. 20 portions of food. Why don't you just rob us? Are you crazy for cash? 19-year-old girl forced to give up seat on bus, exactly. What crap intelligence. I bet it's fabricated to swindle food and drink. Big Beta brothers don't trust him. I met him, asked what the intel was, and he refused to say unless paid first. Total scammer. Can't go a day without relief. What intel is so expensive? Bro, my entire net worth is 150 wood. You'd make faster cash robbing someone. Who can afford this? 3-day no relief limit. Yang Yong dare to share that intel for free. If it's real, well, I'll pull money for you. How about that? The world channel seethed with indignation. Almost everyone had branded Yang Yong a fraud. Yang Yong seemed to see these comments, but he didn't defend himself. He merely reposted his selling message at intervals, then went completely silent. This attitude instead made Chen Xia feel things might not be so simple. This Yang Yong was extraordinarily calm, as if he didn't care whether anyone believed him. He was just waiting for a buyer willing to meet his price. Baby, what are you looking at? Sichu's voice pulled Chen Xia from his thoughts. She and Sumu Shui had stopped playing with Goo goo gaga and were now leaning on Chen Xia from either side, watching him scroll through the world channel. Nothing, just saw someone interesting. Chen Xia pointed to the ID named Yang Yong. Si Shui glanced at it and couldn't help but laugh. That guy. I saw him too. Is he stupid? A trick like that couldn't fool a 3-year-old, right? Sumu Shui chimed in, yeah brother Chen Xia, that guy's obviously a scammer. Don't waste your time on him. Her address for him had naturally shifted from Chen Xia to brother Chen Xia, her tone carrying a hint of intimacy and dependence she herself hadn't noticed. Chen Xia smiled but said nothing. 1,000 units of wood, 20 portions of food. For an average player this was indeed an astronomical sum, enough to bankrupt them. But for Chen Xia it was less than a drop in the bucket. What he lacked least right now was resources. Using these trifling items to gamble on a potential major world event intelligence was absolutely worth it. This Yang Yong was 80% likely not a scammer. He probably really held some vital information. And this information could have a huge impact on future developments. Besides, was 1,000 wood really that expensive? It was dirt cheap, right? Even if he got scammed, so what? I think I'll talk to him. Chen Xia finally decided. Ha! He Shui and Su Mushui were both stunned. Baby you. You're not really going to buy his intel, are you? He Shui asked uncertainly. What if he's a scammer? Won't our wood and food go down the drain? Yeah, brother. Su Mushui pouted a little. 1,000 wood and 20 portions of food. For my generator blueprint earlier you only offered a bit of instant noodles. Just because we're rich doesn't mean we have to be fools, right? Their thoughts mirrored those of most players. Do you two even know how to be rich sponsors? Su Mushui contact him. I want handle this myself. Ha! Me. Su Mushui pointed at herself flattered. This was the first time Chen Xia had actively asked her to do something. Did this mean he was starting to acknowledge her? To need her. From needing her in bed to needing her for tasks, that was a leap from 0 to 1. Yes, you. Tell him we're very interested in his so-called intelligence, but the price is too high. Ask if he can lower it. Oh. Okay. Su Mushui quickly took the panel, took a deep breath and began organizing her words. She had to perform well and absolutely not disappoint brother Chen Xia. She clicked on Yang Yang's avatar and sent a friend request. Soon he accepted. She thought for a moment, then typed a line. Hey there handsome, I saw your message and I'm really interested in your intel in another shelter. A gaunt young man barely in his 20s, this was Yang Yang. His stomach growled with hunger, his lips cracked from dehydration. He looked at the virtual panel at the torrent of abuse and doubt, and a bitter self-mocking smile curled at his lips. A scammer. Was the price still too high? Why hadn't anyone contacted him yet? His target wasn't these small fry, it was those at the top of the game's progress. He hadn't considered releasing the intel cheaply for volume sales, but once it went cheap someone would resell it. By afternoon everyone would know. Then where would his profit be? Hey there handsome, I saw your message and I'm really interested in your intel. Yang Yang frowned at this message. The tone didn't seem like a serious negotiation. It sounded like a naive girl trying to act cute. Suppressing his doubts, he replied with 2 words, hello. Su Mushui was thrilled to see his reply and quickly typed, handsome, is your intel really that accurate? 1,000 wood and 20 portions of food is so expensive, can you lower it a bit? I'm just a student, I don't have that much money. She mentally patted herself on the back. Yes, that's it, to play pitiful, first gain sympathy then slowly haggle. However, Yang Yong's heart turned cold. Ha, a student. Even if you were a newborn I wouldn't lower a single unit. Yang Yang, tell the man behind you to talk to me directly. What? Su Mushui's face flushed crimson. How? How did he know someone was behind her? And that it was a man? She instinctively turned to look at Chen Xia, who was reclining on the sofa with his eyes closed. Did he have X-ray vision? How is it? What did he say? Chen Xia seemed to sense her gaze, opened his eyes and asked. He said. Su Mushui stammered, unsure how to phrase it. Chen Xia took the panel, glanced at their chat history and laughed. He took over and typed directly, I am Chen Xia. Across from him, Yang Yong's pupils contracted sharply upon seeing those 4 words. It really was him. He took a deep breath, trying to steady his voice. Yang Yang, great master Chen Xia, I've long admired you. Chen Xia skipped the pleasantries. I'll buy your intel, but how do I know you're not lying to me? Yang Yang, I can prove it to you. My talent is Shrank Cardmaster. I can draw 1 card daily to gain different abilities. Yesterday I drew a future card, which is how I know what will happen in 3 days. Yang Yang, this talent also has a high chance of drawing negative effects daily, so its value is immense. Shrank talent. Chen Xia was startled. He hadn't expected this unremarkable young man to also possess Shrank talent. No wonder he dared to set such a high price. Card Master. Interesting. Chen Xia pondered for a moment. So tell me what exactly will happen in 3 days. Yang Yang, great master Chen Xia, by the rules, shouldn't you? Yang Yang, never mind, I know you're a big shot and won't quibble over this. I'll speak first, hoping you'll keep your word. Chen Xia, I never break my promises. Yang Yang took a deep breath and sent the news that would shake the entire world. Yang Yang, starting tomorrow the temperature will soar sharply, with the highest expected to reach 50 degrees Celsius. Yang Yang, the day after tomorrow the temperature will continue to climb, reaching a terrifying 55 degrees Celsius. Yang Yang, on the 3rd day there will be an unprecedented global torrential downpour. The rain will persist relentlessly, with immense precipitation causing water to rise rapidly and submerge most of the land. A barrage of messages exploded like bombs in Chen Xia's mind. 50 degrees. 55 degrees. Was this trying to roast people alive? In this apocalyptic world devoid of fans and air conditioners, such extreme heat was fatal for the vast majority of players. Dehydration and heatstroke alone could claim their lives. And after the heatwave, torrential rain and floods would follow. This was a chain of deadly strikes leaving players no chance to catch their breath. Oh my god, there's a flood. This flood is so unruly, spraying everywhere. Xia exclaimed in astonishment. Su Muxue glanced at Xia and thought Sister Xia, hopefully she's talking about the flood spraying. Will we drown? Chen Xia didn't answer immediately, his fingers flew across the virtual keyboard. Chen Xia, after the heavy rain will the flood recede? Yang, I don't know. My future card only shows information within 3 days, I have no idea what happens after. Yang brother Chen Xia, I've told you everything I know. Look. About those supplies. Yang also, I hope you can keep it a secret. I still need to sell information, don't cut off my gold mine. Chen Xia, wait. I never break my word. Let's add each other as friends. From now on I'll buy all your news and keep my mouth shut. Yang brother, it's a deal then. Chen Xia opened the trading panel and transferred 1000 units of wood and 20 portions of food to Yang. Heat wave floods. Just thinking about it made the two women's heads spin. Don't be afraid, Chen Xia patted them reassuringly. If the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. His voice was calm yet carried a reassuring strength. Xia and Su Muxue looked at his confident demeanor and felt relieved. Indeed, what were they afraid of? They were already living better than others. Even if they were to die in 3 days, they'd rather die in bed first. What we need to do now is use these 2 days to prepare thoroughly. Chen Xia stood up and began pacing in the living room, his mind racing. First, the heat wave. We have a level 4 shelter with built-in air conditioning. 55-degree heat should have little effect on us. But for other players outside, this would be a nightmare. It was foreseeable that tomorrow and the day after the World Channel would be filled with lamentations. Next, food and water. Chen Xia lacked none of these, he could easily eat for years. Wood had nearly broken 100,000 units, water reached tens of thousands of bottles, and various foods also numbered in the tens of thousands. So the most critical issue is the heavy rain and floods on the 3rd day. Chen Xia walked to the window, looking at the 10-meter-high steel spike wall gleaming with metallic cold light outside. With this wall, the flood shouldn't be able to get in, right? Su Muxue approached, speaking uncertainly. Yeah, a 10-meter-high wall should be enough to withstand the flood. Xia also felt they were safe with this wall. However, Chen Xia shook his head. No, you're missing something. What? Xia and Su Muxue looked at him puzzled. This wall can block the flood outside from coming in. But Chen Xia paused and said word by word, it can't block the rain falling from the sky. The wall was open air. Rain would fall directly inside. Then their villa would be trapped within their own city wall, turning into a massive swimming pool. And they would be the fish in the pool. At that thought, all color drained from Xia and Su Muxue's faces. Maybe we could put an umbrella over the villa and let the water flow outside. Su Muxue said seriously. That probably won't work, there's no umbrella that big. And the rain keeps increasing, the water level will rise, making the wall useless. What to do? Tear down the wall? No. Once the wall was removed, they'd face the raging flood and the various terrifying monsters that might be lurking within. Just then Chen Xia felt something different in his breath again. He instinctively opened his backpack. When he saw the new item in his backpack, he froze. Item: Shelter Drainage Module. Small type special building module effect can be installed at any location in a 0-3 level shelter, creating a drainage outlet that continuously drains accumulated water from the shelter to an unknown ocean. Description: Mom will never worry about my shelter being flooded again. A drainage module. The moment he saw it, Chen Xia's eyes lit up. This was like a pillow when feeling sleepy, a timely help. Don't worry, look at this. Chen Xia excitedly pulled Xia and Su Muxue into his arms and kissed each of them on the cheek. What? So sweet. Xia and Su Muxue were stunned by his sudden move. Look at this. Chen Xia displayed the drainage module's attributes before them. A drainage module. Draining water to an unknown ocean. Xia and Su Muxue stared at the description, first frozen, then their faces lit up with joy. Quick! Install it. Su Muxue urged impatiently. However, Chen Xia's smile froze the next second. Because he saw the small print can be installed in 0-3 level shelters. Yet his sanctuary was at level 4. Holy shit. It couldn't be installed simply because the sanctuary was too advanced. Chen Xia silently pointed out that tiny line of text for them to see. Xia and Su Muxue leaned in to look, and the smiles on their faces instantly froze. However, Xia quickly recovered and analyzed. Since a small drainage module exists, then theoretically there should be medium, large, and even extra large drainage modules. And this thing probably isn't all that rare. As long as we have supplies, we can definitely buy it. Since this item dropped randomly, there must be other players who had obtained it too. Those who couldn't use it themselves or didn't know its purpose might list it on the trading market in exchange for some urgently needed supplies. Let's split up. Chen Xia immediately made the arrangements. He see Shui, you go to the chat channel and put out a call to purchase the modules. Sumu Shui, you go to the trading channel and see if anyone has listed them for sale. I'll be in charge of providing the funds. As he spoke, Chen Xia opened the trading panel ready to transfer some pocket money to the two of them. He thought about it, the supplies in his backpack were already enormous. If not for the backpack's infinite space, the sanctuary would have truly burst at the seams. Wood and food were all measured in the tens of thousands. Alright, Chen Xia cleared his throat and spoke in a light casual tone. I'll transfer 20000 wood to each of you first, plus 1000 buckets of instant noodles, 1000 bottles of mineral water, and 1000 iron ingots. That should be enough, right? What? How? How much? He see Shui and Su Muchu's eyes nearly popped out when they heard the numbers. They knew Chen Xia was wealthy, but they never imagined he was this wealthy. With these supplies, buying a few drainage modules would be a cinch. They could probably buy out the entire trading market and still have plenty left over. Baby. You're not joking, are you? He see Shui felt a wave of relief. Have you got a fever? Sumu Shui also thought Chen Xia must have lost his mind. Why all the chatter? Chen Xia shot them a glare and directly transferred the supplies to their accounts. Get to work. Time is running out. Had they just become rich women? We're on it. He see Shui and Su Mushu snapped to attention, quickly opening their virtual panels and bustling about. Watching them work with such vigor, Chen Xia nodded in satisfaction. Money indeed was the best motivator. He believed that with such abundant financial backing, finding a drainage module shouldn't be too difficult. Yet the course of events once again exceeded his expectations. High price acquisition of shelter drainage module. All levels accepted. Price negotiable via private chat. Guaranteed satisfaction. Interested parties contact me now. Hisishua edited this message and chose to send it via the loudspeaker function for greater efficiency. A shout in the chat channel required a 120-second cooldown, but there was a version that reduced it to 60 seconds at the cost of 10 wood each time. The loudspeaker function, however, consumed 200 wood per use. For Hisishua at this moment, this expenditure was merely a drop in the bucket. What's this about? A drainage module. What the hell is that? No idea, bro, but why would you need a drainage module in this scorching heat? Upstairs, maybe there are many women in his shelter. That's a thought you haven't considered. Nonsense. Many women. I have 5 girlfriends in real life and I don't even need a drainage module. That should be authoritative enough. 5. Just bragging. A guy like you who spends all day jerking off. If you have 5, I'll eat shit. I'm already numb to this. Come fight me, unknown. The World Channel erupted in discussion because of Hisix's bounty. Many people flooded Hisix's private chats inquiring about the item's use. Hello, what is the drainage module used for? I don't think I have one. Beautiful lady, I don't have a drainage module, but I have a strong body. How much am I worth? Sister, I have a treasure map here. Want it? In exchange for half your instant noodles. Hisix's private messages were instantly flooded, a chaotic mess of all sorts of messages that left her dizzy. But not a single one was about the drainage module. She patiently sifted through them for a long time only to find nothing. On the other side, Su Muchu's situation was also grim. She had scoured the entire trading market 3 times from beginning to end without finding even a trace of a drainage module. Most of the items listed were basic wood, stone, and low-grade food. Occasionally a piece of equipment like a small knife would appear, but they were always damaged and ridiculously priced. How is it? Did you find any? Chen Xia asked, her heart sinking as she saw their increasingly grim expressions. No. Hisishua shook her head, disappointment written all over her face. Many people private messaged me, but they all just came to ask questions. Not one claimed to have a drainage module. I didn't find any either, Su Mushu said dejectedly. This item simply doesn't exist on the trading market. Chen Xia's brow furrowed deeply. Could this drainage module truly be an extremely rare item? Was he the only one in the entire region to have obtained it? But since he could get one, surely other players could too. So why was no one selling it? Could it be that they also knew about the disaster in 3 days and were hoarding it? No, that wasn't it. Only the 3 of them knew Yang Yong's information. Other players were still in the dark and couldn't possibly know the importance of the drainage module. So where was the problem? Baby, maybe we should raise the price. Hisishua asked tentatively. It's useless, Chen Xia shook her head. The problem now isn't the price. It's that no one has this item at all. Maybe 3 days is too long. By tomorrow or the day after, the chance of this item appearing should be higher. That's possible. The information came early, so it's normal that few people have it. Just then. Ding dong. It was Su Muchu's virtual panel. A new private message popped up. The sender's ID was a very strange name. Mingri Qingnai. It sounded like a Japanese name. Hello, I have a shelter drainage module large. However, I don't want your supplies. I just want to know why you want to buy this item. Does it mean there will be heavy rain in the future? Seeing this message, Chen Xia took Su Muchu's panel and began to think. She wanted to know the reason they were buying the drainage module. Wasn't it obvious? In fact, she had guessed it from the start, otherwise who would casually buy this thing? If I tell her, wouldn't the news of the disaster in 3 days be leaked? Chen Xia said nothing but clicked on the personal information of Mingri Qingnai. Player Mingri Qingnai Shelter Level 2 Comprehensive Score 99 Talent S Rank Sublimation can be used once every 3 days to upgrade the quality of any item by 1 level with a certain chance of failure. An S rank talent. Another S rank talent. And her comprehensive score was as high as 99. Slightly higher than both Su Muxue and He Xixue. Chen Xia stared at the talent description and a sudden flash of inspiration struck her. Sublimation. Upgrade item quality. This talent was highly practical. Sublimation raised an item's tier. What would happen if an item were continuously sublimated? That would be absolutely astonishing. Chen Xia, we do have a very important reason for needing that drainage module. If you're willing to trade it to us, we can tell you the reason for our actions. Mingri Qingnai agreed. But how do I know you're telling the truth and not just making up an excuse to trick me? Chen Xia, we can first reveal part of the information to you. Once you confirm its authenticity, we can proceed with the trade. Mingri Qingnai, oh. Let's hear it. Chen Xia, tomorrow the temperature will rise to 50 degrees Celsius. Chen Xia only mentioned the first day's situation, not a word about the rest. Because one should never reveal all their cards at once. After the message was sent, there was another silence from the other side. Chen Xia could even imagine the woman named Mingri Qingnai pondering over this message. A few minutes later, Mingri Qingnai's message came again. Mingri Qingnai, alright, I'll trust you this once. If the temperature really hits 50 degrees tomorrow, we'll trade the large drainage module to you. Mingri Qingnai, however, I have one more condition. What condition? He Xixu's heart tightened again. Why was this woman so troublesome? Mingri Qingnai, I've actually guessed the situation, but just to confirm, my shelter can't equip this large drainage module. Do you happen to have a small one? If possible, just trade me the small one in 20 portions of food. Chen Xia found this condition perfectly acceptable. She had no use for the small one, and exchanging it for a large one with just some added food was a very good deal. Chen Xia agreed. Mingri Qingnai, see you tomorrow. Chen Xia, where are you from? Mingri Qingnai. Chen Xia, you where from work? Mingri Qingnai, me. I'm from Sakura country. Why? Aren't you? Seeing this, Chen Xia seemed to understand something. This game included people from other countries, but due to some mechanism the language everyone saw was forcibly unified. Baby, you have to remember, it's the ox that gets tired, not the field that gets plowed. He Xixue shifted her body, revealing a generous expanse of skin. She was hinting to Chen Xia that even if he planned to take in many duties, he had to ensure his body could handle it. It was obvious to everyone that Chen Xia was a bit interested in this person. Chen Xia found He Xixu's remark that only the ox gets exhausted, never the field it plows, rather amusing. He didn't think he would be that ox. After all, his physique had been enhanced and would continue to grow stronger. With the healing effect of benevolent hands, he felt like a perpetual motion machine. Baby, don't take this lightly. He Xixue poked his chest with her finger, seeing his nonchalant expression. I'm just concerned about your health. You need to exercise restraint and not overdo it just because you're young. Despite her words, her mind was elsewhere. She'd rather keep this ox well fed so he wouldn't stray to greener pastures. Alright, I get it, bossy boots, Chen Xia said with a laugh, catching her mischievous hand. Who's bossy boots? He Xixue retorted coquettishly, but she obediently leaned into his embrace. Su Muchu's face flushed crimson, her heart racing. Held by Chen Xia, she felt her body melting. She was growing more accustomed to and fond of this feeling of being under his control. After enjoying the tender moment for a while, Chen Xia remembered the important matters. By the way, we need to prepare for the flood in 3 days. Chen Xia's expression turned serious. First, we need to upgrade the shelter again. He opened the virtual panel to check the materials needed for upgrading to a level 5 shelter. Materials required to upgrade to level 5 shelter: basic wood 2100, 125, 2000 solid stone foundation 200, 235, 5200 refined steel ingot 200, 766,200 glass 50, 25, 50 universal temperature control unit 101 fire type monster core 2020-220. Whoa, we almost have everything. Wood and stone foundation were overflowing. Refined steel ingots and fire-type monster cores had been gathered through his and the two women's breathing. At this rate, as long as He Xixue and Su Muxue kept breathing, they would have enough glass by tomorrow morning at the latest. The only thing missing was the universal temperature control unit.
Let's check the trading market to see if anyone's selling it. Su Muxue eagerly opened the trading panel.
With 200,000 units of wood and thousands of food items in her inventory, she felt confident about making purchases.
She typed Universal Temperature Control Unit into the search bar and hit search. However, a prompt appeared on the screen. No matching items found. It turned out no one was selling it. Chen Xia wasn't worried. He had absolute confidence in his endless vitality talent.
As long as he kept breathing, he could produce anything. A universal temperature control unit was nothing.
Alright, enough about that. Chen Xia stretched. We've had a long day. You must be tired. Get some rest early.
He stood up and headed to his room.
Xia followed suit.
Having used her talent in the ruins today, she felt unusually exhausted and genuinely sleepy.
Baby, I'm going to bed now, she said, planting a kiss on his cheek. You and Sister Muxue should rest early too. And be moderate.
With that, she cast a meaningful glance at Su Muxue before turning and swaying her alluring figure back to her room. Only Chen Xia and Su Muxue remained in the living room.
The atmosphere grew subtly tense.
Su Muxue lowered her head, pondering Sister Xia's words. What did she mean by be moderate? They had already been far from moderate. Since she joined in such a short time, she had been
countless times. But honestly, it wasn't so bad. And on second thought, this was a good thing.
Chen Xia watched her shy demeanor, a slight smile curling at his lips. This woman was truly a seductress.
The night deepened. Brother Chen Xia. I can't go on. Tell me, what is the meaning of life? The universe is so vast and infinite.
We are but grains of sand.
2 hours later, Chen Xia emerged from Su Muxue's room refreshed.
He glanced at Su Muxue, who lay on the bed exhausted and asleep, a faint smile on his lips.
He returned to his room, took a shower and lay down, opening the virtual panel. Tomorrow he would trade with that woman named Asuka Haruna. He hoped she wouldn't try any tricks. The next morning,
when Chen Xia woke, the sky outside was already bright.
A wave of scorching air seeped through the window cracks.
Chen Xia checked the shelter's indoor temperature display. Outdoor temperature 48°C, indoor temperature 26°C. Damn, it's almost 50 degrees.
Chen Xia clicked his tongue. Yang Yong's intel was accurate. He dressed and went downstairs, where Xia and Gugu Gaga had prepared a lavish breakfast.
Baby, you're awake. Xia's face lit up with a gentle smile when she saw him.
Come eat breakfast. I made your favorites today. Chen Xia nodded and sat at the table. He looked around but didn't see Su Muxue. Where is she? Not up yet.
I went to call her, but she said she
felt a bit unwell and wanted to sleep more.
Xia said with a knowing smile as she ladled porridge for Chen Xia.
Feeling unwell. Chen Xia knew exactly why.
After the rough night he gave her, it would be a miracle if she could get up.
Let her be.
Let her sleep a bit more, Chen Xia said casually. After breakfast, without delay, he opened the virtual panel, found the ID Asuka Haruna, and sent her a message.
Chen Xia, you've seen the temperature outside now, right? He waited about 5 minutes before receiving a reply. Asuka Haruna, I've seen it. 48 degrees. Your intel was accurate.
Her tone sounded grave. Clearly the terrifying heat had put immense pressure on her.
Chen Xia, so shall we proceed with the trade as we agreed yesterday? Chen Xia didn't want to waste words and got straight to the point.
However, the other side fell silent again.
After a long while, Asuka Haruna's message came through. Asuka Haruna, sorry, I've changed my mind.
Seeing these words, Chen Xia's eyes narrowed instantly.
Changed her mind? Was this woman going back on her word? Chen Xia, what do you mean?
His tone had turned cold. Asuka Haruna, your intel is indeed valuable, but trading a large drainage module for just that seems unfair to me.
Asuka Haruna, besides, I'm guessing there will be more disasters after the heat wave.
Like heavy rain or floods. This woman was sharp. She had inferred the subsequent disasters just from the drainage module item.
Chen Xia, so what do you want? Asuka Haruna, simple. I want your intel and I want you to upgrade my shelter to level 4. Then he'll give you the drainage module. Asuka Haruna, I checked the upgrade list.
Upgrading to levels 3 and 4 requires a lot of wood, stone foundation and refined steel ingots.
Asuka Haruna, those are hard for me to gather alone. Asuka Haruna, if you agree to this condition, not only will I give you the large drainage module, but I'll also prioritize selling you any good items I synthesize in the future. Good grief. Chen Xia was almost amused by this woman's audacity. She was trying to get something for nothing.
She wanted both the intel and a free set of upgrade materials from levels 2 to 4.
And she'd only trade the drainage module after reaching level 4. By then she'd probably use it herself.
Where was her shame? Why didn't she just ask him to support her entirely? You want upgrade materials? A strange smile crept across Chen Xia's face. Yes, Asuka Haruna replied, seemingly encouraged that he was considering it. As long as you give me the materials, we'll be the strongest allies. Fine, Chen Xia typed rapidly. I'll even help you upgrade your shelter to level 10, how about that? Really? Asuka Haruna's breath quickened. A level 10 shelter. She could hardly imagine it. Of course, Chen Xia continued typing. I'll also throw in an extra 10000 units of wood, 1000 iron ingots and 100 monster cores, so you'll never have to worry about anything. Sound good? Great. More than great. Asuka Haruna was so excited she nearly jumped for joy. She felt like she'd been hit by a stroke of incredible luck. Was Chen Xia being this generous? Could it be? He had a thing for her. That must be it. So, can we trade now? But Chen Xia's next reply doused her like a bucket of ice water. Chen Xia, prop your pillow higher and keep dreaming. Chen Xia, and yes, I do have all those materials, but I won't give them to you. How does that feel? What? What do you mean? Asuka Haruna's tone turned furious. Chen Xia, you want to trade so much for just one large drainage module? Chen Xia, do you think you're a celestial maiden descended to earth? Chen Xia, even you yourself aren't worth that much. What are you, studded with diamonds? Chen Xia was genuinely angry. She had no credibility. He was done playing games with this conceited woman. In her shelter, Asuka Haruna trembled with rage as she read Chen Xia's messages. Studded with diamonds. You'll never get to find out. And why was he so tough? Didn't he realize she could sell the drainage module to someone else? Or did he have another way to get one? Asuka Haruna felt uncertain. She was indeed gambling. She bet that Chen Xia desperately needed the drainage module and that she was the only one in the game who had it. That's why she dared to make such an outrageous demand. But now Chen Xia didn't seem as anxious as she had imagined. Goodbye, you ill-mannered jerk. Asuka Haruna gritted her teeth, her heart hardening. She refused to believe that without her Chen Xia couldn't manage. If it came to it, she'd let the drainage module rot in her inventory. After all, she now knew a flood might be coming. She could work hard to upgrade and use it herself. With that thought, Asuka Haruna regained her confidence. Asuka Haruna, since we can't reach an agreement, forget it. I hope you won't regret this, big shot Chen Xia. She sent the message and went silent. Chen Xia, hold on, take a look at this contract. Asuka Haruna, get lost. You're dreaming if you think you can own me. Baby, how did it go? Did she agree? Hisi Shui asked anxiously. It fell through. Chen Xia shrugged, looking completely unconcerned. What? What do we do now? Hisi Shui panicked. Without the drainage module, how will we handle the flood in 3 days? That woman has no integrity. What's the rush? Chen Xia lounged on the sofa, crossing his legs. Even if she really wants, sell, I'm not worried. He refused to believe he couldn't breathe out a drainage module. No, he wanted a big one. Alright, forget about her. Chen Xia stood up. We have more important things to do. What could be more important than this? Hisi Shui looked at Chen Xia with some confusion. Is there anything more important than this? Just then a faint sound of footsteps came from the second floor. Sumu Shui, pale-faced, was descending the stairs while leaning against the wall. Her steps were unsteady, her legs trembling slightly, looking as if she were gravely weakened. Oh dear sister, you finally woke up. Hisi Shui immediately went up to support her, a teasing smile on her face. I thought you would sleep until the end of time. Sister. Sumu Shui's face turned red instantly. She clearly understood the implication behind Hisi Shui's words. What's wrong with you? Can't even walk steadily. Hisi Shui pretended to be surprised as she scrutinized her. Did you not rest well last night? Tisk, it seems like your stamina needs some improvement. I didn't. Sumu Shui whispered in protest, but her voice lacked conviction. She felt as if her waist was about to break and her whole body ached. There was not a single comfortable spot. It's all that bad guy's fault. She secretly glared at Chen Xia, who was sitting on the sofa with a mischievous smile. Chen Xia caught her gaze and not only felt no guilt but even raised an eyebrow at her, mouthing the words, "Continue tonight." Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Hisi Shui laughed as she patted her back. Come over and eat something. Gaga left you breakfast. Watching the two women flirt, Chen Xia smiled and then opened the trading market. Since he couldn't get the drainage module for now, he decided to improve his own strength. Equipment is currently the fastest way to enhance fighting power. Although he had the Desert Eagle, the bullets were limited. Each shot meant one less, making it unsuitable as a regular weapon. The watermelon knife is useful, but it is a melee weapon after all. It becomes somewhat difficult to deal with fast or numerous enemies. Therefore he needed a good ranged weapon. The bow and arrow was undoubtedly the best choice. Quiet, environmentally friendly, and the ammunition could be made by oneself, simply the ultimate tool for survival in the apocalypse. He filtered the keyword bow in the weapon category of the trading market. Soon a row of items appeared on the screen. Item: worn wooden bow, quality ordinary, description: a nearly falling apart wooden bow, maybe it can shoot 1 or 2 arrows. Price: wood x 50. Item: ripped short bow, quality trash, description: the worst of the worst, price: wood x 200, food x 10. Chen Xia flipped through several pages. Most were low-quality wooden bows that were still overpriced. Occasionally there were 1 or 2 bows of slightly better quality, but their prices were absurdly high. Damn it, are these people crazy for money? Chen Xia couldn't help but curse. 50 pieces of wood for a broken wooden bow. Do they really think others are fools? Brother, what are you looking for? Sumu Shui, feeling a bit more energized after finishing her porridge, came over curiously. Looking for a bow, Chen Xia replied. A bow. Sumu Shui's eyes lit up. That's great. With a bow it will be much easier for us to hunt in the future. She also thought that rushing in with a watermelon knife to fight monsters was far too dangerous. I'll help you look for it. Sumu Shui volunteered. After all, she possessed an 11 lucky talent. Perhaps she could make some unexpected discoveries. She took Chen Xia's virtual panel and started searching in the trading market. Unlike Chen Xia, who only looked through the first few pages, she flipped all the way back, specifically searching for items that had been listed for a long time but hadn't sold. She believed that such items had the greatest chance of being a hidden gem. After flipping through for about 10 minutes, her eyes suddenly fixed on an unremarkable corner. Item. Quality. Description: a bow that looks very powerful, but I don't know how to use it or what it's called. Exchanging for 10 bottles of mineral water. No bargaining. If you can exchange it, then do so. If not, forget it. The product image showed a completely black compound bow with a highly technological design. Its bow body was made of some unknown metal, equipped with a scope, shock absorber, and other professional accessories, looking leagues ahead of those broken wooden bows. And the seller only wanted 10 bottles of mineral water. Isn't this a scam? What's the difference from giving it away for free? Quick! Buy it now. Transaction successful. You have obtained black technology compound bow X1. Transaction successful. You have obtained black technology compound bow X1. Ha! Why are there 2 prompts? Chen Xia and Sumu Shui were both stunned. They looked down and discovered that the quantity of the item listed by the seller was actually 2. This meant that they had only spent 10 bottles of mineral water to buy 2 rare quality compound bows. I can't believe it. Even Chen Xia couldn't help but curse at this moment, because he had never seen such foolishness. If it were those greedy sellers, wouldn't they charge you 500 bottles of water? Although he would still buy it for 500 bottles. Quick, take out the bows and let's have a look. When the 2 pitch black compound bows appeared in the living room, Hisishue was stunned as well. Wow! Such cool bows. She stepped forward, carefully caressing the cold bow bodies, her eyes full of amazement. The design of these bows exuded a sense of power and technological sophistication. Just by looking at them, one could feel their immense might. They could surely send enemies flying, couldn't they? Absolutely. They'll shoot the enemy so hard they won't know which way is up. And it only cost 10 bottles of water. Chen Xia said, casually fiddling with the compound bow in his hand. How? How much? 10 bottles of water. Hisish's eyes nearly popped out of her head. She could hardly believe her ears. 10 bottles of water for 2 bows that looked this impressive. How was that any different from getting them for free? Was the other person an idiot? It was Mu Shui who found them, Chen Xia said with a smile, glancing at Sumu Shui, who was puffing out her little chest with pride. Little sis, you're incredible. Hisishue praised her sincerely. He just lucky, Sumu Shui replied, a little shy from the praise but feeling delighted inside. Alright, enough celebrating for now. Chen Xia handed one of the compound bows to Hisishue. With the bows we still need arrows. A bow without arrows is just a fire poker. Alright, we don't have any arrows, Hisishue realized. I'll go check the trading market to see if anyone is selling arrows. Sumu Shui said, ready to head to the market for bargains again. No need, Chen Xia shook his head. Arrow shafts are consumables, buying from others is too wasteful. Well, make our own. Make our own. We don't have a blueprint, Hisishue said. Then well, buy one. A confident smile curled at the corner of Chen Xia's mouth. Hisishue, this is your mission. Me? Hisishue pointed at herself. Yes. Go to the trading market now and buy a blueprint for making arrows. All right. Mission guaranteed. Hisishue nodded. Half an hour later, she had traded 200 units of wood for the blueprint. Item: refined arrow crafting blueprint. Type: blueprint. Effect: upon learning unlocks the crafting method for refined arrows. Crafting materials: wood X1, iron ingot X1. Description: a very practical blueprint that grants you arrow freedom. Learn. Chen Xia didn't hesitate and directly chose to learn the blueprint. Ding. You have learned the crafting method for refined arrows. He opened the crafting list and sure enough saw the refined arrows option under the weapons category. Refined arrows crafting materials: wood, iron, ingot, cloth. Cloth. Chen Xia's eyes lit up sharply. A place came to his mind. Goddess wardrobe. The clothes in there were an inexhaustible supply. Couldn't they just tear up a few clothes for cloth? Come on, follow me. The three entered the wardrobe room. Which one should we tear? Xia asked. All these clothes are so beautiful it's a shame to tear them. Tear the most provocative ones. Chen Xia said without hesitation. Lace, spaghetti straps, black stockings, white stockings, keeping them would only cause trouble. It was better to turn trash into treasure. Got it. With Chen Xia's command, the two women shed their qualms. They specifically picked the clothes with the least fabric. Soon they had gathered a large pile of colorful cloth. Back in the living room, Chen Xia immediately began his frenzied arrow-making endeavor. He threw wood, iron ingots and cloth into the crafting station all at once. Craft refined arrows X100. Confirm. Confirm. Crafting in progress. Crafting successful. You have obtained refined arrows X100. Craft refined arrows X1000. Craft refined arrows X2000. In the end, a total of 5,000 arrows had been added to his inventory. 5,000 arrows. That's enough for a small-scale war, isn't it? Xia murmured. Come on, let's go test our new weapons. Chen Xia picked up a compound bow, took a bundle of arrows from his inventory and strode spiritedly to the second floor of the villa. The second floor had a spacious open balcony with an excellent view, perfect for use as a shooting range. Let me try first. Chen Xia walked to the edge of the balcony, pulled an arrow from the bundle and knocked it onto the compound bow. This high-tech compound bow was heavier than expected and the bowstring was quite tough, requiring considerable strength to draw. However, for Chen Xia, whose strength attribute was as high as 44 points, this was no great difficulty. He drew the bow into a full moon with ease. The scope attached to the bow automatically locked onto a half-moon-high rock 100 meters away. Whoosh! Chen Xia released his fingers. The arrow, with a sharp whistling sound like a black bolt of lightning, instantly crossed the 100-meter distance. Bang! A dull thud. The arrow struck the center of the rock with precision. The entire arrowhead sank deep into the hard stone, leaving only the feathered tail quivering slightly. Great power. So amazing. Baby shoots so well. Wow, shooting like a pro. Xia and Sumu Shui exclaimed in awe from the side. You two give it a try too. Chen Xia handed the bow to Xia. Me? Can I do it? Xia was unsure of herself. Her strength attribute was far inferior to Chen Xia's. Just try and you'll find out. Xia took the compound bow and, imitating Chen Xia, began to draw. Whoosh! Oh, I missed. Xia felt a little embarrassed. It's fine, practice makes perfect, Chen Xia comforted her. Next, Sumu Shui gave it a try. Whoosh! Oh, I shot too far inside. My aim is terrible. It's okay, keep practicing. We have plenty of arrows. Just as Sumu Shui was about to shoot a second arrow, her hand suddenly stopped in midair. Hey! Look over there! She pointed to a distant direction, shouting in surprise. Chen Xia and Xia followed her gaze. About a kilometer away, in a small grove of trees, there was actually another shelter. It was a crude-looking level 2 shelter, standing alone, forming a stark contrast with their luxurious level 4 villa. Neighbors! The three said in unison. It was the first time they had seen another player's shelter from such a close distance. When did they appear there? I didn't see them yesterday, Xia said, surprised. They must have been spawned by the system this morning. Chen Xia analyzed. He remembered someone mentioning on the World Channel that some other players would randomly spawn around the shelter today. Moreover, the rules at the beginning had also stated that others would appear nearby. It seemed they had been caught in this. In this world where people kill people, any stranger could be a potential enemy. Just then the door of that small wooden house opened. A man and a woman came out. They seemed to have noticed the villa as well and were pointing in their direction, talking about something. They seem to have spotted us, Xia said. Yeah. Chen Xia nodded. He picked up the compound bow and observed the man and woman through the scope. The man was tall and looked very strong. The woman, with a delicate and clingy demeanor, stayed close to the man. They seemed to be arguing about something. After a while, the man appeared to have made up his mind and, pulling the woman along, started walking toward their villa. They're coming over. Sumu Shui said nervously. Don't panic. Chen Xia calmed her down, then handed the compound bow to Sumu Shui. Stay here and watch their every move through the scope. If anything seems off, tell me immediately. Okay. Sumu Shui nodded firmly. Chen Xia and He Sishui turned and walked downstairs to the villa's main entrance. Sumu Shui stood on the second-floor balcony, locking the approaching man and woman in her crosshairs through the scope. The man wore a seemingly kind smile, speaking to the woman beside him as they walked, as if soothing her emotions. The woman kept glancing around nervously. On the surface they appeared to be ordinary survivors terrified by the apocalypse and seeking help. Yet Sumu Shui did not let her guard down in the slightest. For she clearly saw a thick baseball bat concealed behind the man Lu Yu. And in the hand of the woman Guan Feifei something was tightly clutched, though indistinct. It was certainly no benevolent gift. Their intentions are indeed malicious. Armed with a bat they dared to approach. What emboldens them? She relayed this crucial intelligence to Chen Xia and He Sishui downstairs. At the villa entrance, Chen Xia and He Sishui stood side by side, their expressions calm, revealing neither joy nor anger. Darling sister Mushu says they're carrying a bat hidden behind them. They're here to provoke us. Then we shall present them with the truth. So what's our plan? Strike directly. Catch them off guard. He Sishui asked again. Patience, Chen Xia replied, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Let's first see what tricks they intend to play. Soon the pair reached the villa's main gate. When they beheld the 10-meter-high steel-spiked wall gleaming with a metallic chill, shock and greed contorted both their faces. My heavens! What level of sanctuary was this? Could it possibly be this luxurious? How wealthy must those inside be? Lu Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement. He felt as though he had discovered a colossal treasure trove. If he could seize this sanctuary, they would never again worry about food or safety. Suppressing his elation, he straightened his clothes and called out loudly toward the villa. Hey! Is anyone in there? We're passing survivors with no ill intent. Can you come out and talk? His voice rang with sincerity. The villa remained silent, offering no response. Lu Yu frowned and called out again, friends. We truly mean no harm. We just want to trade some supplies. We have water, could we exchange it for a bit of food? He believed that using the pretext of bartering would lower their vigilance. Brother, maybe they're not home. Guan Feifei said uncertainly. Impossible. Lu Yu shook his head. A villa this grand, how could it be empty? They're surely inside observing and testing us. Let's wait a bit longer. With it he pulled Guan Feifei to wait patiently by the gate. He believed that if he appeared sincere enough they would eventually let their guard down. Time ticked by. The sun overhead grew increasingly scorching. The outdoor temperature had soared to 50 degrees Celsius. Lu Yu and Guan Feifei soon became drenched in sweat, their lips cracking. Brother I can't take much more. It's so hot. Guan Feifei felt on the verge of heatstroke, her body swaying unsteadily. Hold on a little longer. Lu Yu gritted his teeth. He knew this was a test of their patience. If they gave up now, all their efforts would be wasted. Just as they were about to collapse, the creak of a door sounded and a young man's figure appeared at the entrance. It was Chen Xia. Who are you looking for? Leaning against the doorframe, he regarded the two outsiders with indifference. Lu Ye's heart leaped with joy at Chen Xia's appearance, and he quickly plastered a kind smile on his face as he approached. Brother! You finally came out. We mean no harm, just wanted to. Before he could finish, he saw another woman emerge from behind Chen Xia. That woman had a curvaceous figure, a stunningly beautiful face, and an air of mature intellect. Lu Ye's eyes went wide instantly. He never imagined such a rare beauty was hidden within this sanctuary. She was far more beautiful than his own wife. Guan Feifei, standing behind him, also saw He Sishui. When she noticed He Sishui's superior looks and figure, jealousy filled her eyes. Hello, I'm Lu Yu, and this is my wife Guan Feifei. Lu Yu suppressed his greed, striving to make his voice sound more sincere. We're from the small grove behind here, just respawned this morning. When we saw this huge villa, we wanted to come over and get acquainted, make some friends. After all, in this apocalypse, having more friends is better than having more enemies, don't you agree? As he spoke, he subtly edged closer to Chen Xia. Behind him, Guan Feifei also began to move inconspicuously, understanding his intent. Make friends. Chen Xia looked at the man before him, whose face was plastered with sincerity, yet whose eyes had greed and murderous intent, and found it somewhat amusing. With such poor acting, he wanted to play the bandit. Yes, yes. Lu Yu nodded obsequiously, his smile growing even more fawning. Brother, look, we're dying of thirst. Could you be kind enough to give us some water? We won't take it for free, I have. As he spoke, he reached behind his back, preparing to grab the concealed baseball bat. But the instant his hand was about to touch the bat, Chen Xia moved. His figure appeared before Lu Yu in a flash. Lu Yu only saw a blur, and then his wrist was seized in a grip like an iron vice. You! What are you doing? Lu Ye's heart plummeted, his smile instantly frozen. He hadn't expected Chen Xia to be so fast. He tried to pull his hand back but the other's strength was astonishing, no matter how hard he struggled he couldn't break free.
What am I doing? Chen Xia's face took on a playful grin. I was about to ask you the same thing.
With that his other hand shot out like lightning and yanked the baseball bat from behind Lu Yu.
What's this?
Chen Xia held the nail-studded bat up to Lu Yu's face and asked calmly.
Thighs is for self-defense. I was afraid of encountering monsters on the way. Lu Yu's forehead beaded with cold sweat as he stubbornly prevaricated. Oh. Self-defense. Chen Xia nodded.
And what your girlfriend is holding, is that for self-defense too?
His gaze shifted to Guan Feifei on the other side. Guan Feifei, already pale with fright at seeing Lu Yu subdued, was terrified by Chen Xia's glance.
Her hand loosened and with a clatter a sharp dagger fell to the ground.
Caught red-handed.
There was no room for further excuses.
We.
Lu Yu's mind went blank, utterly unable to explain.
Still want to put on a show? Chen Xia's gaze grew icy.
I don't have time for these tedious games.
Tell me, how do you want to die?
I can end your lives quickly without pain. Chen Xia's voice was low but it struck Lu Yu and Guan Feifei's hearts like a heavy hammer. They could clearly feel the killing intent emanating from Chen Xia.
He was deadly serious. No. Don't kill me.
Guan Feifei was the first to break down, collapsing to her knees with a thud, weeping and begging for mercy.
We were wrong. We were truly wrong. Well, never dare again. Please spare us.
Yes. Big brother.
Master. Lu Yu quickly followed suit, kneeling and kowtowing incessantly. We had a moment of foolishness. Blinded by greed.
Please be magnanimous and let us go like a puff of wind.
He was truly terrified now. Spare you.
Chen Xia looked at the two groveling on the ground, their desperation laid bare.
If I were just an ordinary person today, would you have spared me?
You would have stolen my supplies, taken my woman and then killed me without hesitation, wouldn't you?
Lu Yu and Guan Feifei's faces twisted with despair. Since you wanted to play by the law of the jungle, you must be prepared to be devoured as prey. Chen Xia tossed the baseball bat to the ground. Die.
Chen Xia raised his foot ready to send them to their end. But just then Guan Feifei, who had been weeping on her knees, suddenly flashed a look of venomous madness in her eyes. She sprang up from the ground, snatched the fallen dagger and lunged viciously at Xishuai, who stood beside Chen Xia.
Bitch. Die. Very well, I'll send you to death.
Chen Xia's fist, tearing through the air with a whistling roar, smashed ferociously toward Guan Feifei's head.
Bang. Chen Xia's fist slammed with full force onto Guan Feifei's face.
Her head, like a watermelon struck by a sledgehammer, lurched backward with a dull thud, her entire facial structure caving in deeply. Crimson and white gushed from her 7 orifices, and then like a heap of mud she crumpled limply to the ground, twitched twice and lay utterly still.
Guan Feifei had been killed with a single punch.
It all happened so fast that Lu Yu beside her hadn't even managed to scramble to his feet.
When he saw Guan Feifei's gruesome death, he was utterly dumbfounded. Dead. Just like that. One punch.
And she was dead.
A demon.
The man before him was no human, he was a demon.
Ah.
Lu Yu let out a blood-curdling scream, scrambled and stumbled to his feet and turned to flee. Only one thought occupied his mind: run.
Get as far away from this demon as possible. Let me send you to reunite. Chen Xia's icy voice rang out behind him.
Lu Yu felt a fierce gust of wind at his back.
Then a composite bow arrow shot from the second floor, striking his neck with remarkable accuracy.
After a brief agonized wail, Lu Yu's body crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust.
Meanwhile,
on a small hill about 2 kilometers from Chen Xia's villa, a woman observed the entire scene through a high-powered telescope.
This woman was none other than Mingri Qingnai. She had witnessed every detail of Lu Yu and Guan Feifei's provocation.
When she saw Chen Xia dispatch them with a single punch as easily as killing a dog, her pupils contracted sharply and the hand holding the telescope trembled involuntarily.
So strong.
A tempest raged in Mingri Qingnai's heart. Those were 2 living people. He hadn't even blinked, just crushed their skulls with his bare fists. How terrifying was this man's strength? How ruthless was his heart?
This man is absolutely not to be trifled with.
Mingri Qingnai mentally branded Chen Xia with a label of extreme danger. Was this her new neighbor? Yet she reconsidered. Those 2 had come with malicious intent and met their end. A weak woman like her with such a low-level shelter, he probably wouldn't be so deranged as to barge in and kill her.
Just then. World announcement: congratulations to player Chen Xia for achieving first human kill in 1 second. Fastest kill of another player. Achievement reward: Universal Temperature Control External Unit X1. Universal Temperature Control External Unit Function 1, essential material for upgrading shelter from level 4 to level 5. Can regulate temperature within 100 meters of the shelter, making extreme heat and cold relatively less lethal.
Function 2 also acts as a lightning rod, effectively preventing lightning strikes during thunderstorms. This announcement left Xia stunned.
Chen Xia.
The demon who crushed a man's head with one punch was actually Chen Xia.
It's over.
Xia felt her vision go dark, nearly tumbling down the hillside.
She had even tried to extort him this morning.
And now by sheer misfortune her shelter had spawned right next to this demon.
Oh my god.
Would he rape and kill her first? Or
just keep raping her?
Elsewhere.
Universal Temperature Control External Unit.
Chen Xia looked at the system's achievement reward.
This was truly finding a treasure without even searching for it.
He had been fretting over how to get this item, and then by killing someone he luckily achieved the first kill achievement and luckily received the key material for upgrading the shelter from level 4 to level 5.
This feels great.
And besides being an upgrade material, its practical effect is excellent, even providing lightning protection.
Yue gave Su Muxue a thumbs up from the second floor.
Su Muxue returned the gesture.
That shot was incredibly accurate. Look at this. Chen Xia displayed the achievement reward to the two women.
The Universal Temperature Control External Unit. Yu's eyes lit up at the sight. The materials for upgrading our shelter to level 5 are complete.
Yes. Chen Xia nodded firmly.
With this they could upgrade their shelter to level 5 right now. Then not to mention tomorrow's 55-degree heat, even at 60 degrees they could stay inside enjoying the air conditioning and eating hot pot. In reality, once it hits 50°C, one can barely leave the shelter. The outside world becomes uninhabitable and only the shelter is safe.
The entire world chat channel had exploded over the first human kill announcement. First human kill. Big shot, Chen Xia killed someone. Sure enough, humans are the most dangerous.
Everyone be careful not to become your neighbor's food stock.
Really? No way.
It's only been a few days since the server opened and we're already killing each other.
Can't we just develop peacefully? Why must there be murder? The above, it's survival of the fittest, perfectly normal.
If you see your neighbor has plenty of supplies and is a pretty girl and you happen to have a gun, what would you do?
That's true, but this is too fast, isn't it?
Though if my neighbor were a pretty girl, I'd definitely have a sweet romance with her.
Romance? You must be insane. Don't you find this terrifying? From now on we won't even dare to step outside, will we? Having to guard against everyone we see. Alas, the world is going to chaos. Chen Xia's name once again became the focus of everyone's discussion.
Chen Xia could no longer be bothered with the clamor in the world channel. He glanced at the two corpses on the ground and frowned. It was his first kill, and truth be told, Chen Xia was quite tense.
But if he didn't kill them, they would eventually find an opportunity to kill him.
Soon the two corpses turned into specks of light and vanished.
Alright, let's head back.
Chen Xia took Yu's hand and turned to walk into the villa. Su Muxue on the second floor also breathed a sigh of relief, set down her composite bow and rushed down from the balcony.
Are you two alright?
She asked with concern. From upstairs she had witnessed the bloody scene, and having shot that man dead herself, she was also quite nervous.
Nothing much.
That's good. Su Muxue patted her chest, then asked curiously, by the way, aren't we upgrading the shelter now?
Exactly. Chen Xia snapped his fingers.
That Universal Temperature Control External Unit we got. The materials for upgrading to a level 5 shelter are all set. As he spoke, he opened the virtual panel and brought up the shelter's upgrade interface. All the materials displayed a green satisfied indicator. If a level 4 shelter was already such a luxurious villa, what would a level 5 shelter look like? Would it turn into a castle? Confirm consumption of all materials to upgrade the shelter to level 5.
Confirmed.
As Chen Xia's words fell, the entire villa began to tremble violently, far more intensely than any previous upgrade. A thunderous rumble echoed as the villa's interior underwent a dramatic transformation. The living room, bedrooms and kitchen all expanded in size. What thrilled Chen Xia most was the sudden appearance of a vast underground space beneath the villa.
Congratulations!
Your shelter has been successfully upgraded to LV5.
Maximum contractable members increased to 3. New special building module unlocked, fully automated underground farm. New special building module unlocked, Tomb Raider.
Shelter comprehensive defense capabilities significantly enhanced. A series of system prompts echoed in Chen Xia's mind.
3 contractable members now.
Chen Xia stroked his chin, pondering who deserved the final slot.
That Sakura girl named Asuka Hinata. Strength talent, not bad looking either. But that woman had too many schemes, she'd need proper discipline. Baby, look. There's a basement here. Hisishue tugged Chen Xia's hand, pointing excitedly at a newly appeared staircase in the corner of the living room.
The three descended the stairs, revealing a vast underground space before them. The basement spanned several hundred square meters with rows of simulated sunlight lamps installed overhead casting a soft glow. In the center of the basement 24 black plots of soil were neatly arranged, each connected to automatic irrigation pipes. Module fully automated underground farm LV1 effect can cultivate any crop at current level. Crop maturity cycle is 30 days. Upgrade required wood X 2000 max level effect crop maturity cycle reduced to 3 days. A month for one harvest. It's not slow in reality, but here it's a bit lacking. Su Muxue pouted as she read the description. It can be upgraded though. Chen Xia pointed at the upgrade options below. At max level it matures every 3 days. Homegrown vegetables should taste different, I think. Being a farmer is fine, nothing much to do all day anyway. Long live the farmer. KFC Xue declared with hands on her hips. No rush. Chen Xia waved his hand. We don't have seeds yet, upgrading now would be pointless. He figured seeds shouldn't be hard to obtain. The trading market surely had them, or maybe when the flood came tomorrow something useful might wash up. He turned his attention to another new module. Module Tomb Raider LV1 effect within 100 meters of the shelter treasure chest spawn rate increased by 4, high quality chest spawn rate increased by 4. Upgrade required wood X 5000 max level effect within 100 meters chest spawn rate increased by 20, high quality chest spawn rate increased by 20. Tomb Raider. Chen Xia found the system's naming quite clever. Increasing chest spawn rates and quality. This was excellent. Treasure chests could yield all sorts of goodies from basic wood and food to rare blueprints and equipment, all down to luck. With this module and Su Muxue's rank luck talent, its practicality was high. This one must be maxed out. Chen Xia decided on the spot. Spending 5000 wood to upgrade. Spending 8000 wood to upgrade. The Tomb Raider module cost a total of 5000 wood to reach max level. Next was the farm, which consumed 3000 wood to max out. With wood in abundance, hoarding it was pointless. The upgraded underground farm could yield a harvest every 3 days, justifying the 3000 wood investment. Ding. World announcement. Congratulations to Chen Xia for being the first to achieve Master Farmer. This player is the first to max out the farm module at this stage. Reward Golden Treasure Chest X1. Ding. Congratulations to Chen Xia for being the first to achieve Tomb Raider. This player is the first to max out the Tomb Raider module at this stage. Achievement Reward Golden Treasure Chest X1. The moment Chen Xia maxed out both modules, 2 gleaming golden achievement notifications appeared in his mind and the chat channel. Instantly 2 radiant golden chests materialized in the center of the basement. Holy crap! Golden chests. KFC Xue and Su Muxue were stunned. It was their first time seeing golden chests. The best they'd seen before were silver ones. Most players could only find wooden, iron, or bronze chests. Baby, do you think this Tomb Raider will spawn another golden chest at the door? KFC Xue mused, caressing the golden chest. That lucky. It only boosts probabilities. What if the golden chest spawn rate is just 1%? Chen Xia glanced outside. Wait, what's that? Su Muxue noticed a glow outside. A chest. It's a chest. It really spawned. System notification: there is an unclaimed golden treasure chest at your shelter's entrance. Damn awesome. Chen Xia couldn't believe his luck. Ha! KFC Xue froze at the notification. Was this real? Let's go check it out. Chen Xia reacted, first grabbing the 2 dazed women and rushing out of the basement to the villa's main entrance in a few quick steps. Sure enough, beside the door a golden chest identical to the achievement rewards lay, quietly radiating an enticing golden glow. What incredible luck today! This went beyond mere luck, it was like words manifesting reality. The Tomb Raider module truly proved its practicality, barely maxed out, and the effect was immediate. Spawn rate and quality were boosted, and according to the description it could be upgraded further. The chat channel was in shock too. This Chen Xia kept appearing every so often, and now he was rewarded with golden chests. Teacher says his daughter's school is big. Why does he keep triggering achievement rewards? I was first to take a dump, why no reward? Surviving alone, dude, was it a big one? My talent is waste recycling, you know what I mean. I can turn it back into food. I specialize in poop recycling, but only liquid stuff. Milk Dragon, I haven't even seen a chest's shadow. By the way, what's the best chest you've seen? I heard there are iron ones. My school is big, I've seen a bronze one. A friend got a knife from it and treasures it like crazy. Alright, stop gawking. Let's move the chests inside first. Chen Xia called out. KFC Xue carried the chest in. 3 gleaming golden chests bathed the entire living room in a golden hue. So, should we open them now? Su Muxue rubbed her hands together, barely containing her eagerness. She was dying to know what treasures these golden chests held. Hold on. Chen Xia pondered for a moment. These are golden chests, can't just open them carelessly. Needs some ceremony. Ceremony. Hisishue and Sumushue looked at him puzzled. So I've decided. Chen Xia cleared his throat and announced, well, each open one. Let's see who has the best luck and pulls the most awesome item. Great idea. Hisishue was the first to raise her hand, also starting to rub her hands together. The thrill of opening a blind box excited her too. I'm fine with that. Sumushue nodded as well. I'll go first. Chen Xia stepped up to one of the golden chests and placed his hand on its lid. Go for it, baby. Go for it, big brother. Amid the two women's cheers, Chen Xia heaved the lid open. A dazzling golden light burst forth from the chest. At the bottom of the treasure chest lay a single banana. That banana was somewhat oddly shaped, its entire body a peculiar shade of gold, its surface adorned with spiral patterns looking far from an ordinary banana. Item: Mutant Giant Banana effect permanently increases all basic attributes by 2 upon consumption. Description: a super banana from another world, its taste perhaps indescribable. It is the max version of the mutant banana. A banana again. Chen Xia was stunned. He recalled that last time when clearing the goblin nest the rank reward was also a mutant banana which increased all attributes by 1. This mutant giant banana was an upgraded version of that one. Still, a permanent 2 to all attributes was a genuinely good find. Because a contractor's strength is based on your basic attributes. Baby, what did you get? Hisiyuan and Sumushue also crowded over, peering curiously into the chest. When they saw the oddly shaped banana, both wore puzzled expressions. A giant banana. Hisiyuan was somewhat disappointed. A golden chest, and this is what you got. Is it for eating? Or for, well, something not suitable for children? Sister, don't underestimate this banana. Sumachu's eyes, however, were bright. I bet this is no ordinary banana. That's right. Chen Xia smiled as he took out the mutant giant banana and showed its attributes to the two women. Permanent 2 to all basic attributes. 1 more point than the banana from the relic. Not bad, not bad. Eat it, eat it. Such attribute boosts should definitely go to brother. Sumushue urged. Chen Xia nodded, peeled the banana without hesitation and devoured the mutant giant banana in a few bites. It tasted somewhat like durian, a bit like stinky tofu with a hint of metallic rust. The flavor was even more pungent than the last one. Ugh. Chen Xia nearly vomited on the spot. System notification: your strength 2, constitution 2, spirit 2. Phew. Worth it. Chen Xia let out a long breath, feeling revived. What a smell. Do you two want to try? Chen Xia looked at them with a benevolent smile. No, no. Hisiyuan and Sumushue, seeing his expression of facing death, both quickly waved their hands. Alright, I'm done. Chen Xia wiped his mouth. Your turn. Hisiyuan, you go first. Okay. Hisiyuan took a deep breath, walked to the second golden chest and imitated Chen Xia, clasping her hands together in bowing. Devout follower Hisiyuan sincerely prays, bless me with a divine artifact. After saying this, she carefully placed her hand on the chest lid and flung it open. Crack! Another dazzling golden light flashed. When the light faded, a pitch-black, stylishly cool metal rod lay in the chest. The rod was about half a meter long, its handle wrapped in non-slip rubber, the body forged from some unknown alloy with a ring of crackling electric arcs at the top. Item: military stun baton effect releases high-voltage electric current causing paralysis and minor electric shock damage to the target. Exceptionally effective against mechanical units. Description: ZZZZZ let you experience the thrill of electrotherapy. Friendly reminder: do not use while bathing. A stun baton. Hisiyuan picked up the military stun baton and swung it a couple of times, finding it quite handy. This is not bad. Chen Xia nodded. The power of this baton was certainly far greater than an ordinary club, and it came with a paralysis effect, making it very practical in close combat. Especially its description noting its effectiveness against mechanical monsters. Hee, from now on anyone who dares bully me, I'll zap them. Hisiyuan brandished the baton, cutting through the air with an excited grin. Alright, your turn, Mashue. Chen Xia looked at the last and most anticipated Sumushue. Sumushue nodded firmly. She walked to the final golden chest, not praying like Hisiyuan but placing her hand directly on it. Because she believed her own luck was the best prayer. Open. With a delicate shout, she flung open the chest lid. The three eagerly peered inside. At the bottom of the chest lay a silver-white, technologically advanced metal module. The module was circular, about a meter in diameter, its surface etched with complex blue patterns, and at its center a constantly rotating vortex-like core. A powerful wave of energy emanated from the module. Item: shelter drainage module. Large type special building module effect can be installed anywhere in a level 46 shelter, generating a massive drain that continuously channels accumulated water within the shelter to an unknown dimensional ocean. Description: even a torrential flood is just a little brother in front of me. A drainage module. And a large one at that. It could be perfectly installed on his level 5 shelter. Phew, I guess this counts as a good find, right? Perfect for dealing with that flood. Brother, praise me. Chen Xia said coquettishly. Impressive, impressive. Chen Xia wasn't good at giving compliments, so that was all he could say. He brother is the best, unlike little sister me who can only worry about Gidge. He Yuan watched, noting Makshu's different way of speaking. She also tried to imitate. Gidge is so amazing, unlike little sister me who can only worry about Gidge. Hurry up and install it. Okay. Chen Xia nodded, carefully took the shelter drainage module large out of the chest and opened the shelter's building panel. Detected special building module shelter drainage module large, proceed with installation. Recommended installation location basement. Install. Chen Xia confirmed without hesitation. With his confirmation, the silver-white metal module instantly transformed into a stream of light and flew towards the basement. The three quickly followed downstairs. There in a corner of the basement, a massive black vortex over 2 meters in diameter had appeared out of nowhere. The center of the vortex was bottomless, as if connecting to another unknown world. A powerful suction force emanated from the vortex, pulling in the surrounding air. Shelter drainage module large installed successfully. Current drainage efficiency 10000 cubic meters per hour. Friendly reminder: do not throw any living creatures into the drain or bear the consequences. Note: this drainage module can dimensionally absorb any water near the shelter regardless of installation location, as it is integrated with the shelter as a whole. 10,000 cubic meters an hour. Chen Xia clicked his tongue at the number. This drainage capacity was already terrifying. Even if it weren't a rainstorm but a true cataclysmic flood, unless the entire earth was submerged, they should be fine. Great. Now we don't have to worry about drowning anymore. Yuan looked at the massive drain, a relieved smile spreading across her face. Chen Xia nodded happily too. The greatest crisis looming over them had finally been resolved. The three returned from the basement to the living room, their moods incredibly light. In the evening, the temperature dropped slightly. Outdoor temperature 42 C, indoor temperature 26 C. Although it was already evening, the temperature outside was still frighteningly high. Tomorrow the temperature will reach 55 degrees. Chen Xia frowned at the number. Although they had a level 5 shelter and the universal temperature control unit to shield them from the heat, for other players outside this would be a catastrophic disaster. It was foreseeable that tomorrow and the day after the world chat channel would be filled with wails and cries of despair. Baby, do you think that woman named Asuka Haruna, what will happen to her? Yuan suddenly remembered the Sakura girl who had broken off negotiations with them. Who knows? As long as she doesn't go out, she probably won't die of heatstroke. Chen Xia thought of that woman. To be honest, he still needed one more contractor, so he didn't really want her to die. But that woman had a fiery temper and big ambitions, and she even looked down on talent contracts. But it was only a matter of time. Nightfall soon arrived. Perhaps because the flood crisis was resolved, or because they were relaxed, or because they had been busy upgrading the shelter during the day, or maybe because they had just finished with Chen Xia, both women went to bed early. Chen Xia also took a shower, lay down on his soft, comfortable bed, and opened the world chat channel. The channel was still buzzing with activity. Most people were discussing the sudden appearance of neighbors today, with many worried that they might be the next target to be eliminated by a neighbor. For a time, the entire game world was shrouded in a tense atmosphere where everyone felt at risk. The night passed without incident. The next morning, when Chen Xia woke up, a wave of scorching heat had already swept across the world. He glanced at the shelter's temperature display. Outdoor temperature 55 C, indoor temperature 26 C. Sigh. It really has reached 55 degrees. Chen Xia walked to the window and looked outside. The world outside seemed to have turned into a giant oven. The air was distorted by the high temperature, and the ground sizzled under the scorching heat as if it might crack at any moment. Fortunately, within 100 meters of the shelter it was relatively normal, but only relatively. Only inside the shelter was it truly comfortable. Chen Xia took a stroll around the villa. Yuan and Chen Xia were already up, wearing light cool camisole nightgowns, eating breakfast prepared by Gugu Gaga in the living room. The cold air from the air conditioner made the villa as cool as spring, a stark contrast to the hellish world outside. Baby, you're awake. Yuan greeted Chen Xia with a smile. Brother, come have breakfast. Today there's your favorite fried egg. Chen Xia also waved him over. Looking at these two vibrant beauties before him and thinking of the players outside still struggling to survive, Chen Xia felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction and superiority. After breakfast, Chen Xia decided to go outside and take a look. He wanted to test the effectiveness of the universal temperature control unit. You two stay home. Don't go out, Chen Xia instructed. Got it. Be careful. Chen Xia nodded and pushed open the villa's front door. When he stepped beyond 100 meters from the shelter, A terrifying wave of heat instantly hit him, making him feel like his skin was about to be scorched. He quickly stepped back into the shelter's range. The effect of the universal temperature control unit extended 100 meters from the shelter. That meant as long as he stayed within this range he wouldn't be affected by the high temperature. He tentatively took a few steps forward, and sure enough the burning sensation immediately disappeared, replaced by a cool, comfortable feeling as if he were walking in an air-conditioned room. This thing is pretty good. Chen Xia nodded with satisfaction. He began pacing back and forth within the 100-meter range around the shelter, also checking if the grave robber module had brought him any new surprises. Unfortunately, after wandering around for a while he didn't see a single treasure chest. It seems treasure chests aren't that easy to farm, Chen Xia thought. Just as he was about to head back, his gaze inadvertently fell upon another shelter in the distance. That was also his neighbor. That was the location of Asuka Haruna's shelter. Chen Xia didn't know the person inside was Asuka Haruna, so he just glanced at it and mused that whoever was inside was probably already cooked by the heat. Since there was nothing much to do, Chen Xia returned to the shelter. It really wasn't a place for people to be outside. Even the chat channel was teaching players how to beat the heat. Actually, as long as you don't go out, it's not a big problem. Just grab a fan, open the window, put a stone down, strip naked and lie on the stone. It's even a bit cool. Upstairs I'm already naked. The problem is the sun shines into the room and the stone gets hot. You idiot, can't you block the light? Ha, a bunch of geniuses. Just buy some cooling items, no need for all this fuss. 666, you're a real genius. We can barely afford to eat and you want us to buy cooling items. Why don't you suggest eating cake? Aren't you worried the shelter will catch fire? Probably not, it's only 55°C. Not that bad, not that bad. Hey, does this mean we can only go out at night to find supplies? Sleep during the day. Because it's cool at night. At this moment Asuka Haruna felt like she was dying. She had planned to go out to find supplies today, but she shrank back as soon as she stepped out. How could the sun be so scorching? Did it want to kill everyone? She felt like a duck trapped in an oven, every inch of her skin being roasted by the hot air. To cool down she had already taken off all her clothes. Her jade-like body lay sprawled on a large stone, sweat continuously trickling down her graceful curves, quickly forming a small puddle beneath her. But even so it couldn't alleviate the heat surging from all directions as if it would melt her. Huff huff huff, I'm going to die of heat. This is worse than being raped. I wonder how my good friend is doing. Asuka Haruna remembered that Chen Xia seemed to have a temperature control unit which was awarded to him through an achievement. She sneaked a glance at the big villa in the distance under the blazing sun. She was even a bit tempted to surrender to him. After thinking it over, Asuka Haruna considered herself a person of integrity. That kind of talent contract. Even a dog wouldn't sign it. Did he really think having supplies allowed him to do whatever he wanted? Having a high-level shelter allowed him to do whatever he wanted. I'm not buying that. Thinking this, Asuka Haruna kept rubbing against the large stone. Once the stone got hot she would put it back into her inventory and take out another one, so she always had a cool stone. So blissful. After some time Asuka Haruna crafted a small fan, but it was still unbearably hot. Especially the humidity. No. This can't go on. It really can't. Asuka Haruna Senior, Chen Xia, could I trade my large drainage module for your small drainage module? Preferably add an air conditioner or some cooling device. I was wrong before, bro, I'm sorry. Chen Xia hadn't expected this woman to cave so quickly, but now he had no use for the drainage module either. It seemed the other party was suffering terribly from the heat. As per usual, first tempt, then sign the contract. Chen Xia, rice air conditioner, American air conditioner, small fan, automatic hair dryer, cucumber, mineral water, x 10,000. Asuka Haruna was utterly stunned. There were even several types of air conditioners alone, let alone 10,000 bottles of mineral water. She suddenly sat up completely naked. It was evident her figure was nearly perfect. Baka, are you playing a modded version? But what does this mean? Could it be she wants me to raise the pillow higher again? Asuka Haruna, I want one rice air conditioner, one small drainage module, and just a little mineral water, is that okay? It's a deal, you definitely won't lose out. She started asking for this and that again. Chen Xia, do you want it? Asuka Haruna, yes yes yes. Chen Xia, talent contract, sign this and I guarantee all these are yours. Also, if you come to my side I won't touch you. I'll only move when you're willing, how about it? Asuka Haruna's eyes widened. This talent contract again. Although it promised not to touch her the moment she signed, she would belong to Chen Xia and he could do whatever he wanted regardless. It would leave you utterly powerless. She couldn't possibly agree. After all, she had to protect her chastity. The reason was that she was born amidst a heavy snowfall and that night a Taoist priest had made a prophecy for her. She had to protect that treasure before the age of 30. Otherwise she would face a bloody calamity. And she would never become a star slave. Chen Xia, do you want it? If you want it, sign it. Asuka Haruna, I want it. I want the nation to prosper. I want equality for everyone. Asuka Haruna, can I not sign? Let's just trade.
Chen Xia hadn't expected her to still refuse. He had already conceded so much, even promising not to touch her.
Fine, she had spirit. Chen Xia, trade your grandmother. Asuka Haruna, pervert. Seems I can't force it. She absolutely refused, even dying of heat, and still wouldn't sign. Chen Xia shook his head. Baby, she hasn't hit rock bottom yet. Look at my situation back then. I was even more unwilling than her, and what happened? He smiled awkwardly. By evening the outside temperature had finally dropped a bit.
Bored, Chen Xia took the two women for another walk within a 100-meter radius of the shelter.
Hey! There's a chest here.
Sharpie spotted a chest emitting a silver glow in a patch of grass.
A silver chest. Chen Xia and Su Mushue also approached.
It was a chest entirely forged from silver engraved with simple patterns. Though not as ornate as a gold chest, it was still decent.
Open it quick, let's see what's inside. Su Mushue urged. All right. Chen Xia nodded, stepped forward and lifted the lid.
A soft silver light flashed. After the light faded, several items appeared inside.
System notification, you have obtained mineral water X5. System notification, you have obtained rye bread X3. System notification, you have obtained common bandage X2. That's it.
Looking at the items in the chest, Hisiyue and Su Mushue both showed disappointed expressions. 5 bottles of water, 3 pieces of bread and 2 bandages. For others, these items, food, water and bandages, were indeed decent treasures. But now for Chen Xia and his group, who had more supplies than they could use, these things were practically garbage.
Sigh, I thought we'd get something good. Hisiyue sighed. Yeah, these are completely useless to us. Su Mushue also pouted. They had now experienced a kind of rich person's trouble. Ordinary things were no longer worth a second glance. Come on, don't be ungrateful.
Chen Xia shook his head with a smile.
This is a silver chest, getting these is already decent. Go check the World Channel and see how many people are short on water and food. He casually pocketed the items.
Even though they had no use for them, keeping them was better than nothing.
The trio returned to the villa. Night fell once more.
Though the temperature outside had improved, it was still like a giant steamer, swelteringly hot. The upside was that some people started going out at night to scavenge supplies, avoiding starvation. Inside the villa, however, it was cool as spring.
After a sumptuous dinner prepared by Gugu Gaga, the two women resumed their entertainment.
Watching movies, playing games, or gathering around Gugu Gaga to make it sing, dance and tell jokes.
Meanwhile, Chen Xia leaned back on the sofa contemplating his next plan. Tomorrow was the third day of Yang Yong's prophecy. An unprecedented torrential downpour would sweep across the entire world. Although they had the large drainage module and didn't need to fear flooding.
But the floods would bring more than just water. There could be all sorts of terrifying monsters lurking in the water or other hazards.
Do you think we won't be short on water tomorrow since it's raining so hard? Probably not. With this game's difficulty, how could it give away water resources for free? It might all be toxic water requiring a purifier to drink. Makes sense. Time ticked by minute. Soon it was midnight.
The previously clear night sky suddenly became overcast with dark clouds accompanied by lightning and thunder. Boom! A blinding bolt of lightning split the night sky, followed by a deafening clap of thunder that exploded across the heavens.
It's raining.
Large raindrops began to fall from the sky, pelting the villa's roof and windows. At first it was just a light drizzle. But soon the rain intensified rapidly. From a gentle patter to a torrential downpour in less than 10 minutes. Whoosh! The pouring rain cascaded down like the sky had burst, madly drenching the earth. The entire world was shrouded in a vast white curtain of rain.
Wow! Such heavy rain. Hisiyue and Su Mushue ran to the window, marveling at the terrifying downpour outside. This rain. Is it too intense? Su Much's face showed a hint of worry. Can our drainage module really handle it? Don't worry.
Chen Xia walked up behind them, pulling them into his arms to comfort them. Even if the entire Pacific Ocean were dumped here, we could drain it all.
My water might not be drainable.
Meanwhile, in a sweltering level 2 shelter, Asuka Haruna curled up in a corner, burning with fever, her consciousness fading. She felt she was about to die. Just as she was on the verge of losing all awareness, a drop of cool liquid landed on her face. Then more and more rainwater seeped through the cracks in the roof, splashing onto her scorching body.
Rain. It's raining.
A sliver of consciousness was awakened by the cold. With her last ounce of strength, she opened her eyes and looked outside. The torrential rain was washing away this world that had been scorched for 2 days.
I am saved.
A weak smile curled at the corner of Asuka Haruna's lips.
She opened her mouth greedily, sucking in the raindrops dripping from the roof. Though the rainwater carried a muddy taste for someone dying of thirst, it was undoubtedly the sweetest nectar in the world. After drinking enough water, Asuka Haruna felt a bit of strength return to her body. She struggled to her feet, walked to the door and looked out at the pouring rain, a sense of survival relief washing over her face. She had survived. Notification: you have drunk unpurified dirty rainwater, resulting in a mild viral infection accompanied by fever, headaches and other symptoms. Asuka Haruna was stunned. So even drinking water wasn't allowed. Boom! Another bolt of lightning tore across the sky, illuminating the pitch-black night as if it were broad daylight. The thunder that followed seemed powerful enough to shatter one's eardrums. Inside the villa, although the lights were blazing and the warmth was as gentle as spring, the violent scene outside the window still sent a shiver down the spines of Hisishue and Sumushue. Honey, this is just like when some jerk swears an oath, so terrifying. Hisishue tightly clutched Chen Xia's arm. She knew the shelter was safe, but her feminine nature still made her fear such a ferocious natural spectacle. Besides, it was a perfect chance to deepen her bond with Chen Xia. Why not take it? Yeah brother, it's so loud, I need a hug. Sumushue also curled up on Chen Xia's other side. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Chen Xia smiled and patted their backs, pulling their soft fragrant bodies closer into his embrace. How about we all sleep together tonight? Hisishue suddenly looked up at Chen Xia and whispered the suggestion. Ha! Sleep together. Sumuch's face flushed crimson at these words and her heart began to race. 3 of them. Together. What would that scene be like? Just the thought made her feel as if her body was about to catch fire. Chen Xia gazed at the 2 women, their shy yet expectant expression stirring a heat within him. This had always been his dream. Ahem. He cleared his throat and put on a serious air. Since you're both so scared, I'll have to reluctantly sacrifice myself to protect you. You're so annoying. You rascal. Both women playfully scolded him, their delicate fists lightly tapping his chest. Yet their bodies honestly leaned closer into his embrace. The night stretched on. Outside, the storm raged with wind, rain and lightning. Inside it was a vast cosmos, the origin of humanity, Pangu splitting heaven and earth. Nuwa creating mankind. While Chen Xia and the others reveled in their tender moments, the world chat channel erupted into chaos over the sudden downpour. At first everyone was immersed in the joy of survival. Tanshin Bezhanjia, it's raining. It's raining. Ha ha. We're saved. Ha 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 ha, great, I'm going to drink as much as I want. Young master, thank the heavens. No more being roasted like jerky. Kiwi fruit brothers, go out and collect water. It's free water. No more worrying about dying of thirst. Bujian Shinkong, I've already filled 3 big buckets. I feel like I've struck it rich overnight. Any girls want to share with me? I have plenty of water. Tang Bohu, get lost upstairs. I have my own hands and feet, can't I collect it myself? Jiushan, haha, this is amazing. The heat over the past 2 days was driving me crazy. Now getting drenched in the rain feels so refreshing. Yuzi Mao, hilarious, those who sold water at high prices must be panicking now, right? They treated a bottle of water like treasure before and now they're collecting it in buckets, serves them right for showing off. The entire world channel was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Everyone believed this rain was a gift from the heavens, a sweet dew in the apocalypse. Yet they didn't know this sweet dew would soon turn into a deadly flood. Time slipped away unnoticed. At 1 in the morning, the joyful mood in the world channel began to shift. The relentless rain kept falling and water kept accumulating. Many people's shelters started taking on water, but it still wasn't a major problem. Damn. Why won't this rain stop? Isn't it getting a bit too heavy? Yeah, same here. The thunder won't quit and the rainwater is almost seeping into the shelter. What's the panic? It can't flood the whole shelter, right? Find some containers and store the water for later drinking. Bro, this water is toxic, don't drink it. The guy upstairs must be a water seller, don't listen to him, hurry up and collect. Something's wrong, why is my bed about to be flooded? I feel like a flood is coming. This message instantly ignited everyone's memories. They recalled that 3 days ago a man named Yang Yong had publicly advertised intelligence about a world event in the World Channel. Could this be that event? At that moment some shrewd individuals began snapping up the small drainage modules listed in the trading market. However, the drop rate for drainage modules was extremely low. In the entire market only small ones were listed, none large. And the prices were absurdly high. Starting from a few hundred wood, they were quickly driven up to several thousand. Even so, demand far outstripped supply. Whenever a module was listed, it would be snapped up within seconds by some wealthy players. At 3 in the dead of night, a ferocious bolt of lightning outside the window illuminated the entire room in a ghastly white. Immediately after, rolling thunder echoed like war drums, booming in his ears and making his heart tremble. Chen Xia opened his eyes. He hadn't been sleeping deeply anyway, and this sound jolted him fully awake. The two women were sound asleep. Hisishue curled up like a kitten, each covered by her own blanket. Sumushue on the other hand lay sprawled out, having kicked her blanket aside, leaving her long fair thighs exposed and utterly defenseless in the air. He couldn't fall back asleep. Chen Xia threw on a coat and went alone to the second-floor open balcony. The icy rain lashed violently against the glass railing, producing a dense patter. A cool, moisture-laden breeze swept over him, instantly sharpening Chen Xia's senses. He gazed outward. The entire world was shrouded in endless darkness and a curtain of rain. Only when lightning streaked across the sky could he make out the scene beyond. Outside the villa, the ground was already covered in a layer of standing water roughly 10 centimeters deep. Within the walls, the drainage system worked normally, leaving only a thin film of moisture, no different from an ordinary rainy day. This drainage module is really something, Chen Xia mused to himself. Without it, even this 10 centimeters of water would be troublesome. Just then a private message notification chimed. Who would be looking for him so late? Intrigued, Chen Xia opened it and found the sender's ID was Yang Yong, the intelligence dealer. Chen Xia, big shot, are you still awake? Sorry to bother you so late. Is something the matter? It's like this. Yang Yong seemed to gather his words before continuing. Regarding this disaster, I have some follow-up intelligence. I'm not sure if you'd need it. Follow-up intelligence. Chen Xia raised an eyebrow. Let's hear it. Big shot, for this intelligence I don't want any supplies from you, Yang Yong quickly said. I just want to befriend you, establish a long-term partnership. From now on I'll sell all my exclusive intelligence to you first. What do you think? This guy was quite clever. He saw Chen Xia's strength and wanted to latch onto this powerful ally. Chen Xia pondered and decided it wasn't a bad deal for him either. Sure, Chen Xia replied. But I hope your intelligence is worth the price. Definitely. Absolutely worth more than you pay. Yang Yong's tone instantly turned excited upon Chen Xia's agreement. Big shot, I'll spill it then. But I hope you keep it confidential and don't tell others. I'm counting on this to earn some supplies. No problem. Big shot, this is just the beginning. Tomorrow night the water outside will rise to waist height. By noon the day after, all shelters without drainage modules will be completely submerged. During this time the only way to get supplies is to salvage the floating supply crates. But it will be extremely dangerous. Because the system will randomly strike with heavenly lightning. Some unlucky souls even hiding in their shelters might be struck dead by a bolt. And once the water exceeds 5 meters, mutated water snakes will start appearing. They actively attack any living thing near the surface. As for how long this process will last, my intel doesn't say. After hearing Yang Yong's words, Chen Xia's expression gradually darkened. The situation was more severe than he had imagined. He had anticipated the water rising to waist height or even submerging the entire shelter. But random heavenly lightning and mutated water snakes. That was just absurd. However, leaving the shelter might get him struck, but inside Chen Xia would be quite safe as the universal temperature control unit had a lightning rod effect. As for the mutated water snakes, the mere thought of those slimy cold creatures made his scalp tingle. He had been afraid of snakes since childhood, big or small, venomous or not, seeing them made him deeply uneasy. But fear aside, he just had a mild aversion to them. Water snakes probably weren't venomous, right? Besides, with his enhanced physique and various weapons, even if he encountered one he could just shoot its head off with an arrow. I've noted your intelligence, Chen Xia replied. Contact me anytime for new info. I'll pay a fair price. That was exactly what Yang Yong wanted to hear. With the pay he would do anything. All right. Thank you, big shot. Then get some sleep. Good night, big shot. Ending the call with Yang Yong, Chen Xia stood on the balcony and took another look at the raging rainy night, a heaviness settling in his heart. It seemed the next 2 days would be the true climax of this disaster. A gust of cold wind blew and Chen Xia shivered, feeling the chill. He turned and went back inside, slipping into the warm bed. Feeling the two warm soft bodies in his arms and catching the faint fragrance emanating from them, the heaviness and unease in Chen Xia's heart quickly dissipated. Whatever beasts or floods came, sleep was the priority now. With that thought, he adjusted his position, found a comfortable spot and closed his eyes. Then he shifted his hand. Well, without holding something he lacked a sense of security. Before long, steady breathing filled the room. Early the next morning, Chen Xia was still in the midst of a dream when a burst of chattering laughter roused him. Sister, look. That wooden house has been washed away. Really? Haha, serves them right. Who told them to try and take advantage of us yesterday? Ha! What's that? A chest. Looks like a treasure chest. Where? Let me see. Wow. Such a big chest. And it seems to be glowing. It was the voices of Hisishue and Sumushue. Chen Xia groggily opened his eyes and found that the two women beside him were already up dressed in flimsy nightgowns leaning against the railing of the second-floor balcony pointing excitedly at something outside. Truly women who valued style over comfort. What's all the fuss about so early? Chen Xia yawned and sat up. Baby, you're awake. He Sishui turned back and flashed him a sweet smile. Brother, come quick. There's a flood outside. Su Mushui also turned around beckoning him excitedly. Chen Xia shook his head with a hint of helplessness. These two women certainly had their minds at ease. He put on his clothes and walked out to the balcony. The moment he stepped outside he was stunned by the sight before him. In just one night the outside world had transformed into a watery realm. Floating on the water's surface were all sorts of debris, broken branches, nameless trash and even remnants of other players' shelters. The small wooden cabin where Lu Yu and Guan Feifei had stayed yesterday was now battered and scattered by the flood, leaving only a few planks bobbing on the water. Some of the planks were blackened. Without a doubt they had been struck by lightning. The accumulated water had already risen past the knees, nearly half a meter deep. This matched Yan Yong's intelligence perfectly. Impressive, isn't it? He Sishui said with a smug look as if this vast expanse of water were her own fish pond. It is quite impressive. Chen Xia nodded, then pointed in a direction and asked, what was that about a treasure chest you mentioned earlier? Over there. Su Mushui quickly pointed to the left side of the villa. Chen Xia followed her gaze. About 100 meters away from the villa on the water's surface a magnificent chest emitting a dazzling platinum gold light rose and fell with the waves. The chest was even larger than the golden chest they had opened before, with a more refined and exquisite design, clearly no ordinary item. A platinum chest. Chen Xia's eyes lit up instantly. This was a treasure one tier higher than a golden chest. Yes. When we first saw it, it was hundreds of meters away, but somehow it just drifted toward us on its own. It must be my luck talent at work. Su Mushui puffed out her chest looking proud. Maybe it's my doing. He Sishui retorted defiantly. I muttered come into my bowl several times at it. It's clearly my credit. Mine. Alright, stop arguing. He waved his hand. No matter whose credit it is, the most important thing now is how to fish that thing out. Although the chest was nearby, it was still in the floodwaters. The water was flowing and going in directly, risked being swept away. Use a rope. He Sishui suggested. No, it's too far, our rope isn't long enough. Chen Xia shook his head. Then what do we do? Su Mushui grew anxious. We can't just watch it float away, can we? Just as the three were at a loss. The platinum chest, as if answering their call, suddenly accelerated its drift. And its direction was precisely toward the main entrance of their villa. Hey! It's coming. He Sishui's eyes widened in surprise. Really? It's as if it has eyes. Su Mushui shouted excitedly. Chen Xia was also dumbfounded. What was going on? A chest delivering itself to their doorstep. Was this the effect of dual luck talents? The three stood on the balcony watching as the platinum chest traced an elegant arc on the water, then with a soft thud gently bumped against the villa's spiked fence, coming to a stable halt. The entire process was seamless, as if someone were controlling it remotely. It's already ours, he said uncertainly. Seems. Yes, he Sishui nodded foolishly. Sister, your talent. Isn't it a bit overpowered? She turned to Su Mushui, her eyes filled with shock. I don't know either, Su Mushui replied, equally innocent. I just thought in my mind for it to come quickly and it actually did. Chen Xia, maybe I had a part in it too. Ahem. Chen Xia cleared his throat, breaking the eerie atmosphere. Let's hurry and bring the chest inside. What if it gets washed away again? Right. Let's go down. The two women snapped out of it and quickly followed Chen Xia, rushing down the stairs in a flurry to the villa's main entrance. The platinum chest was wedged quietly between the fence bars, radiating an alluring glow. Chen Xia opened the gate, waded through the shallow water that hadn't drained away, walked to the fence, and with some effort dragged the heavy chest out from between the bars. He carried the chest back to the living room and set it on the floor. Phew. I'm exhausted. What will it yield? Weapons. I hope it's not food. The two women quickly gathered around to look at the chest. This must be the first platinum chest, right? Brother, you should open it. You have the best luck. Su Mushui said. Rock, paper, scissors, whoever wins opens it. In the end, Su Mushui won. She took a deep breath, walked up to the platinum chest, and placed her fair, delicate hands on the cold lid. I am about to open it. Su Mushui glanced back at Chen Xia and he Sishui. It was her first time opening such a high-level chest, and she felt a bit nervous. What if she got something bad? If it was bad, tonight would be rough. Open it. Stop dawdling. Hisishue urged from the side, more impatient than if she were opening it herself. Sumushue closed her eyes, silently chanted, "I must get a divine artifact," and then with a sudden burst of strength lifted the chest's lid. Crack! A platinum gold light burst forth from the chest. Chen Xia and Hisishue instinctively shielded their eyes. The three eagerly peered into the chest. At the bottom lay a pitch-black chain exuding a chilling, sinister radiance. One end of the chain featured a ferocious demon head with an open maw holding a razor-sharp barb. A cold, murderous aura emanated from the chain. What is this? Seems like a weapon. Sumushue wasn't sure either. Chen Xia said nothing, reaching directly into the chest to retrieve the icy chain. The chain was extremely heavy, at least 30 or 40 Jin, and its touch was bitingly cold, as if grasping a piece of eternal ice. Item: Soul Binding Chain. Effect: 1 Soul Bind. Mentally controllable, the chain can extend up to 50 meters, easily piercing most defenses, dealing extra damage to spiritual entities, and can auto-target. Effect: 2 enemies struck by the chain suffer a weakening effect. Weakening, you will feel physical fatigue and attack power is reduced by 20. Description: a chain from the underworld said to be able to bind the souls of all living beings. After reading the attributes of the soul binding chain, even Chen Xia felt a surge of excitement. This thing was mentally controllable. Auto-tracking. Though not as good as a gun within 50 meters, it was undoubtedly more effective than a pistol. After all, a gun might miss, but this thing homed in on its target. Baby, what is it? A good find. Hisishue, seeing him silent for so long, couldn't help but lean in and ask. Chen Xia didn't answer. Instead, he directly displayed the soul binding chain's attributes to them. After reading, the two women let out exclamations of awe similar to Chen Xia's. Hisishue looked at Sumushue with envy. From now on, I'll leave all chest opening to you. I'll only open them if brother asks me to. Sumushue was a bit shy from the praise, but felt elated inside. Being able to unearth such a powerful weapon for Chen Xia made her happier than if she had obtained a divine artifact herself. Quick, try out its power. All right. Chen Xia nodded, gripping the chain and fixing his gaze on the table in the living room. He concentrated, silently commanding in his mind, "Go." Whoosh. The soul binding chain in his hand instantly transformed into a black bolt of lightning, shooting toward the table with a sharp whistle. Thud. A soft sound. The table, made of wood and iron, was as fragile as paper before the chain instantly pierced through with a large hole. After passing through, the chain whooshed back into Chen Xia's hand. The entire process was fluid and incredibly fast. Wow. Hisishue and Sumushue were both stunned. That's so cool. Hisishue's eyes sparkled with admiration. Chen Xia's heart raced with excitement. The power of the soul binding chain was even greater than he had imagined. And the sensation of mental control was absolutely exhilarating. It was like pointing where to go and it obeyed instantly. From now on, when encountering any monsters, there was no need for close combat. He could simply stand 50 meters away and take them down effortlessly with the chain. Oh right, doesn't it also cause weakness? Try that effect too. Hisishue reminded. I can't test that. Chen Xia shrugged. I can't exactly use you two as test subjects, can I? That's true. Just as the three were studying their new weapon, the world chat channel had erupted into chaos. After a night of torrential rain, most players' shelters had been flooded. Many had been rudely awakened from their sleep by the icy floodwaters. What the hell? What's going on? Why am I in water? My bed is flooded. Damn. This rain is toxic. I drank a little yesterday and now I'm dizzy, feverish, and burning up. Feels like I'm dying. I told you guys not to drink that water, but you wouldn't listen. Now look at you. Where's that idiot who said to stockpile water yesterday? Show yourself. Wah. Does anyone have medicine? I'll trade food for it. I'm in agony. Brothers. Don't panic. I found something great. Some chests are floating on the water containing food and water. And clean water. As more and more people discovered supply crates in the water, the atmosphere of the world channel began to shift. Truly, the greater the storm, the more valuable the catch. Just then a private message appeared. Chen Xia opened it and saw it was from Asuka Haruna. Asuka Haruna, brother Chen Xia, do you have any cold medicine? Asuka Haruna's message seemed weak, her words coming out in fragments. Asuka Haruna, I drank rainwater yesterday and now I feel terrible. My head aches so much and I have no strength at all. Chen Xia looked at the message. Initially he thought water would be abundant, but it turned out otherwise. Moreover, the water was toxic. Chen Xia leisurely opened his system backpack and rummaged through it. He had collected so many items that he wasn't sure what he had. Item: Strong Effect. Cold capsules effect quickly alleviates symptoms such as fever, headache, and body aches. Description: 1 capsule works as effectively as 5. The results are truly remarkable. Found it. Chen Xia sent a screenshot of the medicine directly to Asuka Haruna.
Chen Xia, do you want it? Asuka Haruna couldn't believe he actually had cold medicine, something unavailable in the entire trading market.
Asuka Haruna, yes. Brother Chen Xia, please sell me this medicine.
My talent is sublimation, I can sublimate one item for you. The cooldown will be ready by tonight. Chen Xia, I don't seem to need supplies and I don't need sublimation either. Asuka Haruna, then. What do you want? As long as I have it, I can give it to you. Chen Xia, don't you know what I want? I want you.
With that, Chen Xia sent over the talent contract.
Chen Xia, sign it and the medicine is yours.
After sending the message, silence fell on the other end. A full 10 minutes passed before Asuka Haruna replied.
Asuka Haruna, why? Why do you insist I sign this? Do you like a girl like me? Asuka Haruna, young girls aren't worth it, you should find a mature woman.
Her tone was filled with confusion and bewilderment.
Chen Xia, because of your talent. Chen Xia didn't hide it. And Scrade talent intrigues me.
Asuka Haruna sighed, then I'd rather starve, die of thirst, or be poisoned.
Chen Xia, fine, go ahead and die then. Chen Xia's attitude remained as indifferent as ever.
He had her figured out.
Asuka Haruna, can't we just make a trade? Asuka Haruna, I can trade with other things. Like the items I sublimate. I'll prioritize selling them to you. I can even give you my large drainage module. To survive, she had laid out her greatest bargaining chip.
The large drainage module.
Its value was self-evident. If it were yesterday, Chen Xia might have been tempted. But now. Chen Xia, sorry, I already have one.
With that, he sent over the attribute sheet for his shelter drainage module large.
When Asuka Haruna saw that attribute sheet, she was stunned. He had one too.
And it looked like it had been installed for a while. Her last hope was shattered. This man was impervious to both reason and emotion.
Was he really that desperate for a woman? Was he sexually repressed? Everyone was struggling to survive, yet he ignored supplies and only wanted a woman.
Had he never seen one in his past life?
But Asuka Haruna was in agony.
After drinking the rainwater, her entire body ached. So she tried her best to negotiate with Chen Xia.
Asuka Haruna, good brother, please just sell me the cold medicine, okay? I'll sublimate something for you for free, how about that? Chen Xia, sublimate your ass, go away. You. The virus effects were intensifying. Asuka Haruna felt her body like a furnace burning with a terrifying heat. If this continued, she would surely die. Chen Xia, poisoned, aren't you? Chen Xia, it hurts, doesn't it? Chen Xia, just sign it quickly or you won't be able to do anything. The virus will invade your body and you'll be as helpless as a powerless wife. Chen Xia issued his final ultimatum. He didn't want to waste any more time with this woman.
On the other side, inside the shelter.
10 minutes passed quickly. Asuka Haruna still hadn't replied.
That pervert calling me a powerless wife.
But it seems I won't die. Asuka Haruna chose to tough out the virus. Suddenly, boom.
A thick bolt of lightning with world-shattering force tore down from the dark clouds. That lightning bolt struck with unerring accuracy, hitting directly the lonely second-level shelter sitting atop the water.
Crack! A blinding flash of electric light instantly engulfed the pitiful shelter. Then an earth-shaking explosion thundered out.
Wood chips, debris and charred wreckage were hurled dozens of meters into the air by the massive shockwave, then fell like rain pattering back into the murky floodwaters. Where the shelter once stood, only a large smoking crater remained.
This scene was witnessed clearly by Chen Xia, Xue and Su Muxue from their second-floor balcony. Holy shit! Xue and Su Muxue gaped speechless for a long moment. That lightning instantly destroyed a second-level shelter. I wonder what happened to the person inside.
Chen Xia didn't know it was Asuka Haruna inside, so he assumed the occupant was gone. After all, the thunder was so loud they were probably more than dead. He could only chalk it up to bad luck for that poor soul.
Meanwhile, in the floodwaters a kilometer from the villa, Asuka Haruna clung to a floating plank, shivering in the icy flood.
She was drenched, her hair plastered messily to her face, and her complexion was as pale as paper. Her eyes were filled with terror. Who would have thought that while she was still haggling with Chen Xia, a thunderbolt would smash her shelter in the next moment? Thankfully, the shelter had a hidden feature: when damaged by force majeure, it would forcibly teleport the player out. Otherwise, she would have been reduced to ashes.
Her home was gone. Everything was lost. She had nothing now. Moreover, she was burning with fever, her body scorching hot and her mind growing increasingly dizzy.
The freezing floodwater relentlessly drained the last traces of warmth from her body.
She felt as if she was about to die. Why? Why is this happening?
Asuka Haruna murmured to herself, tears betraying her and streaming down her face, mingling with the cold rain.
She couldn't understand.
Why was her luck so abysmal? First the scorching heat, then the toxic rain, and now even her home had been struck by lightning. Did the heavens want her dead that badly? With no land in sight, Asuka Haruna drifted with the current. Mingri Qingnai lay face down on a battered door, barely afloat, surrendering herself to the flood that carried her into the unknown. The torrential rain continued to pelt her, stripping away the last warmth from her body. She thought of that man Chen Xia. He possessed an impregnable luxurious shelter, an endless supply of clean water, and a special remedy that could cure the virus ravaging her. All she had to do was not sign the talent contract and she could live. But although he had promised not to violate her one bows when standing beneath another's roof, the thought of becoming a star slave surged within her a fierce repulsion. The Taoist's words echoed in her ears once more. The Taoist had said, "Young girl, your fate is of ineffable nobility, yet before 30 you will face a great calamity. Remember, guard your yuan, only then can you pass the tribulation, otherwise a bloody disaster will come and not even immortals can save you." Though she considered it superstition, she had carried those words with her since childhood. I would rather die than sign. The door carried her as she drifted aimlessly across the water. She did not know where she was being taken nor how long she could hold on. The fever from the virus blurred the world and eroded her consciousness. Just as she felt herself on the verge of collapse, about to lose awareness entirely, there was a dull crash as the door beneath her struck something and shuddered violently. The impact nearly threw Mingri Qingnai from the plank. She forced herself awake, pried open heavy lids, and looked forward. A crooked tree half submerged by the flood blocked her path. She and the door were jammed amid its branches. The current hammered the door against the trunk in a relentless rhythm, each blow echoing in the storm. A powerful surge upended the door. Mingri Qingnai lost her balance in an instant and screamed as she plunged toward the icy torrent. She cried out and felt her hand close on a coarse slippery branch. Suspended in midair, she dangled there while her feet flailed helplessly in the muddy water below. She hung like a sodden scrap of clothing from the tree, miserable and ridiculous. Rain traced down her hair over her pale cheeks and dripped into her mouth with the metallic tang of earth and bitter cold. She watched the ceaseless raging water beneath and felt the arm that held her beginning to tear, as if at any moment it might be wrenched free. She knew she could not hang on much longer. If her strength failed, she would be swallowed by this freezing expanse, lost without a trace. Then suddenly she saw a villa. A bitter, almost mocking smile tugged at Mingri Qingnai's lips. It seemed that before death people truly did see strange things. That wooden house was swept away. I wonder what happened to the people inside. It's dreadful. On the second floor open balcony of the villa, He Sixue and Su Mushue leaned over the railing, eagerly watching the watery world outside. They were clad only in cool silk camisole nightgowns, their pale slender legs swung in the air, unconcerned by the balcony's chill dampness. Chen Xia yawned as he stepped from the room and took in the vivid tableau. He moved forward and slid his arms around the waists of the two women from behind. Hey! Look, is that a person over there? Su Mushue pointed toward a distant crooked tree, curiosity bright in her voice. He Sixue hurried to peer in the indicated direction. Chen Xia's interest was piqued as well. Through binoculars, a dark shape hanging on a half-submerged tree came into view. As they zoomed in, the outline resolved more clearly. It appeared to be a person, a woman. Clad in tattered clothing, she hung from the branch like a discarded sack, long hair drenched and drooping over most of her face. Her body swung weakly with the current's force, pitiful and forlorn. Christ, that woman is unbelievably unlucky. How did she get hung on a tree? Chen Xia couldn't help but remark. He Sixue snatched the binoculars and shouted, let me see, as she peered through them. My God, how sad, she looks like she's not going to make it, motionless as she is. He Sixue's sympathy welled up. Brother, I can also see it through the compound bow sight. Su Mushue, who had somehow taken out a compound bow, was looking through its sight. She seems injured, her complexion is so pale. Wait, her voice faltered, uncertainty creeping in. Chen Xia asked, what is it? Su Mushue asked an odd question, brother, do you remember what the woman Mingri Qingnai's chat avatar looked like? Chat avatar. Chen Xia paused, thinking. I think it was a woman's selfie. Pretty, she looked a little haughty in it. Su Mushue nodded emphatically. I enlarged the image earlier. The woman hanging from the tree, though disheveled and filthy, the facial structure and features, she really resembles the chat avatar. What? Chen Xia and He Sixue were stunned. He Sixue raised the binoculars again for a closer look. Oh my, it's really her. After a moment she lowered the binoculars, incredulous. Her hair is a mess, but that face is definitely hers. After all the woman had attempted to blackmail them just yesterday, the impression was still fresh. Chen Xia leaned in to peer through the compound bow sight as well. Though distant and somewhat blurred, the familiar profile, a high nose, the lips pressed tight even in unconsciousness, left no doubt. Damn, it really was Mingri Qingnai. Chen Xia cursed under his breath. What had happened to her? Her shelter was gone. Could the shelter struck by lightning near him have belonged to her? He Sixue watched the lifeless figure through the sight and felt a pang of reluctance. She really looks like she might die. Should we rescue her? Hisishue asked. Rescue her? Chen Xia raised an eyebrow. She's an S-level powerhouse with pride, she said. She'd rather die than sign the contract. If we save her, wouldn't that be slapping her in the face? Despite his words, Chen Xia's mind quickened with possibility. This woman was practically delivering herself to them. Now she was ruined, homeless, and on the brink of death. Perhaps it was time she faced reality. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He regarded the woman swaying in the storm and let a sly smile curve his mouth. Come on, let's go say hello to our neighbor. How do we get there? Hisishue gazed at the surging floodwaters outside, a look of worry on her face. The current is so fierce and we don't have a boat. Who says we don't? Chen Xia flashed a mysterious smile. With that, he opened his system backpack and began rummaging through it. Every day he exhaled a myriad of items, so many that he himself couldn't recall them all, but he had a vague impression that there might actually be something resembling a boat among them. Soon he retrieved an item from his backpack. It was a deflated yellow rubber dinghy, neatly folded, accompanied by a manual pump and 2 oars. Wow! You even have this, baby. Hisishue's eyes widened in astonishment. Alright, enough joking around. Chen Xia tossed the rubber dinghy and pump onto the ground. Sishue, you pump the air. Mushui, go get some rope and a first aid kit. That woman doesn't look too good. Got it. The 2 women immediately split up. One began heaving as she pumped air into the dinghy while the other started organizing the rescue gear. Chen Xia stood on the balcony, continuing to observe Asuka Haruna's condition. The woman was hanging from a tree, her body swaying with diminishing amplitude, her head drooping as if she might lose consciousness and fall into the water at any moment. We need to hurry, Chen Xia calculated in his mind. If she fell into the water and was swept away, it would be a huge loss. Just then a bizarre scene unfolded. With a crisp crack, the branch Asuka Haruna was holding snapped without any warning. Damn it! Chen Xia's heart tightened as he watched Asuka Haruna about to fall like a withered leaf into the raging floodwaters below. Ah! A faint scream drifted over with the wind from afar. Chen Xia's heart leaped into his throat. If she fell, his strength talent would be ruined. However, what happened next left the 3 people on the balcony utterly dumbfounded. The moment Asuka Haruna fell, she didn't plunge directly into the water. Instead, with a thud, she landed squarely on a plank that happened to drift by beneath the tree. The plank looked shabby, but its buoyancy was decent. It carried Asuka Haruna, not sinking but wobbling steadily. Even more absurdly, the plank, propelled by the current, turned around and began drifting slowly toward their villa. On the balcony there was dead silence. Chen Xia, Hisishue and Su Mushue stared at each other, their faces breaking into grins. What? What's going on? It's coming on its own. What insane luck? Su Mushue stammered. This was way too surreal. Not only did treasure chests deliver themselves, but now people were coming to them. Was the effect of dual luck talents stacked this terrifying? The 3 stood on the balcony watching as the plank traced a nearly perfect arc across the water before gently tapping against the villa's steel-spiked fence with a slap. The plank got caught on the fence's bars and stopped steadily. The whole process was so smooth and precise that it was even more accurate than sailing a boat over to retrieve her. It's already ours. Hisishue stared blankly at Chen Xia. Yes, Chen Xia nodded. Hurry down and bring her in. What if she gets swept away again? Right. Hurry down. The 2 women snapped out of it and quickly followed Chen Xia as he rushed downstairs. Chen Xia opened the front door and a surge of icy floodwater rushed in, but it was quickly drained by the villa's powerful drainage system. He waded through the shallow water, which barely covered his ankles, and walked to the fence. Asuka Haruna lay face down on the plank, motionless as if dead. Chen Xia reached out to check her breathing. She was still alive, but her breath was very faint. Her forehead was scorching hot like a furnace. She really was nearly burned to death. Without further hesitation, he bent down and, relying on his robust physique, lifted Asuka Haruna off the plank in one go. She felt light and soft in his arms. Even through her soaked clothes, her stunning curves stirred a slight ripple in Chen Xia's heart. Carrying the feverish unconscious woman, he turned and walked back into the villa. Chen Xia brought Asuka Haruna into the living room and casually placed her on the soft woolen carpet. Baby, how is she? Is she going to die? Please don't let her die. It'd be such a shame for such a beautiful sister to pass away before brother Xia has even made his move. Hisishue and Su Mushue immediately gathered around, curious and worried as they stared at the unconscious woman on the floor. Asuka Haruna looked truly pitiful, soaked through her once beautiful face smeared with mud, her lips chapped and peeling from the high fever. She seemed utterly lifeless. She won't die. It's just a high fever combined with prolonged exposure to the rain, leaving her body exhausted. Chen Xia spoke casually, but he knew well that if they hadn't rescued her in time, she would likely have perished here today. He crouched down and carefully examined Asuka Haruna's condition. Aside from the fever and weakness, there were no obvious external injuries, just a few small scratches on her arms and legs from the branches. You two go boil some water and bring a set of clean clothes, Chen Xia instructed the women. Oh, okay. Xia and Su Muxue acknowledged and quickly busied themselves. The living room was left with only Chen Xia and the unconscious Asuka Haruna. Chen Xia gazed at her face, which was stunning even beneath the grime, and began to ponder. Now that she was saved, what should he do next? Should he directly medicate her, treat her well with food and comfort, and wait for her to willingly sign the contract? No, that was too slow. To deal with a woman inherently proud like her, he needed the most direct and brutal method to completely shatter her self-esteem and make her understand her current situation. With that thought, a sly smile curled at the corner of Chen Xia's mouth. He gently placed his hand on Asuka Haruna's burning forehead. A warm and gentle energy flowed slowly from Chen Xia's palm into Asuka Haruna's body. This was the medical talent he had copied from Xia. Amplified by a 150 effect boost, this energy coursed through Asuka Haruna's limbs and bones like a gentle stream, repairing the damage to her body caused by the virus and cold. The small scratches on her body healed at a visible rate. Her temperature began to drop gradually. Her originally rapid and faint breathing slowly steadied and deepened. After finishing, Chen Xia withdrew his hand. He hadn't fully healed her, only stabilized her condition, dispelled some of the virus, and pulled her out of mortal danger. He wanted her to experience the torment of the virus and splitting headache while fully conscious. Just then Xia and Su Muxue returned. Su Muxue carried a pile of clean clothes while Xia held a basin of hot water. Brother, I've brought the clothes, they're all new. Baby, hair's a towel. Chen Xia nodded, took the towel, dipped it in the hot water, and began wiping the mud off Asuka Haruna's face. As the mud was wiped away, a flawlessly beautiful face gradually emerged. Her skin was as white as snow, her features as exquisite as God's finest artwork, her long lashes like little fans resting quietly over her eyelids. Even in her unconscious state, a lingering coldness and pride remained in her expression. Wow! She's so beautiful. Xia couldn't help but exclaim. Yeah, even prettier than in the photos, Su Muxue agreed, a flicker of barely perceptible wariness in her eyes. If such a beautiful woman also became Chen Xia's, would their positions be threatened? Women's instincts were always sensitive. But Su Muxue quickly dismissed the thought. Given Chen Xia's constitution as the instigator, he could handle as many as he wanted. It was more a question of whether they could keep up. So a new member joining was a good thing. After cleaning Asuka Haruna's face, Chen Xia took out the box of strong cold capsules from his backpack. He popped out one pill, pried open Asuka Haruna's mouth with ease, and stuffed it in. Then he picked up a bottle of mineral water and carefully poured a few sips into her mouth. After doing all this, he stood up and dusted off his hands. All right, once the medicine takes effect, she should wake up. The three sat on the sofa snacking on fruit prepared by Gugu Gaga and waited. About 10 minutes later, Asuka Haruna's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and then she slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze was initially confused and vacant. She shook her groggy head and her vision gradually focused. The first thing that met her eyes was a magnificent crystal chandelier emitting a soft and warm glow. Then leather sofas, solid wood furniture, and the faint aroma of food wafting through the air. Was this heaven? Wasn't she supposed to be freezing or drowning in the icy floodwaters? She struggled to sit up. You're awake. A flat, slightly mocking voice came from beside her. Asuka Haruna turned her head and saw the man sitting on the sofa, legs crossed, watching her with a leisurely air. Chen Xia. Her pupils contracted sharply and all memories flooded back into her mind. It was you. Who saved me? Her voice was hoarse. Who else? Chen Xia spread his hands. Did your Amaterasu show up? Asuka Haruna's face alternated between pale and flushed. She struggled to sit up from the floor and realized she was in a luxuriously decorated villa living room. Warm, dry, comfortable. It was a world apart from the stormy, hellish scene outside. She looked down at herself, still wearing the same soaked, tattered clothes clinging tightly to her body and outlining her graceful curves, filling her with shame and embarrassment. What do you want? She looked up at Chen Xia warily. She didn't believe this man would save her out of pure kindness. I don't want anything. Chen Xia stood up, walked over to her, and looked down at her. I saved your life. Now it's your turn to choose. He held up 2 fingers. First, I throw you back into the floodwaters outside and you live or die by fate. Second. He paused, a demonic smile spreading across his face. Sign this contract. From now on, stay here obediently and be my woman. With that, a virtual contract emitting a faint golden glow appeared before Asuka Haruna. It was the same choice. Either die or submit. As the proud eldest princess of the empire, she had never been threatened or humiliated like this since childhood. But she felt the warm spring-like air in the villa, felt the virus suppressed within her, still uncomfortable but no longer life-threatening, and thought of the icy floodwaters outside and her home shattered by lightning. A deep sense of helplessness and despair surged within her. Did she even have a choice? I choose. She looked up at Chen Xia, her voice trembling with reluctance and defiance. I'll stay. Good. Chen Xia nodded with satisfaction. However, just as Asuka Haruna was about to sign the contract, she suddenly paused as if remembering something. She turned to Isishue and Su Mushue, who were watching the scene with keen interest from the sofa, and asked in a resigned tone, Just asking. Have you two already done it? The moment Asuka Haruna asked this question, the atmosphere in the living room turned awkward. Isishue and Su Mushue exchanged glances, blushes rising to their cheeks. Especially Su Mushue. During Chen Xia's intense phases it was twice a day. Isishue, being more open, cleared her throat, walked over to Asuka Haruna and patted her shoulder like a seasoned veteran. Sister, some things are bound to happen sooner or later. She leaned in close to Asuka Haruna's ear and whispered, life is like rape, you can't choose. Since you can't resist. You know what I mean. What kind of scandalous talk was this? Asuka Haruna stared at Hishichu's knowing expression, completely stunned. This seemingly gentle and intellectual woman. How was she like this in private? So shameless. Asuka Haruna's heart sank to the depths. It was over. Asuka Haruna looked at Isishue with an expression that said, take me under your wing, then asked shyly, what will life be like from now on? Sumushue jumped in this time, leaning close to her ear and saying, it's probably like being wined and dined by a rich man every day, actually it's quite enjoyable. Ahem, finished with your chat. Chen Xia deliberately interrupted their sisterly whispers. In truth, he wasn't entirely heartless. For instance, if you dressed provocatively today, he'd visit you twice more. Take turns rather than grinding one person to death. All done, all done. Hisishue straightened up and winked at Chen Xia. Asuka Haruna took a deep breath as if making a momentous decision. She extended a trembling hand and gently pressed her fingertip onto the floating contract of talents. I agree. At the same time, a series of system chimes echoed in Chen Xia's mind. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully bound with Asuka Haruna, the owner of the Scrade Talent Ascension. You have obtained Asuka Haruna's base attributes plus your own base attribute bonus. Strength 18, Physique 18, Spirit 18. You have perfectly replicated the Scrade Talent Ascension. Talent effect enhanced to 150. Scrade Ascension replicated every 3 days. You can designate any item for Ascension with a high probability of improving its quality and a slight chance of causing unexpected mutations. Failure probability significantly reduced. Due to successfully binding a third exclusive goddess, her very breath will generate benefits for you. A powerful surge of warmth instantly flooded Chen Xia's entire being. He could clearly feel his strength, physique and spirit all enhanced. On the other side, the moment the contract was formed, Asuka Haruna also sensed a peculiar change. It wasn't a painful feeling of enslavement, but rather a kind of connection. This sensation was strange, making her both resistant and unable to resist indulging in it. It was as if she could barely hold back yearning to snuggle up to Chen Xia. Alright, from today on you're a member of this family. Chen Xia declared, looking at Asuka Haruna. From now on, just like them, what should you call me? Asuka Haruna gritted her teeth and squeezed out 2 words through clenched jaws. Onyakan. This title seemed a bit more pleasant. Fine, brother, it is. Chen Xia couldn't be bothered to argue over such trivialities. After all, she was already his. What concerned him more now was his newly acquired talent. And Scrade talent with a 150 effect boost. This was far more formidable than Asuka Haruna's original version. He had to test its effects immediately. With that thought, Chen Xia's gaze fell upon the weapon he had just obtained. Soul Binding Chain. With a flicker of his mind, the pitch-black chain radiating a chilling gleam appeared in his hand. Brother, what are you going to do? Su Mushue asked curiously. I'll show you something amazing. Chen Xia smiled mysteriously, then focused his attention intently on the soul binding chain in his hand. He activated the Scrade talent he had just replicated. Ascension. Asuka Haruna was stunned. He had Ascension too. Or had he copied her talent? No, why did Chen Xia's talent seem far superior to hers? Hers typically emitted a white light while his produced a golden radiance. Amidst the glow, the form of the soul binding chain began to undergo a drastic transformation. The originally ferocious demon head split into 3 identical heads arranged side by side at the chain's tip. Each demon head held a gleaming barbed hook in its mouth. The chain itself grew thicker, covered with countless mysterious intricate dark gold patterns, emitting a chilling aura several times more potent than before. The entire ascension process lasted nearly a minute. When the dazzling golden light finally faded, a brand new chain, more domineering and ferocious in design, appeared in Chen Xia's hand. Ding! Ascension successful. Your item Soul Binding Chain has been successfully ascended to Life-Seizing Chain Link. Item Life-Seizing Chain Link effect 1-3 Soul Seizure. Mind-controlled, the chain can extend up to 100 meters, simultaneously lock onto 3 targets for attack, easily pierce most defenses, deal massive damage to soul entities and auto-target enemies. Effect 2 Deep Weakness. Enemy struck by the chain enter a state of deep weakness, reducing all attributes by 30, lasting 10 minutes. Description: a terrifying weapon from the depths of hell capable of binding not just souls but even gods themselves. After reviewing these new attributes, Chen Xia felt truly impressed. The effects after ascension were absurdly powerful. The attack range doubled from 50 meters to 100 meters. The number of targets increased from 1 to 3. The weakness effect went from reducing attack power by 20 to reducing all attributes by 30. Baby, how did it go? Success. Xia cautiously opened her eyes and asked curiously. Chen Xia said nothing, instead directly displaying the attributes of the life-seizing chain link before them. Wow. Upon seeing the outrageously powerful attributes, Xia and Xia both let out exaggerated gasps of amazement. Attacking 3 at once. And reducing all attributes by 30. Brother, this weapon is unbeatable. Xu's eyes sparkled with adoration. This is so cool. Xia even reached out to touch the intimidating chain, but the moment she made contact, she yanked her hand back, shocked by its bone-chilling coldness. Asuka Haruna, standing nearby, was completely dumbfounded. Her own talent had a failure rate and its ascension never achieved such results. Come on, let's test it out. Chen Xia was itching to try it. Gripping the life-seizing chain link, he turned his gaze toward the innocent large rosewood coffee table in the living room. With a thought, he mentally locked onto 3 positions on the table: left, center, and right. Go. Whoosh. The life-seizing chain link instantly transformed into 3 black bolts of lightning, streaking toward the poor coffee table from 3 different angles with piercing sounds. Thud. 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 3 nearly simultaneous soft impacts. The sturdy rosewood table, like a piece of tofu, was effortlessly pierced through, leaving 3 bullseye-sized holes. Then with another whoosh, the 3 chains flew back into Chen Xia's hand, merging back into one. Chen Xia was immensely satisfied. This mind-controlled simultaneous attack on 3 targets felt incredibly satisfying. From now on, when facing groups of monsters, he wouldn't need to get his hands dirty, he could just hide 100 meters away and pick them off one by one with the life-seizing chain link. After basking in his triumph, Chen Xia turned his attention to Asuka Haruna, still in shock. Is your talent's cooldown ready? He asked. Ah. Asuka Haruna hesitated a moment before snapping to attention and nodding quickly. Yes. It's ready. Good. Chen Xia smiled, then took out his Desert Eagle from the system inventory. He handed the gun to Asuka Haruna. Your turn. Ascend it. Asuka Haruna looked at the exquisitely crafted pistol before her, then at Chen Xia, her heart suddenly tightening with nervousness. She had to use Ascension too. But her talent had a failure rate. If it failed, this seemingly precious gun would be ruined. Brother, she summoned her courage and whispered, my talent might fail. What if? It's fine. Chen Xia waved his hand dismissively. Just use it. It's just a gun. If it's ruined, so be it. What do you mean, so be it? Even a weapon that looked like a rare item was disposable. This was a pistol. No carbon-based creature wasn't afraid of it. Meeting Chen Xia's encouraging yet non-negotiable gaze, Asuka Haruna knew she had no choice. She took a deep breath and began the ascension. Xia and Xia beside him also wore expressions of eager anticipation. Don't be afraid, use it boldly. Your baby doesn't lack this little thing. Xia even added an encouraging remark. That's right, that's right. Sister Qing, now you have to believe in yourself. Maybe you'll even refine a divine artifact. Xia also cheered her on. Listening to their words, Mingri Qing felt a bit more at ease. She closed her eyes, concentrating all her spirit on the Desert Eagle in her hand. Ascend. The original silver-white Desert Eagle had vanished, replaced by an entirely pitch-black assault rifle brimming with metallic texture and brutal aesthetics. The classic silhouette, the iconic curved magazine, the rugged and ferocious body. AK-47. It was actually an AK-47. 66,666. This time even Chen Xia couldn't hold back. He was more than satisfied with this result. Wow. Sister Qing, you're amazing. You actually turned a pistol into a rifle. Not bad, little sister, you've been hiding your talents. Xia also came over and patted her shoulder, her expression full of approval. Praised by the 2 beautiful sisters, Mingri Qing's face flushed crimson and a surge of unprecedented satisfaction and achievement welled up in her heart. Chen Xia took the brand new AK-47 from her hand. Item: AK-47, attack 120, rate of fire 600 rounds, min magazine capacity 45 rounds, description: a rugged, durable and powerful assault rifle, a man's romance. Friendly tip: the recoil is a bit strong, be careful your shoulder doesn't dislocate. After reviewing the attributes, Chen Xia nodded in satisfaction. With this thing plus the deadly chain whip, his combat power had reached a whole new level. However, a new problem also arose. He glanced at the magazine, it was full 45 rounds. So he needed to stockpile bullets. Alright, enough celebrating. Time to get to work. Chen Xia slung the AK-47 over his back and said to the three women, now I'm assigning you a new task. Si shui mu shui ching nai, I want the three of you to go to the trading channel right now. There's only one goal: buy bullets at all costs. Any type of bullet. Buy as many as you can. Also keep an eye out for anyone selling bullet blueprints. If you see one, buy it instantly no matter the price. Hearing Chen Xia's orders, the three women perked up immediately. Ming Riching Nai especially had just made a contribution and was in an excited state, eager to do more for the team. Because aside from her talent and contributions in bed, she also wanted to help out with other matters. After all, they were a team. They skillfully opened their virtual panels and entered the trading channel. Ming Riching Nai imitated them, opening her own empty backpack and resource bar with only a few units of wood, then froze. She had nothing to trade. Big brother, she said awkwardly, looking at Chen Xia. Chen Xia then remembered that this woman was completely broke. He waved his hand, casually transferring a large amount of supplies from his system backpack to Ming Riching Nai's. System notice: player Chen Xia has traded bread X 1000 to you. System notice: player Chen Xia has traded mineral water X 1000 to you. System notice: player Chen Xia has traded wood X 50,000 to you. System notice: player Chen Xia has traded. Seeing the sudden mountain of supplies in her backpack, Ming Riching Nai's eyes went wide. She even looked at Chen Xia differently. So many supplies, was he kidding? This man. Was he this wealthy? She had once preferred death over submission, but now she was truly savoring it. Mugwort it is then. Just as she was lost in thought, a blood red announcement suddenly popped up in the World Channel. World announcement: the number of surviving players in Zone A1 has fallen below 600,000. Survival difficulty will slightly increase. Please strive to survive, players. 600,000. In just a few days, nearly half of the people in one zone had died. That was 400,000 lives. The three women stared blankly at the chatter in the chat channel. Don't just stand there, start sweeping the market. Chen Xia's command pulled them back from their thoughts. Yes. She quickly composed herself, and together with Si Shui and Su Mu Shui plunged into this frenzied shopping spree. The trading channel was as chaotic as ever. Messages begging for drainage modules, weapons and medicine flooded the entire screen. I hate milk tea, buying small drainage module. I'll trade all my food. Please. My shelter is flooding. Let's see how much you milk tea, selling a rusty machete, trade for 3 pieces of bread. Got bitten by a snake, urgently need food to recover. Can't pierce it, help. Does anyone know what to do after being bitten by that black snake? The wound is turning black, I feel like I'm dying. The entire channel was filled with despair and wails. Just then 3 buyers with very similar IDs, like 3 fierce sharks, charged into this chaotic trading market. Si Shui buying bullets. Any type of bullet. Price negotiable. Food, water, wood, stone, name what you want, I'll give it. Sumu Shui by D buying bullets. Unlimited purchase. Buying as many as possible. Also seeking bullet blueprints at a high price. Ming Riching Nai to D buying bullets. 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 Important things said 3 times. DM me with your price. Backed by Chen Xia's massive supplies, the 3 women's purchasing operation went exceptionally smoothly. In less than half an hour, all the bullets listed for sale in the trading channel were swept clean by them. The 3 tallied their results. Si Shui had collected 20 universal bullets. Sumu Shui had collected 15 universal bullets. Ming Riching Nai, being a novice and not very skilled at the task, had also collected 11 pistol bullets. Most of the time was wasted on haggling. Big brother, there aren't many bullets on the market and most types aren't compatible. Only universal bullets work, but we didn't see anyone selling bullet blueprints. Sumu Shui reported to Chen Xia. Not bad. Chen Xia nodded. Although there were no blueprints, being able to collect this many bullets was a decent start. However, a sudden idea struck him. He remembered he had previously breathed out something called universal bullets. He opened his backpack, searched in a corner, and indeed found them. Item: universal bullet, quantity 17, effect compatible with any model of firearm. Description: a blessing for those with choice paralysis. Adding these 17 to the 45 in his AK, he now had a total of 108 rounds. Enough for the time being. Alright, you've worked hard. It would be best if you could trade for the bullet blueprint. Chen Xia said to the 3 women. Okay, well, keep looking for the blueprint. After all, in this situation, everyone's ways of getting supplies are very limited, only relying on drifting supply crates. After all this busy work, the sky gradually darkened. The torrential rain outside showed no signs of letting up. Gugu Ga had already prepared a sumptuous dinner. The 4 of them sat around the dining table, enjoying this rare moment of peace in the apocalypse. Ming Riqing Nai chewed the soft delicious bread and drank the sweetmeat soup, watching the three men and women chatting and laughing beside her, feeling as if she were in a different world. Just a short while ago she had been struggling for survival in the flood. Now she was living in a warm luxurious villa, feasting on delicacies, and even had powerful companions. All of this felt like a dream. Ah, it was so satisfying. Why had she been so stubborn before? Just then, beep beep beep, a series of urgent alarm sounds rang out. Baby, there's movement on the radar. He Shue's expression changed and she immediately stood up to check the radar. Chen Xia frowned slightly and walked over as well. Sumu Shue and Ming Riqing Nai stood up nervously, following behind them. The four gathered in front of the radar screen. On the once clean screen, numerous red dots now appeared. Those dots were rapidly moving towards the green dot at the center, representing their shelter. So many. Shue looked at the countless red dots on the screen, her voice trembling slightly. They're surrounding us. What are those? Sumu Shue's face also turned pale. What else could they be? Chen Xia's expression darkened. The mutated water snakes that Yang Yong mentioned have come. Mutated water snakes. Hearing this name, Ming Riqing Nai's body trembled uncontrollably. She was absolutely terrified of snakes. Those slippery, cold-blooded creatures made her fear them instantly. Let's go check the balcony. The night was deep and it was pitch black outside. The howling wind and pouring rain violently battered against the glass railing, making a pada-pada sound. With the occasional lightning illuminating the night sky, they could vaguely see long ripples appearing on the murky water surrounding the villa. Something huge was swiftly swimming beneath the water. Boom! Chen Xia took out a flashlight. This time they could see clearly. There on the east side of the villa, a massive black snake thicker than an adult's thigh was emerging from the muddy flood, its fierce head protruding. Its eyes gleamed with a chilling green light in the darkness, cold and bloodthirsty. Its forked tongue flicked in and out, making a hissing sound that sent shivers down their spines. This was no water snake. This was a giant python. Heavens! Even with prior mental preparation, witnessing this terrifying scene firsthand was still shocking. Shue and Sumu Shue couldn't help but gasp, instinctively backing away behind Chen Xia. They had never seen such a terrifying creature. Is this right? Is this a water snake? How can a water snake be this big? This is clearly a python. There should be quite a few. That was just one of them. At that moment, the world chat channel became active. Countless messages filled with terror and desperation flooded the screen. Snakes. Snakes. So many snakes. They're surrounding my shelter. Help! Something is crashing into my wall. My wall is about to collapse. Someone save me. Ah! It's coming in. It climbed in through the window. Don't come closer. My friend was dragged into the water. In an instant they disappeared. What should I do? What should I do? Don't turn on the lights. Never turn on the lights. These monsters seem sensitive to light. Is this true? Why are they still around my shelter even when I turned off the light? On the balcony, the atmosphere had become extremely tense. The water snakes around the villa were increasing in number. They seemed to be very interested in the brightly lit villa, yet wary of the 10-meter-high steel-spiked walls, merely hovering outside without launching an immediate attack. Brother! They seem afraid to come over. Sumu Shue whispered as she looked at the giant snakes lingering outside the wall. No, they're testing us. Chen Xia's gaze was sharp as an eagle. He clearly saw a few bolder water snakes beginning to try and ram their massive bodies against the wall. Bang! Bang! The dull thuds distinctly reached their ears. Although the steel-spiked wall remained unyielding, the sensation of being attacked by monsters made them uneasy. Will they climb the wall? Ming Riqing Nai asked tremblingly. Just as she finished speaking, look. On the wall. Shue suddenly pointed at a section of the wall directly in front of the villa, letting out a startled cry. Everyone hurriedly looked in the direction she was pointing. Illuminated by the lightning, an exceptionally large giant snake was rapidly climbing up the smooth metallic surface of the wall. Its body resembled a massive black python, tightly adhering to the wall, the scales scraping against the metal producing a rustling sound. Its speed was astonishing. In just a few seconds it had already climbed halfway up. The vicious snake head was held high, its pair of chilling green eyes fixated intently on Chen Xia and the others on the balcony, filled with greed and ferocity. The massive mutated water snake quickly surged up. It really climbed up. Ming Riqing Nai pointed at the terrifying creature. Sumu Shue was nervous but reacted the quickest, instantly entering a combat stance. The compound bow was steadily raised, aimed and drawn. The entire motion was seamless. Whoosh! The bowstring let out a crisp hum. The arrow transformed into a silver streak of light, accurately shooting towards the giant snake's head. Sumu Shue was confident in her shot. Even if the compound bow couldn't kill it in one shot, it would definitely inflict heavy damage. However, what happened next left everyone dumbfounded. Clang.
A clear sound akin to metal clashing rang out. That powerful arrow, upon striking the thick scales on the giant snake's head, surprisingly
sparked a shower of sparks.
The force of the arrow only made the giant snake's head tilt back slightly.
It didn't even penetrate that seemingly impenetrable layer of scales, merely leaving a shallow white mark on the surface. The arrow fell weakly and plummeted into the flood below. Roar. After the failed sneak attack, the giant snake was thoroughly provoked.
It emitted a low thunderous roar that was unlike any snake, and its climbing speed became even more frenzied.
No. Its skin is too thick.
Su Muxue was stunned to see her arrow have no effect.
The compound bow doesn't seem very effective. Could it be that the head isn't its weak point? No. What are you all babbling about? Let me handle it. Chen Xia, having unknowingly moved to the front of the balcony.
He shielded the three women behind him and raised his AK-47 with one hand.
Come.
Let's see if you are still a carbon-based lifeform today.
The giant snake evidently sensed the danger.
It halted its climbing, raising its head high, its upper body coiling like a spring, its pair of eerie green slit-like pupils locking onto Chen Xia.
It was gathering power. Preparing to launch a lethal strike.
The three women held their breath, their hearts in their throats. Theoretically, any carbon-based lifeform should not withstand bullets, but that was merely theory. After all, this was a survival world and many things had their own panels.
Baby, it's coming up. Shoot it dead. Now's the time. Just as the colossal serpent opened its gaping maw poised to lunge onto the balcony, Chen Xia pulled the trigger.
A deafening roar of gunfire erupted abruptly in the silent rainy night. The growl of the AK-47 instantly overpowered the sounds of wind, rain, and even the distant thunder.
A volley of scorching bullets formed a dense metal barrage, striking the hideous snakehead with an irresistible force.
This time there was no crisp clang of metal. The hard scales and thick skull proved as fragile as tissue paper before the ferocious firepower. The high-speed rifle bullets effortlessly tore through its defenses. Blood, brain matter, and shattered skull fragments erupted in a gruesome spray. In that instant, a mixture of red, white, and black fluids exploded from the serpent's head like a watermelon smashed by a heavy hammer.
Within a single second, the snake's head was reduced to a shapeless mass of flesh by the furious hail of bullets.
A short, agonized whimper escaped its maw. Its massive body stiffened momentarily before losing all strength. The enormous carcass slid helplessly down the 10-meter-high wall. A loud splash echoed as the heavy corpse fell into the murky floodwaters, sending up a spray several meters high. Then a thick stench of blood mixed with the rain's moisture assaulted the senses.
Hisishua, Su Muxue, and Asuna Akemi all breathed a sigh of relief at the sight. Impressive.
The rate of fire was so fast the snake never stood a chance.
Exactly. The AK fires fast and hits hard. The only downside is the limited ammo. How many rounds did we just use?
Chen Xia checked and replied, I just held it down for a moment, about 10 rounds or so.
Seems like firing too fast isn't always a good thing.
Then ill control it, fire slower.
Single shots should do the trick.
Chen Xia's gaze then shifted beyond the balcony railing to the dark, turbulent waters below.
The death of the first serpent didn't seem to deter its kin. On the radar screen, red dots still lingered around the villa, even showing a tendency to converge.
On the distant water surface, pairs of eerie green eyes lit up in the darkness like ghostly flames.
Just then another furious hiss rose from the water below.
The grisly death of the first snake seemed to enrage the entire swarm.
The giant serpents that had been circling warily now became frenzied.
They no longer hesitated but launched a fearless charge from all directions against the villa's walls.
Dull thuds like rapid drumbeats came from every side of the wall. One after another, massive dark silhouettes began to crawl up the walls.
For a moment the villa's walls were covered with writhing monstrous serpents, a sight that made one's scalp tingle and triggered a sense of dread.
They're all coming up. Su Muxue exclaimed.
Don't panic, one at a time, Chen Xia replied, his expression still calm. He turned and issued clear combat orders to the three women behind him. Sishue, you handle the radar and give me coordinates. Tell me which direction has the most snakes and which poses the greatest threat.
Yes, baby.
Hisishue immediately rushed to the radar, becoming the team's eyes. Muxue, your bow can't penetrate their defenses, but you can harass them. Aim for their eyes. Even if you don't blind them, you'll disrupt their movements and create opportunities for me.
Got it, big brother.
Su Muxue raised her compound bow, her expression focused.
Akemi. Chen Xia finally turned to Asuna Akemi. Here Asuna Akemi instinctively stood at attention, responding nervously, even slipping into her hometown accent due to the tension.
Chen Xia found her reaction slightly amusing but spoke seriously. Stay by my side, use the compound bow to harass them as well.
Understood. Asuna Akemi nodded vigorously.
Though it was a support role, being able to participate in the battle gave her a sense of belonging.
Excellent. Begin operation. With Chen Xia's command, the sanctuary defense battle officially commenced. Left side. Two snakes are almost at the top of the left corner wall. Xia's voice came from the radar. Without hesitation, Chen Xia turned his gun to the left. A precise short burst. The two serpents that had just raised their heads were instantly shot, falling with agonized cries. Behind. There's a really big one. It's about to climb over. Chen Xia turned again and unleashed a volley to the rear. The unusually large serpent, its body just clearing the wall's top, was riddled with bullets. Its colossal corpse crashed onto the courtyard lawn with a thunderous thud. The battle instantly reached a fever pitch. The entire second-floor open balcony became a fixed fire fortress. Xia calmly reported positions, her voice acting as the battlefield commander. Directly ahead at 3 o'clock. 3 of them. They're climbing fast. Xia fully utilized her sharpshooter skills. Though her arrows couldn't inflict fatal wounds, they consistently struck the serpent's eyes or mouths. She realized the compound bow wasn't useless, it had simply been hitting the hardest part of the snake's heads. Aiming elsewhere could still deal considerable damage. While not as instantly lethal as a gun, a few arrows could still immobilize a snake. Akemi, don't aim for the head scales. Other areas can be effectively damaged. Ha. Okay. I'm not very accurate with this bow. Wow, I hit it in the eye. The serpent struck in the eye, writhed in pain on the wall, its climbing speed immediately slowing. This gave Chen Xia the perfect shooting opportunity. Nice shot. Chen Xia praised his AK-47, never ceasing. The muzzle flashed continuously, precisely reaping one life after another. The four of them performed their duties with surprisingly seamless coordination. The battle lasted nearly half an hour. A thick layer of brass shell casings now covered the balcony floor. The villa's courtyard and the area outside the walls were piled with serpent corpses. The heavy stench of blood seemed to thicken the very air. After sacrificing dozens of their kind, the fearless mutated water serpents seemed to realize this villa was an unassailable fortress. Their assault gradually subsided. On the radar screen, the dense cluster of red dots began to recede like an ebbing tide. After another 10 minutes or so, the area around the villa finally fell silent. Only the scattered serpent corpses bore witness to the ferocity of the battle. Chen Xia finally let out a breath and lowered the now scalding AK. The intense combat had left his arms feeling sore and numb. Is it over? Xia asked, uncertainly staring at the now clear radar screen. It should be, Chen Xia nodded. He glanced at the shell casings at his feet, his brow furrowing slightly. This battle had consumed over 90 rounds of ammunition. We need to find a way to get more bullets, Chen Xia said, his voice growing serious as he gazed at the dark waters below. This serpent attack was only the beginning. Who knew what more formidable monsters would emerge tomorrow or the day after? Without sufficient firepower, this sturdy sanctuary alone wouldn't be enough. Bullets, we must secure them as soon as possible. In the villa's courtyard, enormous serpent carcasses lay scattered everywhere. Some had fallen beyond the walls, swept away by the floodwaters. Some were decapitated, others cleaved in two, their blackish red blood staining the murky floodwaters with an eerie hue. The scene was more terrifying than any movie, a true calamity of monstrous pythons. Guguagaga emerged from nowhere, letting out a disdainful chirp at the shell casings and bloodstains on the ground. Guguagaga. Massive contamination detected on the ground. Requires intensive cleaning. Initiating maximum sanitation mode. With that, various cleaning tools extended from its round body, ready to undertake a grand task. Hold on, Chen Xia stopped it. Dispose of these bodies first. He walked to the balcony, eyeing the several massive serpent carcasses in the yard, and rubbed his chin. So much meat, wouldn't it be a pity to just throw it away? Xia also came over, gazing at the serpent corpses with some reluctance. I wonder if this stuff is edible. As she spoke, Su Mushui and Asaka Haruna's eyes lit up. Though they lacked no food, they could sell it. Let me check. Chen Xia felt a stir of interest, and soon a virtual attribute panel appeared before him. Item: corpse of mutated water serpent. Status: highly toxic. Description: a terrifying mutated creature harboring an unknown virus. Its flesh is saturated with potent neurotoxins and mutagens. Consumption leads to a 99.9% probability of rapid tissue necrosis, genetic chain collapse, and eventual transformation into a mindless zombie driven solely by the instinct to devour. Do not touch wounds directly. Do not consume in any form. Holy shit. After reading, Chen Xia's back instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Zombies. Eating this stuff could turn you into a zombie. What a fucking trap. Though he wouldn't eat it, he wasn't heartless enough to sell it either. Baby, what's wrong? Can't eat it. Xia asked urgently, noticing his grim expression. Chen Xia said nothing but shared the attribute panel with the three women. Ah. Zombies. God. This thing is so poisonous. After reading, the three women's faces turned pale as death, their gaze at the serpent corpses shifting from food to the most horrifying biological weapon. Especially Xia, she had just been considering going down to fetch some meat for a taste. Now she realized she had narrowly brushed past death. This world is getting more absurd by the day, Chen Xia cursed. Su Muxue, eyeing the biochemical bombs in the yard, asked fearfully, we can't just leave them piled up here, can we?
We need to clear them out quickly.
Of course not. Chen Xia's gaze fell on the chain of fatal bonds.
Go.
Chen Xia willed the chain into action and the ferocious ghost head howled out, precisely latching onto the tail of a serpent corpse. Then with a sudden exertion of force he dragged the massive serpent carcass, weighing at least several hundred gene, from the yard, hurling it like trash over the 10-meter-high wall into the floodwaters beyond. A thunderous splash echoed as the corpse hit the water, stirring up a spray before being swiftly swept away by the raging current. Chen Xia repeated the process, using the chain of fatal bonds to clear out all remaining serpent carcasses from the yard. Only then did he say to Guguagaga beside him, all right, now you can clean up.
Guguagaga. Mission guaranteed.
The robot immediately sprang into action, extending a high-pressure water hose and blasting the balcony and courtyard ground. Soon the bloodstains and filth on the ground were scrubbed clean. Gazing at the renewed sanctuary, the four of them finally breathed a collective sigh of relief. Yet though the crisis had temporarily passed, the weight pressing on their hearts lingered.
Brother. Will they come again tonight?
Su Muxue leaned against Chen Xia, asking with concern.
Hard to say, Chen Xia shook his head. But we can't let our guard down. How about we take turns keeping watch? He Seishue suggested. Someone needs to watch the radar so we can spot any trouble immediately.
I agree, Asuka Haruna said promptly. She longed to contribute to the team rather than remain a protected burden.
All right, Chen Xia nodded.
He had no issue with the plan, taking turns on watch ensured safety. Otherwise, if everyone slept soundly and a crisis struck, they'd end up inside a serpent's belly. Then we three will rotate, he Seishue quickly arranged the schedule.
I'll take the first watch.
Haruna, you take the middle watch and Muxue the last watch.
How about that?
As for baby, you get a good night's sleep.
We'll alert you if anything happens. No problem. Su Muxue nodded. Same here.
After confirming the arrangements, Chen Xia left them a gun and the soul-locking chain, then returned to his room. Watching Chen Xia's retreating figure, the three women exchanged glances. All right, I'm heading to the radar, he Seishue said, stretching. You two should get some rest too, especially Haruna. You had a fever and got soaked today and you're still not fully recovered.
Thank you, Sister Seishue, Asuka Haruna replied gratefully. She did feel weak and lightheaded.
Su Muxue took Asuka Haruna's hand and led her to the bedroom.
Haruna, you sleep first. I'll wake you when it's your shift.
Okay, thank you, Muxue. Asuka Haruna lay down on the soft, comfortable bed covered with a warm-down comforter, breathing in the faint fragrance in the air and completely relaxed. She turned her head to look out the window at the still raging rainy night, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. Just hours ago she had been a failure, struggling for survival in the icy floodwaters on the brink of death. Now she lay in such a safe, warm, paradise-like place. All this change was thanks to that man.
Chen Xia.
Thinking of him, Asuka Haruna's cheeks flushed involuntarily. She recalled the contract she had signed and the bold words he Seishue had whispered in her ear.
Life is like rape. Since you can't resist, you might as well enjoy it.
Enjoy. Imagining that scene, Asuka Haruna felt her heartbeat race uncontrollably, a fire burning within her. Strange, why was she feeling a hint of anticipation?
Crazy, she must be going crazy.
Asuka Haruna shook her head vigorously, trying to banish these chaotic thoughts. She pulled the blanket over her head, forcing herself to close her eyes. Sleep. Just sleep. Though it was inevitable, she still felt it was too soon.
Even mugwort needs some preparation, doesn't it?
Night deepened. The villa lay in silence, the wind and rain outside howling tirelessly. Seishue sat before the radar screen, taking small bites of the late-night snack that Guguagaga had prepared. She fixed her gaze on every corner of the screen, afraid of missing a single suspicious red dot. From the rooms of Su Muxue and Mingri Qingnai came the steady sound of breathing.
At this very moment, the world's chat channel had been thrown into utter chaos by the recent assault of mutated water snakes.
Countless players had endured the longest and most despairing hour of their lives in darkness and terror.
They're dead.
All dead. My friends all dragged under.
Sob. Someone save me.
My shelter has collapsed.
I'm hiding on the roof, I'm about to lose my mind.
What on earth was that thing? Why were the snakes so enormous?
Is this game even playable anymore?
I saw it with my own eyes. My neighbor's tier 3 shelter was broken into by a snake and it hauled people away. Just when everyone believed themselves doomed, the mutated water snakes besieging the shelters withdrew like a tide without any warning. Before the survivors could catch their breath, a blood-red world announcement suddenly flashed onto the screen. World announcement: the current number of surviving players in A1 district has fallen below 400,000. Survival difficulty will increase substantially. Players, please strive to survive.
400,000.
Seishue stared at the figure. The bread in her hand slipped and fell to the floor with a soft smack. She remembered clearly, only a few hours ago the number had been 600,000. That water snake incident had claimed 200,000 lives. 200,000 living souls gone. The number pressed on her like a choking fear. She could not imagine what merciless slaughter had occurred outside the shelters in that brief hour. So terrifying. If I hadn't followed Chen Xia, I probably would have been dragged away too. No, I might not even have survived the first day. Xia murmured to herself. Meanwhile, the World Channel fell into a deathly silence after the announcement. Only after many long seconds did someone send the first message. FO. 400,000. In an hour. 200,000 dead. My God. Several friends I know have great avatars. This is only the beginning, right? From now on. Will we all die like this? At that moment, another golden system announcement lit every screen, instantly drawing every eye. World announcement: the mutated water snake assault has ended. The system will distribute humanitarian rewards based on each player's performance during the event. Kill count leaderboard: A1 district, first place player Chen Xia killed 29 mutated water snakes. Rewards: platinum chest X1, diamond chest X1, scrayed shelter module fragments X10. Second place player Su Mushue killed 4 mutated water snakes. Rewards: platinum chest X1, scrayed shelter module fragments X5. Third place player Li Zetian killed 3 mutated water snakes. Rewards: platinum chest X1, a grade shelter module fragments X5. Fourth place player Zhang Fei killed 3 mutated water snakes. Rewards: platinum chest X1, a grade shelter module fragments X5. Fifth place player Mingri Qingnai killed 2 mutated water snakes. Rewards: platinum chest X1, a grade shelter module fragments X5. Other players who killed 1 mutated water snake rewarded with gold chest X1. All other survivors will each receive a silver chest X1 as humanitarian compensation. Players, please keep striving. Special notice: the top-ranked player Chen Xia will receive exclusive privileges in the trade channel. Privilege effect: any item posted in the trade channel will have a 30-minute cooldown. Only after 30 minutes will other players be able to see it. At the same time, you will be exempt from this rule and can see newly posted items immediately to snap them up. Your purchase listings will be prioritized in pinned, gaining greater exposure. I didn't read that wrong, did I? 29. Christ. Is that something a human could do? Those things were colossal pythons. He killed 29 of them alone. A diameter of 20 centimeters. Impossible. It must be a system error. How could anyone be so fierce? Those snakes were enormous. Surviving it all was fortune. Not being dragged away was already a mercy. Killing even one would make someone a legend. Wait. Look at that reward: scrayed shelter module fragments. What on earth are those? This is so unfair. I protest. Why should he alone reap so many benefits? Protest all you like, he earned it by killing the snakes. If you've got the skill, go kill 29 yourself. Don't talk about 29, if you could kill just one, I'd call you my father. The World Channel erupted completely. Envy, jealousy, shock, bewilderment, reverence. At that moment, Xia stood with her mouth ajar, dazed, staring at the system announcement. Bao Bao alone had slain 29 of those monstrous serpents. And Su Mushue and Mingri Qingnai had even made the leaderboard. Staring at those rewards so rich they provoked envy, Xia's heart began to pound uncontrollably. A windfall. First place rewards were extravagantly generous. Her eyes brightened in an instant. No, this is too important. I must tell Bao Bao immediately. Xia could not sit still. She sprang from her chair, tiptoed to the master bedroom and slipped inside. Chen Xia slept soundly, his breathing even. Xia went to the bedside, looking at his face, its angles still sharp in the dim light, and felt a warm current swell within her. This was the man who had sheltered them. She leaned close to Chen Xia's ear and in a voice barely above a whisper, soft as a kitten's breath, exhaled. Bao Bao. Wake up. Something big has happened. Chen Xia, already sleeping lightly, immediately opened his eyes at Xia's gentle provocation. The moment his eyes opened, he saw Xia's enlarged radiant face brimming with excitement and joy, gazing at him from inches away. What's wrong? What happened? The snakes again. Chen Xia jolted awake in an instant, instinctively trying to sit up from the bed. No. Xia quickly pressed him down. It's good news. Incredible news. As she spoke, she eagerly pulled up the golden system announcement and displayed it before Chen Xia. See for yourself. Chen Xia glanced at the virtual screen with some confusion, then grew thrilled as he read it. First on the kill leaderboard. A reward of a diamond chest and scrayed shelter module fragments. Especially when he saw the exclusive trading channel privilege, his lips curled upward involuntarily. 30 minutes of early access to sweep the market. Such a thing exists. With this, any valuable items appearing in the trading channel would hardly escape his grasp. So darling, wasn't it right to wake you up? Xia wrapped her arms around his neck, nuzzling against his chest like a kitten, her voice brimming with unrestrained excitement. Hee Sishue, you smell so good.
Chen Xia pinched her smooth cheek, his mood soaring.
Yet Sishue misheard him as saying something else entirely. Was that so? Compared to Su Mushue, she seemed far better, didn't she?
She recalled the first time Su Mushue joined the shelter, appearing as an innocent girl, but in truth, well,
she was more wanton than anyone when stirred. Not at all.
Chen Xia glanced at the leaderboard and saw Su Mushue and Mingri Qingne's names also in the top 10. Together they had also obtained several chests and many module fragments. Su Mushue in particular had killed 4 creatures alone, her reward second only to his.
What is this Scrade Shelter module fragment?
Chen Xia pointed at the reward list and asked.
I don't know either.
Sishue shook her head. But from the name it should be something good for upgrading the shelter.
Together we've gotten 15 of them. Let's check later.
What Chen Xia cared about most now was the trading privilege. He couldn't wait to experience the joy of being a cheater.
As Chen Xia spoke, he prepared to get out of bed. Ammunition was in short supply, and if he could get a bullet blueprint, that would be ideal, otherwise buying bullets would be much easier. Darling, don't rush.
Sishue grabbed him, a mysterious smile spreading across her face.
I already took a look for you earlier.
Oh.
Any findings? Chen Xia raised an eyebrow.
Guess.
Sishue winked playfully. Don't keep me in suspense, spill it.
Chen Xia gave her shapely backside a light slap.
Hey.
Sishue let out a coy exclamation, her cheeks flushing, then retrieved a blueprint glowing with blue light from her system backpack and handed it to Chen Xia.
Tada! Look what this is.
Chen Xia took the blueprint and examined it closely. Item: Universal Bullet Crafting Blueprint. Effect upon learning unlocks the method to craft universal bullets.
Crafting recipe: gunpowder X30, lead ingot X30, copper ingot X30.
Crafting quantity: 99 rounds per batch. Description: master the core technology and never worry about your gun running out of bullets again. Where did you get this?
Chen Xia examined the blueprint.
From the trading channel.
Because you earned the trading privilege, we got it too.
Sishue lifted her chin proudly.
Right after the system announcement went out, I entered the trading channel immediately.
I saw a guy named Marksman listing this blueprint for sale.
He said a low price, just 5 bottles of water and 10 loaves of bread.
I think he just got it and didn't know its value, so he was eager to trade for food.
Then what? Chen Xia pressed.
Then I used our 30-minute exclusive privilege to snatch the blueprint the moment it was listed.
Sishue said it casually, but her pride was unmistakable. Well done. Chen Xia couldn't help but hold her face and plant a big kiss on it. My Sishue darling is truly amazing.
Oh, stop it. She was elated by his praise but pretended to be modest.
It's all thanks to you, darling, for being first, so we got this privilege. Chen Xia burst into hearty laughter, his mood utterly bright. The joy of sweeping the market 30 minutes early was indeed legendary. He took the blueprint and without hesitation chose to learn it. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully mastered the universal bullet crafting method. Done.
Chen Xia immediately opened his crafting panel and saw the universal bullet option under weapons. He checked the required materials: gunpowder, lead ingots, and copper ingots. He had gathered these sporadically while breathing earlier and his backpack was well stocked. He inventoried his supplies: gunpowder 210 units.
Lead ingots 350 units. Copper ingots 480 units.
Enough for 7 batches. Chen Xia didn't hesitate and selected the maximum quantity for crafting. System prompt: starting crafting of universal bullets X 7 batches. Estimated time 10 minutes.
Watching the lengthy progress bar, Chen Xia felt a sense of relief. 7 batches meant nearly 700 bullets. This was true security.
His fear of insufficient firepower was finally greatly alleviated.
Right, since we have the blueprint, I need to cancel that purchase listing.
Chen Xia suddenly remembered that before sleeping he had posted an exorbitant purchase offer in the trading channel to secure a bullet blueprint. He had done so hoping to wake up with the blueprint in hand, solving the ammunition shortage once and for all. As he thought this, he opened the trading channel. But when he found his listing, he was stunned. Purchase listing completed. Buyer: Chen Xia. Item: wanted bullet crafting blueprint, any type. Offer: bottled water X100 wood X5000. Transaction status completed. Display status: this listing viewed by 170000 people, favorited by 200 players.
Completed.
Chen Xia stared at those glaring red words, feeling his heart bleed.
Damn it. Which bastard was so fast?
He clicked on the transaction details and saw that just a minute ago a user named Wanglin had traded him a 5.56 bullet crafting blueprint. Though these resources were a drop in the bucket for him, the feeling of being taken for a fool was utterly infuriating.
Darling, what's wrong?
Sishue noticed his expression and leaned in to ask.
Chen Xia, his face dark, showed her the transaction record. After reading it, Xia was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. What a coincidence. I posted that purchase listing before sleeping without even advertising it, hoping to get the blueprint first. Who knew the trading privilege would appear suddenly? Chen Xia said, utterly dejected. Forget it, darling. Think of it as paying for a lesson. Xia comforted him. We're not short on these things anyway. Using that wood to get a bullet blueprint, no matter how you look at it, we came out ahead. I suppose so. Chen Xia sighed and closed the trading channel. Though he had lost some resources, overall this was a huge win. Securing the universal bullet blueprint and solving the ammunition problem, that was what truly mattered. Oh, we haven't checked our rewards yet. Chen Xia and Xia arrived at the living room, and before long the drowsy Su Muxue and Mingri Qingnai were also roused from their sleep. Brother, what's the matter? Is there some danger again? Su Muxue yawned, rubbing her eyes with a dazed expression. Mingri Qingnai was in a similar state. She hadn't slept soundly due to her worries, and after being woken up her mind was still foggy. Stop sleeping, everyone, get up and have some fun. Chen Xia was in high spirits. With a grand wave of his hand, he summoned the system's announcement of the rankings and reward list once more. Look at this. Wow. When Su Muxue and Mingri Qingnai clearly saw the content, they instantly snapped awake, all traces of drowsiness gone. Killed 29. Heavens. Mingri Qingnai stared at the number, deeply shaken once again. And there's more. Look, both of you are on the leaderboard too. Xia pointed at the list. Second place. Someone at my level is actually second. Su Muxue was also surprised to see her own name. I killed 4. Am I really that strong? She could hardly believe it herself. Fifth place. Mingri Qingnai. Mingri Qingnai also spotted her name and froze. She recalled that she had merely fired a few arrows haphazardly, never imagining she could slay such monsters. Unexpectedly, she had also killed 2. In total, we've obtained Platinum Treasure Chest X3, Diamond Treasure Chest X1, Great Shelter Module Fragments X15, and a Great Shelter Module Fragments X5. Oh, and there are also the Silver Treasure Chests X4 from Humanitarian Compensation. Alright, don't get too excited. Chen Xia cleared his throat. Time to open the treasure chests. After claiming their rewards, they placed all the treasure chests on the living room floor, instantly creating a large pile. There were beautiful chests and a bunch of crystal-like fragments shimmering in different colors. Great Shelter Module Fragment X15. A Great Shelter Module Fragment X5. Let's first see what these module fragments are for. Chen Xia picked up an Scrade fragment that gleamed with iridescent light and examined its information. Item: Scrade Shelter Module Fragment Type: Special Material Bound Item Non-Tradable Effect: Collect 100 fragments to randomly synthesize one Scrade Shelter module. Description: One of the keys to a divine Great Shelter. Extremely rare, obtainable only with a very low probability from opening treasure chests of diamond grade or above, or by ranking in the top 10 of a major event leaderboard. After reading the description, Chen Xia understood. This item was used to synthesize top-tier modules. It would take 100 to synthesize one, and they only had 15, still a long way to go. However, it also revealed a new direction for upgrading the shelter. As long as they kept participating in world events and securing good rankings, gathering 100 fragments was merely a matter of time. Alright, set the fragments aside for now. It's time for the thrilling chest opening session. Chen Xia rubbed his hands together, his gaze locking onto the platinum treasure chests. For these chests, the 3 of you will do the honors, Chen Xia announced. Muxue and Qingnai are the main heroes this time. You go first. Me first, me first. Su Muxue could no longer contain her eagerness. She hopped over to one of the platinum treasure chests, imitating last time by taking a deep breath, closing her eyes and muttering incantations under her breath. By the powers of heaven and earth, may a great well spring forth. No, may a divine artifact appear. With that, she abruptly flipped open the chest lid. Crack item: Radiant Watermelon Seeds. Quality rare effect can be planted on the farm. When the shelter owner consumes the radiant watermelon grown from it, all attributes increase by 2 points. Additionally, all shelter members also gain a permanent increase of 2 points to all basic attributes. Description: A very delicious watermelon. Ha! So if Big Brother eats it, we all get the attribute boost. Is there really such a good thing? That makes sense. As Big Brother grows stronger, we're starting to fall behind. We need to power up to keep up. Su Muxue said with a mischievous grin. Chen Xia nodded. This item was indeed excellent, but he wondered if the 3 girls' increased base attributes would also trigger a boost for him. If it did, his attributes would see another significant jump. Not bad, not bad. Muxue, your luck is still as good as ever, Chen Xia praised. Su Muxue giggled. Next up, Qingnai, your turn. Chen Xia looked at Mingri Qingnai. Me. Mingri Qingnai felt flattered. Of course. You're also a hero, you killed snakes too, so it's only right that you open your own rewards, isn't it? Mingri Qingnai nodded, acknowledging the logic. Imitating Su Muxue, she took a deep breath and then opened the platinum treasure chest. Another dazzling white light flashed. Inside the chest lay a neatly folded black garment. Item: Shadow Stalker Cloak Effect 1 Concealment. When worn, it greatly reduces one's presence, blending seamlessly with the surroundings, undetectable by non-special means. Effect 2 Lightness. Movement speed increased by 30. Description: I am the shadow is me. Use it for ambushes, success guaranteed. A stealth cloak. This is amazing too. Wear it and you're invisible. And it boosts speed. This is the ultimate assassin gear. Hisi Shui and Su Muxue were filled with envy. Mingri Qingnai was also stunned. She hadn't expected to obtain such a fine item. It suits you perfectly, Chen Xia said, looking at her with satisfaction. Her talent was sublimation, which wasn't suited for direct combat. With this stealth cloak, her survivability would be greatly enhanced. If she could also acquire an assassin's weapon, her combat prowess combined with this cloak would be formidable. Thank you, big brother. Mingri Qingnai lowered her head and murmured, a warm current surging in her heart. Alright, next up, Sishue, you open those silver treasure chests. Ha! What's there to open in silver treasure chests? Hisiyue curled her lips, a look of disdain on her face. Compared to the platinum treasure chests that Su Muxue and Mingri Qingnai had opened, these 4 silver ones looked utterly shabby. Humanitarian compensation. Can't expect much from that, Chen Xia remarked casually without much hope. Just open them. Who knows, there might be a surprise. Fine, Hisiyue nodded. A flash of white light illuminated the chest, revealing a simple iron axe lying quietly inside. Item: Fine iron axe. Description: an unremarkable axe decent for chopping wood or people, a relatively rare tool in the early stages. I don't believe this. Hisiyue steeled herself and walked to the second silver chest. Open. Another flash of white light. You received bread X10. You received stone X50. Sigh, not great. Su Muxue looked at the rewards. They were practically worthless. Low-quality chests truly were disappointing. Chen Xia watched with amusement. This humanitarian compensation was indeed a mockery of humanity. Alright, enough fooling around, Chen Xia said, stepping forward to pull Hisiyue to her feet. Here comes the main event. The diamond treasure chest. This was the highest grade chest they had encountered so far. In an instant, the 3 women's gazes were drawn to it, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Baby, you open this one. Hisiyue placed all her hopes on Chen Xia. Yes, brother, your luck must be better than ours. Su Muxue nodded eagerly. What will come out? Mingri Qingnai clasped her hands together, her expression tense. Alright, watch me, Chen Xia said. Chen Xia walked up to the diamond chest and took a deep breath. He didn't need to pray, he had absolute confidence in himself. Under the breathless watch of the 3 women, Chen Xia slowly lifted the lid of the diamond chest. The contents within were finally revealed. The first thing that caught his eye were 3 identical Scrade shelter module fragments shimmering with flowing light. Not bad luck at all. Beside the fragments rested 3 antique brown wine jars, each sealed with red cloth and bearing a yellow talisman with 2 bold characters, Xianghuang. Item: strong Xianghuang wine. Quantity 3. Effect: sprinkling it around a building forms an invisible scent barrier that effectively repels all snake-like creatures within a 300-meter radius. Duration: 10 days. Description: snakes, insects, rats and ants flee in terror. An essential for home and travel. Xianghuang wine. It repels snakes for 10 days. Hisiyue exclaimed excitedly, my god. With this we won't have to stand guard at night. Really? That powerful? Su Muxue leaned in, her face full of surprise. Mingri Qingnai's eyes lit up as well. She was the most afraid of snakes. The thought of not worrying about those terrifying creatures climbing the walls for 10 nights brought her immense relief. A fine Chen Xia nodded in satisfaction. This Xianghuang wine came at just the right time. It not only solved the guard duty problem but also greatly enhanced the shelter's safety. At least for 10 days they wouldn't have to worry about snake swarms. After all, they were human and needed rest. Without a large-scale attack, stray snakes sneaking in were still quite frightening. Siyue Muxue Qingnai, take these and sprinkle the wine along the perimeter wall in the courtyard. Chen Xia handed them the 3 jars. Got it. We're on it. Oh, and remember to plant that watermelon, that's your task. We know. The 3 women cheerfully took the jars and ran downstairs to carry out their task. Watching their joyful retreating figures, Chen Xia felt quite pleased. Though the snake disaster had been perilous, the gains were immense. Chen Xia then opened his shelter panel to check the materials needed to upgrade from level 5 to level 6. Shelter upgrade requirements: level 6-1. Seismic grade super steel foundation X20. 2. Grade alloy wall X1. 3. Full house smart module X1. 4. Grade metal X200. Staring at this list of unfamiliar materials, Chen Xia's brow furrowed. He had none of these items. Well, not entirely. He checked his backpack. He had accumulated some grade metal from breathing earlier, totaling 37 units. But that was far from the required 200 units. As for the seismic grade super steel foundation and grade alloy wall, he had none at all. It seems relying solely on breathing for rare materials is too slow, Chen Xia mused. Just as he was pondering, He Yue and the others returned from downstairs, having completed their task. Baby, it's all done, He Yue said proudly. The wine has a strong smell. Those snakes will probably flee from it, but it doesn't affect us. I sprinkled it all along the outer wall. Good, well done, Chen Xia nodded. It's late, go get some rest. No need to stand guard tonight. Great. Finally a good night's sleep. He Yue and Su Mushue cheered and were about to head to their rooms to catch up on sleep. However, Chen Xia called them back. You two go ahead and sleep first. He paused, then turned his gaze to Mingri Qingnai, who stood nearby looking somewhat at a loss. Qingnai, stay behind. Mingri Qingnai's body stiffened. He Yue and Su Mushue exchanged a knowing, mischievous grin. Alright, well, leave you two alone. He Yue winked at Chen Xia, then dragged a still-dazed Su Mushue and quickly slipped back into their room. In an instant, only Chen Xia and Mingri Qingnai remained in the living room. The atmosphere grew subtly tense. Mingri Qingnai kept her head down, nervously twisting the hem of her clothes, her heart pounding. She knew that what was destined would come. Can you be gentle, she whispered, not daring to meet his eyes, her voice barely audible. Chen Xia said nothing. He walked up to her, reached out and gently lifted her smooth chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. Looking into her eyes shimmering with nervousness and shyness, and at her long trembling eyelashes, a strange feeling stirred within Chen Xia. This woman was indeed a rare gem. Her appearance, her figure, and the innate pride and aloofness emanating from her core held a fatal attraction for him. Since she would eventually be his, there was no need to wait any longer. Being a gentleman was less satisfying than revealing his true nature. In this apocalypse, seizing pleasure in the moment was the true way. Follow me. Chen Xia uttered these two words and turned toward his master bedroom. Mingri Qingnai stood still, hesitating for a moment, then finally bit her lip and followed. Am I to become a plaything? The door to the master bedroom was gently closed. He walked to the bedside, sat down and leisurely gazed at the woman standing by the door, frozen in place as if nailed to the spot, not daring to move an inch. Come here. His voice was flat yet carried an unyielding command. Asuka Haruna's body trembled uncontrollably. She dawdled step by step, shuffling to the bedside. Sit. Chen Xia patted the spot beside him. Asuka Haruna obediently sat down, her body taut as a drawn bowstring, hands nervously resting on her knees, not even daring to breathe. She could smell the faint, pleasant masculine scent emanating from the man beside her. This scent sent an inexplicable dizziness and weakness through her legs. Hey, your mouth says no, but your body is honest. Oh, seamless white stockings, huh? Why you? What are you going to do? After an unknown stretch of time. The next day, when the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window and fell upon Asuka Haruna's face, she slowly awoke. As soon as she opened her eyes, she felt as if her entire body had been dismantled, aching all over. She turned her head and found the spot beside her already empty. Chen Xia had already risen early. Asuka Haruna felt quite pleased, suddenly believing she had seen through men. Men always wish women to be both mother and sister, both lover and seductress, but if she truly got along with Chen Xia and feelings deepened, she could do it all. Awake. Just then the bedroom door swung open. He Yue and Su Mushue walked in, carrying breakfast, grinning mischievously. Sister Haruna, how are you feeling? He Yue placed the tray on the nightstand, looking at her with feigned concern, but the teasing glint in her eyes was impossible to hide. Asuka Haruna didn't know what to say, still somewhat distant and shy around the two older sisters. Aya, still shy, huh? Su Mushue leaned in and touched her forehead. No more fever. Looks like Big Brother's physical therapy was pretty effective. Physical therapy. What scandalous words. You. Stop it. She buried her head under the quilt, letting out a mortified protest. Ha ha ha. Alright, well, stop teasing you. He Yue patted her quilt. Get up and eat something. Baby specially asked Gugu Gaga to make you meat kanji, it's very nourishing. Yeah, Sister Haruna, you last night. You sounded good. Su Mushue chimed in, deliberately drawing out her words. Asuka Haruna kicked her legs in frustration under the quilt. These two women were simply too wicked. But the growling from her stomach ultimately forced her to yield. After dawdling for ages, she poked her little head out from under the quilt, warily eyeing the two women who were grinning like foxes. I can't get up, she whispered, her voice tinged with a pitiful sob. She genuinely couldn't get up. Oh dear, is it that serious? He Yue feigned shock, her mouth agape. Looks like our baby really put in the effort. Yue. Alright, I'll help you. Su Muxue finally had a change of heart and stopped teasing her. Then the three of them huddled together whispering about something. Afterward they all headed to the living room. Their Chen Xia sat on the sofa staring at the virtual panel before him with a furrowed brow. If last night had brought him great pleasure, now he was deeply displeased. Baby, what's wrong? What happened? He Xia approached asking with concern. Chen Xia said nothing, merely pointing at a private message on the panel. The three women quickly gathered around. It was from a man named Yang Yong. Yang boss. You're my idol. I saw the world announcement this morning and was blown away. You single-handedly killed 29 of those mutated giant pythons. How did you do it? I Yang Yong have never admired anyone in my life, but I admire you. The message opened with a long paragraph of exaggerated flattering praise. Even he Xia and Su Muxue couldn't help but get goosebumps. This guy sure knows how to brown nose. Su Muxue curled her lip. Keep reading. Chen Xia said flatly. He Xia scrolled down. The latter half of the message turned more serious. Brother Xia, I know you don't need my flattery, so let's talk business. After last night I've seen it clearly, following you is the only way to feast. I've gotten top secret intel on the next major event. I guarantee that in the entire A1 zone no more than 3 people besides me know this. Its value is immeasurable. At this point the three women's hearts tightened. Intel on the next major event. He wants to sell us intel again. Su Muxue quickly caught on. Definitely. He Xia nodded. Look at all this build-up, flattery stressing the intel's rarity, he's clearly out to fleece us. Sure enough, at the very bottom Yang Yong finally revealed his true intent. Brother Xia, I know that with your strength you can weather any crisis even without intel. But information is an advantage, and preparing early is better than last-minute scrambling, right? I won't give this intel for free. My price isn't high, for you Brother Xia it's a drop in the bucket. In truth Yang Yong only remembered Chen Xia saying last time that he'd pay a fair price. But this time he was negotiating. Trade terms are sighed top secret intel on the next major event. Your side would X10000 Universal Temperature Control Outdoor Unit X1 Scrade Shelter Module Fragment X1. Brother Xia, think it over. This price is an absolute steal. Imagine, with this intel you can plan ahead, top the rankings again in the next event and snag more Scrade fragments and diamond chests. This deal is a win-win for you. When the three women saw the price Yang Yong had set, the entire living room fell into dead silence. 10,000 units of wood. A universal temperature control outdoor unit. And an Scrade shelter module fragment. That's a lot more ruthless than last time. He Xia was the first to explode. The most outrageous part is he wants an Scrade fragment. Does he have any idea how precious that is? This guy. His heart is darker than mine. Asuka Haruna was also shocked by the price. He sees us getting first place and thinks we're rolling in riches, ready to fleece us like pigs. He Xia grew angrier as she spoke. Chen Xia leaned back on the sofa silent. But if you looked closely you'd see his eyes had turned cold. 10,000 units of wood meant nothing to him. He also had a universal temperature control outdoor unit, had even exhaled several extras. What truly irked him was the Scrade shelter module fragment and the other party's increasingly greedy attitude. If he agreed this time, the next demand would be even higher. This Yang Yong was getting too full of himself. Baby, what are you thinking? He Xia asked, worried by his silence. You're not actually considering it, are you? Considering. Chen Xia looked up, a cold sneer curling on his lips. He's dreaming. Hearing this, the three women all breathed a sigh of relief. So what do we do now? Just turn him down. Su Muxue asked. Turn him down. Chen Xia shook his head. That's letting him off too easy. Then. People like that need a lesson to remember their place. Chen Xia, have you forgotten your place, or have I lost my touch? Yang Yong bro, what do you mean? You're making me nervous. Yang Yong bro, is it the price that's too high? The price is negotiable. We're friends, would I ever cheat you? Yang Yong bro, just say something. If you stay silent I won't sleep a wink tonight. Su Muxue was dumbfounded. Was this what friends did with prices? Treating Brother Xia like a piggy bank. This idiot seems rattled. He Xia leaned in and said. How could he not be? His benefactor is about to clash with him. Besides us, who else would buy his intel with bulk supplies? Su Muxue cast a disdainful glance. Exactly, he's planning to resell this info and doesn't give a damn about us. Chen Xia just smiled. A bit of wood should be enough. A few minutes later Yang Yong's message came through again. Yang Yong, name your price. Whatever you say, it's yours. Just calm down and don't ignore me. Yang Yong bro, how about I give it to you for free? Chen Xia, no need for freebies. I Chen Xia don't like owing favors. Chen Xia business must have its rules. I want the intel and I'll pay for it. Chen Xia, but the price is mine to set. Chen Xia, one can make money but not with a black heart. This time consider it a lesson for you. Chen Xia, if there's a next time, our partnership ends here. Take care of yourself. After sending that, Chen Xia set his terms. Chen Xia would x 1000 nothing else. In his shelter, Yang Yong stared at the new offer utterly stunned. Just 1000 wood. But wood wasn't that useful now, only for upgrading some module levels. 1000 was barely enough for minor upgrades. No temperature control units or level shelter module fragments were included. This price was dozens of times lower than his initial offer. But what could he do? He had been too eager to upgrade his shelter all at once. He should have taken it step by step. Sure, the other party had reached the top of the rankings, but he wasn't a fool. After all, Chen Xia was his main source of bulk supplies and everyone else was too poor. If he tried low margins and high volume, the news would spread everywhere before he sold to a few people and he'd make nothing. He could only fleece a few big spenders first, then leak the info downward. Yang accepted. I fully accept. But bro, same rule as before, no resale. If you do him out of the game, everyone else is too broke. Chen Xia depends on my conscience. Yang, I trust you bro, you've got a huge conscience. Alright, since the price is settled, let's trade. Chen Xia replied succinctly. He just wanted the intel quickly to see what the next big event was. Yang, sure brother Xia. I'll send the intel right away. Soon the transaction was completed. Yang was quick, responding almost instantly. Then an encrypted message arrived. In the living room, Hisishue Sumushue and Asahina Haruna crowded around, nervously staring at the screen. Top secret intel from Yang. Event name unknown. Trigger time at the end of the current flood. Core monster Shangliu. Monster description: a mythical ancient evil god with a serpentine body and 9 heads devouring countless lives. Wherever it goes, lands turn to marshes. Its colossal size and immense strength allow it to spew toxic floods that corrode everything. Its blood is lethally poisonous. Contact means instant death, and the ground it flows over becomes barren. Known info: what descends this time seems not to be Shangliu's true body but a severely weakened projection or avatar. Even so, its power far exceeds the mutated water snakes we faced before. Specific abilities unknown, weaknesses unknown. Yang's advice: bro, this thing is a monster from mythology. It's on a whole different level from what we've encountered. I think we should hide when the flood ends. Xiang. Shangliu. Hisixu's voice trembled. As a teacher, she was no stranger to myths. Shangliu, recorded in the Classic of Mountains and Seas, was one of the 10 ancient evil gods alongside Zhouying and Ziochi. It was a minister of the water god Gong, a terrifying entity that could rival Yu the Great. How could such a mythical monster appear in this world? Serpentine body with 9 heads. Spewing toxic floods. Blood lethal on contact. Sumushue murmured the description, feeling a chill shoot from her soles to her crown. Is this real? Is this a joke? Asahina Haruna, though unfamiliar with Chinese mythology, could tell from the description and the reactions of Hisishue and Sumushue that this creature called Shangliu was unimaginably terrifying. A monster from myth has descended. Her voice was filled with disbelief and fear. The mutated water snakes from before were already dreadful enough. But compared to this Shangliu, they were mere minnows, not even worthy of comparison. Yang said. This is just a projection or avatar. Hisishue exhaled, relieved it wasn't the true body. Chen Xia, surprised by their strong reactions, grabbed an AK and shouted. What's there to fear? It's not the real body. We've got guns and a big villa. If it comes, well, take it down. Sybil, be a bit civilized, baby. Say fear not forward for a civilized you and me. Hisishue said with a smile. True with guns, and since it's carbon-based, there's nothing to fear. Sumushue agreed. But is saying forward uncivilized? That's debatable, isn't it? Isn't that thing a good one? Very well. We'll discuss Shangliu once the floodwaters recede. There's no use dwelling on it now. Chen Xia stowed away his AK-47 and shifted the topic. We have more pressing matters at hand. He fixed his gaze on the 3 women, his eyes sharpening. We've just stumbled upon a tremendous advantage, the trading privilege. Every newly listed item grants us a 30-minute priority purchase window. Do you grasp the magnitude of this? Does that mean from now on all the premium goods in the trading channel are ours? Sumush's eyes lit up instantly. Exactly. So starting now, your mission is to scour the trading channel for valuable items and materials needed to upgrade our shelter. Chen Xia's words were charged with fervor, igniting the women's spirits. Yes. Well, get it done. Brother, rest assured, I'll keep my eyes wide open. And so the operation began. Thanks to the trading privilege, the trading channels Su Mushue and Asuka Haruna saw were entirely different from others. Others' channels were still cluttered with desperate chaotic trade requests. But their channels felt like a god's eye view. Every new item a player listed appeared instantly prominently displayed with a 30-minute countdown beside it. Most were junk at inflated prices, but there was no shortage of quantity. Asuka Haruna suddenly pointed at a newly listed item on the screen and gasped. "Mushue, look at this." Su Mushue leaned in. At the very top of the trading channel, a freshly posted offer glowed with a faint white light. "For sale fishbone fishing rod X2 price bread X5, Su Mushue frowned as she read it. A fishbone fishing rod. Do we even need to fish? Fishing sounds fun, but are there any fish in this flood? But. Asuka Haruna pointed at the item icon, hesitating. This thing. It seems like it can be upgraded. In the lower right corner of the fishbone rod icon was a tiny, nearly invisible upward arrow, the mark of an upgradable item. Su Mushue looked closer. Ha! It really is an upgradable item. She was a bit surprised. In this world, appearances could be deceiving. Oh, forget it, snatch it up. System notification: trade successful. You have obtained fishbone fishing rod X2. I'll write him off to gather materials for our shelter's upgrade. Su Mushue stretched and refocused on the trading channel. Go ahead. Blueprints, materials, and all sorts of odd items, if the price was right or showed potential, were snapped up without hesitation. In less than an hour, almost anything of value in the trading channel had been cleared out. Meanwhile, Asuka Haruna ran over to Chen Xia with the 2 sinful fishbone rods. Brother, look what we scored. Can you upgrade this? Chen Xia was resting on the living room sofa, eyes closed, pondering the shelter's future direction. Hearing Asuka Haruna's voice, he opened his eyes. What goodies? Tada! Asuka Haruna placed the 2 drab fishbone rods on the coffee table before him. See? Fishing rods. We can fish with them. Chen Xia's gaze fell on the so-called rods. They were indeed 2 leg bones from some unknown creature, thick at one end and thin at the other, covered in messy patterns, utterly shabby. This. Chen Xia's mouth twitched. He could hardly associate the word goodies with these. But they can be upgraded. Fine. Seeing their eager faces, he didn't want to dampen their spirits. He picked up one rod and checked its attributes. Item: fishbone fishing rod, upgradable, level 110, effect none, current level too low for fishing, upgrade cost wood X2000, description: a seemingly ordinary fishbone, perhaps its true value requires time and abundant resources. 2,000 wood for an upgrade. Chen Xia raised an eyebrow at the number. The cost was trivial for him. One level cost 2,000, maxing it out to level 10 would take 2,000 wood. Upgrade. Why not? Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Xia selected the upgrade. After all, resources were the last thing he lacked. He was curious to see what this unremarkable rod would become at max level. System notification: do you wish to consume wood X2000 to upgrade fishbone fishing rod to level 2? Yes. With a thought, the rod in his hand emitted a faint white glow. As the light faded, the rod itself seemed unchanged, but its attribute panel refreshed. Item: fishbone fishing rod, upgradable, level 210, effect fishing efficiency 10, basic fishing function unlocked, no bait required, upgrade cost wood X2000. 10 efficiency per level and no bait needed. Chen Xia's eyes lit up. This attribute was intriguing. No bait meant unlimited fishing. But with floodwaters everywhere, what could he catch? Mutant water snakes. Keep going. Chen Xia didn't stop and continued upgrading. System notification: do you wish to consume wood X2000 to upgrade fishbone fishing rod to level 3? Yes. System notification: do you wish to consume wood X2000 to upgrade fishbone fishing rod to level 4? Yes. Chen Xia, like a mindless repeater, pushed the rod from level 1 straight to level 9. A total of 18000 units of wood were consumed. The once drab rod had grown lustrous, its bone texture now as smooth as jade, and the chaotic patterns seemed to come alive, forming mysterious designs. Item: Jade Bone Dragon Sinew Rod, level 910, effect fishing efficiency 90, no bait required, minimal chance to catch special items. Upgrade cost wood X2000, Jade Bone Dragon Sinew Rod. Quite a domineering name. Chen Xia nodded in satisfaction at the transformed rod. Brother, hurry, just one more level. Su Mushue urged, even more excited than him. Easy now. Chen Xia smiled and initiated the final upgrade. System notification: do you wish to consume wood X2000 to upgrade Jade Bone Dragon Sinew Rod to level 10? Yes. The moment the words left his lips, the rod in his hand erupted in a dazzling golden radiance. World announcement: congratulations to player Chen Xia for being the first in this district to max out a fishing rod type tool. World announcement: to reward player Chen Xia's spirit of exploration, a luxury speedboat X1 has been granted. World announcement: this reward is unique. All players strive to explore and achieve greatness. 3 golden announcements in a row silenced the entire A1 district chat channel. Players stared blankly at the dazzling golden text, struggling to process. Fishing rods. Maxed out. Luxury speedboat. What was all this? After a dozen seconds, the world channel erupted like an oil barrel hit by a depth charge. Did I see that right? A luxury speedboat. That exists in this game. So he has a boat besides his shelter. Chen Xia again. Is this guy cheating? Resources are so hard to come by, are we even playing the same game? The key is the fishing rod. Who in their right mind would upgrade a fishing rod at a time like this? And max it out? How bored is he? You're thinking too small. You think he's idle. This is strategic investment. Look at the reward, a luxury speedboat. With that he's practically invincible in this flood. While my fishing rod was sniped by someone, did I just lose millions? Ha, could you even afford to upgrade it? Luxury speedboat. Sumu Xue was stunned too. How much would that be worth in the real world? Asuka Haruna was equally amazed. Could we take it out to explore? No need, we're fine staying in the shelter. True. Chen Xia was in high spirits. He hadn't expected a casual move to trigger such a unique world reward. He opened his inventory and saw a speedboat model resting quietly. Item: luxury speedboat, horsepower 200 HP. Description: a high-performance, lavishly appointed speedboat letting you revel in the thrill of riding the waves even in the apocalypse's flood. Friendly tip: fuel consumption is a bit high. Deploy it. Let's see. Sumu Xue urged. All right. Chen Xia took the model and stepped onto the second-floor balcony. With a thought, he selected use. The model transformed into a beam of golden light, flew off the balcony and landed on the turbulent waters outside the villa. The light dissipated. A massive gleaming white speedboat with sleek modern lines materialized before their eyes. It's too big. The 3 women murmured as they ran to the balcony, gazing at the speedboat that was nearly half the size of a basketball court. So luxurious, a villa, a speedboat, and a whole harem of wives. Brother Xia, you're truly something. Sumu Xue said with a laugh. The shock of the speedboat lingered for quite a while. In the World Channel, discussions about Chen Xia and luxury speedboat remained fervent. After all, everyone had a sense that Chen Xia might be cheating. Even if one had talent, it couldn't possibly be this overwhelming. As for Chen Xia himself, after the initial surprise, he quickly calmed down. The speedboat was certainly a treasure, it granted a trump card for free movement across the floodwaters. But a new problem emerged: fuel consumption. The system prompt said fuel consumption is a bit high, and that was no joke. It seems we'll have to add another item to our procurement list. Chen Xia stroked his chin, calculating inwardly. When are we going for a spin? Sumu Xue, still immersed in excitement, shook his arm and coquettishly asked. That won't work. What if we drift too far and can't find shelter? Actually, fishing on it wouldn't be bad, he Xue mused after a moment's thought. Oh right, how many materials have you gathered for upgrading the shelter? Chen Xia suddenly remembered that the main task now was to upgrade the sanctuary. Sumu Xue shook her head. Grade metal is extremely rare. Even with a 30-minute early shopping spree, the amount we could trade for was very limited. As for other materials, they're even scarcer. Price isn't the issue, but hardly anyone lists them for trade. Is grade metal that rare? You bet. I managed to grab 8 pieces of this metal and it looks extraordinary. Its color is blue, far superior to ordinary steel. Chen Xia thought so too. He opened his inventory and checked. Earlier when he breathed, he had indeed obtained some grade metal, but the quantity was small, scattered pieces totaling just over 30 units. Adding Su Muchu's recent acquisitions, they now had over 40 units in total. That was still far from the 200 units needed for the upgrade. The gap was significant. It seems relying solely on purchases won't cut it, Chen Xia thought to himself. Any player with a modicum of sense wouldn't casually sell such a critical strategic resource. Even if they did sell, it would be at an exorbitant price. Expecting to gather 200 units from others was nearly impossible. I must find a stable source of grade metal. Chen Xia's gaze fell once again on his talent. Endless vitality. Each autonomous breath randomly grants 1 unit of material. This talent was the foundation of his survival. However, this randomness was quite nuanced. Sometimes he could breathe out rare blueprints and materials. But more often than not, what he breathed out were basic resources like wood, stone, bread, and mineral water. Though these could be exchanged for other resources, the efficiency was too slow. The effect of my talent is that the more goddesses imbound to, the higher the drop rate of rare materials. Chen Xia's eyes narrowed slightly. I'm currently bound to 3, he Xue, Sumu Xue and Mingri Qingnai, and the drop rate of rare materials has already seen a significant boost. I need to scout for new candidates, but joining me depends on certain conditions. Who should I look for next? Chen Xia began calculating inwardly. First, the rating must be above 95, that was a hard requirement. Second, their talent. He currently had healing luck and item upgrade talents. What he lacked most were combat or resource-oriented ones. Ideally someone who could automatically double chest loot. Chen Xia couldn't help but daydream. But that was clearly impossible. Talents were something that came by chance, not by seeking. It seems I need to find ways to interact with more high-quality players. Moreover, since acquiring his 3 women, he had come to understand one truth: true love doesn't exist in this world, only the collision of greatness. He opened the world chat channel hoping to find some useful clues, perhaps a player who had distinguished themselves or possessed special abilities. However, the moment he opened the world channel, he was overwhelmed by a flood of chaotic messages. Help! Does anyone know what to do if bitten by a red leech? The wound keeps bleeding and won't stop. Smear some shit on it. Are you upstairs disgusting? I'm asking for help here and you're barking nonsense. Don't let me catch you. Bro, it actually works. What if I hold it in? Then you're a real pro at holding it. Sigh, I've actually been hiding a mistake until I entered this survival game. That summer night I sneaked into my sister's room. Chen Xia scrolled through dozens of pages quickly but found nothing valuable. This is like searching for a needle in a haystack. He closed the world channel in disappointment. Just as he was pondering whether to have Su Muxiwei use her trading privileges to post a bizarre recruitment ad for high-paying positions for 95 beauties. World Announcement System Version Update. World Announcement to promote communication and cooperation among survivors and enhance gameplay. The following updates are now in effect. 1. Chat channel posting limit starting immediately. Each player is limited to 20 posts per day on the world channel. Please cherish every posting opportunity. 2. Trading channel listing limit starting immediately. Each player may only list one item at a time. New items can only be listed after the current one is successfully traded or voluntarily removed. 3. Trading channel closure notice. In 10 days the current trading channel will be permanently closed. At that time a new survivor forum and friend-to-friend trading feature will be introduced. Please make preparations in advance and arrange your material trades accordingly. This update is mandatory. Wishing all players a pleasant game. Pleasant game. Holy shit. Limiting posts. Limiting listings. Closing the trading channel in 10 days. What kind of sick joke was this? The trading channel was the lifeline for every survivor. Out of food. Trade on the channel. Out of water. Trade on the channel. Shelter damaged and lacking materials. Still trade on the channel. 99% of players were barely surviving thanks to this platform. And now the system was saying it would shut down this platform in 10 days. Fuck. Can't handle the game anymore. Limiting posts. Limiting listings. Why don't you just gag me and chop off my hands? Closing the trading channel. Screw you, system. Are you trying to starve us? Without the trading channel, what will we eat and drink? Don't rage yet, the change still has 10 days, right? Besides, there's still friend-to-friend trading. This means everyone needs to add more friends and form trading circles to survive together. 10 days. Only 10 days left. Is this a doomsday countdown? I protest. I vehemently protest. Why? Why close the trading channel? What's the use of protesting? Didn't you see the announcement? It's mandatory. Who are you going to protest to? The King of Hell. Meanwhile, in Chen Xia's villa, the atmosphere had become extremely tense. What's going on? Why suddenly close the trading channel? Su Muxiwei was dumbfounded. After reading it, Xie stood frozen for a moment, then spoke thoughtfully. Limiting posts reduces useless information, forcing more efficient communication. Limiting listings targets hoarders and price manipulators. In short, from now on everyone will likely need to form friend-based trading circles and trade with their friends. Xie's analysis struck the nail on the head. Chen Xia nodded upon hearing this and added, it's not just that. More importantly, it's the information gap. In the era of the trading channel, despite the chaos, information was relatively transparent. Everyone had a rough idea of the value of items. It was clear who had good things and who was buying in bulk. But once the trading channel is closed, replaced by friend-to-friend trading, the situation becomes entirely different. But it's not necessarily a bad thing for us. We have no shortage of supplies. Establishing a relatively small trading circle this way is actually quite good. Mingri Qingnai said. True. Overall, it doesn't affect us much. We just haven't been able to enjoy our privileges for long. Chen Xia sighed helplessly. He was just venting. After all, he had just obtained the trading privilege, barely had time to savor it, and the system had already pulled the rug out from under him. It felt like getting a VIP membership card only to be told the club would close for renovations in 10 days before you even used it. Meanwhile, in the World Channel, After a period of complaints, many people began to change their tune.
I have the Crade talent touch of gold, which gives a 20 chance to open a treasure chest again.
Looking for shelter friends with similar talents. I have no talent. Looking for some friends. Don't you think we should add more powerful players? There's a limit to the number of friends.
What's the use of adding ordinary people?
They can't afford your stuff and their things are useless to you. That's true. You can have up to 1,000 friends. Some people waste friend slots on those you might never trade with in your life.
Why occupy the spot?
Chen Xia big bro, I'm a girl. I want to add you as a friend.
Chen Xia bro, I'm a benefits girl.
Can you check me out? My talent is distributing benefits. Chen Xia suddenly noticed many people adding him as a friend.
It instantly hit 99 and the count quickly surpassed 1,000. Even if he wanted to accept, he couldn't. The screen was refreshing too fast.
What the heck?
It should be those people who know they need to network upwards, so they're all adding our baby boy as a friend.
It's normal. We can pick a suitable group to accept.
Hisiyue leaned in for a look and offered her opinion.
But there's no rush. We still have 10 days.
With our strength, we won't have trouble finding a trading circle, right?
Oh, right. Help me see if there's anyone suitable to bind with.
Preferably someone with a talent of a grade or above. Chen Xia was now very eager to bind talented individuals. Who knew if this game would eventually cancel the chat channels altogether?
By then, even surviving might drive one insane. Okay, I'll ask. Can my mom be one? Mingri Qingnai said somewhat sheepishly.
Her expression and movements were hesitant, clearly aware of how absurd the request was. After all, mother and daughter living together constantly in Chen Xia's presence might lead to some awkward situations.
But in this world, it didn't seem so strange anymore.
The thought even stirred a strange excitement in Chen Xia. Hisiyue and Su Mushue exchanged glances, both sensing something amiss. Neither felt comfortable voicing an opinion. After all, she was Qingnai's mother, whom they should address as aunt.
Letting aunt perish in this survival world. That wouldn't be right. But if she joined, then what? If she had some charm, she might eventually be teased by Chen Xia.
If not, she might still be teased.
Either way, it was complicated.
Feeling Mingri Qingnai's gaze, Chen Xia glanced at Hisiyue and Su Mushue, who simply blinked, signaling that the decision was his.
They even seemed a bit eager to watch the drama.
But if Qingnai's mother met the talent contract conditions, it wasn't impossible. Mother and child working together. Even if she didn't qualify as his woman's mother, providing some supplies to help her survive would be simple. After all, he wasn't short on supplies.
Ahem, Qingnai, how old is your mom? Chen Xia coughed and asked. 30-something. Why? Mingri Qingnai fidgeted. What does she look like? Prettier than me.
You could call her a beautiful young matron. Hisiyue and Su Mushue exchanged a look. A 30-something beautiful young matron.
That was basically a beautiful woman. Was she really going to join? All right. If your mom meets the conditions, she can join us.
Because we're all talented. 30-something is a prime age to work hard.
I can give her this opportunity. Chen Xia exhaled. Okay, but I can't contact her. If I do, I'll let you know. Oh, by the way, my mom is single. I'm adopted. Mingri Qingnai added, seemingly hinting at something. Chen Xia perked up at that. Not bad. He smiled. All right, then I really like your mom. Well, actually, I think my mom might be dead or not in this district.
Mingri Qingnai thought for a moment and continued.
It's okay.
Does it matter if she's dead?
What matters is that I like your mom. Don't worry, I'll give her a home.
In a corner of District A1 inside a level 3 shelter. Under a dim light, a young girl in a sports vest and shorts with a high ponytail carefully tended to a wound on her arm. Her name was Lu Yi, a recent college graduate. The wound wasn't deep, a scratch from fending off a mutated water snake that had crawled in the night before. Fortunately, the snake was small, seemingly a juvenile. She had managed to drive it back with a steel pipe.
Though she hadn't killed it, no other snakes attacked and she survived.
Now she was disinfecting the wound with the last bit of alcohol from a supply crate. The searing pain beaded her smooth forehead with sweat, but she clenched her teeth in silence.
Damn, I can't take it. It hurts like hell.
She cursed in a low voice, staring at the gash inflicted by the mutated water snake, a lingering fear gripping her heart. If she hadn't reacted swiftly last night using a steel pipe to thrust the snake away, she would have been nothing more than snake excrement by now. After tending to her wound, she slumped against the wall in exhaustion and opened the World Chat channel. The system's latest update announcement had already stirred up a storm in the channel, with wails and curses flooding the screen.
Restricting chat. Restricting listings.
And shutting down the trade channel in 10 days. Is this game trying to drive us to death?
Don't panic, everyone. Didn't the announcement say they'd open friend-directed trading?
It's forcing us to form small groups and huddle together for warmth.
Watching this chaotic flood of information, Louis's brow furrowed deeply. Closing the trade channel would be a devastating blow to a solo player like her.
She had to find one or several reliable trading partners before the channel closed, or more accurately a powerful thigh to latch onto. Her gaze involuntarily fell upon the glittering golden name on the leaderboard.
First place player Chen Xia, number of mutated water snakes killed 29. Chen Xia.
Seeing that name, Louis was stunned, a strange and distant feeling welling up within her.
No way. What a coincidence.
She murmured to herself. The name was identical to that of the boy she had bullied mercilessly as a child, the one she had nearly choked to death with a jump rope.
Impossible, absolutely impossible. Louis quickly shook her head, laughing bitterly at herself.
How could that person be the top powerhouse in this apocalyptic game?
There were countless Chen Xias in the world, it had to be a coincidence. Yes, just a coincidence.
But regardless of whether it was him, this Chen Xia was undoubtedly the thickest thigh in the entire A1 district.
She had to add him as a friend.
She opened her panel and glanced at her talent. Talent A-grade golden right hand effect. When using the right hand to open a treasure chest of any quality for the first time daily, there is a 100 chance to open it in additional time.
Limited to once per day. Golden right hand. Louis's cheeks flushed slightly as she muttered a complaint under her breath. What a crappy name, sounds like some exclusive skill for men.
And all I get are low-level chests with nothing good. This talent is as good as useless.
Despite thinking her talent was somewhat mediocre, it was still an A grade.
Taking a deep breath, she mustered her courage, located the ID that had been tagged countless times in the friend request list, and sent a request. Player Louis has applied to add you as a friend. In the villa's living room, Chen Xia stared at the friend requests on his panel, which had instantly surged past 99 and were still frantically piling up, feeling a headache coming on.
Damn, have these people gone mad? All coming to add me.
You're a celebrity now, of course everyone wants to latch onto your thigh, Su Muxiue said with a grin as she sifted through the goodies in the trade channel.
Exactly, we can pick some useful ones.
Or agree to some pretty girls, he Xue joked along, her eyes rapidly scanning the request list for any special talents. Chen Xia felt a bit speechless, he only wanted to add girls with talents.
Louis.
Suddenly a familiar name flashed before his eyes.
Chen Xia's movements froze. His memories were instantly pulled back to that summer many years ago.
The cicadas chirping, ice pops, and that girl with a ponytail, her skin tanned to a wheat color, who chased him every day, beat him down, pinned him to the ground, and nearly sent him to his grave with a jump rope, the violent tomboy.
Could it be her?
Chen Xia muttered to himself, a strange feeling arising.
He clicked agree on a whim. You have added Louis as a friend. The friend was added successfully and a brief information panel popped up.
Player Louis, talent A-grade golden right hand, overall rating 95, a rating of 95.
And an A-grade talent. Chen Xia's eyes lit up. This perfectly met his binding conditions.
Although golden right hand sounded odd, an A-grade talent surely had a decent effect.
After checking, it was indeed good. It allowed one extra chest opening opportunity per day.
If he obtained 2 diamond chests plus the replicated one, he could open 4 times in a day.
That was a pretty good talent.
However, he still needed to confirm whether this Louis was the one he knew.
After a moment's thought, his fingers typed a line on the virtual keyboard and sent it. Chen Xia, did you once nearly strangle someone to death?
On the other side, Louis had just seen the notification that her friend request was approved, but before she could rejoice, she received Chen Xia's message. When she read the line clearly, she felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place instantly.
Strangle.
That afternoon in childhood, because Chen Xia refused to lend her his game console, she flew into a rage, grabbed her jump rope, looped it around his neck, and pulled hard. His face had turned purple, scaring her into letting go immediately. That incident was one of the few dark histories of her childhood, a secret known only to the two of them.
He really was that Chen Xia.
A chill shot up from the soles of Louis's feet straight to her crown.
It's over. Barbecue is done.
She had bullied him so much as a child, treated him like a punching bag, and nearly choked him to death. Since boys didn't develop as fast as girls back then, even though he resisted, she was sturdier, leaving him unable to overpower her. Now in this world he was the top-ranked powerhouse while she was just a bottom-tier player scraping by.
He wasn't thinking of revenge, was he? At that thought, Louis's hands began to tremble.
She stared at the chat box, her mind racing to figure out how to reply to save her own skin.
Beg for mercy. Play pitiful. Or play dumb. Louis, huh? Big shot, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Do we know each other? Hee, big shot, you must be talking in your sleep.
In the end, she chose to play dumb, adding a pitiful emoji at the end. Chen Xia almost laughed aloud at the feigned confusion Louis had sent.
Don't understand. Playing dumb, are you?
After all, he had even put together that headshot for her. He had never seen anyone with the same name and such a resemblance.
Husband, what are you laughing at? Which little girl are you chatting with so happily? Su Muxue had drifted over without him noticing, resting her head on his shoulder as she peered at the screen with curiosity. She no longer intended to call Chen Xia older brother. Calling him husband felt so much more comfortable. When she saw the ID Louis and the messages, a faint, barely perceptible wariness flashed across her eyes.
What the? What's going on?
An acquaintance from childhood, Chen Xia explained lightly, then replied in the chat, "Stop pretending, Louis. I would know you even if you turned to ash. 5th grade, you cornered me in the bathroom for an hour to copy my summer homework, remember? And in 7th grade you almost forced yourself on me." Chen Xia sent a string of messages, each one striking precisely at Louis's catalogue of misdemeanors. In the shelter, Louis watched the incriminating messages pop up on the screen. Her face flushed from pale to red, then to purple, and finally went deathly white. She covered her face, feeling humiliated as never before. That bastard, how could he remember so clearly? She was now absolutely certain Chen Xia meant to get even. And besides, what do you mean forced? You're a boy and she was a girl. She was just curious about the differences between boys and girls.
Louis hurried to placate him. I was foolish as a child, hee, please let it go.
What goes around comes around. He intended to show this former female tyrant that fortunes change with time. In the present version, he decided the rules.
Still, Chen Xia had no desire to nitpick. Children do foolish things. A girl's curiosity could be excused even if she once tugged down his trousers. Chen Xia, enough crying.
Since you're being sensible, I won't hold those childhood things against you.
At those words, Louis finally exhaled in relief. Louis, thank you, big brother.
You are magnanimous as a prime minister. Your heart is as wide as the sea. A torrent of flattering praise poured out as if it cost nothing.
Chen Xia, tell me, what do you need? Weapons. Food. Materials for the shelter.
For being childhood friends, he'll give you a friendship discount. He planned to offer a little sweetener first to steady the girl. After all, she was in a grade talent rated 95, and a childhood companion who knew him through and through. Letting her go would be a waste. Once his shelter reached level 6 and unlocked new binding slots, he would bind her by contract and slowly train her. But Louis's reply surprised him. No need, thanks.
I lack for nothing right now.
After sending that, she felt the tone too stiff and added, I won't accept rewards I haven't earned.
For now, it's better we keep a purely transactional relationship. Let's forget the things from childhood. We're all grown up.
If you need my help with anything I can do, I won't refuse. Chen Xia's smile slowly faded as he read the message.
This girl had a stubborn mouth.
Was she drawing a boundary with him?
A purely transactional relationship. Chen Xia snorted inwardly. Dream on. He said no more, replying coolly, fine.
As you wish. Then he closed the chat window.
You couldn't rush someone so obstinate.
She couldn't run away for now when she hit a wall and suffered. She'd naturally learn whose protection to seek. He wasn't worried, his shelter hadn't upgraded yet, so even if he wanted to bind her, there were no slots.
Baby, is it done?
He Xia approached carrying a cup of water and asked.
Almost. Chen Xia nodded.
A slightly coy little sister, leave her alone for a few days and she'll settle down.
Su Muxue's gossiping instincts ignited. Is she an old flame of yours?
Get out of here, she's a childhood playmate, Chen Xia shot back, rolling his eyes.
Childhood playmate is great, someone who knows you inside and out.
He Xia egged him on.
When are you bringing the sister to live with us? We could use someone to play mahjong with.
Exactly, more people makes it livelier. The two women's chatter made Chen Xia's head spin. He waved them off.
Okay, let's handle the important thing first. What about that fishing rod? Wasn't there one still to be upgraded? Oh right. At Chen Xia's reminder, Su Muxue and Mingri Qingnai realized there was indeed one more to upgrade. Come on, let's max it out. Then we'll go fish from the speedboat.
The three women grew excited again, chattering as they ran to grab the rods. Soon, with another flash of golden light, the second Yugu Longjin rod was born. Because it wasn't the first in the region, however, it did not trigger a world announcement or extra rewards.
That did nothing to dampen their spirits.
With two gleaming rods in hand, they gleefully ran to the balcony and with a stylish flip jumped from the second floor onto the luxury speedboat moored below.
Husband, we're going fishing. I'll prepare an all-fish banquet for you tonight.
Su Muxue stood on the boat and waved at Chen Xia.
Be careful. Chen Xia warned. Got it.
After a while, they hadn't caught many fish, but they did reel up plenty of oddities.
A half-broken helmet, a stray shoe of unknown origin, and even a safe filled with water.
They hauled the safe up with much effort, only to find a soggy wad of ruined papers inside.
I'm so mad. Are there even any fish left in this flood?
Su Muxue angrily cast her line again. Don't be hasty, Muxue, fishing requires patience, Mingri Qingnai said serenely. Mingri Qingnai seemed very calm, sitting at the boat's edge and staring at the surface as if lost in thought.
What good is patience?
It's been nearly an hour and we've only caught a few fry, not even enough to nibble on, Xia said, a little dispirited. Su Muxiue suddenly leaned in conspiratorially. You know, from now on shouldn't we all just call him husband? Change what we call him. He Si Shue blinked. Yes, look, King Nei's already. Well, you know. Su Muxiue reasoned, the three of us are now calling him older brother or baby all the time feels awkward. Mingri King Nei's cheeks flushed and she lowered her head too shy to reply. He Si Shue rubbed her chin and admitted there was some truth to Su Mux's suggestion. So, what should we call him? Call him husband, not only in bed just as an everyday name, Su Muxiue said matter-of-factly. It will make us feel more like a family. It will also deepen our bonds, don't you think? He Si Shue thought it over and nodded. Yes, that makes sense. From now on, husband. She turned to Mingri Qingnai and smiled. Qingnai, what do you think? I'll follow what my sisters decide, Mingri Qingnai answered with a nod. Mingri Qingnai nodded. In truth, she harbored another thought, that calling him husband during certain moments would be rather thrilling. Then it's settled. Su Muxiue clapped her hands. As night fell, the villa was ablaze with lights. Chen Xia sat on the sofa inspecting the batch of supplies he had just obtained through breathing. Moments ago he felt as though his luck had exploded. System prompt through autonomous breathing, you have obtained grade metal X1. System prompt through autonomous breathing, you have obtained grade metal X1. A string of 7 or 8 prompts for grade metal left him almost unable to believe it. Then something even more delightful occurred. System prompt through autonomous breathing, you have obtained grade alloy wall X1. Grade alloy wall. This was one of the core materials for upgrading to a level 6 shelter. It seemed that as time progressed, even if others failed to acquire these materials, he would be compelled to advance. He immediately opened the shelter's upgrade panel and glanced at it. Shelter upgrade requirements level 6-1. Earthquake-proof super steel foundation X20020. 2. Grade alloy wall X111. 3. Whole house smart module X101. 4. Grade metal X251200. The wall was done and he had gathered over 50 units of grade metal. Now only the steel foundation and the whole house smart module remained. Just then the villa's door swung open. He Si Shue, Su Muxiue and Mingri Qingnai entered carrying a large bucket filled with water, chatting and laughing. Inside the bucket over a dozen lively little fish swam joyfully. Hubby. We're back. The three women called out sweetly in unison. This hubby caught Chen Xia off guard. Previously each had used their own term for him, now they had unified it as hubby. Was this love blossoming over time? As days passed, feelings deepened. Though it was unexpected, it was pleasant. Living together, their affection would gradually warm. Hubby. He Si Shue walked over with a smile, setting the fish bucket on the ground as if seeking praise. Look, we caught so many fish. Tonight we'll cook you a feast of fish dishes. Right. I learned braised fish from Guga and Qingnai learned steamed fish, well, make your taste buds dance. Su Muxiue chimed in. Watching them crowd around him chattering about their days spoils their faces glowing with the relaxation and joy of home. Chen Xia's heart softened inexplicably. This feeling was strange. It wasn't like struggling to survive in the apocalypse, but rather a true home. With wives' laughter, anticipation, and a steaming hot dinner. A genuine smile spread across his face. He walked over and opened his arms, pulling all three women into an embrace. All right, go cook now, I'm starving, Chen Xia said, patting their backs with a grin. Got it. Hubby, just wait. Well, make sure you eat the best fish in the world. The three women dashed cheerfully into the kitchen, and soon the clatter of pots and pans mixed with their laughter filled the air. Gugu and Gaga were there, teaching, even sneaking bites. Chen Xia sat on the sofa listening to the sounds from the kitchen and gazing at the dark night outside, feeling an unprecedented sense of security. As he basked in this warmth, a private message suddenly popped up. Calendar Immortal, big shot, you there? Calendar Immortal. Chen Xia frowned at the ID. He didn't seem to know this person. Chen Xia something. Calendar Immortal, big shot, I've got something good you'll definitely be interested in. Chen Xia, what is it? Calendar Immortal Earthquake-proof super steel foundation 30 units. Big shot, this is a core material for upgrading to level 6 shelter, can't find a second batch in the whole trading channel. At the mention of earthquake-proof super steel foundation, Chen Xia's eyes narrowed instantly. Speak of the devil. He had just been worrying about this material and now someone was offering it on a silver platter. Chen Xia, name your price. Calendar Immortal, hee, big shot, straightforward. My price isn't high, wood X10000 mineral water X1000 bottles. Big shot, this is an exclusive source, miss it and it's gone. 10,000 wood, 1,000 bottles of water. Chen Xia sneered at the quote. This guy had some nerve. Although these resources were trivial to him, he wasn't about to be taken for a fool. Chen Xia would X3000 water X300. Can't go higher. He slashed the price to less than a third. Calendar Immortal Big Shot, that's too brutal. This is a rare material. How about would 8000 water 800, can't go lower. Chen Xia would 4000 water 400. That's my final offer, take it or leave it. Calendar Immortal. Silence stretched on the other end for a full half-minute. Chen Xia didn't rush, he leaned back on the sofa waiting leisurely. He knew well that aside from him few in the entire A1 district could afford such rare materials. If the other party wanted to sell, they had to sell to him. Sure enough, soon a message came. Calendar Immortal fine. Big shot, you win. Would 5000 water 500. Deal. Consider it making a friend. Chen Xia deal. Chen Xia's lips curled up slightly as he agreed, directly haggling a bit always felt satisfying. Though it was still a bit above his ideal price, trading these resources for 30 units of core material to speed up the shelter upgrade was well worth it. Calendar Immortal great. Big shot, I'll initiate the trade now. Soon a trade window appeared. Chen Xia scrutinized it carefully. On the left side of the window was the other party's item, Earthquake-Proof Super Steel Foundation X30. On the right were the items he needed to pay with X5000 Mineral Water X500. The quantities and items matched. Without hesitation he clicked to confirm the trade. System prompt, trade successful. Supplies in hand. Chen Xia was elated and immediately opened his backpack to check. However, when he saw its contents, the smile on his face froze instantly. In the backpack slot lay a solitary steel foundation. Earthquake-Proof Super Steel Foundation X1. Just one. Yet his 5,000 units of wood and 500 bottles of mineral water had vanished for real. Damn it. Chen Xia shot up, fury surging to his head. He had been tricked. What's going on? Chen Xia stared intently at his backpack, his mind racing. During the trade he had clearly seen the other party place 30 units of foundation. Of this he was absolutely certain. Yet why, after the transaction succeeded, did only one remain in his possession? Was the system bugged? Impossible. The rules of this world system were stringent, making such a low-level error nearly unthinkable. Then, the problem must lie with that fellow called Calendar Immortal. Just then the other party's message arrived again. Its content was filled with naked mockery and smugness. Calendar Immortal, ha 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 ha. Chen Xia big shot, thanks for the 5,000 timber and 500 bottles of water. They taste fantastic. Calendar Immortal, isn't it strange? You clearly saw 30 yet only got one. Surprised. Unexpected. Calendar Immortal, forgot to introduce myself. My talent is the Strength Deceiver. It's a fact. It can temporarily deceive your vision during a trade. What you saw was merely what I wanted you to see. Calendar Immortal, how does it feel? The thrill of being dominated by in-strength talent. Enjoying it. Ha 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 ha. Calendar Immortal, oh right, my talent also lets me change my ID and avatar periodically. 2 days until the next change, so farewell. Strength talent. Deceiver. Watching the other party flaunt his background, Chen Xia's fist clenched instantly. He finally understood what had happened. The other had used his talent to fabricate a false trading illusion, making him believe 30 foundations were offered when in truth only one was placed. And he, watching helplessly, had been swindled out of a vast amount of resources. An unprecedented fury blazed within his chest. Since entering this world he had always sailed smoothly. When had he ever been toyed with like this? And the culprit was an strength talent holder. Still, such a talent was indeed perfectly suited for being a trading swindler. It could even change avatars and IDs periodically, making it utterly impossible to guard against. The deceiver in strength talent was truly formidable. Honey, what's wrong? What happened? Xia, hearing the commotion from the kitchen, poked her head out and asked with concern. It's nothing. Chen Xia took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the rage in his heart, forcing a smile uglier than tears onto his face. You two keep cooking. I'll handle a small matter. Oh, okay. Seeing his grim expression, she didn't pry further and retreated into the kitchen. Chen Xia sat back down on the sofa, his gaze turning icy cold. He stared at the Calendar Immortal still raving madly in the chat box and slowly typed a line on the virtual keyboard. Chen Xia, very well. Just wait and see. Calendar Immortal, oh. Angry. Want to hit me? Come on, try it. Do you even know where I am? Even if you did, would you dare? It's nighttime after all. Calendar Immortal, don't bother struggling, big shot. Just take the loss. Consider it a lesson paid for with money. Who else would I scam if not the top-ranked player like you? The other's words were the epitome of provocation, clearly convinced that Chen Xia could do nothing. Chen Xia didn't reply. He directly closed the private chat and opened the world channel. He would make this swindler understand the dire consequences of angering him. Where there is a heavy reward, there will be brave men. With hundreds of thousands of people, he refused to believe no one had a talent to lock onto this person's coordinates.
Chen Xia bounty. 1,000 units of food.
Bounty for the shelter coordinates of player Calendar Immortal.
Provide valid info trade on the spot. 1,000 units of food.
This number, like a heavy bomb, instantly detonated in the dead silent world channel. Given the current flood, food was the most precious hard currency. Let alone 1,000, even 100 would drive countless players struggling on the edge of survival crazy.
Holy shit. Am I seeing this right? 1,000 units of food just for a coordinate. What happened to big shot Chen Xia?
Did that Calendar Immortal guy provoke him?
Calendar Immortal. I seem to recall something.
That guy was selling stuff in the channel before. All mysterious.
Brothers, hey, race our chance to get rich. Anyone know where this Calendar Immortal is?
Tell the big shot quick.
I know.
He chatted with me a bit and once sent me a picture of his shelter.
Screenshots are useless. The big shot needs the coordinates. The entire world channel boiled over because of Chen Xia's bounty.
Countless players began frantically recalling if they had ever interacted with this Calendar Immortal or knew any clue about him.
Where there is a heavy reward, there will be brave men.
Chen Xia believed that as long as the swindler was still in this district, he would be found out. Sure enough, less than 5 minutes after the bounty was posted, a private message popped up. Player Treasure Mouse, big shot, I think I have what you need.
Chen Xia's spirits lifted and he immediately clicked in. Chen Xia, speak.
Treasure Mouse, I once scavenged a blueprint from the trading channel called Coordinate Lock Map.
It can lock onto the approximate location of a player's shelter.
I just tried it, input the ID Calendar Immortal, and a red dot really showed up on the map.
Chen Xia, send me the picture.
Treasure Mouse, big shot, this is my prized possession.
Chen Xia, if the info is true, 1,000 units of food right now. Treasure Mouse, sure thing.
You're decisive, big shot. The other party quickly sent a screenshot.
It was a simple map. At its center was a green dot representing himself.
To the northeast, a blinking red dot was marked with a line of small text.
Target Calendar Immortal, distance 5. 2 kilometers, 5 kilometers.
Seeing this distance, a murderous glint flashed in Chen Xia's eyes.
So close. Chen Xia, good, I'll take it. Initiate the trade.
Treasure Mouse, big shot, are you sure you want to spend 1,000 units of food on this?
Actually, this map isn't very accurate. It can only mark a general direction. Chen Xia, I told you to initiate the trade. Chen Xia's tone brooked no argument. Treasure Mouse, oh, okay.
Soon the trade was completed. Chen Xia spent 1,000 loaves of bread and successfully obtained a coordinate lock map. Having spent 1,000 units of food, Chen Xia initially felt a pang of regret, but after checking his system backpack and seeing he still had hundreds of thousands, he broke into a delighted smile.
He didn't hesitate to use it.
A map capable of real-time navigation appeared before his eyes. The red dot representing Calendar Immortal blinked in the northeast corner of the map as if sending him a mocking signal. Just then another untimely message from Calendar Immortal arrived.
Calendar Immortal, yo, big shot, heard you're offering a bounty for me. Spending 1,000 loaves of bread just to find me. Is it worth it? Calendar Immortal, don't waste your effort. Even if you find me, what can you do? Can you fly over? It's nighttime, you know. Nighttime is very dangerous.
Calendar Immortal, if you've got the guts, come to my shelter and kill me.
I'm waiting for you, ha 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 ha.
Or how about this, I'll hit myself for you. 100 units of any resource, I'll give myself a slap, guaranteed to hurt. Seeing the other's arrogant words, a cold smile instead crept onto Chen Xia's face.
Fly over. No, I don't need to fly.
He slowly stood up and walked toward the balcony. There parked was a luxurious speedboat, pure white in color with sleek lines.
Honey, the fish soup is ready. Come have some.
His Sixu's call came from the kitchen.
Chen Xia's voice was as cold as ice. Not eating. We are going out to handle something. Going out on business.
Hisishua Sumushua and Mingri Qingnai emerged from the kitchen carrying fragrant fish soup and grilled fish, only to see Chen Xia standing by the balcony, seemingly somewhat irate.
Husband, what's wrong? Could there be a monster attack?
Hisishua set down her bowl of soup and walked over with concern.
Yes, husband, what happened? Sumushua also sensed something amiss.
Chen Xia shared the chat log with the Calendar Immortal and the coordinate lock map with them. When the three women grasped the full story, they were all as furious as Chen Xia. And Scrade talent deceiver. Using such a formidable talent to be a swindler.
Mingri Qingnai couldn't help but exclaim in shock.
Yet she quickly realized that if they didn't find this deceiver soon, they would fall victim to his scams again. He can change his ID and avatar at intervals, how could anyone stop him?
No wonder husband needed to go out. If they didn't act now, it would be too late. This so-called Calendar Immortal is utterly despicable.
He cheated us out of so many supplies and still dares to be so arrogant. Su Muxiue stomped her foot in fury.
Husband, we can't just let this slide. There's no real danger tonight and no major incidents for now.
We can take the boat and confront him directly.
He Xia suddenly spoke in shock. I remember this person.
He traded with me at first and swapped my goods.
I was furious back then and now he's done the same to you.
He Xia stared at the blinking red dot on the map, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes.
This guy really doesn't want to live anymore.
With the coordinates it won't take long by speedboat and there's a dedicated navigation.
We have to take him down.
Chen Xia nodded in satisfaction, then scanned them with his gaze.
Should we leave someone to watch the house? We can stay in touch, and with the speedboat it's only a few minutes back. Of course we go after him. No need to leave anyone. It'll take at most half an hour.
He Xia was the first to speak, even shaking her little fist.
No need to leave anyone.
We've scattered realgar around the shelter so water snakes won't attack.
Let's just charge ahead.
Su Muxiue said without hesitation.
I have no objections. Point the way and I'll follow.
Mingri Qingnai said with a smile.
All right.
A trace of a smile finally appeared on Chen Xia's face, but it was filled with chilling murderous intent.
Then let's not let our fish soup go cold.
He took out the AK-47 and the fearsome chain of death. He Xia and Su Muxiue tacitly ran back to the room to grab their compound bows and quivers. Mingri Qingnai pondered for a moment, then donned the shadow stealth cloak that granted invisibility. Thus, unless the other side also had a group of talent users, they would be instantly overwhelmed.
In reality, the opponent was likely alone and not very combat capable. A talent like Deceiver wouldn't grant much battle power.
Their strength was on a completely different level.
In terms of combat capability, Chen Xia's team was undoubtedly among the elite in the entire A1 district.
Goo Goo Gaga. Goo Goo Gaga popped up from somewhere, and seeing the four fully armed and murderous, its round body trembled.
Goo Goo Gaga detected that the Master's team is about to engage in high-intensity outdoor activity. Need to replenish energy. Energy drinks. With that, it prepared to pull out various supplies from its body.
Come, Goo Goo Gaga treats you to Red Bull.
No need.
Chen Xia waved his hand.
Just keep an eye on the door for us.
Goo Goo Gaga.
Mission guaranteed.
Everything was ready. Chen Xia glanced at the steaming fish feast on the table and said in a low voice, "Strike fast and return to eat."
Yes.
The three women responded in unison. The four went to the balcony, looked at the luxury speedboat moored below, and without hesitation leaped from the second floor, landing steadily on its deck.
Chen Xia took several barrels of gasoline he had saved up from breathing from his backpack.
V-room. With a powerful roar of the engine, the luxury speedboat shot forward like an arrow from a bow, slicing through the dark, still water and leaving a long white wake in the murky flood as it raced toward the red dot on the map. The night wind howled, tousling their hair. Under the moonlight, the rain had stopped, leaving only a light drizzle.
The water was free of mutated water snakes, making the journey safe.
Su Muxiue stood at the bow watching the scenery blur past and feeling the speedboat's exhilarating speed, letting out an excited scream.
Wow, so fast.
He Xia was also thrilled. This was their first time venturing so far from the shelter at night. Though they were going to kill, the feeling gave her a strange thrill. Mingri Qingnai couldn't believe how comfortable it was to follow Chen Xia. She wondered why she had been so stubborn before. If she could travel back in time, she would have already offered herself to Chen Xia, oh no, to her husband. As for that talk of bloodshed, what nonsense of feudal superstition.
Now she just wanted to finish the fight quickly and cuddle with her husband tonight. A seamless connection.
Chen Xia stood at the helm, one hand steering and the other holding the coordinate lock map, his gaze as cold as a blade. On the map, the green dot representing their position was rapidly approaching the blinking red dot.
4. 5 kilometers. 3 kilometers. 1 kilometer. Ahead, I see lights.
Sharpied Su Muxiue suddenly pointed at a dark silhouette in the distance and shouted loudly. Following her direction, the others saw a faint flickering light on a small hill half submerged in the flood.
The hill's location was fortunate. The flood hadn't reached it, eliminating the need for a drainage module. That's it.
Chen Xia slowed the speedboat and gradually turned off all its lights. Gliding silently on inertia, the speedboat crept toward the hill like a beast lurking in the darkness. Meanwhile, inside the level 3 shelter on the hill, a tall thin man with the ID calendar immortal was humming a tune, cheerfully counting his freshly scanned supplies.
5,000 wood, 500 bottles of water. I'm rich.
That fool Chen Xia thinks being number 1 makes him special. With my scrayed talent, I've got him dancing on my strings.
And find me. How could he? How ridiculous.
In a couple of days, I'll change my face and scam him again. Let him be number 1, let him spam the chat all day. What a joke, bro. He picked up a bottle of freshly scammed mineral water, twisted off the cap and took a triumphant gulp.
How satisfying.
Before he had only scammed poor folks. Now he understood the thrill of scamming a big shot. One cheat could feed you for a year. Look at all this water. He felt he could drink one and toss another. It was insane. Like wholesale. He probably drained the guy's entire water supply. And a bounty on me. 1,000 units of food. Hilarious. With these supplies I can upgrade to a level 4 shelter, maybe even level 5. I wonder why this guy is so wealthy. Probably has great talent too. The more he thought, the more smug he became. He even opened the chat with Chen Xia, ready to send a few taunts and thoroughly humiliate the so-called number 1 of A1 district. But just then. Thud. A dull heavy crash suddenly came from outside the shelter wall. Immediately after, the entire shelter shook violently as if struck by something massive. What was that sound? The calendar immortal was startled by the sudden deafening noise and tremor, nearly dropping the mineral water bottle in his hand. He hurriedly dashed to the observation window of the shelter and peered outside. It was pitch black out there. Despite the faint light, nothing was discernible. Could some mutated creature have rammed into it again? No, last time it was a mutated water snake, but wasn't that incident already over? Could there be more? That shouldn't be the case. He muttered to himself, but quickly dismissed the notion. His shelter was built on a hillside. Those aquatic monsters couldn't possibly climb up here. Even if they did, he would have the high ground advantage. Probably just the wind blowing something against it. It must have been a falling tree. He reassured himself, not taking it too seriously, and turned around to admire his spoils of war. However, he had only taken 2 steps. Boom! Another impact, even heavier and louder than before, resounded. This time the entire shelter shook with even greater intensity. A fine crack even appeared on the wall. What the hell? What's going on? Is it an earthquake? But an earthquake doesn't feel like this. The calendar immortal was now thoroughly panicked. He rushed to the observation window again, eyes wide, desperately trying to make out the situation outside. Just then a ghastly white lightning bolt split the pitch-black night sky. By that fleeting flash of light he finally saw it. In the floodwaters outside the shelter, a colossal and ferocious black monster was moored silently. It was a menacing black chain adorned with a massive ghost head. The other end of the chain was connected to a pristine white luxury speedboat, and on the boat's deck stood 4 figures. The man at the forefront held a dark rifle, its muzzle aimed directly at his shelter. Ha! Who's that? Do we have a grudge? When he recognized the man's face, the calendar immortal's mind went blank. This avatar, wasn't it exactly like Chen Xia's? Oh no, not exactly alike, it was him in the flesh. How could he be here? How could he possibly find this place? The calendar immortal couldn't fathom that the other party had the means to precisely locate his shelter in the dead of night and come straight to his doorstep. Dude, aren't there mutated water snakes in the water? How dare you sail over here in the dead of night? Moreover, although the calendar immortal knew Chen Xia had a boat, he was certain that no one had ever sold fuel in either the trading or chat channels. He regretted it. An indescribable terror instantly seized his heart. Go! Chen Xia's icy voice rang out in the night breeze from the speedboat. With a mere thought, the ferocious, deadly linking chain came to life, howling as it shot forward. The massive ghost head, its jaws wide open, slammed into the wall of the calendar immortal's shelter with overwhelming force once more. Boom! This impact was far more powerful than the previous ones. The calendar immortal's level 3 shelter instantly caved in under the ghost head's assault. Countless cracks like a spiderweb rapidly spread across the wall. Ah! Inside the shelter, the calendar immortal, terrified by the horrifying sight, let out a piercing scream. He scrambled away from the wall, collapsing onto the ground, and a warm, foul stench immediately emanated from his pants. He had wet himself. No! Please! Stop hitting! He begged frantically through the wall, his voice choked with tears. I was wrong. Senior Chen Xia. I was truly wrong. I'll return everything. Double. I'll give you double. Please spare my life. However, Chen Xia on the speedboat turned a deaf ear to his pleas. Spare your life. When you deceived me with your scrayed talent, and when you wildly taunted me after obtaining the supplies, you should have anticipated this outcome. Keep smashing. Chen Xia uttered 3 words coldly. Reduce it to scrap metal. Boom. 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 Under Chen Xia's control, the ferocious ghost head tirelessly and madly battered the already crumbling wall again and again. Each impact made the entire hillside tremble. Each impact struck terror into the heart of the calendar immortal within the shelter. The cracks on the wall grew more numerous and larger. Finally, crack! With a crisp sound of fracture, the shelter could no longer withstand the devastating blows and collapsed with a thunderous roar. Turbid drizzle and the cold night wind instantly rushed in. Inside the shelter, the calendar immortal was now fully exposed to the view of Chen Xia and his companions. Whoosh! Before the calendar immortal could react, an arrow whistling through the air pierced his thigh with precision. Ah! The searing pain wrung another pig-like scream from him. Clutching his blood-gushing thigh, he stared in terror toward the speedboat. There on the boat, the woman named Xia was slowly lowering her compound bow, her gaze icy.
"Ha, remember cheating me?"
The calendar immortal writhed in agony.
Cheated her. He couldn't recall, he had deceived too many people.
Only the big shots like Chen Xia stuck in his memory, the rest were a blur.
5 more seconds and my talent will activate. The calendar immortal was buying time. If he could survive just 5 seconds, he might turn the tables, for his talent could deceive all 4 of them simultaneously. 5, 4, 1. Great god of deception. Your follower is being persecuted by villains.
The calendar immortal suddenly began to chant as if praying.
What the hell are you mumbling about? Chen Xia roared in fury. Kill him. Whiz. Bang. Bang. Bang.
Before the calendar immortal could finish his incantation, a hail of bullets and compound arrows reduced him to a small pile of remains.
No need to guess, finishing the chant would surely bring no good. Strike fast and finish him off. Oh. It should be dead, right?
Chen Xia shone a powerful flashlight. The 3 women looked over, observing carefully.
This must be as dead as one can get. If this isn't dead, then it's not human. Could it have used its talent? Are we seeing some sort of illusion? Xia suddenly said. The other party's talent is shrank, perhaps it could be a fake death.
Chen Xia suddenly felt that Xia was spot on, he needed to deliver the finishing blow. Many villains are like this, failing to deliver the finishing blow allows the protagonist to reverse the situation.
Chen Xia thought, picking up an AK and spraying bullets around. Still pretending to be dead.
The 3 women also attacked. Reports are a large number of bullets were found inside the deceased's body, dispelling any sense of pretending to be dead.
The 3 women reported in unison and even saluted.
Chen Xia suddenly felt a breath of foul air escape.
That arrogant shrank talent deceiver couldn't even leave behind a complete last word, dying so tragically in its own sanctuary.
World chat announcement: since Chen Xia is the first player to kill an shrank talent holder, he will receive a special reward, talent plunder card X1.
Item: talent plunder card.
Effect: after use you can randomly plunder 1 talent from a deceased player. Plunder success rate is 100.
This card is a one-time consumable.
Late at night, the chat channel erupted again. At first everyone thought Chen Xia's bounty for the opponent's coordinates would at least wait until daylight to settle accounts, but unexpectedly he acted so decisively. Shangjin District, so can one still plunder talents? Does this mean that Chen Xia now possesses 2 talents?
Is the strong becoming stronger?
Turtle's head, he actually showing too much brilliance isn't a good thing. There are still many people and many strange talents haven't yet shown up, quietly developing like me.
Louis, your names are so strange. Gu Yufang Yuan, he strange. This place is becoming more and more interesting. Is the shrank talent currently the strongest? Talent plunder card. Seeing this reward, Chen Xia's eyes instantly lit up.
This thing can 100 plunder the talent of a dead person.
In other words, he can now claim that shrank deceiver talent as his own. Although this talent was used by that fool as a deceit, Chen Xia believed its potential went far beyond that. Deceiving visuals during trades. What about in battle? Can it create illusions to confuse enemies? Can it even be used to disguise oneself and infiltrate the enemy's sanctuary? This is simply a divine talent that integrates offense and defense, filled with endless possibilities. This is a huge profit.
He just wonders if he can give this talent to Xia and the others and then copy it back for himself. Xia thought about it and agreed, this way they could have 2 of this talent. That would be simply delightful. Chen Xia, to confirm, carefully checked the talent rules and concluded that it wasn't possible. Only the initially bound talent can be copied, subsequent ones do not count. Therefore Chen Xia can only use this talent for himself. Chen Xia suppressed his inner excitement and unhesitatingly used the talent plunder card on the corpse on the ground. System prompt: do you want to use the talent plunder card on player calendar immortal?
Yes. System prompt: plundering in progress. System prompt: congratulations. Successfully plundered shrank talent deceiver. Talent shrank deceiver replicated.
Effect 1: amplification visual deception. You can deceive and disguise visually for any target, including yourself, making them see what you want them to see. The effect strength is related to your mental power. For targets with mental power lower than yours, the success rate is 100.
Effect 2: amplification breath simulation.
You can perfectly simulate the breath of any creature or object you have encountered, which cannot be detected by ordinary means.
Effect 3: amplification presence confusion.
You can distort your presence and others' perception, making enemies subconsciously ignore you or misjudge you as an ally. Looking at those 3 bizarre effects, Chen Xia couldn't help but smile widely. This is not just a deceiver, it's a combination of a top assassin and a master of illusions.
With this talent, his survival ability in combat means would achieve a qualitative leap. Chen Xia put away the AK in high spirits. Let's go, we need to collect the spoils.
Saying this, he maneuvered the speedboat, slowly approaching the sanctuary that had already been smashed open. The four of them jumped ashore and entered this dim and damp sanctuary. A strong smell of blood and foul odor assaulted them, making them wrinkle their brows involuntarily. What a disgusting smell. Sigh, let's see if there's any loot. Although this calendar immortal sanctuary was not big, there were still quite a few supplies inside. Various food, drinking water materials, blueprints, and even a few unopened treasure chests. Although the quality of the chests was merely wooden, it was clear that these were things he had deceived from other players using his strength talent. This guy really deceived a lot of people. Chen looked at those supplies. Now these are all ours, but it's really too poor, just some basic materials and food. Chen Xia shook his head. The biggest gain this time was just that card. Soon they organized all the loot by category and moved it all onto the speedboat. Apart from the 5,000 units of wood and 500 bottles of mineral water returned to their owner, they also gained a large amount of food and basic materials as well as a few scattered blueprints. What surprised Chen Xia the most was that they found another 29 units of shock-resistant super steel foundation in a locked box. This perfectly made up 30. It seems this guy put all his possessions in this box, Untouchable said, looking at the empty box. So does this mean we got in strength talent and a pile of supplies for free? Chen calculated, her eyes turning crescent-shaped with joy. Pretty much, Chen Xia nodded. What about this sanctuary? Are we just leaving it here? Mingri pointed at the dilapidated building and asked. Chen Xia glanced at the core of the sanctuary. Item level 3 Sanctuary Core damage description: a sanctuary core that has lost its owner and can no longer be used. But the energy contained within seems to be recoverable. Recoverable. Chen Xia was somewhat puzzled. The sanctuary could actually be recycled. Chen Xia tried it out and indeed succeeded in recycling. The sanctuary suddenly vanished. System prompt: you have obtained 100 level 3 Sanctuary Universal Materials. Level 3 Sanctuary Universal Material. After use it can produce the necessary materials for a level 3 sanctuary. Alright, a bit trashy. Chen Xia shook his head. After looting all the spoils, the four of them returned fully loaded. The speedboat started again, heading home. On the way back, the atmosphere was noticeably lighter than when they came. Untouchable and Chen were discussing how to enjoy the upcoming fish feast. Mingri began fishing on the move, wondering if she could catch something big. Frog fun beyond tide. Mingri seemed to have hooked something impressive. Chen and Untouchable leaned over, thinking this seemed too small. Mingri was somewhat surprised. Is this still small? Chen Xia leaned back in the driver's seat, smiling as he said, that's not a small batch. Throw that one back, we're going for the real deal. Are you joking about this big fish? The speedboat carved a white wake across the pitch-black water, the roar of its engine echoing far into the empty night. The sheer thrill of personal vengeance left everyone on board feeling exhilarated and refreshed. Honey, show us the effects of your strength talent, the deceiver. Untouchable leaned close to Chen Xia, her face brimming with curiosity. Chen and Mingri also cast intrigued glances. And strength talent, who wouldn't want to witness it firsthand? Alright. Chen Xia was in high spirits and didn't hold back. He glanced at Chen beside him, then touched her lightly, a thought stirring in his mind. The next second, under the stunned gazes of Untouchable and Mingri, Chen Xia's entire form and features began to undergo a bizarre transformation. Within 3 seconds, the original Chen Xia vanished, replaced by someone who looked exactly like Chen, down to the clothes replicated with flawless precision. Oh my god. Untouchable's eyes widened as she pointed back and forth between the two Chen, her tongue nearly tied. There are actually two sisters Chen. Mingri was also speechless with shock. She circled the Chen that Chen Xia had become, scrutinizing him from head to toe. The resemblance was uncanny, as if they were cast from the same mold. Even Chen herself walked up to Chen Xia, gazing at the other herself like looking into a mirror, her face etched with disbelief. Honey, is your talent this powerful? You even replicated the mole on my chest. Chen pointed to a spot below her collarbone where a tiny beauty mark indeed rested. The Chen that Chen Xia had become also glanced down, then mimicked Chen's tone and said with a smile, of course I'm a pro. Not just the appearance, I can even imitate your aura. The voice too. Untouchable felt her worldview shaken. Incredible. Mingri murmured, a forbidden thought crossing her mind. Since he could transform into other things, like tables or animals, could he also assume a human form? Chen Xia felt smug inside. This was just the effect of visual deception and aura simulation. If he added presence obfuscation, it would be truly inescapable. He deactivated the talent and reverted to his original form. Now you see how broken this talent is. Chen Xia said with a grin. From now on I can become anyone I want. Infiltrating someone else's shelter will be as easy as coming home. So you can turn into a woman and sneak into the women's bath. Untouchable blurted out. Chen Xia shot her a glare. Small-minded, aren't you? Why would I need the women's bath? Don't I have 3 at home? You're terrible. Untouchable's face flushed. He see Xue and Mingri Qingnai were also amused. Soon the familiar silhouette of the villa came into view. The four docked the speedboat and returned to the villa. Honey, our fish soup is still warm. He see Xue ran to the kitchen, touched the pot and exclaimed in delight. Great! Hurry up, I'm starving. Sumu Xue cheered. Soon fragrant braised fish, steamed fish and creamy whitefish soup were laid out on the table. The four sat together enjoying the belated dinner under the bright lights. Outside was the apocalyptic flood, pitch black and desolate, while inside the villa it was warm as spring, brightly lit, filled with the aroma of food and the laughter of family. Chen Xia ate the fish, sipped the soup and gazed at the three smiling women beside him, feeling an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and peace. This feeling was wonderful. The atmosphere at the table was lively. The three women chattered animatedly about the thrilling revenge battle that night, laughing uproariously as they recounted how the calendar immortal had been scared out of his wits. Sister Si Xue's arrow was spot on. It pinned him right to the ground. Sumu Xue gestured wildly as she spoke. If you hadn't smashed his wall with that big skull, I wouldn't have had the chance to shoot him, he Si Xue said with a smile, not forgetting to put a piece of fish on Chen Xia's plate. Honey, eat more, you used up the most energy today. There might be another fierce battle later. Chen Xia nodded with a smile and popped the fish into his mouth. He actually didn't like fish because of the bones, he found it troublesome, but the fish his wives made surprisingly tasted quite good. Honey, can your deceiver talent really turn into anyone? Sumu Xue circled back to the topic, her curiosity about this shrank talent insatiable. In theory, yes, anyone I've seen or come into contact with, Chen Xia explained. Not just people but animals, even inanimate objects like tables and chairs. Wow. Isn't that invincible? Sumu Xue marveled. It's not that exaggerated, Chen Xia shook his head. This talent consumes a lot of mental energy, so I can't use it constantly. Plus, if I run into someone with special detection abilities, there's still a risk of being exposed. I see. The meal ended in a joyful and warm atmosphere. After dinner, the three women bye to wash the dishes while Chen Xia lounged comfortably on the sofa, eyes closed, pondering his next plans. The materials for the shelter upgrade, the grade alloy fence and shockproof super strength steel foundation, were already secured. The grade metal could even be exhaled through breathing with luck, head have it by tomorrow. The biggest gap was the whole house smart module. This item had never been seen in the trading channel, likely as rare as the grade alloy fence, either a blueprint or a finished product. After washing the dishes, the three women also came to the living room. It was already late with darkness outside and only the villa's lights glowing. Sumu Xue and Si Xue had freshened up and changed into seductive silk pajamas, squeezing in on either side of Chen Xia. Honey, can we sleep with you tonight? Sumu Xue pressed her body tightly against Chen Xia's arm, her warm breath on his neck, her voice soft and alluring. Si Xue, though silent, had eyes full of suggestion. With fragrant soft bodies so close, Chen Xia would be lying if he said he had no thoughts. But tonight, after the long boat trip and the fight, he was genuinely mentally exhausted. More importantly, his mind was consumed with the newly acquired strength talent, eager to explore its various applications. I'm too tired today. Another time, Chen Xia patted their backs dismissively. Oh. At this response, a flicker of disappointment passed through Sumu Xue and Si Xue's eyes. They exchanged a glance and said no more. Then. Honey, get some rest. Well, head to bed first. Si Xue stood up, took Sumu Xue's hand, and they went upstairs together. Watching their somewhat lonely retreating figures, Chen Xia felt a slight pang of guilt. But right now he just wasn't in the mood. In the living room, only Chen Xia and Mingri Qingnai remained. Mingri Qingnai had also freshened up, wearing a loose white t-shirt, her long straight legs bare as she curled up with a pillow on the other end of the sofa. She didn't go to sleep but opened the world chat channel, scrolling through page by page, meticulously searching. Chen Xia knew she was looking for her mother's ID. Ever since she learned the trading channel would close in 10 days, she had grown anxious, spending every spare moment immersed in the chat channel, hoping to find any trace of her mother. Chen Xia looked at her focused, hopeful profile and sighed inwardly. Searching through such a chaotic chat channel was like looking for a needle in a haystack. It was unlikely they were even in the same district. Chen Xia's mind began to wander. Visual deception, aura simulation, presence obfuscation. The combination of these three effects held infinite possibilities. What if I turned into Sumu Xue and got close to Qingnai? A bold, thrilling idea suddenly sprang into Chen Xia's mind. Once this thought emerged, it spread like wildfire, impossible to contain. If he transformed into Sumu Xue and approached Mingri Qingnai? And then from behind. At this thought, Chen Xia suddenly felt a surge of energy. Chen Xia stood in the center of the living room, closed his eyes and began to transform into Sumu Xue. Her height, her figure, even the faint scent of jasmine on her. The Scrade talent deceiver activated. When he opened his eyes again, he had completely become Sumu Xue. Awesome. Having deceived even himself, Asaka Haruna probably wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Perfect. Chen Xia nodded in satisfaction. The living room light was still on. Asuka Haruna remained curled up on the sofa in the same position, her head bobbing slightly, clearly exhausted. Chen Xia's heart stirred, and opportunity had arrived. He softened his footsteps, imitating Sumachu's usual gait, and step by step approached Asuka Haruna. Throughout the process, Asuka Haruna remained completely unaware. "Sister Haruna, why aren't you asleep yet?" A gentle, familiar voice suddenly sounded from behind her. Asuka Haruna jolted awake, instantly whipping her head around to see Su Mushue standing behind her. "Sister Mushue. You. Why are you here?" Asuka Haruna was somewhat surprised. She rubbed her eyes to make sure she wasn't mistaken. "I saw you alone downstairs and got worried, so I came to check on you." The Su Mushue transformed by Chen Xia smiled naturally, sitting down beside Asuka Haruna. A familiar scent of jasmine drifted into Asuka Haruna's nose. This was Sister Muchu's unique fragrance. Asuka Haruna completely let down her guard. I can't sleep, but I was just about to drift off." Asuka Haruna lowered her head. Su Mushue reached out with a tender heart, pulled her into an embrace, and gently patted her back. "These things can't be rushed. Maybe your mother is doing well now, just in a different zone." Asuka Haruna rested her head on Su Muchu's shoulder, feeling the familiar warmth and softness. The tension that had gripped her all evening finally began to ease. "But I miss her so much." A hint of tears crept into Asuka Haruna's voice. I know. Su Mushue soothed her gently. "Don't be afraid. From now on, your sisters will be with you, and your husband will be with you too. We are all your family." Hearing the words "your husband," Asuka Haruna's cheeks flushed slightly. She nodded, said nothing more, and simply leaned quietly in Su Muchu's embrace. The living room fell into silence, broken only by the occasional sound of wind outside the window. Chen Xia could feel the girl's even breathing and the warmth emanating from her body. His hand holding Asuka Haruna was no longer content with merely patting her back. It began to slide slowly downward along the smooth curve of her spine. Asuka Haruna's body trembled slightly. She felt the unusual movement of Sister Muchu's hand. "Sister Mushue." She called out softly, a hint of confusion in her voice. Su Muchu's voice remained gentle, but her hand did not stop. His hand had already slid to the area below Asuka Haruna's pert waist, gently squeezing through the thin fabric of her t-shirt. Asuka Haruna's body instantly stiffened. She wasn't foolish. This had crossed the boundary of sisterly affection. A strange feeling rose from the depths of her heart. "Sister Mushue. What are you doing?" Her voice carried a note of panic as she tried to break free from Su Muchu's embrace. But Su Muchu's arms suddenly tightened with astonishing strength, rendering her unable to move. This strength was definitely not something Sister Mushue possessed. A single absurd yet undeniable possibility flashed into Asuka Haruna's mind, causing her head to buzz. It was her husband. He had transformed into Sister Mushue. Realizing this, Asuka Haruna's face flushed a deep crimson as if it might bleed. She felt both shame and anger along with a strange thrill. How could he do this? "Don't move." A whisper from Su Mushue reached her ear, carrying an unmistakable domineering tone. Asuka Haruna stopped struggling, her body going limp. She didn't know what to do, her mind a chaotic mess. Should she scream and expose his trick? Or just go along with it half-heartedly? Sensing the girl in his arms no longer resisting, Chen Xia grew bolder. He stood up, embraced Asuka Haruna from behind, and whispered in her ear. "Haruna, don't be afraid. It's me, Mushue." Asuka Haruna felt Sister Mushue holding her like this from behind and didn't know what to say. Asuka Haruna let out a suppressed moan. An unprecedented sensation instantly overwhelmed her. An unknown amount of time passed. Inside the villa, the lights blazed brightly. Outside, all was dark. The world beyond saw a light rain begin to fall, accompanied by thunder and lightning. "Sister Mushue, you're so naughty. Sister Mushue. Please don't do this. Haruna, you wouldn't want to break Sister Muchu's heart, would you?" Break Sister Muchu's heart. In the dead of night, Chen Xia gazed out the window, marveling at the vastness of the universe, the immensity of the world. The heavens were high, the earth distant. He felt as insignificant as a grain of sand. "Tell me, what is the meaning of life?" Early the next morning, Chen Xia was woken up by a continuous stream of system notification sounds. He opened his drowsy eyes, still somewhat dazed. System notification: through autonomous breathing you have obtained great metal X1. System notification: through autonomous breathing you have obtained great metal X1. System notification: through autonomous breathing you have obtained bread X1. System notification: through autonomous breathing you have obtained great metal X1. Ha! Chen Xia instantly snapped awake. He quickly opened his backpack panel and his eyes immediately lit up. The production frequency of grade metal seemed to have increased. He glanced at the quantity of grade metal after a night of accumulation plus the spoils from robbing the calendar immortal. He now had 120 units. He was only 70 units short of the 200 needed for an upgrade. At the current production rate he could gather enough to upgrade the shelter by tonight at the latest. Now the only obstacle to upgrading to a level 6 shelter was that whole house smart module. In high spirits Chen Xia stretched and prepared to get up. As he moved he sensed something unusual beside him. He turned his head and saw Asuka Haruna curled up in his arms sleeping soundly. She looked like a docile kitten with long eyelashes still bearing traces of dried tears, appearing pitifully charming. Last night she had cried herself to sleep in his arms. He gently kissed her on the forehead. Perhaps sensing his movement Asuka Haruna's eyelashes fluttered and she slowly opened her eyes.
Their eyes met. Was it fun? It was quite fun. That's good then. Chen Xia looked at her adorable expression and couldn't help but smile. Then he got up and left the room. Meanwhile Asuka Haruna was still pondering how she would face them. Especially Sister Mu Shui. Just thinking about how last night her husband had done those things to her while wearing Sister Mu Shui's face, she couldn't possibly have a calm conversation with Sister Mu Shui anymore. However, she didn't dwell on it further. She dressed and went to the living room. As soon as she arrived she saw He Sishue and Su Mushue already up preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Hubby Sister Haruna, good morning. Su Mushue greeted them with a smile. Morning. Asuka Haruna replied, awkwardly avoiding Su Mushue's gaze, feeling inexplicably guilty. Su Mushue gave her a strange look. Sister Haruna, what's wrong with you today? Why are your eyes so red? Didn't you sleep well last night? No, it's just. I had a nightmare, Asuka Haruna hastily explained. Oh, I see. Su Mushue didn't think much of it. However, He Sishue glanced thoughtfully at Chen Xia, then at Asuka Haruna, a glimmer of understanding flashing in her eyes. Come eat breakfast. We have congee this morning. The atmosphere at breakfast was somewhat delicate. Chen Xia was preoccupied with thoughts of upgrading the shelter while Asuka Haruna dared not look at Su Mushue and kept her head down sipping her congee. Su Mushue chattered on about where they should go fishing today. After breakfast she insisted on taking Asuka Haruna fishing and eagerly headed to the speedboat. In Su Mushue's words, they couldn't waste such excellent water resources. He Sishue didn't join them today. She stayed in the villa saying she wanted to organize the warehouse supplies and see if she could trade for the whole house smart module. Chen Xia walked to the balcony and looked at the speedboat floating on the water. The weather was good and the floodwaters seemed to have receded a bit, revealing more ground around the villa. Sunlight sparkled on the water's surface. On the speedboat Su Mushue and Asuka Haruna had already found their spots and cast their fishing lines. From a distance the two girls' silhouettes formed a beautiful picture in the sunlight. Hubby. He Sishue had appeared behind him without him noticing. Chen Xia turned around. Hard at work. Last night. He Sishue's face bore a teasing smile. What? What do you mean hard at work? Chen Xia began to play dumb. Still pretending. He Sishue shot him a glance. You said you had no energy, but it turns out you just weren't interested in me and Sister Mu Shui. Chen Xia was speechless. Women's intuition was terrifying. Ahem, young people hot-blooded, he coughed dryly, trying to bluff his way through. Is that so? He Sishue stepped closer, her breath fragrant. Then shouldn't this old lady get some attention too? Otherwise he'll be getting hot-blooded as well. On the luxurious speedboat Su Mushue and Asuka Haruna each occupied one side of the railing, casting their gleaming jade bone dragon sinew rods into the water. The weather was indeed fine today, with no rain and the sun shining, casting a warm glow on everything. Su Mushue was dressed in a cool JK uniform, a white short-sleeved blouse, a dark blue pleated miniskirt paired with knee-high white socks, making her look youthful and lively. She hummed a little tune, idly swinging her legs, occasionally glancing at the float. Beside her Asuka Haruna had deliberately changed into a high-colored light purple cheongsam. The slit was high, revealing her long, straight and shapely legs. She sat quietly staring at the water without a word, a faint blush occasionally rising on her beautiful face. Su Mushue quickly noticed her close friend's unusual behavior. Sister Haruna, what's really wrong with you today? You've been distracted since morning. Su Mushue leaned in, asking curiously. Nothing. Asuka Haruna was startled by her approach and quickly shook her head. Nothing. Su Mushue didn't believe her. She pointed at Asuka Haruna's face. Look at you, your face is as red as a teapot. Tell me, are you hiding something from me? I'm not. Asuka Haruna guiltily turned away, unable to meet Su Mushue's eyes. The more she acted like this, the more suspicious Su Mushue became. Her woman's intuition told her something was definitely going on, and something big. Something's off, you definitely have a secret. Su Mushue abandoned her fishing rod entirely, sat cross-legged in front of Asuka Haruna and struck a pose that said, you're not leaving until you spill it. Did you sneak a snack last night?
Sumushiue squinted, probing tentatively. I did not. Don't talk nonsense.
Asuka Haruna refuted frantically, but her stammering tone and evasive eyes lacked any conviction.
Ha! I knew it.
Seeing her reaction, Sumushiue knew she had guessed correctly. She became instantly excited, like Columbus discovering a new world, grabbing Asuka Haruna's shoulders and shaking her vigorously.
Oh my, so hubby really had no interest last night, just no interest in me and Sister Sishue.
It seems Sister Haruna's allure is a bit stronger. Sumachu's words came out like a machine gun, bombarding Asuka Haruna until she was dizzy.
The more Asuka Haruna looked at Sumushiue, the more she couldn't hold it together.
Could she say that last night she had been taken from behind by Sumushiue?
No way.
Oh, what are you shy about?
Sumushiue found it strange.
Why was Asuka Haruna's face as red as a teapot when she looked at her? In the end, after hesitating for a long time, she finally gave up resisting. She leaned close to Sumachu's ear and in a fragmented manner roughly recounted what had happened the night before. Even so, after hearing the whole story, Sumushiue was so shocked that her mouth hung open, unable to close for a long time. No wonder Asuka Haruna blushed when she saw her. It would be strange if she didn't. How playful. Just as the two were whispering, the villa door opened.
Hisishue had also changed clothes and walked out.
A tight white blouse, a black pencil skirt paired with black stockings and high heels perfectly accentuated her mature and sexy figure. She saw the two on the speedboat and greeted them with a smile. What are you gossiping about so happily? With that, she leaped gracefully from the balcony and landed steadily on the speedboat. Sister Sishue, you look so sexy today. Sumachu's eyes widened at her outfit. Is that so? Hisishue flipped her hair, smiling seductively. Hubby likes it. She walked over to them and joined in the fishing. Although there were only 2 fishing rods, she could cheer them on. Now on the speedboat, 3 beauties of different styles gathered together: a lively JK schoolgirl, a classical and elegant Cheongsam beauty, and a mature sexy professional woman. If other players saw the scene, their eyes would probably pop out. Because their breasts were all very large. Sumushiue wore a cool JK uniform, her hips swaying provocatively, her fair slender legs swinging back and forth as she hummed a tuneless melody, looking utterly bored.
Hey, why aren't these fish biting? Could it be they think we're not pretty enough?
Hisishue leaned against the gunnel, teasing with a smile.
Maybe it's because you talked too much and scared them all away. Sishue, you're bullying me again.
Sumushiue twisted her body in protest. I'm just trying to liven things up.
Meow meow meow.
You big pervert furry. But speaking of which, now that we're all our husbands' women, we should loosen up a bit. Upon hearing this, Sumushue's eyes lit up. She immediately stopped bickering with Ming Riching Nai and instead sidled mysteriously over to Hisishue.
Sishue, you're right. I've been wanting to say this, she whispered as if discussing a national secret. Shouldn't we figure out how to
serve our husband better?
Figure out?
Hisishue was taken aback, not quite understanding.
Exactly.
Sumushiue nodded matter-of-factly.
We can't always fight alone, can we? That's no fun. We need to learn to coordinate. Knock our husband out.
As she spoke, she gestured with her hands, her eyes sparkling with excitement as if she had opened the door to a new world. For example, Sishue, with your best figure you can wear something.
You know.
Qing Nai with the fairest skin and longest legs could
do that. As for me, I can do anything.
Just then the fishing rod that had been motionless suddenly jerked downward.
A bite. A bite.
Ming Riching Nai cried out in surprise and delight, quickly gripping the rod. A tremendous force came from beneath the water, nearly pulling her in.
Such strength. What's down there?
Ming Riching Nai exclaimed, feeling she could barely hold on. Ill help. Sumushiue and Hisishue stopped their daydreaming and rushed over, each grabbing a part of the rod. Together they barely managed to steady it.
This must be a huge catch.
Sumushiue gritted her teeth, straining with all her might.
Qing Nai, you're so lucky. Could it be a mutant great white shark?
Stop talking.
Pull.
Hisishue shouted. The 3 women pulled together, slowly dragging the massive object beneath the water upward. The rod bent into an exaggerated arc, creaking as if it might snap at any moment.
Come on.
Almost there. With a collective shout, a huge metallic leaning box was finally hauled out of the water, crashing onto the deck of the speedboat. It was a silver-white cubic box about a meter on each side, its surface smooth as a mirror and brimming with a sense of technology. In the center of the box was a circular button flashing with blue light.
What is this?
The 3 women were dumbfounded. They had expected to catch a big fish, but instead it was a metal box.
This doesn't look like a treasure chest. Sumushiue circled the box curiously, poking the glowing button.
Hisishue also approached, scrutinizing the box. She noticed a line of small characters engraved in one corner.
Whole house smart module, whole house smart module. He Shui read aloud, then her eyes widened. Holy shit. Isn't this the material needed to upgrade to a level 6 shelter? What? Sumu Xuan Ming Ri Qing Nai were equally shocked. They hurried over and after clearly seeing the small text all three burst into excited screams. We caught a treasure. Oh my god. We actually fished up an upgrade material. Quick. Go tell our husband. Sumu Shui jumped up in excitement, abandoning all pretense of dignity, and dragged Ming Ri Qing Nai and He Si Shui toward the villa. The three women burst into the villa joyfully. Husband. Husband. Look what we caught. What? Could it be a Fijian cup? Chen Xia replied instinctively but quickly realized something was off. Sumu Shui, He Si Shui and Ming Ri Qing Nai were carrying a huge silver white metal box, panting heavily as they entered. What have you? Chen Xia looked at the tech-laden box bewildered. Did you rob some aliens? Rob aliens. Sumu Shui set the box down, hands on her hips, looking smug. We caught this. Caught it. Chen Xia was even more confused. He stood up, walked over to the box and looked down. When he saw the small characters Whole House Smart Module in the corner, he was stunned. Holy shit. A Whole House Smart Module not even available on the trading channel. Wasn't this the core material he was missing most for upgrading to a level 6 shelter? He had searched the entire trading channel without a trace, and now these three had fished it up. This. You can fish this up. Chen Xia felt his worldview shaken. Was this game's mechanics just too whimsical? Yeah. We were shocked too. He Si Shui walked over, her face beaming with joy. We thought it was a big fish, but when we pulled it up it was this. Husband, can we upgrade to a level 6 shelter now? Exactly. Is it just grade metal left? Sumu Shui also leaned in, looking at Chen Xia with eager eyes. Chen Xia took a deep breath, suppressing his shock. He opened his backpack panel and glanced at it. Shelter upgrade requirements level 6 1. Seismic grade ultra strong steel foundation X 23020. 2. Grade alloy wall X 111 3. Whole house smart module X 111. 4. Grade metal X 201 21200. The three core materials, steel foundation, alloy wall and smart module, were now all gathered. The only shortfall was fewer than 80 units of grade metal. Almost there, just under 80 grade metals left. Chen Xia smiled. At this rate we can upgrade by tonight at the latest. Great. The three women were delighted too. Who would have thought fishing could yield such a find? Alright, don't get too excited yet. Chen Xia patted them with a smile. We still haven't gathered all the grade metal. Will you continue fishing or take a break? Keep fishing, of course. Sumu Shui was the first to respond. Who knows, we might catch something else good. Maybe even in grade metal ore. Mu Shui is right. We've got nothing else to do anyway. We can check the trading channel while fishing, it doesn't hurt. He Si Shui nodded in agreement. So the three women enthusiastically ran back to the speedboat to continue their fishing endeavor. Chen Xia watched their retreating figures and shook his head with a smile. He sat back on the sofa, his mind churning. Fishing up an upgrade material, what incredible luck. About 10 minutes passed. System notification through autonomous breathing, you have obtained grade metal X2. Chen Xia's spirits lifted. 2 pieces at once. But then something even more surprising happened. System notification through autonomous breathing, you have obtained grade metal X1. Another one. Barely half a minute had passed. And now it happened twice in such a short interval. The rate had at least doubled. Could it be? A bold guess formed in Chen Xia's mind. Could it be that once all other materials for the shelter upgrade were gathered, the system automatically increased the drop rate of the last material to help players complete the upgrade quickly? He felt this was highly likely. This game world, though dangerous, seemed to have a core logic that encouraged players to grow stronger and explore. At this thought, Chen Xia's heart raced. Don't stop breathing. Sure enough. Just as he expected. System notification through autonomous breathing, you have obtained grade metal X1. System notification through autonomous breathing, you have obtained grade metal X1. System notification through autonomous breathing, you have obtained bread X1. System notification through autonomous breathing, you have obtained grade metal X1. The production line had started. 125. 130. 140. 150. Watching the rapidly increasing count of grade metal in his backpack, Chen Xia's lips couldn't help but curl up in a wild grin. At this rate he wouldn't even need to wait until nightfall. In just another hour or two he would gather all the materials. A level 6 shelter was within reach. Just as Chen Xia was immersed in the joy of the impending upgrade, a private message suddenly popped up. Seeing the familiar ID, Chen Xia was taken aback. Horror. Lu Yi, are you there? Chen Xia something. On the other end in the shelter, Lu Yi's heart tightened as she saw Chen Xia's instant reply. Lu Yi, Chen Xia, I want to ask you a few questions. Chen Xia, spit it out if you have something to say. Spit it out. Lu Yi felt Chen Xia was acting way too cocky now. Had he forgotten where he came from? However, she knew she needed something from Chen Xia, so she maintained a good attitude, merely grumbling inwardly. Lu Yi, in this world will we ever have a chance to go back? Back to our original world. Lu Yi, also will the current flood recede? Is there any possibility of purifying this contaminated water? Lu Yi, one last question. How can ordinary players like us become stronger? I mean, besides upgrading our shelters, how can we as individuals gain greater power? A string of questions was sent. Lu Yi stared nervously at the screen, waiting for Chen Xia's reply. She knew these questions might be naive and childish. But these were the very concerns and confusions that plagued her heart as well as the hearts of millions of ordinary players. Trapped in this unfamiliar world, they struggled daily for survival, seeing no glimmer of future hope. She wanted answers. Even if it was just an illusory hope. Chen Xia fell silent as he looked at the 3 questions Lu Yi had sent. Going back. Purifying the flood. Becoming stronger as an individual. He himself wanted to know the answers to these questions. However, based on the information he had gathered and his understanding of this world, he could probably deduce a few things. He thought for a moment and replied. Chen Xia, yes. Seeing this single word, Lu Yi's eyes lit up instantly. Yes. Was there really hope? Lu Yi, really? How? However, Chen Xia's next reply was like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the flame in her heart. Chen Xia, follow me and then you. Lu Yi stared at the line of text on the screen filled with mockery and teasing and was completely dumbfounded. He, me. This guy. An indescribable feeling of shame and anger rushed to her face. She knew it. She knew this bastard had no good intentions. What number 1 on the leaderboard, what childhood sweetheart, in the end all he wanted was her body. Pervert. Bastard. How had she never noticed when they were kids that this guy who she bullied until he cried every day would grow up to be such a shameless lecher. Indeed, men are all lustful. No, if a man isn't lustful, there's only one possibility: he's impotent. Lu Yi. She first sent an ellipsis to express her speechlessness. Then she typed again. Lu Yi, Chen Xia. Be serious. We're discussing a very important issue. Lu Yi, we. Aren't we childhood sweethearts? Can't you just treat me like an ordinary friend and answer my questions properly? You won't even spare your childhood sweetheart. We're the closest people. Lu Yi, don't you dare lay a hand on your closest friend. Oh my god, how could you bring yourself to do it? After sending these 2 messages, she felt her tone might have been a bit too harsh, so she carefully added Lu Yi. In the villa, Chen Xia looked at the messages from Lu Yi and almost burst out laughing. Was she trying to play the emotional card now? Chen Xia found it amusing and replied slowly. Chen Xia, you pulled down my pants to see the difference between boys and girls. Back then, who was the pervert? Hurry up and admit it. Chen Xia, now that you're grown up, you're pretending to be reserved. In the shelter, Lu Yi looked at the evidence Chen Xia had sent and her face instantly burned red. This bastard. That pants-pulling incident. She was just curious back then. She was a child and didn't know any better. Could that be considered harassment? Lu Yi covered her face, feeling she had never been so embarrassed in her life. She was now 100% sure that this bastard Chen Xia was holding a grudge. He wanted revenge for her bullying him when they were kids. Lu Yi pleading, I was just curious, okay? And just tell me, aren't we the closest? Don't he me. A true man knows when to bend, and a good woman. A good woman does too. Chen Xia watched her instantly back down and the smile on his lips grew wider. He loved seeing her flustered. After all, she was so arrogant when they were kids. But the jokes had gone on long enough, it was time to give some serious answers. After all, this was a 95 point, a great talent, a childhood sweetheart who knew him inside out. Chen Xia decided to stop teasing her. Chen Xia, alright, I don't know much either, I'll answer those few questions for free. Seeing that message, Lu Yi in the shelter finally exhaled in relief. Fortunately, although this fellow's words were sharp, he did not actually seem intent on harming her. Perhaps his threats were merely a joke. After all, how could someone who was grown up like siblings bring themselves to do such a thing? Who would harbor those thoughts toward a blood sibling? She hurriedly typed a reply. Lu Yi, may good fortune follow you all your days. Chen Xia, first question, can you go back? My answer is don't even think about it. Chen Xia, do you think this is a simple game? Have you ever seen a game that drags everyone who fits its conditions into a world so real it cannot be more real? A world that makes you feel pain, that makes you feel hunger, and where you can even die. Chen Xia, so abandon your illusions, make this place your new world. Survive, this is the only thing you should concern yourself with. Reading Chen Xia's blunt words, Louis felt her heart sink bit by bit. Although she had long suspected it, when this cruel reality was pierced so plainly by Chen Xia, a wave of despair still washed over her. Chen Xia is the top-ranking big brother. If even he does not know how to return, then there truly is no way back. No way back. Really, never again. Her parents, her friends. Chen Xia's second question: will the flood recede? Can the water be purified? Chen Xia: the flood will certainly withdraw. Every disaster has its end, though I do not know when. From my conjecture, it should be tied to some ultimate objective in this region. Once that objective is achieved, this flood event should conclude. Chen Xia: as for purification, the chances are slim. These waters have been tainted by an unknown energy that spawned mutated water serpents and such creatures. Even if the flood recedes, the contamination may linger for a long time. Therefore, fresh water will become exceedingly precious. An ultimate objective. Fresh water will become exceedingly precious. Louis committed every word of Chen Xia to memory. These details had never appeared on the world chat before. Chen Xia: last question: how does an individual grow stronger? Chen Xia: as far as I know, there are two ways. Chen Xia: first, open chests. With extremely low probability you can obtain special items that permanently boost attributes, and clearing ruins may reward attribute enhancing food. Chen Xia: so if you want to grow stronger, you must fight and explore. Hiding in a shelter will never make you stronger. Reading this felt like a door to a new world had been opened for Louis. But she was only a girl. How was she supposed to gore monsters? It seemed unlikely. Judging by appearances, Chen Xia's attribute points must far exceed those of ordinary people like them. No wonder he sat unchallenged at the top. Chen Xia: all right, questions answered. Free consultation concluded. Chen Xia: remember what I said, survive. If you cannot even live, don't talk about dignity. Bye. Bye. Can't we chat a bit more? Louis pouted. Louis: wait, I still don't know, what is your talent? This was what Louis was most curious about. Many people had talents, and she suspected Chen Xia's might be outrageous, perhaps the reason for his dominance. Chen Xia: Chaoran. Louis. What? Louis widened her eyes. You call Chaoran a talent? She thought he must be joking. Such a talent could not possibly exist. Her own talent might be mundane, a healing gift perhaps, but a Chaoran talent she refused to believe. Louis: I don't believe it, are you messing with me? Chen Xia: talent contract. After sending that last line, Chen Xia closed the chat window. He had given all the information he could. Whether the girl continued to struggle alone or chose to latch onto him was her choice. In any case, his door stood open to Class A talents above 95 points. After reading that, Louis was stunned, so it was really a Chaoran talent. The world is full of oddities. She needed to study this carefully. After thinking it over, Louis found herself a little tempted. You could say she harbored feelings for Chen Xia. There are no purely innocent relationships between men and women in this world. She merely had not exposed her thoughts. Still, feeling something did not mean she would sign immediately. Become a mount. No, she intended to be the leader. But not yet. She would find a chance to ask if she could avoid signing and instead move into Chen Xia's home. That afternoon the sun shone kindly. The torrential rains that had lasted days had finally ceased, and the murky floodwaters seemed less oppressive beneath the sunlight. Chen Xia stood on the villa's balcony watching outside. He noticed the water level had indeed fallen by roughly a meter, revealing walls bleached by prolonged immersion. It seems Yang Yon was right, he murmured. Disasters do end, though afterward more terrifying creatures might appear. He inhaled deeply, feeling the warmth of the sun. System notice: you gained Flevel Metal X1 by breathing autonomously. System notice: you gained inflatable character Xinli Linghua X1. The last one completed the set. But that was odd, an inflatable doll. Chen Xia immediately opened his inventory. He did not choose to upgrade the shelter. Instead, he examined the Xinli Linghua doll. Its workmanship was exquisite. He took it out to touch and inspect it. The skin resembled flesh, the attire was pretty, the face matched its original design perfectly, and it made him think of a crude saying about being a clever mountain dog. Though the fabric covered little, barely concealing the important parts. But I already have 3 wives, what use is this? It would not move nor cry out. Chen Xia was disappointed, then pinched the doll's cheek. Ah, it hurts. A soft feminine voice emerged. Wah! Chen Xia had not expected it to actually cry out. After playing a while, he turned to serious business. Flevel Metal 200200. Enough, every material was gathered. Si Xue. Qing Nai. Mu Xue. Come back. He shouted toward the speedboat. On board, Su Muxue, who had been discussing new fishing spots with Si Xue and Mingri Qingnai, stood up at his call. What's up, husband? Is dinner ready? No. The materials are complete. We're upgrading the shelter. Chen Xia's voice brimmed with barely contained excitement. What? All gathered. The three women on the boat abandoned their fishing, hurriedly stowing rods and rushing back. Husband. Is it really complete? Su Muxue leapt from the boat and asked Chen Xia excitedly. Yes. Chen Xia smiled and then opened the shelter upgrade panel before them. When the numbers beside every material turned green, the three women erupted in cheers. Wonderful. We can finally upgrade. A level 6 shelter. I wonder what it will be like. Upgrade now. Upgrade. I can't wait. System prompt materials detected complete. Consume all materials to upgrade the shelter to level 6. Yes. At Chen Xia's command, the villa was instantly bathed in a dazzling golden light. With a rumble, walls, floors and ceilings began to decompose and reassemble before their eyes, reshaping at a speed visible to the naked eye. The original 2-story villa seemed to sprout another floor from its roof, and the footprint expanded outward, becoming more spacious. The outer walls transformed into flevel alloy that shimmered with metallic luster, appearing indestructible. Sharp alloy spikes automatically grew along the top of the perimeter, flashing a cold gleam under the sun and inspiring awe and dread. The interior expanded as well. When the golden light dissipated, a brand new level 6 shelter full of sci-fi flavor and a reassuring aura of safety stood revealed. System notice: congratulations. Your shelter has successfully upgraded to level 6. Level 6 shelter, ultra-large private villa, total area 1000 square meters. Floors 3. Rooms 10. Defense rating Flevel. Special effect 1 whole house intelligence. All facilities in the shelter can be controlled via voice or panel. Special effect 2 security module. The shelter gate is Flevel alloy capable of withstanding Gatling fire. Perimeter walls are Flevel alloy with spikes raised to 20 meters. The shelter core is bound and can set permissions, rejecting strangers and monsters. Non-violent breaching is impossible by any means. Special effect 3 strength amplification. All members within the shelter permanently gain 20 strength. Contractable number 4. New feature: World Boss Module. Consume 100,000 units of wood to unlock the World Boss challenge for the current area. Killing the World Boss successfully can prematurely end the current major event. Staring at the staggering list of attributes and functions, Chen Xia and the three women were speechless. More rooms: whole house intelligence. A Gatling-proof alloy gate. 20-meter alloy walls. Most absurdly, everyone inside gains a permanent 20 strength. It felt utterly secure. My heavens. Su Muxue covered her mouth, eyes wide as saucers. This is ridiculous. Strength 20. I feel like I could punch a cow to death. Hsi Xue clenched her fist, amazed by the explosive power within her. Hsi Xue even wanted to spar with Chen Xia on the spot. Ming reaching nigh ran to touch the metallic wall. Its cold hard texture gave her an unprecedented sense of security. Chen Xia's gaze, however, fixed on the final new feature. World Boss Module. He murmured. Spend 100,000 wood to unlock the World Boss challenge. Defeat it and you can end this damned flood early. 100,000 wood. He glanced at his inventory. He had millions. That cost was too modest. Were there more modules to unlock? He didn't want others to think he could not afford it. Unlock. System notice: would consumed World Boss Module unlocked successfully. Challenge instance: Shangliu's Shadow. Difficulty SSS. Description: an ancient fiend awakes in the flood. Its 9 heads will devour all living things. Its venom will poison the land. Go warriors, use your swords to sever its heads and let light return to this land. Shangliu. Isn't this what Yang Yang mentioned? But didn't his intel say it appears after the flood ends? This seems like an active challenge. The three women chattered. Chen Xia recalled that Yang Yang had said a creature named Shangliu might appear after the flood concluded. Yang Yang's information was not entirely accurate, Chen Xia said gravely. Shangliu appears after the flood, but now we must actively kill it to end the flood. His eyes grew exceedingly serious. In other words, our relationship with it is one of mutual annihilation. Either it dies or we perish. Passive waiting had become an active challenge. The nature of the situation had changed completely. If they did not take on the challenge, would the flood never end? Without fresh water or purification tools, others would eventually be trapped and die. So only we can slay Shangliu and end the flood. Su Muxue pondered, then asked, can we beat it? I don't know, Chen Xia admitted candidly, shaking his head. Facing an SS-level mythic beast, he had no guarantees. However, since the system offered the challenge option, it meant it was not absolutely unbeatable. Our shelter's defense is Flevel, it can withstand Gatling fire, what is there to fear? Right, no fear. Team morale was crucial. As long as their hearts stayed united, no obstacle was insurmountable. Enough, let's not overthink it now. Chen Xia clapped to divert the mood. We just upgraded to a level 6 shelter, we should see what it's like inside.
Oh right. I forgot. Let's go. I want to see my new room.
The third floor. We have a third floor. The mention of a new home instantly shifted the women's attention.
The heavy atmosphere lifted.
They chattered like happy birds as they darted into the villa. Just as he prepared to enter, a stream of world announcements suddenly flooded his screen. World announcement: congratulations to player Chen Xia for unlocking the World Boss module within 5 minutes of upgrading to a level 6 shelter.
Achievement unlocked: dual approach. Reward: special weapon, mechanical venomous hornet hive X1.
World announcement: the flood will retreat in time, but before that the ancient fiend has awakened.
Warriors, take up your weapons and fight to survive. Zhao Huaixin Chen Xia the big boss flooded the chat again.
Wanna Jie level 6 shelter already. I'm still stuck gathering materials to go from 3 to 4.
But the boss seems a bit slower than before, maybe yesterday's announcement was delayed a day.
Wandal sister, have you been linking up to the boss? Hey bro, maybe they had the materials earlier but didn't upgrade.
By the way, I'm Wandal sister, boss need AFK support.
Biscuit sister, oh please Wandal sister, you fawn too much.
Your figure isn't as good as mine, the boss probably wouldn't notice you. Simu player, the important thing is the second announcement. World boss. Chen Xia unlocked the world boss. Author Meimu Shangliu. What the hell is that? Sounds badass. CC, I just checked, Shangliu is the 9-headed serpent from the classic of mountains and sees a fearsome fiend.
The world channel erupted. Upgrading to a level 6 shelter had seemed an unreachable dream to many. Yet Chen Xia not only upgraded so fast but unlocked the world boss within 5 minutes. What godlike speed was this?
Is the gap between people really that vast?
Chen Xia paid no heed to the chatter, his eyes were fixed on the reward listed in the announcement.
Mechanical venomous hornet hive. What exactly is this thing? 5,000 word long chapter. Chen Xia's attention was completely captivated by the newly acquired weapon. Item: mechanical toxic hornet hive. Grade S. Type: special weapon defense facility. Description: a biological weapon crafted by an ancient technological civilization. Within the hive reside 1,000 mechanical toxic hornets configurable into either patrol or alert mode. Patrol mode: the hornets will autonomously patrol a 1 kilometer radius centered on the shelter, attacking any hostile creatures. Alert mode: the hornets will remain on standby within the shelter, automatically launching attacks when enemies intrude. Attack method: 1 tail steel spikes, capable of firing specialized alloy spikes from their tails with formidable penetration. Attack method: 2 neurotoxic stingers. The steel spikes contain potent neurotoxins that upon impact inflict negative statuses such as paralysis and confusion on the target. Note: these are tireless, utterly loyal killing machines. Use with caution to avoid friendly fire. High-tech indeed. After reading the detailed description of the hive, Chen Xia regarded it with admiration. It was essentially a small-scale high-tech drone army. With this, the defensive capabilities of his shelter had multiplied exponentially. If another attack like the one from the mutated water snake occurred, Chen Xia felt he could simply lie back at home and leave everything to the hive. This is incredible. Knowing he was about to face a high-difficulty boss, the universe had delivered this ultimate weapon. Chen Xia immediately retrieved the hive from his backpack. It was a metallic sphere about half a meter in diameter, dark gold in color and covered in hexagonal patterns. Countless tiny pores nearly invisible to the naked eye dotted its surface. Honey, what are you giggling about out there alone? Come inside. Honey, hurry up and come in. The three of us are waiting for you to tour the shelter together. It's so big, so luxurious, I can barely contain myself. Sister Mu Shui can't handle it already. This is just the beginning. From the villa came the calls of Su Mu Shui and the others. Coming. Chen Xia replied, cradling the hive as he followed them inside. The interior space of the villa had at least doubled in size. The decoration style had also become more modern and futuristic. The floor was paved with pristine white tiles as smooth as mirrors. Soft LED light strips were embedded in the walls, and the ceiling featured a massive crystal chandelier shimmering like a starry sky. All the furniture resembled works of art, brimming with sophisticated design. Welcome home, master. A gentle, melodious electronic female voice suddenly echoed through the living room. Chen Xia was startled, glancing around but seeing no one. That's the whole house smart system. He see Shui leaned over the second floor railing, explaining with a smile, now the entire villa can be controlled by voice commands. Super cool. She then demonstrated. Xiao AI set the lights to romantic mode. As the words fell, the living room lights instantly dimmed to an intimate ambience. The wall strips shifted to a dreamy pink and soft music began to drift through the air. Damn, this is this advanced. Chen Xia was stunned. And these are just the basic features. Su Mu Shui appeared from nowhere holding a tablet, her face brimming with excitement. Look, we can now monitor the entire area around the shelter through this central control panel and even set various security modes. Where's Qing Nai?
Chen Xia asked. She's on the third floor. There are several new rooms up there and she's picking which one to use as her bedroom. He Si Shui replied. Chen Xia nodded and carrying the hive he also headed upstairs. The third floor was an entirely new space. It housed a massive home theater room, a gym fully equipped with various fitness machines and an oversized bath that could accommodate a dozen people soaking together. There was also a glass greenhouse filled with exotic flowers and rare plants. After touring the new home, the four of them returned to the living room. Chen Xia placed the dark gold hive on the table. We have a new helper now. What's this? The three women curiously gathered around. When Chen Xia shared the attributes of the mechanical toxic hornet hive with them, they were astonished. The compound Bowen AK-47 they had before seemed normal, but this hive felt like technology from the future. After all, Earth could never produce such an intelligent swarm of mechanical hornets. They surrounded the hive, touching it curiously. Let's go install it right now. Chen Xia nodded. Well, place it on the third floor balcony for the best view. Saying this, he carried the hive and led the three women back to the third floor. The third floor balcony was spacious with an exceptionally wide view. Chen Xia set the hive in the center of the balcony. A system prompt appeared. Do you wish to install the mechanical toxic hornet hive here? Once installed, it will be bound to the shelter and cannot be moved. Yes. With Chen Xia's confirmation, several metal tendrils extended from the base of the dark gold hive, burrowing deep into the balcony floor and merging it seamlessly with the shelter. Immediately, the tiny pores on the hive's surface began to emit a humming sound. One by one, mechanical hornets, each no larger than a thumb and gleaming with a metallic black sheen, flew out. 1,000 hornets instantly filled the entire balcony. The synchronized hum converged into a wave of sound that sent chills down one's spine. Select mode: patrol or alert. Alert mode. Chen Xia commanded. In an instant, the 1,000 mechanical hornets, like soldiers receiving orders, transformed into a torrent of black, surging into the sky before perfectly positioning themselves around the shelter for vigilance. Some hornets even found cover and the noise began to fade. You wouldn't notice them unless you looked closely. Is it really that powerful? Can they go underwater? What if enemies attack from below? Can they defend against that? Ming Ri Qing Nai nodded and added, also, isn't their noise a bit too loud? If we're planning an ambush, enemies would hear them from miles away, right? The three women's questions hit the mark immediately. Chen Xia was also eager to test all the features of this new toy. He looked at the dark gold hive now fused with the floor and issued a new command mentally: silent mode underwater test. The moment the thought crossed his mind, the buzzing of the hornet swarm ceased instantly. 1,000 hornets hovered silently in midair, utterly soundless, creating an eerie spectacle. Damn, it can really go silent. He Si Shui covered her mouth with her hand. Then, under the gaze of the four, a portion of the hornets, like black raindrops, dove silently into the murky floodwaters outside the balcony. Chen Xia immediately observed the underwater situation through the hive's shared perspective. Once submerged, the hornets showed no impairment. Tiny bubbles from their tail thrusters allowed them to move at high speeds underwater, as agile as fish. They can go underwater without any issues, Chen Xia told the three women. And it seems they can also perform environmental camouflage. In the shared perspective, the black metal surface of the submerged hornets began to change their color and texture, perfectly matching the surrounding murky floodwater. If Chen Xia hadn't locked onto their positions, they would be invisible to the naked eye. They can turn invisible too. High-tech, absolutely high-tech. And not just in water, on land as well. Chen Xia issued another command, sending some hornets to the villa's walls. Once attached to the wall, the hornet's color and texture rapidly shifted to match the great alloy, blending perfectly into the background. Oh my god. Sumu Shui was at a loss for words. This thing is utterly insane. It can fly, dive and turn invisible. Who can stand against that? Now we can sleep soundly at night. With these 1,000 tireless sentinels, their shelter's security had been maxed out. Chen Xia was inwardly delighted. Alright, you've seen it all. From now on they'll be our home's most loyal guards, he said to the three women with a smile. Let them patrol on their own, it's time for us to get down to business. His mind turned to the newly unlocked World Boss module. Shangliu. The name alone suggested it was no pushover. He needed to thoroughly study the nature of this challenge. Chen Xia sat on the sofa, opened the shelter's control panel and directly clicked on the gleaming golden World Boss module. An interface brimming with a primeval ancient aura materialized before him. At the very center of the interface was a dynamic image. Above, an endless expanse of black water, dark clouds gathered, accompanied by lightning and thunder. A creature of indescribable enormity loomed in and out of sight within the water. It possessed 9 massive serpentine heads, each one hideous and ferocious, their mere sight suffocating the onlooker. Challenge instance: Shadow of Shangliu, difficulty SSS, description: an ancient malevolent god awakened amidst the floods. Its 9 heads shall devour all living beings. Its venom will pollute the entire land. Go forth, warrior, sever its heads with your blade and let light descend upon this land once more. Challenge rules: 1. Once the challenge commences, the shadow of Shangliu will directly descend upon the area of the challenger's shelter, launching indiscriminate attacks. 2. The challenger must defeat the shadow of Shangliu without the complete destruction of their shelter. 3. Upon successful challenge, the Great Flood event will immediately conclude and all player zones will revert to land. The challenger will receive a unique special reward. 4. Upon challenge failure, the challenger dies and the shelter level of all players in Zone A1 is forcibly reduced by 1 level. Hiss. Upon reading the detailed challenge rules, Su Muxue and He Sixue both drew in sharp breaths. Honey, isn't the penalty for this challenge too severe? Su Muxue's face turned pale. If we fail, not only do we die but the entire zone loses a level. Why can't we trade the whole zone losing a shelter level for us passing directly? Sixue, what are you saying? Chen Xia's expression was also grave. First, he wasn't sure if he could defeat this thing. Second, the entire zone losing 1 level didn't really affect him much. Honey, can we defeat it? Maybe we should wait 2 days until our talents are fully developed and we can upgrade the shelter's defenses. It would be safer to challenge then. Mingri Qingnai thought for a moment, considering this the most prudent approach. After all, there was no precedent for such a challenge. Indeed, Qingnai is right. We must play it safe. Wait, ask Yang Yong if he has more information about this Shangliu. We need to be fully prepared before challenging. Chen Xia nodded. When uncertain, it was more reliable to wait until the 2 ascension talents were ready to upgrade the equipment before attempting the challenge. He called up his own attribute panel to take a look. His strength had increased by 20 points due to the shelter upgrade, making it quite high now. But facing a creature of this mythological level, he had no confidence at all. Chen Xia's words calmed the 3 women down. Indeed, impulsiveness was the devil. Facing an enemy of this caliber, any trace of wishful thinking could lead to utter ruin. Honey, well, follow your lead. He Sixue was the first to express her stance. Honey, well, do whatever you say. Su Muxue also nodded. No objections here. So what do we do now? Mingri Qingnai asked. Not now, maybe tonight. Looking at their trusting eyes, Chen Xia felt the pressure on him ease a little. For now, let's settle this matter. Well, focus on our own lives, improve our strength, and wait and see. He clapped his hands, trying to lighten the mood. Alright, stop looking so glum. If the sky falls ill, hold it up. We just upgraded the shelter today, shouldn't we celebrate? At his words, Su Muxue's eyes immediately lit up. Right. Celebrate. Let's go soak in the bath. I've been wanting to try that big pool on the 3rd floor. In stark contrast to the warm and lively atmosphere around Chen Xia on the other side of Zone A1. Louis hugged her knees, staring blankly at the World Chat channel. The screen was almost entirely filled with discussions about Chen Xia and Shangliu. Chen Xia is awesome. A level 6 shelter. And he even spawned a world boss. What awesome. I think he's a jinx. If he hadn't unlocked that boss, wouldn't we not have to worry? What's wrong with the guy upstairs? If the flood doesn't end, we all die together. Chen Xia is trying to save us. Various opinions scrolled through the channel as the challenge rules had been synced to the world chat after Chen Xia unlocked them. Louis read through them one by one, her emotions a tangled mess. She knew, of course, that Chen Xia wasn't that kind of person. But the penalty for failure was truly terrifying. A shelter downgrade by 1 level. For an ordinary player like her, struggling to survive it was akin to having half her life taken away. She closed the world channel and opened her private chat with Chen Xia. Looking at the talent contract he had sent her in their chat history, her little face scrunched up in distress. To go or not to go? She had been pondering this question for a while. To be his little dog. And be. By him. Just thinking about it made her feel so embarrassed given how familiar they were. But if she didn't go? She glanced at the corner of her shelter at the few remaining pieces of bread and half a bottle of water. This would last her at most 3 more days. She dared not think about it. This world was too cruel. Without strength, without resources, even just surviving was a luxury. She remembered Chen Xia's words to her. Surviving is the only thing you should be thinking about. If you can't even survive, don't talk about dignity. Dignity. Louis gave a bitter smile. She and Chen Xia had grown up together. Although she used to bully him when they were kids. But that was just a way of showing closeness. No, I can't let him off that easily. Louis pouted, a new idea forming in her mind. Going over directly would be too demeaning. I need to rekindle our feelings first. Yes, rekindle the feelings. She and Chen Xia hadn't seen each other for years, their bond had grown distant. Once the feelings were good, she could even make Chen Xia her little pony. With this thought, Louis's mood finally improved a bit. She felt this plan of hers was feasible. First, she needed to test his current attitude. She cleared her throat, composed herself, and then carefully typed a line in the chat box. Louis, you there? After sending it she felt it was a bit too direct. What if Chen Xia ignored her? She thought for a moment then added another line. Louis, Chen Xia is your shelter. Big. Louis, living alone at night, aren't you cold? You must be very lonely, right? He. Louis looked at her messages, satisfied with herself. First, play the emotional card, show some concern. Let him feel that there is still someone in this world who cares about him. After all, a level 6 shelter must be a villa, right? A poor boy waking up pitifully in a huge bed, she was willing to help him out. Mum. Even if she got knocked out, it would be fine. She stared at the screen, nervously waiting for Chen Xia's reply. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Chen Xia, not bad, a big villa with 3 floors. Chen Xia, not cold and not lonely. Chen Xia, I'm living with 3 beautiful women enjoying life every day. How about that? Want to come? We can enjoy life together. Louis didn't notice the phrase enjoy life. She saw only the last sentence and the expression on her face instantly froze. 3 beautiful women. Had she misread the message? She rubbed her eyes, leaned in closer and read it again word by word. It was true. Are you even capable of that? You just. And are those 3 women sincere? Aren't they just after your supplies? Could it be that it's a matter of how many supplies each time or something? She was utterly dumbfounded. When had this guy become so beastly? No. Where did these 3 women come from? Louis's first instinct was that Chen Xia had been deceived by bad women. Because some wicked women would scheme to get close to a big shot like him, move into his villa and then potentially stab him in the back. After this feeling passed, Louis felt a twinge of disappointment. She had thought that as his childhood friend, even after years apart, she would hold a special place in Chen Xia's heart. But what was the result? He didn't care about her at all. He had already hidden 3 beauties in his golden house. What would she be if she went there now? The 4th. Or would she not even rank 4th, just an unofficial member? Louis, so many beauties. Chen Xia, are you crazy? Can you handle it? Louis, are you lying to me? After sending the messages, Louis's heart was in her throat again. She both hoped Chen Xia was lying and feared he was telling the truth. This contradictory feeling made her restless. Meanwhile, back in the villa, Chen Xia looked at the 2 messages from Louis filled with shock and interrogation and couldn't help but smirk slightly. Oh, why such a big reaction? He slowly shifted to a more comfortable position on the sofa. Seeing him like this, Shui asked curiously, honey, who are you chatting with? You're smiling so mischievously. An old friend, Chen Xia replied without looking up. An old friend? It's not some friend's mother, is it? Shui came behind Chen Xia and began massaging him, her breath warm and alluring, seemingly tempting him. Shui also chuckled, immediately sitting on Chen Xia's lap, and teasingly said, or maybe a friend's wife. Oh no, a little sister's classmate. I bet it's a distant cousin. Shui and Shui probed wildly. Chen Xia didn't look at them much, but his body was honest. Are these things you're saying proper? Why does it sound familiar? Asuka Haruna chimed in, feeling it resembled something from her homeland. After all, the Cherry Blossom Kingdom was a developed country in this regard. Things like a friend's mother, company parties. Well, anyway, she knew quite a bit. She even had a friend who worked in the industry and earned an incredibly high salary. It was practically easy money. Chen Xia just smiled. He was an old hand at this. These 2 women were constantly tempting him, and once he finished dealing with Louis, he would turn into a beast. Then Chen Xia explained the situation to Louis, clarifying that she could move into the villa only if she signed the contract, otherwise he couldn't open the teleportation portal. Even if he wanted to help her, his hands were tied. By the way, Chen Xia also sent a photo. Everything was clear now, it was up to her to decide. Louis stared blankly at the photo. The 2 girls in the picture, one lively and youthful, the other classical and elegant, were both goddess level in appearance and figure. More importantly, the genuine smiles on their faces and their relaxed postures as if they were at home didn't seem fake at all. So Chen Xia was telling the truth. He really did have many women, and each one was stunningly beautiful. This realization struck Louis's heart like a heavy hammer. She had always thought that even if she wasn't the most beautiful in the world, she was still a rare beauty. But compared to the 2 in the photo, she suddenly felt insecure. What she found even harder to accept was Chen Xia's last sentence. You might be the little sister from now on, little sis. Think you're still so tough. What was that supposed to be? A warning. Louis, his proper childhood friend, would end up ranked 4th after going there. She seemed to have overestimated her position. Ah. So annoying. She forced herself to calm down and reanalyze the current situation. First, Chen Xia was strong, very strong. Following him would ensure survival and a good life. Second, Chen Xia already had 3 women, meaning he wasn't lacking in that department. She might not receive any special treatment if she went. But Louis's eyes suddenly lit up. But she had one major difference from those 3 women. She was his childhood friend. This bond of growing up together was something those women who appeared out of nowhere could never match. The reason Chen Xia was treating her so badly now must be because he resented her for always bullying him when they were kids. He was taking revenge. Yes, that had to be it. As long as she softened her attitude after arriving and reminisced about their happy childhood memories to evoke old feelings, her status would surely rise quickly. Once this idea took root, it couldn't be suppressed. Louis felt she had grasped the crux of the problem. The relationship between her and Chen Xia wasn't simply that of a strong person and a dependent. This was a war about who is the most important person in his heart. And she, holding the trump card of childhood friend, had a great chance of winning. Just wait till I get my hands on you. But before going, she needed to play a little hard to get. She couldn't let him think she gave in so easily. What should she say? Louis's eyes darted around and suddenly a brilliant idea struck her. Louis, I can sign the contract, but we need to develop feelings slowly before you can touch me, okay? Pretty please. After sending it, she felt it wasn't enough. She thought of her petite figure and that innocent-looking doll face. Wasn't this the legendary Loli? That guy Chen Xia must be a secret lolicon. Louis, but think it over, my type is very rare. You have to treat me well. Louis, cute and adorable. After sending it, she covered her burning face and collapsed onto the bed. Chen Xia, just you wait. Louis will temporarily yield to your tyranny today. Oh dear, stop shooting. I'm all wet. Xixue and Su Muxue frantically retreated, even hiding under the table. Chen Xia was holding a toy water gun, a replica pistol, and was engaged in a no-holds-barred water fight. He had just taken a breath, and conveniently there was a bath on the 3rd floor, so he decided to have some fun with it. It was like a water splashing festival. Honey, if you keep this up, we won't be polite. Mingri Qingnai said in feigned anger, then lunged to snatch Chen Xia's water gun. Xixue and Su Muxue also charged forward, clinging to Chen Xia, and swiftly snatched the water gun away. Honey, you shot us with the water gun, now it's our turn. Chen Xia laughed heartily. No more playing, you're bullying me. Soon Chen Xia discovered that Louis had agreed to sign the contract. But the condition was that he couldn't touch her, and they needed to slowly cultivate feelings, ideally starting as boyfriend and girlfriend. He had thought that with this girl's tsundere nature it would take at least a few more days of back and forth. It seemed the pressure of survival was indeed the best catalyst. Honey, what's the matter? Why are you smiling so happily? Su Muxue, wrapped in a bath towel, emerged from the bathroom. Her fair skin was still beaded with water, exuding an alluring fragrance. It was all Chen Xia's fault for recklessly starting that water fight with the replica water gun, getting her all wet. After taking a shower, she caught Chen Xia grinning foolishly. It's nothing, a new employee is about to start work, Chen Xia said with a smile. A new employee? Su Muxue leaned in curiously. A woman. Is she pretty? Good figure. Better than us. Su Muxue fired off questions like a machine gun, a hint of vigilance in her eyes. Chen Xia tapped her nose. She's a little lowly figure-wise, definitely not as good as you. As he spoke, he found the talent contract and sent it directly to Louis. Chen Xia, sign it. After you sign, a portal will appear before you, just walk straight in. After sending it, he stood up and called out to the living room. Everyone come out, we're welcoming a new member. Xixue and Mingri Qingnai quickly came downstairs. Honey, is another new sister coming? Xixue asked with a smile. A childhood friend, Chen Xia explained. Childhood friend. The 3 women's expressions turned subtle upon hearing those words. This was far more threatening than an ordinary new employee. Just then the air in the center of the living room began to warp and a swirling vortex of blue light materialized out of thin air. The vortex spun faster and larger, eventually forming an oval luminous portal over a person's height. Within the portal was a deep blue obscuring the view beyond. System notification, player Louis has signed the talent contract. Two-way portal has been activated. System notification, you have successfully bound a grade talent golden right hand. Talent effect has been amplified. Talent a grade golden right hand replicated effect 1 amplified every day. The first chest of any quality you open with your right hand can be opened 1 additional time. Effect 2 amplified, your right hand will gain additional luck bonuses when engaging in certain special activities. Another talent acquired. Chen Xia was delighted. This golden right hand was tailor-made for opening chests. Although it could only be used once a day, accumulated over time it would yield immense benefits. As for effect 2, Chen Xia glanced at his own strong right hand, lost in thought. What special activities would receive a boost? Scratching an itch. Honey, is she coming out? Su Muxue tugged at Chen Xia's sleeve, looking nervously at the portal. Chen Xia nodded, his gaze also fixed on the portal, emitting a blue glow. He was also curious. After so many years apart, what had become of that little girl who used to wear twin tails and was as fiery as a chili pepper? The light of the portal began to flicker. A petite figure slowly materialized within the luminous door. Then a small foot clad in a white lace-trimmed stocking tentatively emerged. That little foot tested the ground outside the portal as if confirming its solidity. Then a petite figure stepped completely out of the portal. When they saw the newcomer's appearance, the four people in the living room were stunned. Chen Xia in particular opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word for a long time. The girl before them was probably just over 5 feet tall, wearing a pink and white gothic Lolita dress with a puffy skirt adorned with lace and bows. She had long black hair reaching her waist, slightly curled at the ends, and wore a matching lace headband. Her delicate doll-like face featured large watery eyes as dark as black grapes, brimming with innocence and nervousness. Her skin was fair to the point of translucence, with a hint of baby fat on her cheeks, making her look much younger than her actual age. This was quite a transformation. He didn't remember her being this beautiful. She seemed like a work of art. It made him reluctant. Because she might get broken. You. Hello. Louis Yi was clearly intimidated by the scene before her. She stood awkwardly in place, her small hands nervously twisting the hem of her skirt, head lowered, afraid to meet Chen Xia's eyes. She hadn't expected to face such a tribunal the moment she stepped out of the portal. Especially the three women, each as beautiful as a celestial being with impeccable figures, all staring at her with appraising eyes. She felt like a little white rabbit that had wandered into a pack of wolves, overwhelmed by pressure. The living room fell into an eerie silence. It was Xia who reacted first. She let out a chuckle, breaking the awkward atmosphere. She walked over to Louis, naturally took her hand and said with a smile, "You must be Sister Yi, right? Welcome to our big family." Her smile was warm and her hand was soft, which slightly eased Louis's tension. "I am Louis Yi, hello." "Hello," Louis said softly. "I'm Xia, you can call me Sister Xia." Xia pointed to Su Muxue and Mingri Qingnai beside her. "This is Su Muxue and that's Mingri Qingnai." "Hello, Sister Xia, Sister Muxue, Sister Qingnai." Louis obediently greeted each one in turn. Su Muxue also approached, scrutinizing Louis from head to toe. Then she nudged Chen Xia with her elbow and lowered her voice to a whisper only the two of them could hear. "Honey, your childhood friend. Not bad. A legal loli." Chen Xia's mouth twitched. He too was curious what this girl had been eating all these years that she hadn't grown an inch. "Ahem." He cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment and stepped forward. "Louis," he called out tentatively. Hearing Chen Xia's voice, Louis's body stiffened noticeably. She slowly raised her head, finally mustering the courage to look at him. After years apart, seeing that familiar face again made Louis's heart skip a beat. The Chen Xia before her was much taller and more robust than the frail boy in her memory. His features had matured with sharp contours and deep-set eyes carrying an indescribable calmness and authority. Oh no. He seemed much more handsome than when they were kids. Louis felt her face flush again. "It's me," she replied softly. "You?" Chen Xia looked at her, wanting to say something, but the words caught in his throat. Just as he was hesitating, Xia spoke again. She gazed at Louis with a playful smile and teased, "Little sister, you've kept us waiting so long. If only you'd yielded earlier to our husband's overwhelming authority, you wouldn't have suffered so much outside, would you?" Her words held equal parts jest and quiet probing. She wished to discern the true nature of this newly arrived childhood friend. At Xia's teasing remark, Louis's expression instantly tightened. What did she mean by yielding to our husband's overwhelming authority? It sounded as though she'd surrendered herself merely to survive, as if trading dignity for safety. Yet truth be told, this elder sister possessed uncanny perceptiveness. Still, such phrasing was utterly unacceptable. Louis, fiercely protective of her self-respect, lifted her chin and puffed out her slender chest before fixing Xia with two sharp, indignant huffs. "I'm not yielding at all. I'm here to inspect operations." "Inspect operations?" Su Muxue burst into laughter at her bravado. "What exactly are you inspecting? What exactly are you inspecting? What did you just say?" Louis blinked, momentarily baffled, then added firmly, "Chen Xia and I are childhood friends. I even helped him pull up his trousers when he was little. Now that he's risen to prominence as the top patron, surely it's only natural for his elder sister to visit and perhaps oversee his domestic affairs. Is there any issue with that?" Her declaration plunged the living room into stunned silence. Xia and Su Muxue froze, utterly unprepared for the seemingly delicate doll-like girl to speak with such commanding presence. Oversee his domestic affairs. What did she imagine herself to be, the Empress Dowager? Chen Xia's brow darkened. In truth, she'd nearly forced herself upon him. It was then he first discovered something entirely new. Put. Mizuhina Asuna, who'd remained quietly observant until now, couldn't suppress a soft laugh. She found this newcomer unexpectedly intriguing. Lu Yi, watching their reactions, felt a flutter of unease in her chest. Had she gone too far? If she'd alienated them all, her future here would become unbearably difficult. She stole a glance at Chen Xia, only to meet his gaze flat, incredulous and laced with silent disbelief, as if asking, "Have you lost your mind?" Her heart lurched. Her mind raced, scrambling for damage control. I mean, we're family now. We must support one another and live in harmony. I adore making friends. She offered what she believed to be an endearing, charming smile, while Li Sixue and Su Muxue simply watched, lips curved in knowing, wordless amusement. Go on, keep improvising. Lu Yi felt like a clown performing alone on stage, humiliated, flustered, her cheeks burning crimson, desperate to vanish into the floorboards. All she'd wanted was to assert herself, establish authority, just once, at their first meeting. How had it unraveled so completely? A deep, aching sense of injustice swelled within her. Truthfully, she wasn't the type to vie for attention or provoke rivalry. She'd signed that contract and come here not solely to survive. Yet neither was survival her sole motive. Beneath it all lingered genuine affection for Chen Xia. It had begun long ago in childhood, though she'd stubbornly refused to acknowledge it. She'd masked her tenderness by teasing him, believing they'd remain locked in that familiar, playful dynamic forever, until her family moved away, severing their connection. She'd assumed they'd never meet again, certainly not like this, reuniting in this desolate, apocalyptic world. When she learned Chen Xia was the legendary top patron, her heart swelled, not with envy but quiet pride. To her, the man she loved should be a hero who stood unshaken beneath heaven and earth. So when his contract arrived, though she protested aloud, a secret thrill shimmered beneath her refusal. She saw it as fate, a bond preordained across lifetimes. Yet now, facing these three women, each breathtaking in beauty, poise and presence, none inferior to herself, and observing Chen Xia's detached, indifferent demeanor toward her, she suddenly felt like the unwelcome intruder, the one who didn't belong. At that thought, her eyes brimmed instantly with tears, large luminous pools of unshed sorrow. Her voice cracked, trembling with sudden raw vulnerability. I'm not here to steal your husband. I just needed a place where I could eat my fill. Wah! The abrupt shift left everyone utterly bewildered. One moment a fierce, roaring lioness declaring dominion over the household, the next a tear-streaked, trembling girl dissolving into helpless sobs. What a staggering reversal! The sheer contrast left Chen Xia with a throbbing headache. Navigating relationships among women, he realized, was no trivial matter. All right, no more tears. He stepped forward, exasperated. Who's been mistreating you? You. Lu Yi lifted her tear-drenched face, pointing a trembling finger at him. You're the one who's been cruel to me. How have I wronged you? Chen Xia wore an expression of pure guileless bewilderment. You already have 3 wives, yet you still made me sign that humiliating contract. She accused. You just wanted to mock me. He fell silent. So they'd circled back to this after all. Beside him, Li Sixue and Su Muxue exchanged dry, empathetic glances. They'd seen through her now. This childhood friend was all bark and no bite, a girl still very much in bloom, cloaking youthful insecurity and bravado. Their little sistery. We were wrong to tease you, Li Sixue murmured, gently lifting her from the floor and tenderly wiping away her tears. Our husband may speak carelessly, but his heart is kind. Had he truly wished to humiliate you, he'd never have invited you here, would he? Exactly. Su Muxue chimed in warmly. Look, we're all thriving. From now on we're sisters, sharing joys, bearing burdens, and sharing our husband, together. She winked playfully at the end. Lu Yi, startled, forgot her tears entirely. Sharing our husband, together. The phrase sounded oddly dissonant, yet the sincerity shining in their eyes slowly dissolved her lingering resentment. She understood they bore no ill will. Perhaps in time she too would find her footing, just as they had. Hello. At that moment Chen Xia stepped before her, extended his hand and flashed a familiar, mischievous grin. Allow me to introduce myself, Chen Xia, fond of petite girls. What? Fond of petite girls? Lu Yi stared at his outstretched hand, then at his unfairly handsome face, the top patron, the paragon of success. A perfect life indeed. Hesitating only a moment, she placed her small hand into his larger one. Lu Yi. I suppose I qualify, she whispered softly. I know, Chen Xia replied with a gentle smile, then released her hand. Now that you've arrived, certain matters must be clarified. His expression shifted, lightness vanished, replaced by quiet gravity. From this day forward you are part of this household. Our rules are simple, 2 in total. First, absolute obedience to my commands. Second, no internal strife. Any disputes must be raised openly, never schemed behind closed doors. Can you abide by this? His voice, low and measured, carried an unmistakable, unassailable authority. Lu Yi recoiled instinctively beneath his commanding presence, yet paused mid-nod, recalling her own resolve. No, she wouldn't surrender so easily. She needed to claim some ground, secure her dignity. Drawing a slow, steadying breath, she lifted her gaze and met Chen Xia's eyes unflinching. I have 3 conditions of my own.
Oh. Chen Xia arched a brow, genuinely surprised she dared negotiate.
First.
She raised one finger. You may not touch me until I give my explicit consent.
Second. A second finger joined the first. We must cultivate genuine affection first. You cannot treat me as you do them, we begin as romantic partners. Third.
She lifted a third finger, paused, then blurted air.
I haven't decided yet.
Having declared her terms, she fixed him with anxious anticipation, aware her demands might seem audacious yet convinced they were reasonable. Build trust first, intimacy later. It was the only way she knew to protect her heart. She refused to become his fourth nameless companion, bound only by that accursed contract. She craved his sincere, unfeigned love. Not the hollow gesture of obligation, but devotion freely given, deeply felt.
Silence descended once more upon the living room.
Hisishua Sumushua and Mizuhina Asuna exchanged knowing glances, none spoke. They too had begun with slow-burning affection. Even without initial love, closeness had blossomed over time. Now all waited to see how Chen Xia would respond to this childhood friend's bold 3 articles of accord. Chen Xia studied the girl before him, her jaw set, her eyes wide with nervous defiance, then a faint amused smile tugged at his lips.
3 articles of accord. Cultivate affection first. Had she been watching too many romantic dramas?
In this world where lives were cheaper than grass, she dared discuss sentiment with him. Yet gazing into those large luminous eyes, shimmering with tension and fragile hope, something unexpectedly softened within him.
Fine.
After all, she was his childhood friend, the girl who'd tormented him relentlessly yet whose presence had shaped his earliest years.
That bond remained undeniable.
And she possessed in a rank talent valuable beyond measure.
3 days, that was his limit.
This so-called privilege was in truth no concession at all. Indulging a woman when it cost him nothing was hardly a sacrifice.
Agreed, I accept your terms. He nodded, decisive and calm. Ha! Louis froze, stunned.
She'd braced for anger, or at least protracted negotiation.
She'd even rehearsed surrendering immediately if he refused.
Yet his acceptance came so swiftly, it felt surreal, almost suspicious.
You truly agreed?
She asked again, seeking reassurance. Of course, Chen Xia shrugged.
Cultivating affection, is that truly so daunting? We have all the time in the world.
His gaze held hers, warm and faintly teasing.
If you resist gradual attachment, then let it unfold slowly. I hold no objection. Gradual attachment.
At those 4 words, Louis's face flushed crimson, heat flooding her cheeks. How could he speak so shamelessly?
Yet regardless, he'd agreed.
A quiet, profound relief settled deep within her chest.
Her first step had succeeded. Then, it settled. You won't renege? She insisted, needing final confirmation.
Rest assured, Chen Xia smiled, then turned to Hisishue.
Sishue, isn't there an empty room on the 3rd floor?
Please show her to choose one, and brief her on house rules. Yes, husband, Hisishue replied, smiling warmly as she stepped beside Louis and slipped her arm through hers.
Come along, little sistery, let me show you our new home.
And perhaps also demonstrate how we usually cultivate affection. She deliberately emphasized the last 4 words. Louis allowed herself to be led upstairs, dazed, sensing layers of meaning beneath Hisishue's words though unable to decipher them. Only Chen Xia, Su Mushue and Mizuhina Asuna remained in the living room. Husband, you truly accepted her terms just like that? Su Mushue leaned in feigning grievance.
We certainly weren't granted such leniency. Indeed, Mizuhina Asuna added, unusually vocal.
It feels rather biased. Chen Xia chuckled, drawing them both close, one to each side, his eyes glinting with quiet mischief.
Don't you enjoy gradual affection? Of course we do. Their shared glance held mutual understanding and unmistakable hunger, the same look Chen Xia gave them every night.
Husband, you're incorrigible, Su Mushue teased, poking his chest lightly.
A man who isn't mischievous holds no allure for women, Chen Xia laughed heartily.
His spirit soared, a level 6 sanctuary, a new rank weapon for extraordinary women of diverse talents, and now a childhood friend embarking on a journey of mutual discovery. Life had never held such promise.
The sole looming concern remained the SS-rank dungeon, Xian Lu's shadow.
Yet as he'd said before, a meal is eaten one bite at a time, a journey unfolds one step at a time. There was no need to rush. His immediate task was clear: unify his team, amplify their collective strength, and await the perfect moment to strike.
He glanced out the window.
Night had deepened, but within the villa light blazed brightly, filled with warmth and laughter. Suddenly Chen Xia's hand brushed against Yulong. I say, Mushue, you're wearing this JK outfit and even safety shorts, who are you guarding against?
Is there anyone else in this house?
Su Mushue was stunned by his question.
It's just a habit.
Isn't it normal for girls to wear safety shorts under a skirt? Normal, sure. Hisishue popped her head out, joining the teasing.
But given our situation, wearing this is indeed a bit unnecessary. After all, it's bound to come off sooner or later, it's just an extra step troublesome to remove.
Sister Si Shui. How can you join him in bullying me?
Sumu Shui was both embarrassed and angry, then counterattacked, then you might as well not wear underwear, that's also an extra step.
I'm not bullying you, I'm helping you analyze the situation.
He Si Shui looked innocent.
But I can't just not wear it, can I?
Sumu Shui pouted, protesting softly.
Chen Xia suddenly thought of Yang Yang and mentioned Yang Yang once mentioned Shangliu, saying it would only appear after the flood ends.
The current situation clearly differs from what he said.
I need to ask him again for more detailed intel.
That guy Yang Yang, though greedy, had reliable information so far.
Knowing yourself and your enemy ensures victory.
Before challenging such a terrifying monster, it's always wise to learn more. With that thought, Chen Xia said to them, you two go ahead, I need to handle something.
Honey, what is it?
Sumu Shui tugged his hand, reluctant to let go.
Official business.
Chen Xia patted her hand. About that world boss, I need to ask him for more details.
Hearing it was serious, the two stopped fooling around.
Chen Xia opened his friend list and quickly found Yang Yong's ID. His avatar was a money leopard smoking a cigar, looking quite arrogant. Since it was naturally a bit shiny, Chen Xia hadn't noticed a hint of other colors on it.
Chen Xia, I want to ask more about Shangliu.
After sending the message, Chen Xia leaned back in his chair waiting for a reply. Based on past experience, the guy usually replied instantly, as Chen Xia was one of his biggest clients.
Yet a minute passed. No response. 5 minutes passed. Still nothing. What's he up to? Didn't he see it?
Chen Xia frowned, sensing something off, and sent another message. Chen Xia replied, when you see this, big business. This time he deliberately added big business. He was sure those words would grab his attention. But several more minutes passed and the chat remained deathly silent. A bad feeling slowly crept into Chen Xia's heart, though he thought it might be nighttime and Yang Yong could be asleep. When Chen Xia clicked on his avatar again and looked closely, his pupils suddenly contracted.
Yang Yong's avatar was gray.
In this game world, a gray avatar meant only one thing: this person was dead. Since the avatar was inherently shiny, the gray tint had gone unnoticed at first.
Damn dead.
He stared at the gray money leopard avatar, his mind buzzing. Yang Yang was dead.
How could that be?
Though not strong, the guy was sharp-witted, always knowing how to avoid danger, a typical speculator who thrived in chaotic times. Moreover, Chen Xia had traded him plenty of supplies. His shelter's level must have been decent, giving him some self-defense capability. How could he die so quietly?
Chen Xia's first thought was disbelief. Could the system be malfunctioning? Or was there a special item that could fake a gray avatar?
Chen Xia tried sending a few more messages, but they all vanished without a trace.
He then opened Yang Yong's profile, searching for anything unusual.
But his profile was blank, all information erased. At that moment, Chen Xia's last shred of hope vanished.
Yang Yang was truly dead. Damn it, this was a problem.
His death meant Chen Xia had lost a vital source of intelligence. In this information-scarce apocalypse, intelligence was sometimes more valuable than supplies and weapons. Especially intel on a world boss like Shangliu, priceless. He had hoped to extract more core details from Yang Yang, like Shangliu's weaknesses or attack patterns. Now everything was dashed.
What's wrong, honey?
You look terrible. He Si Shui looked at him with concern.
Yang Yang is dead.
Chen Xia said grimly.
Yang Yang.
He Si Shui paused before realizing who he meant.
That merchant who sold you intel. Yeah. Dead.
Sumu Shui was equally shocked upon hearing this.
How?
Wasn't he a clever guy? By all logic, selling intel means at least a level 4 shelter, right?
In a one district he might not dominate, but he could surely survive. Sumu Shui asked. I don't know.
Chen Xia shook his head.
His avatar is gray, personal info white, he's definitely gone.
Then. What do we do? About that Shangliu intel. He Si Shui's face showed worry.
No way around it.
Chen Xia shook his head, though he remained relatively optimistic due to his own strength.
Don't worry, honey.
He Si Shui placed the milk on the table, walked behind Chen Xia and began massaging his temples.
Maybe he left some info before he died. Check your chat logs or transaction records again. Yeah, Sumu Shui chimed in.
What if there's a clue? He Si Shui's words reminded Chen Xia.
Right, check the chat logs.
Okay.
Chen Xia opened their conversation. The chat was long, mostly about supply trades and scattered intel.
Most of it was useless chatter.
But at the very bottom, before Chen Xia's latest message, there was an unread item from Yang Yang.
No, to be precise, it wasn't a message. It was a file followed by a sentence Chen Xia had initially missed.
File the truth of A1 district.
Zip Yang Yang brother Chen Xia, if you see this, it means I'm already dead.
This file is what I compiled in my final moments.
It contains a huge secret behind this flood event that I uncovered. I planned to sell it to you at a good price, but now it'll have to be a free favor. Remember, beware of the people from B1 district. They. Yang Yong's words cut off abruptly. Clearly his situation was dire, he couldn't even finish the sentence. Chen Xia was startled. The truth of A1 district. A huge secret. Beware of B1 district. What was all this? What the hell was B1 district? He stared at the compressed file on the screen. Intuition told him this file was no simple matter. Honey, what's wrong? What did you find? He see Shui keenly sensed something amiss. Yang Yong sensed something before he died. What is it? The two women immediately gathered around, their eyes fixed on the screen. Chen Xia took a deep breath and reached out a finger, clicking on the file named The Truth of A1 District. Zip. System notification, file download successful. Note, this file is a third-person perspective recording created by a talent holder sent automatically upon death. It can only be viewed once and will disappear after viewing. Do you wish to view it? Yes. As Chen Xia confirmed, the file instantly decompressed. Inside there were only two things, a photo and a video. Chen Xia opened the photo first. The photo was blurry and shaky as if taken in great haste. Its content was a patch of unfamiliar land. The ground was cracked and dry, displaying an eerie dark red hue. In the sky hung a blood-red moon, shrouding the entire world in an ominous crimson glow. In the center of the photo was a colossal spatial rift. It looked as if the sky had been forcibly torn open, revealing a side of deep, boundless darkness where faint starlight could be glimpsed. This bizarre sight left everyone stunned. This? Where is this? Su Muxiue couldn't help but ask. I don't know. Chen Xia shook his head, his gaze falling on a line of text below the photo. The text had clearly been added by Yang Yong himself. The truth about Zone A1 and Zone B1. This world is far larger than just our Zone A1. Beyond our world there exist countless other zones such as Zone B1. Under normal circumstances, players in each zone would complete a series of major events within their own zones. Eventually all zones would merge, but the merging conditions are related to population. But now something has gone wrong. Zone B1 has produced a freak with enshrank spatial talent. Through some unknown means he forcibly tore open the spatial barrier between Zone A1 and Zone B1, causing the two zones to enter a state of premature semi-merger. Now, although our chat and trade channels remain independent, the physical spaces of the two zones have already partially overlapped. Some specific areas are now accessible to both sides. This photo shows the scene in Zone B1. My surroundings unfortunately became a merge point, and the living conditions there seem harsher than in Zone A1. So Big Shot Chen Xia, you need to be careful. Once those starving players from Zone B1 discover our paradise in Zone A1, they will swarm over like locusts, seizing everything we have. They. The text broke off there. Zone B1. Shrank spatial talent. Forced zone merging. Each piece of information hit like a bombshell, leaving Chen Xia astonished. Could enshrank talent really affect two entire zones? That was too overpowered. He had always thought this was just a regional survival game, but it turned out this was nothing more than a beginner's village. Would they have to fight people from other zones in the future? Honey, is this true? Does that mean the two zones are merging ahead of time? Only the trade and chat channels are separate. He Shui analyzed. That's most likely the case, Chen Xia said gravely. Yang Yong had no reason to lie about something like this, and besides, he's dead. The dead do not lie. Then. Will the people from Zone B1 really attack us? Su Muxu's face showed concern. Probably not. The people in Zone B1 aren't that united either. At most they might be more aggressive, maybe even killing on sight. Thinking this, Chen Xia guessed that Yang Yong had been killed by someone from Zone B1. Damn, one Shangliu was headache enough, and now a Zone B1 pops up. Chen Xia felt the survival difficulty had just increased. This life just keeps getting more and more interesting. Enshrank talent player who could forcibly tear through the spatial barriers of two worlds. If he was also monstrous in combat, it would be troublesome. In any case, the overall strength of Zone B1 should not be underestimated. Let's not think too much about it for now. There's still a video to watch. Their attention returned to the screen. Then they watched the video. The footage was initially shaky and dark. Soon the light stabilized and the picture became clear. It showed the interior of a shelter. Judging by the decoration and layout, it was a standard villa that had just been upgraded to level 4. The villa's owner was Yang Yong. He was excitedly showing off his new home to a camera-like device. Brothers, see this. A level 4 shelter. I've finally upgraded from a slingshot to a cannon. From now on, anyone who dares call me a scalper, he am living in a villa. Once I save up some more supplies and set up the defenses, it'll be a big shot too. Ha ha ha. Yang Yong in the video was full of swagger. Upgrading to a level 4 shelter had indeed boosted his confidence. But before his laughter could fade, something unexpected happened. Boom! A deafening crash shook the entire villa violently. What the hell? An earthquake. Yang Yong was startled and quickly grabbed the wall. Then fine web-like cracks began to appear on the walls, ceiling, and even the floor of the villa. From those cracks seeped an unsettling dark red light. What? What is this? Panicked Yang Yong rushed to the window and looked outside. The scene outside made his eyes widen, instantly his mouth agape. The world that had been flooded was gone. In its place was a dark red cracked earth and a blood-red moon, exactly the scene from Zone B1 in the photo they had just seen. Space. Space is overlapping. Yang Yong's voice was filled with fear and disbelief. Warning. Detecting a large number of high-energy lifeforms approaching. Be cautious. Be cautious. Yang Yong spun around, staring at the villa's entrance. Several blurry figures were rushing toward his villa from the distant dark red wasteland. People from Zone B1. Yang Yong's face turned pale. In a fluster, he tried to close the shelter's door and activate the defense system. But it was too late. The figures moved with unimaginable speed. Almost the moment the alarm sounded, they had already reached the villa's entrance. Leading them was a tall woman with dreadlocks. She wore a tattered leather armor, a ferocious black dragon tattoo on her bare arm, and held a gleaming machete. A bloodthirsty manic grin spread across her face. Hey lucky fine sisters. Just got here and we stumble upon such a beautiful villa.